Ding, Awakening F-rank Talent Common Class Summoner. Hearing this prompt, the guiding angel perched high on the divine pedestal let out an undisguised sneer. In a world where even breathing depends on strength, an F-rank summoner is only fit to sweep trash outside the city walls for the rest of his life. Su Chen looked up at the condescending angel, then back at his own status panel, which showed a skill capable of summoning nothing but a useless goblin. His fists slowly tightened. He had transmigrated into this dangerous world where everyone changes classes. Was he really destined to be nothing more than cannon fodder for others to slaughter? Do not look at me with eyes like that. The guiding angel sneered and casually swiped to display a golden, shimmering panel. Only the trashiest F-rank talents can trigger this hidden talent shop. See those SSS rank talents up there? Each one costs 1 billion gold coins. For a poor wretch like you, even glancing at them is an eyesore to the main system. Su Chen lifted his head, his gaze falling upon the dazzling array of god-tier talents, and his heart skipped a beat. The angel thought he was in despair. But only Su Chen knew that what was ringing in his mind right now was a different, wonderful sound. Ding, the one-coin flash sale plugin has been successfully loaded. All items in the shop have been modified to the lowest currency unit, 1 copper coin. Su Chen felt the only 2 silver coins in his pocket, and a wild grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. 1 billion gold coins, right? Pack up 2 SSS rank talents for me and keep the change. Watching the look of sheer astonishment on the angel's face, Su Chen felt incredibly satisfied. And the source of all this confidence goes back to that morning just a few hours ago. Apocalypse Year 435. Great Zia, Yunhua City No. 1 High School, Senior Year Class 43. 2 hours until the awakening ceremony begins. At 7:00 a.m., Su Chen walked into the classroom just in time. The entire class's gazes instantly converged on him. With an incredibly handsome face paired with a massive, over 2-meter tall, burly frame and solid muscles, he was the center of attention wherever he went. Ignoring the surrounding gazes, Su Chen walked straight to his seat at the back by the window and let out a long breath. A year ago, he died suddenly from staying up all night playing games and transmigrated into this high school junior's body. He had hoped to use his past life's memories to make money and slack off, but after heading out to the streets, he realized this was not Earth but Blue Star. The entire Blue Star is just one giant, real-life online game. Transactions here use gold, silver, and copper coins. Once you turn 18, you can participate in the class transfer ceremony to become a professional, killing monsters outside the city, clearing dungeons, and conquering secret realms to gain experience and gear. Of course, one could choose not to participate in the awakening ceremony. But since humanity is barely holding on to ensure survival and reproduction, the government forcibly assigns spouses to those who refuse the ceremony, making them have children who are then raised collectively by the state. Trying to slack off in this world is just a pipe dream. Su Chen's predecessor was raised in such a collective facility. He had originally planned to just lie flat, wait for the government to assign him a wife, and waste his life away. But having died once, Su Chen harbored a soul-deep fear of death. Without strength, even breathing in this world is a mistake. The tall, sturdy city walls are not absolutely safe. Just a few days ago, news broke that a city had been breached by a monster tide, leaving no survivors. The fear of death is more effective than any stimulant. To survive, Su Chen had been working out like a madman since the day he arrived, grinding his way to this strong and burly physique. Although the talents and classes one awakens are beyond human control and physical training only gives a few extra base stats, having this body would give him a massive advantage if he could awaken a melee class. There are 6 main combat classes. Mages, clerics, archers, and assassins are all glass cannons that die too quickly. Only warriors and knights can stack defense and health. In his heart, Su Chen prayed silently to the gods, hoping only for a high-tier warrior or knight class. At 9:00 a.m. the morning bell rang. The homeroom teacher, Shen Qiyuning, walked into the classroom and placed a silver briefcase on the podium. Half the seats were empty. Those belonged to the students who had given up on awakening and chose to accept government assignment. Shen Qiyuning sighed to herself but felt a sense of relief as her eyes swept over those who remained. Zia Lingyun, Wang Yilong, Du Tai, and Su Chen. These 4 were the most promising students in the class. Especially Su Chen. Although his theoretical grades were average, his iron fists had beaten half the school and he remained undefeated to this day. As long as these four awakened decent talents and classes, even if only one got into a top university, the Class IS college entrance examination quota would be secured. Shen Qiuning pulled herself together and said with spirit, "Next is the Class Awakening. Are there any more who want to drop out?" Seeing no response, she nodded. "Line up by student number and come up one by one to touch the awakening crystal. Remember, regardless of the results, keep your composure and make sure to pass the assessment dungeon. Even if you awaken a high-tier class, do not be arrogant. Choose your assessment dungeon difficulty wisely, stick to normal or below, and do not lose your life for a small reward." After giving instructions, Shen Qiuning opened the briefcase to reveal a transparent crystal ball. This was the key to the awakening space, the Saint Temple of Transcendence. Touching it would initiate teleportation. She opened the roster and began to call out names. Number 1, Tian Qing. Number 7, Zhang Feiyu. Number 34, Su Chen. Because there were so few students, it was soon Su Chen's turn. He pushed down his excitement and walked forward with long strides. "Good luck," Shen Qiuning said softly, her eyes full of expectation. Su Chen nodded and placed his hands on the crystal. In the next second, the world spun, and his burly frame vanished into thin air. Ding, detecting eligibility, datafication in progress, datafication successful. Personal attribute panel loading, loading successful. Item inventory loading, loading successful. Ding, 1 yuan kill plugin loading, loading failed, loading successful. Uploading data to the main system, error, upload successful. Ding, welcome to the Saint Temple of Transcendence. Su Chen opened his eyes and found himself in a grand, golden palace. But he had no mind to admire the exquisite frescoes around him. What did he just hear? 1 yuan kill loaded successfully. Is not that the culprit that caused his transmigration? Su Chen clenched his fists tight, unable to hide his ecstasy. The night before he transmigrated, he was playing a single-player game. Because the shop items were too expensive and grinding for currency was too much of a life drainer, he casually installed a 1 yuan kill plugin. Unexpectedly, not only did the game instantly become an easy, overpowered experience, but the plugin had actually followed him over here. He had stayed up all night precisely because the grinding was so satisfying. And the function of this plugin is simple and brutal. The price of all items in the shop is locked to the lowest currency unit. In this world, what professionals need most to grow stronger is money. Learning skills, upgrading gear, buying potions, everything is a bottomless pit. But now with the plugin, Su Chen only needs to pay a negligible cost to buy out the entire shop. Just thinking about it made Su Chen's scalp tingle, and a wave of satisfaction rushed straight to the top of his head. Su Chen was secretly gloating when a brilliant beam of light suddenly descended into the grand hall. A woman with a cold and arrogant expression stepped out from it, casting an indifferent glance at him. "Adventurer, I am Leah, your guiding angel. Step forward to awaken your talent and class." Talk about being cold and stiff. Anki Chen suppressed his annoyance and quickly stepped forward to stand in place. Leah conjured a golden staff and asked coldly, "Are you ready to begin the awakening?" "Yes." The staff tapped gently on Su Chen's forehead, and a powerful golden light instantly engulfed him. Ding, talent awakened, mana refund F. Ding, class awakened, summoner common. As the light faded, Su Chen stood there, completely dumbfounded. Talents go from F to SSS, and F is the absolute bottom. He hurriedly checked the details. Mana refund F. When using a skill, 1% of the mana is refunded. Su Chen's mouth twitched. A 1% refund? How is that any different from having nothing at all? He felt like spitting blood when he looked at his class. Classes are ranked from basic, common, excellent, elite, epic, legendary to mythical. A common class is second from the bottom. He could barely stomach that, but why did it have to be a summoner? Being a fragile magic user is one thing, but the critical issue is the heavy mana cost, and the early summons are all completely useless. He opened his skill panel, only to find it lonely and empty. Summon Goblin consumes 50 mana to summon an ordinary goblin. A goblin that even an unawakened normal person could kick around requires 50 mana. At level 1, his total mana pool is only 200. Coupled with that F-tier mana refund talent, it was pure system mockery. If it were not for the plugin backing him up, Su Chen would be in total despair right now. Just as he was considering mixing into a simple dungeon to pass the assessment, Leah's cold voice sounded again. You have one chance to purchase a talent in the talent store. Shall I open the panel? Su Chen was startled. Talent store, why have I never heard of this before? Then a thought struck him, and his eyes widened abruptly. If it is a store, does not that mean his plugin might come in handy? Su Chen was overjoyed. Quickly, open it immediately. Leah gave a cold sneer and explained. Only adventurers who awaken the bottom-tier F talent are qualified to enter the store. In 20 years, you are the first one to trigger this condition. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. This woman was definitely mocking him. Leah did not say more. With a tap of her golden staff, a light screen panel unfolded before Su Chen. The store was packed with everything from F to A-tier talents, and there were even items to upgrade to SSS-tier. It was just that the prices were ridiculously high. Everything was priced in gold coins. Even the trashiest F-tier talent started at 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins is enough to cover a family of 4's expenses for a month. The most expensive A-tier talents started at 1 million. Su Chen felt the 2 silver coins in his pocket. That was his entire net worth. Luckily, his plugin kicked in. All the prices in the store were struck through and replaced with a single copper coin. He grinned as he swiped through the screen, then frowned. Why are not there any S-tier or higher talents? Leah sneered. S-tier talents start at 10 million gold coins. Can you afford that? Su Chen retorted bluntly, none of your business. Bring out the SSS-tier ones directly. You do not need to show the others. Leah was furious. As a guiding angel, she had never seen such an arrogant class holder. Bound by system rules, she had no right to refuse and could only wait to see him make a fool of himself. She wanted to see what this poor kid would use to buy an SSS-tier talent that cost 1 billion at minimum. Leah waved her staff, the screen flickered, and only a dozen or so SSS-tier talents remained. Su Chen scanned them eagerly, his eyes shining. Every talent was absolutely heaven-defying. He wanted them all. Can I really only buy one? Su Chen rubbed his hands excitedly. Cannot you give me a few more chances? Leah's eyes were full of mockery as she sneered. You can only buy a talent once. However, if you have money to burn, you can consider talent upgrade items. The item is also limited to 1 purchase. If you can afford an SSS-tier item, you can upgrade your F-tier talent to SSS-tier. That way, would not you have 2 SSS-tier talents? Su Chen actually thought that was a great idea. He picked through the SSS-tier talents and selected one that perfectly matched the summoner class. Immediately after, he casually bought the SSS-tier talent upgrade item. He clicked checkout. His pocket grew heavy, a silver coin was gone, and he got 8 copper coins back in change. Leah's sneer froze on her face, her eyes widened, and she looked as if she had seen a ghost. The transaction actually went through. He actually bought both the talent and the item, scoring double SSS-tier talents right at the start. How is this possible? Leah gritted her teeth, her face burned with humiliation. Even though Su Chen did not mock her out loud, that half-smiling, contemptuous look had already completely looked down on her. Leah's face turned dark as she ground her teeth and went through the motions. You have completed your talent and class awakening. Please choose the difficulty of your assessment dungeon. A friendly reminder, the higher the difficulty, the better the rewards, so please choose carefully. Su Chen scoffed inwardly. This woman definitely had ill intentions and wanted to trick him into choosing a high difficulty. Dream on. Even with 2 SSS-tier talents in hand, he chose to play it safe. Looking at the 4 options before him. Simple, normal, difficult, hell. He raised his hand and tapped directly on normal. Leah narrowed her eyes, a flash of malice in her gaze. She suddenly gave an eerie smile and abruptly raised her golden staff. Su Chen realized something was wrong. Wait, you. Before he could finish, the golden light swallowed him whole. The next second, the system notification rang out sharply. Ding, you have entered the Hell-tier dungeon, Blood Moon Castle. Watching Su Chen disappear, Leah gave a triumphant sneer. Dare to offend me, just lose your class and your talents in the Hell dungeon. Once you are reduced to a commoner, let us see how much you have to be arrogant about. The blood moon hung in the sky, casting a crimson glow. The forest path led straight to an ancient, pitch-black castle, accompanied by the incessant cawing of ravens on both sides. Su Chen's eyes were icy. A mere guide angel actually had the authority to force a change in his choices. Do not let me run into you again. Su Chen took a deep breath to suppress his anger and pulled up the dungeon information. Dungeon name, Blood Moon Castle. Dungeon difficulty, Hell. Level restriction, LV. Player capacity, 1. Clear requirements, kill the Vampire Baron, 2 blood thralls and 50 blood slaves. At Hell difficulty, even the lowest level monsters were not to be trifled with. Damn that angel. Su Chen cursed under his breath, decisively opened his backpack, and used the talent upgrade item he had just obtained. Then his personal panel unfolded. Name Su Chen. Class Summoner Normal. Level 10%. HP 1. Mana 1. Strength 15. Constitution 17. Agility 13. Spirit 24. Talents Mana Refund SSS, Skill Evolution SSS. Skills Summon Goblin LV. Mana Refund SSS. When using a skill, recover 100 of the mana cost and reduce the skill's cooldown by 99%. Skill Evolution SSS. Every 10 levels, the skill evolves or strengthens in a beneficial way. Summon Goblin LV. Consume 50 mana to summon a normal goblin lasting for 5 minutes. Looking at the 2 SSS rank talents, the gloom in Su Chen's heart vanished. Mana Refund was absolutely broken. Getting full mana back plus a 99% cooldown reduction meant he had essentially unlocked unlimited firepower. The summoner's most fatal weakness, lack of mana, was wiped away. As for skill evolution, it pushed the ceiling for a summoner to a whole new level. Even at max level, a normal summon goblin would still just be cannon fodder, easily wiped out by a single area of effect skill. But with skill evolution, every 10 levels would bring a qualitative change. Goblins would not be just goblins anymore. Closing the panel, Su Chen equipped his starter gear. Facing a hell-level dungeon, blind exploration was suicide. The top priority was to use his infinite firepower to level up his skills and trigger evolution. He raised his starter staff, pointed it at the ground, and activated Summon Goblin. The mana consumed was fully refunded the instant it was spent. Runes lit up on the ground and a goblin crawled out. Green skin, pointy ears, gaunt and ugly, wearing only a loincloth and carrying a broken wooden club. Su Chen casually checked its stats. Monster Goblin. Rank Normal. Level 1. HP 1. Mana 1. Strength 8. Constitution 6. Agility 6. Spirit 3. Skill Heavy Strike. This is almost worse than just hitting them with my staff myself. Su Chen was speechless. He knew goblins were weak, but not this weak. No more wasting time, keep summoning. Ding, you summoned a goblin. Summon Goblin skill experience plus 10. Ding, your summon Goblin skill has leveled up to LV. He did not know how much time had passed. Before Su Chen lay goblins as far as the eye could see. Ding, your summon Goblin skill has leveled up to LV. Ding, you triggered the skill evolution talent. The summon Goblin effect has been upgraded. Su Chen's eyes lit up and he immediately pulled up the panel. Summon Goblin, consume 50 mana to summon a Greater Goblin, lasting for 10 minutes. Greater Goblin. Su Chen waved his staff. The magic circle flashed and a deep green-skinned goblin crawled out. It stood 1.6 meters tall and despite its hunched back, it was muscular, wearing a fur vest and carrying an iron-studded club. Compared to those weaklings from earlier, this was the Lu Bu of the goblin world. He immediately cast Analyze. Monster Greater Goblin. Rank Normal. Level 1. HP 1. Mana 1. Strength 34. Constitution 30. Agility 27. Spirit 18. Skill Heavy Strike. At 10 levels, normal goblins only gained 10 points in stats, but this Greater Goblin's stats had more than doubled. The skill evolution talent was worth every penny. He could not afford to waste more time if he wanted a high clear score. With a thought, Su Chen commanded the hundreds of normal goblins to surround and protect him, marching grandly toward Blood Moon Castle while continuing to summon along the way. Not far ahead, 4 mutilated human corpses blocked the middle of the path. Su Chen cast Analyze. Monster Blood Slave. Rank Normal. Level 3. HP 1. Mana 1. Strength 28. Constitution 37. Agility 14. Spirit 8. Skills bite corrosive claws. After reading the panel, Su Chen felt a sense of relief. With these stats, the normal goblins could not break through their defense at all. He would have to rely on the greater goblins. He waved his hand. Aya. Over 100 normal goblins screamed, swinging their clubs as they swarmed the blood slaves. A dozen newly summoned greater goblins blended into the fray, waiting for the perfect opportunity. The 4 blood slaves roared and slashed, killing a normal goblin with almost every swipe. But there is strength in numbers. The normal goblins could chip away 7 or 8 HP each before dying, and a single heavy strike from a greater goblin could instantly shave off nearly 200 HP from a blood slave. -5, -213, -6, -9, -195. A flurry of damage numbers popped up densely over the heads of the blood slaves. Soon kill notifications began to flood the screen. Ding, you killed a level 3 blood slave, gaining 30 experience. Ding, you killed a level 5 blood slave, gaining 50 experience. Ding, you have leveled up, current level 55, HP/mana increased by 50 points, strength, constitution, and agility +3, spirit +5. After hearing the system's upgrade notification, Su Chen felt somewhat helpless. The summoner class is too low tier, leveling up barely adds any stats. He could not help but let out a sigh. However, his stats can be made up for with equipment, as long as he clears the hell level dungeon smoothly and gets a high rating. The rewards he gains will definitely allow him to catch up to, or even surpass, those high-tier job class holders. Furthermore, equipment can also be upgraded once he leaves the dungeon, relying on his 1 yuan instant kill ability. He can fully upgrade his equipment without any burden to boost his attribute bonuses. Thinking of this, Su Chen felt much more comforted. He commanded the goblins to continue moving forward. Not long after, Su Chen arrived before the castle gates. There were quite a lot of monsters along the way. 28 blood slaves in total. After wiping them all out, Su Chen's level rose to level 3. And the ordinary goblins he summoned at the beginning were all dead. Now the summons by his side were all big goblins. Leading more than 50 big goblins, Su Chen pushed open the castle gates. In the castle courtyard, a few more blood slaves were wandering around. The big goblins swung their spiked clubs and swarmed forward. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. -235, -221, -264. The summon goblin skill leveled up another 4 times. The big goblin stats were now quite impressive. In less than 10 seconds, Su Chen received the notification sound of blood slaves dying. He continued forward and reached the main entrance. He pushed the door open. Entering, it was the living room. There was no furniture in the living room, only 2 pitch-black coffins placed in the center. There were also a few blood slaves wandering around nearby. As Su Chen entered, the lids of both coffins instantly exploded, and 2 black shadows leaped out. After they landed, Su Chen could see clearly. 1 man and 1 woman wearing clothes slightly better than the blood slaves, and their bodies were relatively intact. But their complexions were pale, with 2 fangs protruding from their upper lips. They still looked far from human. Su Chen used Inspect on them. Monster Blood Thrall. Rank Elite. Level 10. HP 1. Mana 1. Strength 76. Constitution 62. Agility 99. Spirit 47. Skills Bite, Corrosive Poison Claws, Bloodthirsty Fangs. Dare to break into the castle and disturb the master's rest, you are courting death. The male blood thrall roared furiously. Then the 2 black shadows lunged straight at Su Chen. Su Chen was startled and quickly retreated, keeping a group of big goblins in front of him. They were elite monsters after all. The big goblins were no match for them at all. A few swipes were enough to kill a big goblin. However, the sheer number of goblins, over 50 of them, completely separated the 2 blood thralls from Su Chen. They could not get through at all. And the big goblins would fight back, swinging their clubs before death to deal 70 or 80 damage. Su Chen did not dare to let his guard down. Standing at the back, he continuously activated the Summon Goblin skill. The two blood thralls charged back and forth among the goblin horde, trying to break out. But their killing speed could not keep up with Su Chen's summoning speed. They had been killing for a while. The number of goblins had not decreased, instead it had increased. This made the two elite monsters extremely agitated. However, unlike ordinary blood slaves, they had a skill called Bloodthirsty Fangs. They could continuously recover their own health by draining blood. Relying solely on the big goblins to take them down was a bit difficult. Su Chen was not in a hurry. Although the longer it dragged on, the lower the clearance rating would be. But if he could clear it without taking damage and fulfill the mission perfectly, no matter how low the rating, it would not be lower than an S. He calmly leveled up his skill. Both sides just kept grinding. Not long after, Su Chen heard a notification sound. Ding, your skill summon goblin has leveled up, current level 20. Ding, your talent skill evolution has triggered, skill effect improved. Su Chen's eyes lit up, it had finally leveled up again. He opened his skill panel to check. Summon Goblin LV20, consumes 50 mana to summon a special goblin, 50% chance of big goblin, 50% chance of ice/flame/corrosive goblin, lasting for 20 minutes. Elemental goblins. Su Chen activated the skill again. He was very lucky. The first one was an ice goblin. He glanced at the ice goblin's panel. Compared to the big goblin, the ice goblin's strength was a dozen points lower, but its spirit stat was 30 or 40 points higher. At the same time, it gained an extra skill, Throw Ice Spike. Throw Ice Spike throws an ice spike at the target, dealing 150% of spirit as magic damage and inflicting a 30 slow effect. Not bad at all. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction and ordered the ice goblin to join the siege against the two blood thralls. Of course, he only let it throw ice spikes from the rear. Since Ice Spike is not a locked-on skill, it threw it 3 times, hitting on the third try. It dealt 214 damage. Su Shi immediately understood. The blood thralls might have high physical resistance, but their magic resistance was definitely not that great. He continued to summon. After several consecutive ice goblins, he finally summoned a flame goblin. The flame goblin's additional skill is Throw Firestone. It also deals 150% of spirit as magic damage and inflicts a burn effect on the target. Su Chen let it join the group. And then he saw. The flame goblin threw a flaming rock at the slowed female blood thrall. As a result, the female blood thrall's remaining small sliver of health was completely emptied. Minus 524. Ding, you killed a LV10 elite monster. Blood thrall gained 1000 experience. Su Chen's eyes widened. This damage is a bit outrageous, is not it? Could it be? He had a hunch in his heart, but without verification, he dared not jump to conclusions. Su Chen ordered the ice goblin to stop attacking. He waited for a moment. He let the flame goblin attack first. The firestone was thrown and it hit. Minus 251. This was normal damage. He then let the ice goblin join the battle. An ice spike hit, also normal damage, but there was no slow effect. But then another ice spike followed by another firestone throw. Minus 601. High damage again. Now Su Chen was certain. The summons can cooperate with each other to trigger elemental reactions. If coordinated well, 1 + 1 can be greater than 2 in damage. Su Chen cast the summoning skill with one hand and controlled the goblin team with the other. Multitasking. Soon, under the high elemental reaction damage, the male blood thrall roared in resentment and fell to the ground. Ding, you killed a LV10 elite monster. Blood thrall gained 1000 experience. Su Chen stopped summoning and went up to pick up the loot from the two elite monsters. The previous blood slaves only dropped cheap materials and a few copper coins. These two were elite monsters, they should drop something decent. He bent down and touched the 2 light orbs. He really did find something good. Item: Corrosive Poison Claws Skill Book. Learning requirement: Assassin class Agility attribute above 50. Description: a second-turn assassin class skill that sharpens and poisons the fingernails, adding minor poison damage when making an effective attack on a target. Equipment: Iron Claws. Quality: Common. Attribute bonus: Strength plus 45, Agility plus 66. Equipment requirement: Agility above 50. He could not use either of these items, but their own value was quite high. Because every 10 levels, one must complete a breakthrough quest to continue leveling up. Therefore, humans classify every 10 levels. Level 1 to 10 is the first turn, level 11 to 20 is the second turn, and so on. Skill books are extremely scarce, and a second turn skill can sell for over 300 gold coins on the market. The quality of equipment is divided into common, fine, superior, rare, epic, legendary, mythic. Although these iron claws are only common equipment, having 2 attribute bonuses, they are also worth over 100 gold coins. Su Chen happily tossed them into his inventory. He looked toward the second floor of the castle. If elite monsters drop such good things, the boss should not be too bad either. Su Chen licked his lips and chuckled twice. However, he was not in a hurry to go upstairs. Elite monsters were already a bit tricky to deal with, let alone the boss. He continued to activate his skill, intending to gather 100 elemental goblins first, before going up. Ding, your skill Summon Goblin has been upgraded to 55. Ding, you have triggered the talent Skill Evolution, and the skill effect has been enhanced. Summon Goblin LV consumes 50 mana to summon 2 special goblins, 50% Big Goblin, 50 Ice or Flame Goblin, lasting for 30 minutes. Inside the ancient castle living room, Su Chen stood amidst a crowd of goblins. Su Chen was admittedly a bit disappointed that the skill did not evolve again to summon new types of goblins. But the enhancement that allowed him to summon 2 at once was not bad either. Besides, he already had 153 big goblins and 100 ice or flame goblins by his side. Moreover, the average stats of these goblins were quite high, comparable to second-tier professionals who had just broken through level 10. With this force, Su Chen was now full of confidence. He pointed his staff toward the second floor, and the army surged up the stairs in a massive wave. They easily slaughtered the blood slaves in the corridor and the guest bedrooms. After completing the requirement of killing 50 blood slaves, Su Chen arrived at the room at the end of the corridor. He opened the door. The room was spacious, around 100 square meters. It was fully furnished and exquisitely decorated. However, sitting on the bed was a coffin made of gold, engraved with intricate patterns. It felt rather eerie. Creak, creak, creak. The coffin lid slowly opened. I smell the scent of delicious blood. A hoarse old voice echoed from within the coffin. The old man sat up from the coffin and looked toward Su Chen. He wore a tuxedo, his silver hair neatly combed. With that demeanor, it looked as if he were about to attend a noble banquet. His gaze was disgusting, filled with hungry desire. Su Chen retreated silently, letting the massive number of goblins charge into the room. And then they launched an attack on him. He also took the opportunity to use Detect. Monster Vampire Baronchuk. Rank Brass Boss. Level 10. HP 1. Mana 1. Strength 242. Constitution 278. Agility 301. Spirit 299. Talent Berserk D. Skills Blood Slash, Blood Shadow Weave, Blood Sucking, Blood Burn Burst. Berserk D, when HP drops, agility increases. Hiss. Su Chen gasped inwardly. In his heart, he dragged that damn guiding angel Leo out to curse her again. That damn thing really did not want him to survive. Monsters are classified into ordinary, elite, and boss. But there are also gaps between bosses. Boss ranks are divided into black iron, brass, silver, gold, dark gold, diamond, epic, legendary, demigod, god. In a normal assessment dungeon, having a black iron boss is already quite extreme. But here in the Blood Moon Castle, there was a brass level 1. 10,000 HP and 3-digit stats. Any other novice professional would have given up fighting by now. Fortunately, he is Su Chen. When a large number of goblins rushed into the room, Chuck was momentarily stunned. But then he smiled. Pitiful, weak creatures, even with such numbers, what is the use? It is merely a mayfly trying to shake a tree beyond your power. After speaking, he paused for a second before flying out of the coffin. At some point, he had pulled out a very long, slender sword. He charged into the goblin pack. Blood slash. The slash swept across. More than a dozen big goblins were instantly killed, their heads rolling on the floor. Su Chen was shocked and immediately urged his summoning skills. But soon, he regained his composure. Because he did not just have the big goblins. He also had 100 elemental goblins. The frost goblins unleashed their power, ice spears raining down on Chuck. With nowhere to dodge, Chuck had to take it head-on. After the frost came the fire rocks. -152, -237, -164, -145. A large amount of elemental damage numbers popped up. At the same time, the big goblins did not sit idly by. They swarmed forward, swinging their spiked clubs and smashing him wildly. Bang! -24. Bang! -27. Bang! Chuck was dumbfounded. His contemptuous mindset underwent a drastic change. Creatures like goblins were usually something he could stomp to death in batches. Using a weapon against them was already a bit of a humiliation. And now he was being suppressed. He was furious. But the problem was, he could only rage helplessly. He could kill a dozen goblins with one sword swing, but there were over 100 standing in his way. And in the back, there were another 100 elemental goblins. They could not only slow him down, but also deal high-damage elemental reactions. When Chuck swung his sword the second time, another dozen big goblins rushed over. Damn it, you lowly bastards, die. Blood slash blood slash bloody slash. Chuck roared, his blood-red light radiating as he continuously fired blood-colored sword beams. He kept pushing forward, trying to break through the encirclement. Chuck knew that the key to victory did not lie with the human in front of him, but the summoner human behind him. As long as he killed that human, he would be victorious. With that thought in mind, Bloodburn burst. Blood shadow weave. Blood-colored mist erupted from his body, his figure like lightning, forcibly breaking through the big goblin encirclement. Approaching Su Chen. But that was as far as he could go. The room was small enough as it was. By breaking through to the corridor, the space became even narrower. Facing the dense elemental attacks from the elemental goblins, he had no way to dodge. After failing more than a dozen charges, Chuck fell to his knees in frustration, his HP depleted. He could use the skill blood sucking to recover his life. But that would only prolong the time he spent being humiliated. He gave up and looked towards Su Chen with resentment. It was meant to be a fight between two people, yet a wall of bodies stood between them that he could not cross. At this thought, Chuck could not help but feel a bit aggrieved. A ferocious-looking big goblin stepped forward. It smashed its spiked club into his face, completely emptying his health bar. Ding, you killed a level 10 brass boss, gaining 5,000 XP. Ding, you have leveled up, current level 55.5. Ding, you have leveled up, current level 55.6. Ding, congratulations on completing the Hellgrade Assessment Dungeon, evaluating your performance. Ding, congratulations, your clearance rating is SSS. Ding, because you cleared a Hellgrade dungeon you receive free attribute points plus 100 gold plus 1,000. Ding, because you achieved an SSS rating you receive Blood Eye Epic Weapon. Ding, as the first adventurer to clear a Hellgrade Assessment Dungeon you receive an extra reward, Teleport First Turn Skill. A massive flurry of notifications bombarded Su Chen's ears. Su Chen exhaled a long breath. When that boss charged at the human wall formed by the goblins earlier, he was worried every time. Now he could finally relax. He quickly checked the rewards he had gained. Free attribute points and gold. Almost without thinking, he put all 100 points into Spirit, which is the best choice for mage class professionals. He put the gold into his inventory. Su Chen hurriedly pulled out the Blood Eye equipment to inspect it. Equipment Blood Eye. Grade Epic. Stat bonus, Spirit plus 50, Mana Recovery plus 5%, Magic Lifesteal plus 10%. Skill Blood Flying Eye. Requirement, Spirit stat above 100. Blood Flying Eye consumes 10 HP and 100 mana to create a flying eye. It can act as your own eyes, allowing you to explore the surroundings within a 500-meter radius. This is great stuff, Su Chen was overjoyed. Mage class professionals fear being approached. With this, he can cast skills from 500 meters away. And what is even better, he is a summoner. He can cast spells from 500 meters away, control his summons, and attack the enemy. Even if he cannot win, he will not be easily discovered. And speaking of escaping, Su Chen excitedly took out a skill book from his inventory. Item Teleport Skill Book. Learning Requirement, Spirit above 10. Introduction, a universal first-turn skill for all classes. Can teleport instantly to a designated location within a visible range, the range being 10% of your spirit stat value in meters. After reading the skill description for teleport, Su Chen decided to learn it immediately. Now with the blood eye in teleport, it is almost impossible for anything to happen to him. Furthermore, with the mana return talent, Su Chen could even teleport infinitely. Want to kill him? Unless he is locked down, it is absolutely impossible. It was worth the effort of clearing the Hellgrade dungeon. Su Chen sighed with relief. But when he thought of that abominable guiding angel, he still hated her enough to want to kill her. HMPH, wash your neck and wait for me, Su Chen said with a grim look on his face. Having collected the rewards, it was time to exit the dungeon. He moved his mind to pull up the exit option, and just as he was about to select it, suddenly, the entire castle shook violently and a beam of blood-red light shot into the sky. A complex magic array suddenly appeared in front of Su Chen. A blood-red silhouette slowly emerged from the array. Feeling a bad omen, he hurriedly clicked to exit. Ding, an unknown boss has been detected in the current dungeon. Exit prohibited. Damn it. Inside the Apocalypse main system space, Leah let out a loud laugh. But her laughter contained a mix of relief and fear. She had been monitoring Su Chen's every move. After all, he possessed dual SSS grade talents. Even in a Hell grade difficulty dungeon, it was not impossible for him to clear it. And the result was what she did not want to see had happened. Su Chen had indeed cleared the dungeon. Leah was anxious and uneasy, although the main system here was incredibly safe. No matter how powerful Su Chen was, he could not possibly discover this place. However, one can never be too sure. She did not hesitate to spend all the contribution points she had accumulated over 10,000 years to revive an ancient powerhouse from the main system and descend it into the dungeon where Su Chen was located. With it there was no way Su Chen would survive. However, there was one point that worried Leah tremendously. The revival array had a setting where whoever approached it and could pay the price requested by the reviving entity could become the master of that entity. Leah was a bit nervous about this, but upon further thought, such a powerhouse would not be interested in gold or silver treasures. No matter how rich Su Chen is, he cannot escape death in the end. With that in mind, Leah felt at ease and closed the surveillance panel to proceed with the awakening of the next human. To target Su Chen, she was now penniless and had to work hard. Before leaving, she specially adjusted her facial expressions, not wanting to offend another professional and end up living in fear again. Inside the Blood Moon Castle, Su Chen wore a solemn expression. He ordered the goblins to completely surround the figure within the complex magic formation. He felt uneasy, suspecting that the damnable guiding angel was pulling the strings again. This aura, it is so powerful. The blood-colored figure inside the formation slowly began to solidify, judging by its appearance. It looked like a little girl wearing a corset dress, with 2 braids longer than she was tall. But the aura emanating from within the formation made the goblins beside Su Chen tremble in fear. This was a fear born from the depths of the soul, the dread of inferior beings toward a superior one. Su Chen himself did not feel anything particular, yet his inner anxiety only intensified. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy, notification chimes suddenly sounded in his ears. Ding, detected the ancestor of the Blood Clan Angina is reviving. Do you wish to consume 99.9 billion HP, scratch that 1 point of HP to sign a Master Pet contract with her? Su Chen paused for 3 seconds, and then his eyes gleamed with golden light. Yes, 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 he shouted repeatedly. Immediately afterward, his HP limit decreased by 1 point. Ding, contract successfully signed. Ding, loading pet panel loaded successfully. Ding, congratulations on obtaining a pet, Blood Clan ancestor Angina. As the system voice faded, the figure within the magic formation fully solidified. She landed on the ground in a pair of polished black leather shoes, making a crisp clicking sound. As her black skirt flared up, it revealed slender calves wrapped in white knee-high socks looking like a perfect creation. She lifted her head, Her skin was glowing with whiteness and her features were sharp and exquisite. It was hard to imagine anyone being so delicate like a porcelain doll. Within her oversized eye sockets were a pair of blood-red gemstone pupils, flickering with a strange and alluring radiance. "Father." After landing, the little girl trotted over quickly. She grabbed onto Su Chen's leg in a tight hug. Su Chen was stunned. He did not even have a girlfriend. Being called daddy all of a sudden felt a bit awkward. But after regaining his composure, he reached out to stroke the little girl's long, silky silver hair and smiled. "Hello there, Angina." While speaking, he used the detect skill on Angina. Monster Blood Clan Ancestor Angina. Ownership Su Chen. Rank Demigod. Level 6. HP 1/999,999. Magic Power. Strength 666. Physique 677. Speed 940. Spirit 711. Talent Blood Monarch SS. Skills Plunder Blood LV, Blood Combustion LV. My god, Su Chen could not help but gasp. In his high school curriculum, there was a class on monster classification. Su Chen remembered. In the demon world, there is a branch called the Blood Clan. Creatures like blood thralls, blood servants, and vampires are all monsters within this branch. But these three are only the lowest level creatures. Higher up, there are blood spirits, blood demons, and even the true Blood Clan. The Blood Clan is the origin of the blood race, which in theory should be the pinnacle of such monsters. So when he heard that what he had contracted was a Blood Clan ancestor, Su Chen was taken aback for a moment. But he soon realized that the Blood Clan ancestor was the origin of origins, the ancestor of all ancestors. He had tried his best to imagine Angina's attributes as high as possible. But he did not expect that even with the rule that a pet's level cannot exceed its master's. Angina was only level 6. Yet this panel, nearly 1,000,000 HP, with all 4-dimensional attributes exceeding 3 digits. Hahaha, Leah, oh Leah, if you really are the one causing trouble, then I truly have to thank you. Thank you for sending me such an incredible bodyguard. You really are a good person. Su Chen sneered internally. At that moment, he heard another system notification. Ding, detected that you have successfully defeated the hidden boss, Blood Clan Ancestor Angina. Congratulations on obtaining special rewards, Mystery Talent Gift Pack X, Max Level Mystery Skill Scroll X. There are rewards too. This was something Su Chen had not expected. However, since the system is willing to give them, he might as well take them. He opened his inventory and opened the Mystery Talent Gift Pack. Ding, you open the Mystery Gift Pack and obtain the talent, Convergence of All SS. Convergence of All SS, for every unit in your force, HP/magic plus 50, all attributes plus 10. Su Chen's brain froze for 2 seconds. This talent is insane. As a summoner, if he has this, how could anyone else possibly compete? 1 extra unit adds 50 HP/magic and 10 to all attributes. 10 units would mean 500 and 100. 100 units would be 5,000 and 1,000. 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Summoners might be trash classes in the early stages. But if one can successfully grow to the 8th or even 9th rank, they are definitely a weapon of war. With a wave of his hand, there would be a sea of people. 100,000 troops would be a small number. In what war does a high-level summoner not summon millions of monsters? And now he possesses Convergence of All. Su Chen thought to himself, if any assassin tries to take him out in the future, he would feel nothing but despair for them. Yunyua number 7 High School, Class 3 Classroom. Many students have already completed their class assessments and returned to the classroom. They are excitedly discussing their classes. Some are even shamelessly begging those who awakened high-tier classes to let them join their leveling parties. After all, the Class Advancement College entrance exam is just a month away. Before the exam, for every level gained, one can get ahead of thousands of fellow candidates. Being thousands of ranks ahead could determine which university one can attend. Modern vocational universities do not exist just to teach knowledge. After all, the way classes gain power does not rely on knowledge. The significance of these universities is more about providing a resource exchange platform. The higher the university, the richer the resources one can exchange. as long as one spends 4 years in a top-tier university, even if they achieve nothing. Their combat power will still be several times higher than those who failed to get in, or those who settled for mid- or low-tier universities. With such great benefits at stake, what is a bit of pride? Shen Qiuning was beaming with pride. Among the 4 students she favored, 3 had already achieved great results. Xia Lingyun's talent is the top among the 3, S-rank epic class profession Frost Witch. With her good family background and top-tier talent, her chances of entering a top university are high. She even has a shot at the top-tier Daxia University. However, due to her cold personality, not many people gathered around her. Only her 2 best friends whispered requests but were coldly rejected. Wang Yilong and Du Tai both have ranked talents and are both epic class professionals. Wang Yilong is a Thunderflame swordsman, while Du Tai is a radiant paladin. Most people gathered around these 2. Wang Yilong has a better family background, so teaming up with him guarantees better support. Therefore, those surrounding him are classmates with decent class talents. He stood aloof, selectively picking people suitable for his team. Du Tai, like most students, was raised by the government. Surrounded by classmates with lesser talents, they begged him to bring them along. Du Tai had a good personality, he smiled warmly and turned no one away. Soon he had a team of over a dozen people. Shen Qiuning watched this scene without interfering. From here on out, they are not just students anymore, they are professionals who must be responsible for their own futures. She checked her watch, frowning slightly, and thought to herself, "It is so late, why has not Su Chen come out yet?" The other 3 had good classes, making her even more expectant of Su Chen's results. It is just that, his assessment time was too long. Even if he failed and was killed by a monster, he should have come out by now. Just as Shen Qiuning was thinking. Suddenly, a light shone in front of the teleportation orb. Su Chen's hulking figure suddenly appeared before everyone. Immediately, all eyes focused on him. Shen Qiuning looked relieved and asked, "Su Chen, you are out, how did it go?" Su Chen looked indifferent, showing no joy or sadness, and said, "It was okay." "What do you mean by okay?" Everyone scrambled to cast Detect on him. When using Detect on other professionals, you can only see the information the person is willing to show. Unless one has a higher level detection skill. Su Chen had hidden most of his info, leaving only his name and class. Name Su Chen. Class Summoner Normal. Ugh. The classroom went dead silent. No one could imagine that Su Chen, who had suppressed the entire school for a whole year with his bare fists, would awaken as a summoner. After a long silence, a burst of wild laughter shattered the stillness in the room. "Su Chen, look at you now, ha ha ha." Wang Yilong pushed through the crowd, he was the one roaring with laughter. He walked up to Su Chen, his eyes filled with mockery. But, after laughing for a while, it felt as if someone had grabbed him by the throat and he could not make a sound. Because Su Chen's expression did not look at all like that of someone being mocked. He showed no shame, no bitterness, and no anger. Instead, he looked at Wang Yilong playfully, as if he were watching a clown. Wang Yilong felt his nose turning a bit red. He shook his head, put on a ferocious face, and held up 3 fingers. 3 years, 3 whole years. Do you have any idea how I have lived through these 3 years? I spent a damn fortune hiring special coaches, visiting masters, and training my body. And yet, you detestable guy, you beat me up with your fists for 3 whole years. As Wang Yilong said this, his emotions surged, and a tear glinted in the corner of his eye. He recalled his 3 years of high school. In his memories, it was always scenes of him full of anticipation as he stepped onto the sparring platform, only to be knocked down by Su Chen. And he was not the only one with the same memory. In the classroom, every pair of eyes was glowing with a hungry, wolf-like green light. This included the cold and arrogant Xia Lingyun and the gentle-natured Du Tai. Both of them had lost to Su Chen no fewer times than Wang Yilong had. The Su Chen of the past was an invincible, undefeated god. But now, the god has fallen from his pedestal, revealing his health bar. The white-clad sword god Li Fingliu once said, "As long as the monster dares to reveal its health bar, I dare to kill it for you to see." And now everyone shared this exact mindset. They did not believe the long night was coming, because the torches were in their own hands. Parting today, who knows when we will meet again. If they could, they wanted to settle the grudges of the past 3 years today. What do you all want? Su Chen asked calmly, hands in his pockets as if he did not see the hostility in his classmates' eyes. Wang Yilong wiped the tear from his eye, snapped out of his reminiscence and glared viciously at Su Chen. It is simple, fight me one more time. After that, all previous grudges will be wiped clean. Otherwise, you know my family background, with my family's power targeting you will be a piece of cake. Su Chen, you surely do not want to end up not even being able to smell the experience points from monsters later on. Su Chen glanced at him, thinking, you must be a spy sent by the Cherry Blossom country. How come these threats sound so familiar? He looked at the others and smiled, do you all want to fight me too? Except for a few students who had only awakened basic classes, the others nodded one after another. After all, who does not know that Summoner is the most useless class in the early stages? Even if Su Chen could grow into a powerful professional in the future. Right now, he is definitely even more useless than those with basic classes. No one wanted to miss this chance. Su Chen sighed. We have been classmates for so long with all these years of friendship, I did not expect you to hold such a grudge against me. Wang Yilong and the others stared at him, grinding their teeth. They thought to themselves, when you were beating us black and blue, you certainly did not think about any classmate friendship. Su Chen put on a look of resignation. Fine, since you all want to fight, I will have to play along to the end. But there are so many of you, if you come one by one, who knows how long it will take. How about this, any classmate who wants to fight, give me 10 gold coins each as medical expenses. I will take on all of you at once, how does that sound? As soon as he said this, some people hesitated. Paying 10 gold coins just to beat him up, it would be satisfying. But what about their life afterwards? But before those people could speak, Wang Yilong burst into loud laughter. Su Chen, you are scared after all. You are trying to use money to scare them off, right? Well, I will not let you have your way. Spread the word, tell everyone in the 3rd grade to gather at the sparring field. Today, I, Wang Yilong, will pay the tab for everyone who enters the ring. When he said this, the whole class erupted and many cheered. Young Master Wang is generous, young Master Wang is mighty. Shen Qiuning frowned, wanting to speak up and stop this farce. The school encourages students to engage in actual combat. If you are afraid to even hit people, how will you deal with monsters once you leave school? But one-on-many matches were no longer combat, they were bullying. However, before she could speak, she caught a glimpse of Su Chen's expression. Su Chen looked distressed with a bitter smile on his face, as if he were facing some insurmountable difficulty. But as a homeroom teacher, Shen Qiuning keenly sensed that his eyes were not right. Hidden beneath that bitterness was a glint of anticipation. What is he hiding? Could it be that he really can defeat everyone? Shen Qiuning was frightened by her own thought. She knew that the people Su Chen had offended spanned the entire 3rd grade of Yunhua No. 1 High School. The title of Yunhua No. 1's bully was not just pinned on Su Chen for nothing. It was something he earned, one punch at a time on others. Of course, that was all the formidable reputation gained on the sparring platform. Outside the sparring platform, Su Chen was still a law-abiding citizen. So when Jiang Yilong's words spread, Kaio Chen would have to face at least 300 professionals. Even if they had only just awakened, it was not something Su Chen could handle, especially since he had also just awakened. Full of worry, Shen Qiuning ultimately chose not to intervene. She chose to follow the crowd to the sparring field to watch the show. The sparring field was large, equivalent to a gymnasium from Su Chen's previous life. Professional sparring here have an advantage. One can set rules like whether surrender is allowed and at what health percentage one is considered defeated. Su Chen agreed to follow Wang Yilong's suggestions. Wang Yilong gave a ferocious grin. He disabled the ability to surrender, set the defeat threshold at 10% health, and on top of that, he turned off injury digitization. When injury digitization is on, injuries only deduct health and do not manifest as physical trauma. Turning off digitization means that fists and swords hitting the body would actually leave bruises and welts. Of course, even with digitization off, there would not be permanent disabilities or fatal injuries. To allow time for the news to spread, Wang Yilong even made everyone wait for half an hour. Su Chen requested to start sooner, but after being refused, he stopped talking. Soon, many who had been defeated by Su Chen's iron fists in the past arrived upon hearing the news. Class 7 was the elite class of Yunhua number 1 high school, where students had the best aptitudes. Therefore, the class tiers of the others who arrived barely exceeded elite level. But no one cared about that. After all, who would ever take a summoner seriously in the early game? Soon, Wang Yilong finished counting the heads and handed over 3,000 gold coins to Su Chen. Then, both sides entered the field, standing on opposite ends. On the west side of the arena, Su Chen stood all alone, appearing pitiful, weak, and helpless. On the east side, the crowd was bustling, their momentum like a rainbow. Both sides were professionals who had just awakened, with no flashy weapons or gear. Only novice sets and starter weapons. But when the isolation screen of the sparring field lit up, Su Chen silently pulled out the blood pupil. Suddenly, the crowd on Wang Yilong's side became restless, everyone felt slightly uneasy. They were all just awakened professionals, how could he possibly have equipment? Quiet, what are you afraid of? Wang Yilong roared, stopping the uproar. He is just a summoner, so what if he has equipment? Our starter weapons are not just for show. The crowd immediately snapped back to reality, remembering that Su Chen's class was a summoner. Even if he were a legendary class, facing more than 300 people, he was still just going to get beaten up. After calming his side down, Wang Yilong looked at Su Chen and provoked him. Su Chen, you are a summoner, why do not you cast first and summon a goblin? Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Everyone knew the summoner's first skill was summon goblin. And goblins were such trash creatures that they could take down a whole group of them with their bare hands before even awakening. Su Chen smiled, you guys are so kind, since that is the case I will graciously accept. After speaking, he began to activate his skill. Outside the isolation screen, a crowd of curious teachers and some lower-grade students filled the spectator seats. A figure sat down beside Shen Qiuning. She turned her head and saw it was none other than Zia Lingyan. Why are not you participating in the sparring? Zia Lingyan said coldly. I would not stoop to joining them in bullying. After this, I intend to find him alone and have a showdown. Shen Qiuning shook her head. Then you will probably have to wait a few days, being surrounded by so many people. No matter how strong his inner mind is, it is inevitable he will develop a trauma. He might not accept your challenge. Zia Lingyan did not reply. Suddenly, her eyes widened, her red lips slightly parted, a look of seeing a ghost on her face. Shen Qiuning was startled by this and hurried to look at the sparring platform. Soon, she also wore the same expression of shock as Zia Lingyan. It's only so fast. How can Su Chen be this fast? Who do you guys think is going to win? Are you kidding me, man? Are you not using your brain? One guy against 327 people, who do you think is going to win? I admit Senior Su Chen is talented, and he is my idol too, but he is human, not a god. Besides, word on the street is that Senior Su Chen's awakened class is Summoner. You know what that means, the class that is trash in the early game. Oh, then what is the point of this fight? There is no point, it is just a way for those seniors to vent their frustrations. After all, these past 3 years, I am a sophomore and I had the chance to watch Senior Su Chen's matches. They got beaten so badly. Fair enough, but does Senior Su Chen really have no chance at all? It is tough, unless the world ends today and everyone goes to heaven together, maybe then it could be a draw. Why'd you stop talking? Quiet, I think I just saw a god. The noisy chatter in the audience died out the very second the fight began. Because in a single instant, Su Chen had deployed 10 summoning circles. 20 goblins emerged from the summoning circles. They were not like the usual garbage goblins that even an ordinary person could kick aside. These green-skinned ones were tall and muscular, brandishing morning stars in their hands. And it was not just green-skinned ones. There were also blue-skinned and red-skinned ones, both radiating elemental energy. Clearly, they could cast spells. What the are these actually goblins? Someone opposite Su Chen asked, their face turning pale. These were nothing like the goblins they had seen in textbooks. The difference is about like comparing a 4-year-old kid in kindergarten who cannot even speak clearly to a hardcore gangster with a shaved head, tattoos all over his back, and dragons and tigers on his arms. Some were already sweating bullets, gasping in shock. Some were so terrified they were frozen in place, not knowing what to do. No wonder. They thought it was going to be an easy fight, a walk in the park. But the small fry they were fighting suddenly evolved into a legendary beast who could handle that. Everyone, do not panic, there are over 300 of us. Even if he has many summons, can they really outnumber us? We just need to stay steady and crush him with our numbers. Victory will eventually be ours. Wang Yilong raised his arm, shouting to boost everyone's morale. However, the speed at which Su Chen summoned the goblins was too fast for anyone to keep up. Almost every second, a new magic circle was being deployed. In some places, as soon as 2 goblins popped out, another summoning circle was already being laid down. Half a minute later, Su Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and stretched his muscles, looking at the 400 goblins beside him. He muttered to himself, "That should be about enough." Before, even though he had the talent Mana Refund, which returned mana and reduced skill cooldowns, the speed at which goblins crawled out of the magic circles made it impossible to summon a large army in a short time. But the reason he could do it now was from the max-level mysterious skill gift box he received after contracting Jiang, he unlocked a skill called Quick Casting. Quick Casting level 99 speeds up spell construction by 1000%, allows overlapping spell construction, and ignores all casting interruptions. In one stroke, this truly turned Su Chen into a mage with infinite fire power. Alright, this is enough. It is time to start the brutal slaughter. Su Chen looked up, flashing a cruel smile. Wang Yilong, who was talking earlier, was now dumbfounded. He never expected that Su Chen could actually summon more goblins than the number of people they had. Looking at the sea of green, blue, and red goblins in front of him, his heart was uneasy, but he still gathered his courage and said, "Everyone, do not panic. No matter how different these goblins are, they are still just goblins. Dealing with goblins should be easy for us. We are all professionals, our stats definitely crush theirs. As long as we coordinate well, we will definitely." Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Yilong was muffled by the lackey standing next to him. "Young Master Wang, stop talking, hurry up and use Inspect to check their stats." Wang Yilong angrily pushed him away. "Do not you know he is trying to boost morale here? How dare you interrupt him? Once this is over, he would definitely punish him for shaking the army's resolve." He turned to look at the goblins, though angry, he cautiously used his Inspect skill. Level 6, Normal, Strength 123, Constitution 98, Agility 72, Spirit 46. Wang Yilong's breath hitched. He hurriedly inspected another one. He thought he must have just picked a weird goblin, surely another one could not be like that. He was right. Because after looking around, Wang Yilong realized that the first goblin he saw was actually the weakest one. Can you believe it? Su Chen did not have time to waste with them. Professional hunters need rare materials to boost their combat power. And the vocational university is a great platform for that. With his 1-second kill plugin, he would definitely thrive in the university. So he had to level up as quickly as possible within this month. He could not be delayed by them for too long. He waved his hand and the goblin army launched, brandishing their morning stars and charging quickly toward their opponents. "Ah, stop fighting, I want to surrender, let me surrender." Who the hell turned off the surrender option? Help, they even turned off damage calculation. "Mom, stop hitting me, ooh that hurts." "Damn it, I will fight you, no, do not hit my face, ah." The situation in the arena turned out just as the audience expected, one-sided. It is just that the roles were swapped. Su Chen, who was only one person, became the dominant side. And Wang Yilong's side of over 300 people were being beaten to the point of crying for their parents. However, the juniors who had seen Su Chen's solo matches before were not surprised. Because this scene had happened before. The only difference is, Su Chen used to beat one person until they were crying for their parents. And now, he is single-handedly beating a whole group and they are still crying out in misery. Wait, the situation has changed, look over there. Just as members of Wang Yilong's side were being cleared from the arena one by one. The audience, relying on the third-person perspective, saw several figures stealthily bypassing the goblin army and charging towards Su Chen, who had no protective forces around him. That is right. The assassins on Wang Yilong's side started to move after recovering from their initial panic. Everyone knows. Mages are afraid of being targeted by assassins. Especially a summoner class who has no survival capabilities in the early game. So when an elite assassin proposed to ambush Su Chen, they immediately got Wang Yilong's approval. They used their bodies to shield the remaining assassins in the team, giving them space to cast stealth skills. Seeing that the Goblin army was still attacking and making no move to defend, 30 assassins had already closed in on Su Chen's location. Wang Yilong could not help but laugh. The lackey beside him had been stunned into confusion and did not know about their plan. Seeing him laugh now, he thought Wang Yilong had been beaten silly and hurriedly asked, "Young Master Wang, what are you laughing at?" Wang Yilong laughed in response. "I am laughing at Su Chen for being all muscle and no brains. As a summoner, he did not even leave any summons around him to defend. Now that he is being ambushed by our assassins, let us see how he resists, ha ha ha." His words were transmitted through a nearby microphone. Almost everyone in the arena, including the audience, could hear it. Su Chen heard it too. And at this moment, the elite assassin who led the ambush on him had already exited stealth. He raised his dagger high, smiling grimly. "Sorry, Su Chen, but today I am settling the score from the past." He thrust his blade down, but it hit nothing. The elite assassin paused, and the next second, a gust of wind struck from his side. Bang! The elite assassin's body flew back like a ragdoll, crashed into the ground, and tumbled several times. His health bar instantly dropped to below 10%, and he was carried out of the arena. And now, the arena, which still had some noise, fell into absolute silence. And the smiles on Wang Yilong's side froze on their faces. Su Chen shook his hands, his expression indifferent. He looked at the other stunned assassins and smiled. "I did not want to make a move, but since you all delivered yourselves to me, you cannot blame me. Next up is hunting time." As he spoke, his figure instantly vanished from where he stood. The assassins who came to ambush him felt the shadows in their hearts expanding rapidly. The 400 goblins brought more than just numerical superiority. They also provided Su Chen with a 4,000-point boost to all his attributes. What does that even mean? With a dagger, he is essentially an assassin nearing his third-class advancement. Holding a shield, he becomes a knight nearing his third-class advancement. Of course, he could just as easily be a warrior, an archer, a mage. As long as the gear has no class restrictions, he can be whatever he wants to be. Add in his ability to use teleport infinitely, and Su Chen instantly transformed into a ruthless slaughterer. Hunting time begins. Before the words even faded, he appeared right beside a terrified assassin. "Wait, Godsu, I was just joking, do not do this." The assassin tried to flee in terror. But Su Chen grabbed his face, slammed him down, and smashed his head against the ground. "One," Su Chen said with a deadpan expression. Beneath his palm, the opponent was forcibly removed from the arena as his health dropped to 10%. The others were too paralyzed with fear to even speak. So much for summoners being a trash class in the early game. He is just one guy, and we had the numbers advantage. His weapon is nothing special, and beginner gear is actually overpowered. Mages are terrified of being flanked by assassins, and Su Chen has no strategy. Why is everything the exact opposite of what we expected? Assassins who were close to Su Chen had already suffered mental breakdowns, screaming as they ran back. They even willingly threw themselves into the path of goblin clubs or ran into goblin skills, hoping to exit the battlefield as quickly as possible. But with Su Chen able to use teleport infinitely, such attempts to escape were futile. 2, 3, 4, 5. Outside the barrier, the spectators watched this brutal scene. They saw a golden light flashing continuously, weaving through the crowd. Anyone approached by that golden light was doomed to be sent out of the arena the very next second. And those who were not reached by the light were not having it any better. They were being swarmed by goblins, howling in pain. This scene was destined to leave a bold mark in the history of Yunhua, number 1 high school. Whether it was 300 people being beaten by one single person, or that nearly invincible figure of a summoner. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Yunhua, number 1 high school. "Hurry, hurry, people are coming out, are you ready?" A chubby young man carrying a camera asked. Standing in front of the camera was a well-dressed young woman. She adjusted her outfit and nodded. The chubby youth gave a signal. 3, 2, 1. The woman spoke. "Hello everyone, I am Yang Mei, a reporter for Yunhua Television. I am currently standing at the main gate of Yunhua No. 1 High School. Today is Awakening Day, and countless students have participated to become professionals. The young professionals who awaken today will be coming out soon, and I am sure you are all dying to know how they feel. Next, I will randomly pick a few students to interview for you all. After the brief introduction, Yang Mei turned to look at the crowd coming out from deep within the school. At first, she did not notice anything odd. But upon a second glance, both she and the cameraman beside her could not help but gasp in shock. It was terrifying. Every single person had bruises on their faces. Some were swollen like pig heads, others were limping. They did not look like students who had just awakened their powers. They looked more like guards who had just finished a siege defense battle. At this moment in the Yunhua TV live broadcast room, the comments were flooding in like clouds. My God, were these kids attacked? How did they get so badly hurt? Why did not they turn on injury digitization? Are they that brave? Oh my God, I just saw my baby. What is going on at the high school? How could they let thugs into the school? Yang Mei and the cameraman exchanged glances. They both knew something huge had happened and there was going to be a massive scoop. Both were incredibly excited. They expected just a routine interview, but instead, Yang Mei rushed to stop a boy who looked less injured, though he had a black and blue eye. Student, excuse me, wait a moment. We are from Yunhua Television, can you tell us what happened to you all? The boy was not in a good mood. What happened? Are you blind? I just got beaten up, God. Yang Mei did not dare to stop the irate teenager and had to find another lucky soul. After a while, from the fragmented accounts of over a dozen people, they managed to piece together a bit of the truth. The school had not been hit by a terrorist attack. Their injuries were caused by another student. And they had all been beaten by the same person. The live broadcast room's comments exploded again. You have got to be kidding me. I just counted, there are at least 200 people walking out and they were all beaten by one person. I do not believe it. This has to be the school setting us up for a joke. That is unlikely. Yang Mei steeled herself, her eyes scanning the crowd. Suddenly, a girl with no physical injuries but a blank, dazed look caught her attention. Student, wait please, could you tell us what happened in the school today? The girl came to her senses and was about to run when Yang Mei grabbed her arm to keep her from leaving. Seeing the microphone shoved into her face, she opened her mouth. Socially anxious as she was, she thought she would not be able to say anything. But perhaps due to the severe shock she had suffered, she overcame her psychological barrier. Soon, she recounted everything that had happened inside the trial grounds. At the end, she even patted her chest and said, Su Chen, no, God, Su was just too savage. I am lucky he only hit me once, I did not enter the arena this time. No, let me go, I have to leave, if he catches up with me I am finished. After that, the girl shoved Yang Mei's hand away and sprinted off. After hearing her story, Yang Mei, the cameraman, and everyone in the live stream felt their brains had frozen. Most of them were ordinary people, but they were not completely ignorant about professional classes. A summoner is not that a mage-type class that only shows power at rank 8 or 9. How could the one described by that girl be so freakish? Not only could he summon hundreds of incredibly strong goblins in less than half a minute, but the summoner himself was chasing people down like a psycho killer. Live stream comments. This is fake news. My uncle is a professional and he told me that for kids from ordinary families, awakening as a summoner means you are finished. That girl did not look like she was lying. I noticed that when she mentioned the name Su Chen, everyone else passing by was full of terror and hurried their pace. Absurd, this is too absurd. If I was not a summoner myself, I might have actually believed it. The biggest buzz in the entire city today revolved around the universities. Rumors were flying that something weird happened at No. 1 High School and students were getting beaten up. Most people flocked to the live stream to catch the drama. The number of viewers in the Yunhua TV channel was steadily climbing. At this point, Yang Mei received a call. Hey boss, what, 300,000 viewers already? Interview Su Chen, got it, I will definitely catch him. Please rest assured, boss, I have already learned what he looks like, I will not let the audience down. After hanging up, Yang Mei nervously scanned the surroundings. She had already learned what Su Chen looked like from another student. 2 meters tall, muscular, with a fierce look in his eyes, just like a devil. As long as I keep an eye out for someone like that, I cannot go wrong. She and the cameraman waited eagerly. Over 300,000 people in Yunhua City were also watching the live stream, waiting for this tough guy to show up. But until the crowd had completely thinned out, no one matching that description had walked out the school gate. Because Su Chen had already been invited to the principal's office as a guest. Inside the principal's office, Jiang Donghai, the principal of No. 1 High School, looked exhilarated. He stood behind his desk, gazing at the brawny young man in front of him. In his excitement, he tugged at his sparse hair and asked nervously, "Student Su Chen, can you tell the principal, how did you manage to do that?" Su Chen sat with his legs crossed, looking relaxed, and asked nonchalantly, "What is it that the principal is asking about? Is it why I was able to summon so many goblins in such a short time? Or how I was able to continuously teleport and chase people down?" Jiang Donghai nodded vigorously. "I want to know all of it." Jiang Kaio smiled, leaned forward, lowered his voice, and feigned mystery. "I can only tell you, it is all because of my talent." Jiang Donghai had guessed as much. After all, besides talent, there was no other explanation for Su Chen's abnormal abilities. And that was exactly the direction Su Chen wanted the public to think in. Otherwise, if people found out that he had a cheat plugin inside him, they would surely ban him immediately. Anyway, it was all a matter of talent. He, Su Chen, did not use any cheats. "Can you tell the principal what is the grade of your talent?" Jiang Donghai asked nervously. Then he held up 2 trembling fingers. Su Chen thought for a moment and held up 3. Jiang Donghai's complexion flushed visibly. He jumped up with excitement. Woohoo! He knocked his knees against the desk. But even the pain could not dampen the joy on his face. He pressed his palm downward toward Su Chen, signaling him not to leave. Then he hurried out of the office. "You just wait here, I will be right back." After he closed the door, Su Chen vaguely heard Jiang Donghai cheering about something. "Triple S rank, No. 1 High finally has someone who can aim for the Daxia University." Su Chen had a strange look on his face. He had thought the principal had some special ability to see that he possessed 2 SSS rank talents. That was why he held up 3 fingers. He wanted to tell the principal that his 3rd talent was no worse than the first 2. Turns out, the principal's imagination was not rich enough, or perhaps he was a bit timid and dared not guess higher. He waited quietly for about 10 minutes. Before long, the principal returned to the office. As soon as he entered, he shoved a card into Su Chen's hand. "There are 100,000 gold coins in here, take it and spend it as you like. If it is not enough, call me again. The principal will cover all your expenses until your 3rd rank advancement." If Jiang Donghai had said this to any other student raised by the government, it would have surely made them overjoyed and ecstatic. But for Su Chen, he did not feel much joy. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, or 1,000 copper coins. With the 3,000 plus gold coins from Wang Yilong, plus his dungeon loot. Having the 1 yuan instant kill ability, Su Chen felt he could never spend all that money. To him, money was just a string of numbers. So he responded calmly, "Thank you, principal." This actually surprised Jiang Donghai a little. He had looked into Su Chen's background. He had no background at all. To have such a background and yet reach a state of being unmoved by material gains. No wonder he could possess an SSS rank talent. He is a man destined for great things. Jiang Donghai sighed to himself. Then, he took out a pair of glowing wings from his inventory. Su Chen took them, glanced at them, and joy appeared in his eyes. Equipment: Sky Wings. Rank Rare. Attribute bonus: Agility plus 55, Physique plus 44. Skill Flight. Equipment requirement: Agility over 10, Physique over 10. Principal, is this for me? Su Chen touched the wings lovingly. Jiang Donghai nodded. Naturally, it is for you. Student Su Chen, as you know, the school really hopes you can challenge for Daxia University. This is something of immense benefit to both yourself and the school. But the school is not a for-profit organization. We cannot be like other powers, so please do not look down on these sky wings. Su Chen quickly said. Principal, what are you saying? Even without these wings, I would still strive to get into Daxia University. 3 years as a high school student, a lifetime of connection to number 1 high. I will bring the top scholar title back to number 1 high. It is my duty to restore the glory of our school. Su Chen hoped to say some grand words that might make Jiang Donghai dish out some more gold coins. Unfortunately, the school was indeed poor. Jiang Donghai just grabbed his arm with gratitude and shook it. Good, you are a good child, number 1 high will surely be proud of you. In this month, focus on leveling up, and if you have any difficulties, contact me. This is my number, call me anytime. Seeing that no more gold coins were coming out, Su Chen nodded. Then, Principal, I will go first. There is only 1 month left until the vocational college entrance exam. Time is truly tight. Just as he was about to leave, Jiang Donghai suddenly said, by the way, do you need a high-level professional to carry you for leveling? If so, I can arrange it for you. Su Chen thought for a moment and shook his head. No need, I can do it on my own. He had too many secrets, and if a veteran professional were by his side, he would definitely be exposed. It was not that he doubted the principal, but what if the person he contacted had ill intentions? Without sufficient strength, it is better to avoid such risks. Jiang Donghai wanted to insist, but remembering his performance in the trial field, he did not press further. Just as he stepped out of the office building, a voice came from nearby. Su Chen, wait a moment. Su Chen paused, turned his head and looked. A tall girl was standing in the shade. The girl was quite beautiful, but her small chest was only enough to be grasped by a hand. She was not well endowed. She was not Su Chen's type. After giving her a quick glance, he thought for a moment and said, Zia Lingyun, it is you have not left yet. Oh, right, you did not go up earlier, were you hoping to spar with me alone? The girl was indeed Zia Lingyun. Hearing Su Chen's slightly teasing remark, Zia Lingyun averted her eyes. Originally, she had that intention. But after seeing Su Chen's performance, she decided it was better not to. Getting her face bruised would be troublesome and embarrassing. This guy would not be gentle. Zia Lingyun walked up to Su Chen and met his gaze. No, I am here to invite you to form a party to level up. Su Chen, hearing this, said uninterestingly, Sorry, I have no intention of partying with others, you should find someone else. Just as he was about to leave, Zia Lingyun said from behind, You have heard that dungeons have a cooldown mechanism, right? Su Chen paused. Of course he knew that. Once a dungeon is cleared, it cannot be challenged again for a short period. Different dungeons have different cooldown times. Some are an hour, some are a day, and some even half a month. I have a way to increase the number of times we can clear a dungeon every day by at least 5. Zia Lingyun said proudly. Su Chen thought for a moment and said, You mean invitations? There are 2 ways to enter a dungeon. One is to find the dungeon's light gate and enter directly. And the other is to use an invitation, which allows direct teleportation into the dungeon. The cooldowns for both methods are calculated separately. Seeing him guess it instantly, Zia Lingyun did not deny it and nodded. Exactly, I have an invitation for the Windhowling Valley. The Windhowling Valley is a level-restricted dungeon LV near Yunhua City. Before awakening, Su Chen had already set it as his leveling target. He considered it briefly. Bringing Zia Lingyun along would mean splitting experience points. But being able to clear the dungeon multiple times would surely yield much greater rewards. And he would not be staying in the Windhowling Valley for too long anyway. I must state, if you join my party, I have priority in choosing all dropped items. Also, I am already level 6, so I will not be staying in the Windhowling Valley for too long. Zia Lingyun froze, just about to say, Everyone just awakened, how are you already level 6? But then she remembered that Su Chen had spent a long time in the assessment dungeon. Her breathing suddenly became hurried. This guy, did not he choose the hell level assessment dungeon? He definitely did, and he succeeded in clearing it. He really is a monster. Zia Lingyun smiled bitterly in her heart. She had already tried her best to overestimate Su Chen, never expecting he was still holding back. No problem. Hearing her answer, Su Chen nodded. Fine, come to my house tomorrow, I will send you the address later. Zia Lingyun nodded, and seeing him walking toward the school gate, she gave a reminder. There are reporters waiting for you at the school gate. If you find it bothersome, you would better not go through the gate. Su Chen frowned. Reporters? What do they want with me? He was not afraid of fame, but he had things to do later and did not want to be held up. Thanks for the heads up. After thanking her, Su Chen equipped the sky wings he just received. With a flap of the wings, he took off into the sky, leaving Xia Lingyun in shock. Su Chen actually underestimated the value of flying equipment. Such equipment, along with short-distance teleportation gear, is usually a tier higher than its base quality suggests. In other words, rare flying gear sold on the market could fetch at least the price of epic-level equipment. Su Chen did not know, and even if he did, he would not care. After all, for him, money really was just a string of numbers. More than 104,000 gold coins. He could not spend it all, he had no idea how. Professional abilities are restricted within city limits. After flying over the school wall, Su Chen landed with a sense of reluctance. He did not go home. He took the number 9 bus and arrived at the Daxia Exchange. This is the trading venue for materials and equipment run by the Daxia government. You will not find rare materials or expensive equipment here. But for common supplies, they have plenty in stock. He was here this time, not only to sell off the items in his backpack he did not need, but also to buy some things to enhance his strength. After taking a number and waiting for a while, Su Chen walked up to the counter when his number was called. After selling the loot dropped by the blood slave and the 2 blood servitors, he made another 100 gold coins. Then he said to the pretty young lady behind the counter, "Trouble bringing up all the first-rank skill EXP books, equipment enhancement scrolls, and equipment protection scrolls on the trading panel, please." The clerk was stunned on the spot. First-rank skill EXP books are not worth much. But a primary grade 1 that gives 200 EXP costs 2 silver coins. A high grade 1 that gives 1000 EXP costs 1 gold coin. In their warehouse alone, there were thousands of high-grade ones piled up. If he wanted all of them, would not that cost thousands of gold coins? Adding the primary and intermediate ones, it would be over 10,000. Is he crazy, spending that much money to upgrade first-rank skills? And do not get her started on the enhancement and protection scrolls. The exchange only had primary grade enhancement and protection scrolls. But the prices were not low. A single primary enhancement scroll is worth 20 gold coins. The primary protection scroll is slightly cheaper, but still worth 15 gold coins. Buying all of those would be an expenditure of tens of thousands of gold coins. The clerk looked suspicious and confirmed the order repeatedly. Only after Su Chen's firm insistence did she finally retrieve these supplies from the exchange's warehouse. Then she watched as Su Chen paid and left. Even long after Su Chen had left, she still could not understand why anyone would waste money like that. After all, an ambitious professional does not stay at the first rank for too long. Once first-rank skills hit level 20 or so, they are generally good enough. After that, it is time to switch to second-rank skills. Buying that many EXP books is purely a waste of money. And the primary enhancement and protection scrolls are things no one buys. A primary enhancement scroll only has a 50% success rate even for upgrading a normal weapon to +1. A protection scroll only increases the success rate for a +1 normal weapon enhancement by 1%. Both probabilities decrease as the item's grade and enhancement level increase. It is bad enough for normal weapons, let alone superior or even fine grade ones. And normal weapons are not even worth enhancing in the first place. So this pile of scrolls was basically warehouse clutter. Yet unexpectedly, a big sucker, no, a big benefactor came along today, spent nearly 100,000 and bought them all out. It was all fair and square, but he is crazy, she just does not get it. The clerk pondered for ages but could not guess why Su Chen needed so many EXP books and enhancement scrolls. It never even crossed her mind that Su Chen was using them himself. Back home, Su Chen sat cross-legged on his bed, repeatedly taking out skill EXP books and using them. Ding, you used a high-rank first-rank EXP book. Skill Summon Goblin X plus 1000. Ding, you used. Ding, your skill Summon Goblin has leveled up, current level 55. After burning through a huge amount of first-rank EXP books, Su Chen's Summon Goblin reached max level, a feat unseen in history and likely never to be repeated. Summon Goblin LV Consumes 50 mana to summon a Goblin Squad, 1 Goblin Royal Guard Captain, 4 Goblin Royal Shamans, 30 Goblin Guards, 10 Goblin Longbowmen, 10 Goblin Wolf Riders, 25 Goblin Frost Shamans, 25 Goblin Flame Shamans. After reading the skill information, Su Chen was shocked. You call this a squad? A total of 105 individuals, from melee to ranged, from physical to magical, plus cavalry. It had everything a powerful army should have. Plus, with Su Chen's SSS rank, Mana Refund and the skill Quick Cast, he could easily summon an army of 10,000 in under a minute. The thought of that scene made him grin from ear to ear. Then, without wasting a second, he dumped all the remaining skill EXP books into Blink. Blink LV, after casting, you appear at a designated location within a certain visual range. The range is 150% of your spirit stat in meters. Each time you blink, you create a spatial shock at your destination, dealing 200 of your spirit stat as spatial damage to creatures in the area, lasting for 3 pulses. Holy crap! Su Chen exclaimed. At level 60, his blink range is 1.5 times his spirit stat. He also gets the boost from Unity of the Masses. This distance could easily exceed 1,000 meters. And it also deals spatial shock damage to the area after he arrives. Damn it, a utility movement skill has been evolved into a damage-dealing skill. The power of SSS rank Skill Evolution is truly terrifying. Su Chen felt smug about his own foresight. It is a pity that the range of Blood Eye is only 500 meters, but that is just temporary. He took out the Enhancement Scrolls, Protection Scrolls, and Blood Echo. Ding, the currently equipped item is Epic Grade, Enhancement Probability is 0.5. Do you wish to proceed? Note, if the enhancement fails, the equipment will be destroyed. Su Chen's mouth twitched at the news. 0.5. That is way too low. But he had not expected the success rate of primary scrolls to be high anyway. He took out the protection scrolls and used them repeatedly. Ding, you used a primary enhancement protection scroll. Enhancement probability increased by 0.1%. Ding, you used. After burning through hundreds of scrolls, the enhancement probability finally hit 100. Ding, congratulations on completing the equipment enhancement. You have obtained Blood Eye +1 Epic Weapon. Su Chen checked the effects of the enhanced skill. Equipment Blood Eye +1. Grade Epic. Stat bonus, Spirit +60, Mana Regen +6%, Magic Lifesteal +15%. Skill Blood Flying Eye range, 600 meters. Equipment requirement, Spirit/Fire attribute greater than 100. Not bad, adding 1 level increased the range by 100 meters. Continue. Su Chen took out more protection and enhancement scrolls and poured them into the equipment. Half an hour later. Equipment Blood Eye +10. Stat bonus, Spirit +150, Mana Regen +15%, Magic Lifesteal +60%. Skill Blood Flying Eye range, 1500 meters. 1500 meters was not the limit for Blood Eye. Nor was it the limit of Su Chen's wallet. But he had run out of protection scrolls. And the success rate of the primary enhancement scrolls showed 0. It could not be enhanced further. To continue enhancing, he would need to buy intermediate or even high-grade scrolls. Yunhua City is just a small town, so those items exist. But they are all in the auction house, with low stock and inconsistent supply. Su Chen thought he would find time to visit a larger city. Satisfied, he put the Blood Eye away. With a thought, he summoned Angelina. Due to their contract, Angelina was very clingy. As soon as she landed, she trotted toward him and called out, "Father!" Su Chen patted her head and asked, "Angelina, why is your HP still only at 1 point? How can you restore it?" Su Chen could not have Angelina, the progenitor of the Blood Clan, stay at such low HP. Although she was weak right now, she had huge potential and could definitely become a reliable bodyguard in the future. Therefore, Su Chen needed her to recover quickly, to block attacks in case of danger. Upon hearing this, Angelina licked her lips, her crimson eyes flashing. "Father, I only need to drink a little blood. Will you help Angelina?" Su Chen was taken aback, then rolled his eyes and said, "So you just need blood, that is easy." Angelina looked excited, exposing 4 sharp teeth, and leaned toward Su Chen's neck while saying, "Thank you, Father," then Angelina will not be polite. "No problem." Su Chen reached out to push her forehead away. Then he raised his hand to activate a skill. Soon, the fully armed goblin squad appeared in the room. Over 100 of them, including the cavalry, packed the room completely. Angelina was stunned. She stared blankly at the goblins before her, immediately understanding Su Chen's intent. "Drink up, these are all your food. If it is not enough, just let me know," Su Chen said generously. Angelina's mouth twitched, and she replied with a slightly dejected mood, "Oh." Compared to the blood of lowly creatures like goblins, she clearly wanted Su Chen's blood more. But children should not be picky eaters. She had no choice but to use her skills to quickly drain blood from the goblins one by one. Su Chen watched for a while, feeling it was a bit boring, thought for a moment and took out his phone. He wanted to contact Xia Lingyun directly. But after searching for a while, he did not have her private contact info. He could only tag her in the class group chat and send his address. Shortly after, Xia Lingyun replied, "Received." The two of them did not think there was any issue, but the classmates in the group chat were going crazy. "Oh my god, I only missed the group chat for one day, what happened?" "No, not our campus beauty Xia. I object to this marriage. They are a perfect match, what business is it of yours to object, you little monster?" In the class group chat, the emotions of the masses were already spiraling out of control. Clearly, they had misunderstood something. However, it was almost sunset, and sending an address at this hour. It was indeed hard not to raise suspicions. Within a few minutes, the group messages had piled up to over 99 plus. Some were heartbroken, some depressed, some teasing, others just making memes. As for the two people involved, one was staring blankly at the phone, a look of total confusion on her cool, delicate face. "What are they talking about? Why cannot I understand any of this?" Xia Lingyun frowned as she looked at the messages in the group. A while later, seeing that Su Chen did not send any more messages, and unable to make heads or tails of what the others were discussing, she simply put her phone away and started preparing the items she would need for the dungeon tomorrow. Su Chen had gone to take a shower. When he came back and checked, he was also taken aback by the 999 plus messages in the class group. He hurriedly opened the chat and, without even looking at the context, asked directly, "I just went to take a shower, what happened?" As soon as he sent that, the previously heated chat went silent for a moment. Then, in perfect unison, "Villain. Villain +1. Villain +2. In the middle of it, someone sent, "May you be together for 100 years. Breaking the flow. And so everything after that was, "May you be together for 100 years +1. May you be together for 100 years +2. Su Chen was completely baffled and confused. He just followed suit and sent a "May you be together for 100 years too." And then he went asleep. The next day, just as the dawn broke and the sky turned a pale fishbelly white, bang bang, in Su Chen's dream, a lightning bolt streaked across the sky with a deafening rumble, almost striking him. Because he was standing in the middle of a monster horde, showing off. He looked up at the sky nervously, wondering if, does showing off really get you struck by lightning? Bang bang bang. The noise started again, but there was no lightning. Su Chen woke up and heard knocking at the door. He pushed away Angelina, who was fast asleep while hugging his waist tightly. Su Chen got up to open the door. Standing outside was Xia Lingyun, fully equipped, wearing glowing jewelry and a deep blue robe. She said with a serious expression, "Su Chen, are you ready?" Su Chen's mouth twitched as he glanced at the time. It was only 5:30. "Look, big sister, what time is it?" Xia Lingyun frowned. 5:30, it is already bright out, what is wrong? "You will forget it, just wait a minute." Just as he was about to close the door to change, Angelina trotted over, clinging to his leg. "Father." Then the little girl glared at Xia Lingyun with hostility, looking as if she was afraid Su Chen would be snatched away. Xia Lingyun looked at Su Chen, then at Ru. She was silent for 2 seconds. Then she took out her phone and dialed the police. "Hello, is this the Public Security Bureau? I want to woo-woo." Su Chen snatched the phone away and hung up in a hurry. After giving Xia Lingyun a brief explanation, Xia Lingyun then used an appraisal skill on Angelina with wonder. And then, she was even more shocked. A sub-god level pet. What on earth did Su Chen go through in the assessment dungeon? She could not imagine it, and she could not fathom it. Su Chen did not have the urge to explain any further. After returning to his room to change, He took Zia Lingyun to the breakfast shop he frequented downstairs for a quick bite. When the clock struck 6, the three figures found an open space in a nearby park. Ding, do you accept the team invitation from Su Chen? Notification sounded in Zia Lingyun's ear. Yes. Ding, you have joined Su Chen's team. After forming the team, Zia Lingyun handed a letter to Su Chen. Su Chen took it and immediately received a prompt. Ding, dungeon invitation detected. Do you want to enter the dungeon Wind Howling Valley? Yes. Ding, please select the dungeon difficulty. Easy, normal, hard, hell. Zia Lingyun also received the prompt, but only the team leader had the right to choose. She recalled the information on Wind Howling Valley. Even for classes above level 5 who had not completed their first breakthrough, soloing normal was quite difficult. With 2 of them plus a sub-god leader and Su Chen's monstrous combat power. Hard should be about right. As for Hell mode, it is said that no one has successfully cleared it yet. She was just about to make a suggestion. But Su Chen did not give her the time and made his choice quickly. Ding, dungeon difficulty confirmed as Hell. Entering the dungeon now, please wait. With a flash of light, the three figures disappeared. Dungeon name, Wind Howling Valley. Dungeon difficulty, Hell. Level restriction, level 10. Max players 4. Clear requirements, kill 100 common monsters, 1 elite Wind Howling Hound and 1 brass tier boss, the Hurricane Divine Eagle. Closing the dungeon details page, Zia Lingyun was dazed. Turning her head to Su Chen, she could not help but stomp her feet and blame him. Su Chen, what are you doing? Do not you know that no one has successfully cleared the Hell difficulty of Wind Howling Valley yet? We just awakened our classes, choosing this difficulty is just way too arrogant. Su Chen looked calm. He could understand Zia Lingyun's freakout. If he were in her shoes, he could not understand this choice either. 2 newly awakened classes challenging a Hell-level dungeon is just a waste of an opportunity. However, geniuses are always misunderstood, and with the plugin he had, even more so. Su Chen did not speak, he pulled out the blood eye and activated the skill Summon Goblin. The next second, a perfectly arranged squad of goblins appeared before them. The leading goblin was 2.5 meters tall, his muscles piled up like a city wall, wearing golden armor and brandishing 2 short battle axes. Behind him, 30 elite goblin guards were lined up, armed to the teeth, clad in steel armor and helmets holding steel spears. Next came 10 goblins riding giant gray wolves, holding scimitars with short bows slung over their shoulders. And 10 more, robust in build, wearing light armor, holding longbows and equipped with short blades. At the end of the line were a group of goblins overflowing with elemental energy. The first 4 bore the attributes of life, holy light, shadow, and thunder. Followed by 25 frost goblins and 25 fire goblins. These goblins were similar in size to ordinary ones. But they wore beast-hide clothes embroidered with mysterious patterns, decorated with bone and tooth jewelry, and held staves thick with magical energy. The sudden appearance of this team left Zia Lingyun stunned. What skill is this? Why is it different from yesterday's? Zia Lingyun's mind was full of questions. Although Su Chen could summon 2 at a time yesterday, the goblins he summoned were numerous, strong, and capable of releasing elemental skills. That was already quite monstrous. But today, he redefined her understanding of a summoner once again. Compared to yesterday's, these goblins were like the difference between an ordinary person and a professional. And Su Chen did not pause, he set up 4 more summoning circles. At the same time, he replied to Zia Lingyun. If others cannot clear it, that is their problem. Stick close to me, let me show you what rocket speed leveling is. As he spoke, his staff glowed, and a winged eye flew out from it, flying into the valley ahead of them. The scene inside the valley appeared before Su Chen's eyes. At first, it was very narrow, barely enough for 1 person, but after a few dozen steps, it opened up into a wide space. The space inside was vast, with craggy rocks and plenty of vegetation, providing excellent cover for monsters. The further in you went, the stronger the fierce, blowing storm became. Visible tufts of wind were even swirling in the air. Su Chen did not hesitate at all and ordered his 400 goblins to advance. He and Angelina followed close behind. Zia Lingyun had no choice but to follow their lead and walk into the valley. Ding, you have entered the Gale Valley and are suffering from wind erosion. speed reduced by 30 points, armor reduced by 10%. As soon as they stepped into the valley, both Su Chen and Xia Lingyan heard the notification. Xia Lingyan felt a bit nervous, but Su Chen did not care at all. Anyway, they did not need to participate in the battle themselves, they could just leave it all to the summoned creatures. After walking forward for a few minutes, they encountered the first wave of monsters. A few giant wolves with cyan fur. Xia Lingyan cast a scout spell on the Goblin Guard Captain at the front. Monster Goblin Guard Captain. Grade Elite. Level 6. Health 1. Mana 1. Strength 225. Constitution 270. Agility 120. Spirit 80. Skills Heavy Slash Charge Whirlwind Sweep. After reading the stats, she swallowed hard. She finally understood where Su Chen's confidence came from. 2,500 health, 3 attributes in the triple digits and 3 skills. With stats like these, they would be considered top tier even among Second Awakening professionals. And Su Chen had 4 of them under his command. Furthermore, this was not his limit. Xia Lingyan felt that Su Chen still had the capacity to summon more. The reality was even more terrifying than she imagined. Even if Su Chen did not want to summon anything, he could just stomp this group of monsters to death. With a wave of his hand, the whole army launched an attack. Before those cyan wolves could even react. Arrows, ice shards, fireballs, lasers. A variety of ranged skills rained down on them. In an instant, they were wiped out, leaving a mess behind. Su Chen treated the loot dropped by a few ordinary monsters like trash. But Xia Lingyan happily picked everything up. She was not short on money. More than the money itself, she enjoyed the feeling of collecting loot. The few Goblin Guard captains were furious that their monsters had been killed before they even made contact. They let out a roar and charged forward with their respective squads. Seconds later, dense notifications rang out in their ears one after another. Ding, you killed a level 7 ordinary monster, Gale Demon Wolf, reward 700 EXP, multiplied by 4 for hell difficulty. Ding, you killed a level 8 ordinary monster, Cyan Feathered Sparrow, reward 800 EXP. Ding, you killed a level 8 ordinary monster, Gale Boar, reward 800 EXP. The two walked slowly, following behind the goblin squad, picking up loot along the way. Xia Lingyan was relaxed, she only needed to keep bending down to pick up the drops. But Su Chen had to consider many things. His blood eyes flew in midair, overlooking the entire valley terrain and observing the monster distribution. At the same time, he controlled 4 goblin squads to hunt monsters efficiently. Actually, it was not even that efficient. Find a monster gathering spot, fire a volley of arrows, throw a barrage of magical skills. Then the goblin captains and guards would move in to clean up the leftovers. The goblin wolf riders would pursue any fleeing monsters. The battle would end just like that, easily and comfortably. As they walked, Xia Lingyan started to feel something was wrong. For most of the day, she had not even seen a single monster. She had prepared many items and had her skills ready to go. But there was no place to put them to use. Being carried to victory feels great, but it also discourages motivation. They did not look like they were clearing a dungeon. It was more like they were on a spring outing. What is wrong? Su Chen noticed her expression and asked calmly. Xia Lingyan opened her mouth, sighed and said, "Nothing, just feeling that clearing this dungeon is a bit too simple. I do not even have to do anything, my level is increasing on its own. If this continues, I might become a useless person with 0 combat experience." Su Chen chuckled. "Were not you worried earlier that hell difficulty was too high and we would not be able to handle it?" Xia Lingyan's face turned slightly red. "Well, who knew you would be such a freak?" Su Chen shook his head and smiled. "Alright, you do not need to overthink it now, do not be ungrateful. I have estimated that it will take about 2 days to reach level 10. Once I leave, you can get as much combat experience as you want." Hearing this, Xia Lingyan froze, her tone filled with reluctance. "Only 2 days?" "Yes," Su Chen replied indifferently. Xia Lingyan pursed her lips and did not say a word. She quickened her pace and ran forward. After running 100 meters ahead, she turned around and said firmly, "Do not be smug, I will catch up to you soon." After saying that, she continued running ahead. Su Chen paused, then grinned. Catch up to me in your next life. It is impossible for me to be caught by anyone, hahaha. The team advanced quickly. Half an hour later, the first clearing objective was met, and the Goblin team at the front also arrived at a pool of water. A powerful aura of wind elements permeated around the pool. As one of the Goblin guards approached, whoosh! Strong wind swept over. Su Chen immediately heard the notification in his mind that a Goblin guard had died. He quickly shifted his blood eyes to look over. A cyan-furred, three-headed wolf, 3 to 4 meters long, stood by the pool. Its middle head was chewing on the corpse of the Goblin guard. Flesh splattered everywhere, covering the ground in red. The eyes of the heads on the left and right were fierce, full of desire for slaughter. Finally, has something worth fighting come along? Su Chen thought excitedly. He admitted, the hell-level dungeon was indeed a bit difficult. The difficulty was that if you were not careful, you might just fall asleep from boredom. From a distance of 1,000 meters, Su Chen used the scout skill on the three-headed Gale Wolf through his blood eyes. Monster three-headed Gale Hound. Grade Elite. Level 10. Health 1. Mana 1. Strength 233. Constitution 240. Speed 305. Spirit 424. Skills: Windwalk, Howling Gale, Savage Pursuit, Gale Cannon. As expected of an elite monster in a hell-level dungeon. It actually has some skill, does not it? Su Chen grinned and ordered the 4 Goblin squads to surround it. The 4 Goblin captains charged at the front. When they were 2 meters away from the three-headed Gale Hound, all 4 jumped at once, brandishing 8 short axes and slashing down simultaneously. However, the axes whistled through the air, but they missed. White wisps of wind swirled around the three-headed Gale Hound. Its speed suddenly increased. Windwalk. It turned into a cyan blur and charged into the Goblin Shaman squad. Clearly, the three-headed hound knew exactly who in this group posed the most threat. The Goblin Shamans panicked, their formation was scattered and they could not manage to organize a counterattack. The three-headed Gale Hound had already run behind them, its 3 mouths wide open. Gale Cannon. Wind elements rapidly gathered in its jaws. Within 2 seconds, 3 cyan light orbs the size of basketballs formed. The hound fired and the orbs crashed into the ranks of the shamans and archers who could not escape in time. The explosion expanded and the terrifying wind blades became the most brutal meat grinder, reaping the lives of the fragile Goblin shamans. Su Chen frowned slightly but did not pay much attention. If they die, just summon more. After all, he has infinite firepower. Let it kill as much as it wants. But just as Su Chen picked up his staff to summon more goblins, an unexpected figure appeared at the edge of the battlefield. Glacial Lockdown. Xia Lingyun held a scepter high, condensed a ball of ice blue light, then slammed the scepter onto the ground. The blue light centered on her and spread outwards. She was standing with her back to the three-headed Gale Hound. The beast could not dodge in time and was caught by the blue light. Its massive body was covered in a layer of ice crystals. -157. Negative effect: frozen. Xia Lingyun did not stop and cast another skill. Mystic Ice Spikes. She slammed her staff down again. A magic circle suddenly formed under the three-headed Gale Wolf, and a giant ice spike erupted, piercing through its abdomen. -1002. Negative effect: slowed. Xia Lingyun was panting slightly. Using those 2 moves took quite a toll on her. Yet the damage dealt was only 1/8 of its health. She gritted her teeth in frustration. But her contribution was greater than she herself had imagined. Su Chen continued to set up summoning arrays. At the same time, he took advantage of the three-headed Gale Hound being slowed by the frost element. He quickly coordinated the remaining Goblin Shamans to release skills, extending the effects while dealing elemental reaction damage. Over 100 Goblin guards and the 4 captains arrived at this moment, surrounding and attacking the Hound. Each Goblin guard's attack could only deal about 100 points of damage. The Shamans dealt a bit higher, around 200 per hit, and 800 from elemental reactions. The Goblin captains used heavy slash, dealing 500 to 600 points of damage. With so much damage bursting out at once, the three-headed Gale Hound's health bar dropped rapidly, and it could not help but howl in agony. Su Chen thought this was its dying wail. However, the next second, A dark shadow flashed past his blood eyes and sped downwards. By the time Su Chen reacted, two giant wind blades swept over like guillotines, wiping out the goblin captains along with the other goblin warriors and shamans instantly, saving the three-headed gale hound from an inevitable end. However, the dark shadow did not pause for a moment and charged directly towards Xia Lingyan. Xia Lingyan widened her eyes, her pupils reflecting a pair of massive, razor-sharp eagle claws. Her heart felt like it had stopped beating. The talons drew closer, and she could clearly feel the sharpness against her skin. But the next moment, Xia Lingyan felt a strong arm wrap around her waist. Then her body lifted off the ground, appearing in midair. The space between her previous position and her current position rippled like water. The dark shadow attacking her was caught in the middle, suffering 6 full waves of ripples. Minus 19,999. Minus 19,998. Minus 19,999. Nearly 20,000 damage each time for 6 consecutive hits. The health bar above the shadow dropped to the bottom the moment it appeared. It was only then that Xia Lingyan realized Su Chen had saved her. He was holding her, his expression cold and grim. Su Chen looked at the shadow below, which turned out to be a massive white eagle with a 10-meter wingspan. His eyes turned ruthless and he stomped his foot down. Minus 29,999. Ding, you killed a level 10 brass boss, Gale Divine Eagle, reward 10,000 EXP. Xia Lingyan was stunned. A brass boss just like that stomped to death by Su Chen. Su Chen was truly drenched in a cold sweat. It was so close. His perfect career record was about to be stained. If he had hesitated for even a moment just now, letting Xia Lingyan die under those eagle claws. Years later, when he achieved success and fame, looking back, he would surely still feel ashamed and filled with endless regret. Are you all right? Su Chen asked nervously. He confirmed that he had moved very fast, with 2 consecutive teleports being nearly the limit of his reaction speed. But he still could not guarantee that Xia Lingyan was completely unscathed. Xia Lingyan finally snapped back to reality, sobbing softly, and a moment later, she burst into loud wailing. Tears soaked through Su Chen's clothes. He scratched his head, not quite knowing how to handle the situation. If it were fighting or killing monsters, he could be swift and decisive without blinking an eye. But when it came to comforting a crying woman, he would rather fight a god-level boss right now. After a long while, Xia Lingyan finally calmed her emotions, wiped away her tears, and looked up at Su Chen. Seeing him standing there blankly like a wooden post, not daring to move an inch, it was a bit funny. Xia Lingyan could not help but chuckle twice. Hearing the sound, Su Chen looked down, just in time to meet her teary eyes. Youthful infatuation. Although Xia Lingyan was not exactly the type with a broad chest that he preferred, still such a delicate, porcelain-like face inevitably stirred his heart. Anyway, are you okay? Su Chen looked away, not daring to look too much, and asked. Xia Lingyan bit her lip, her voice still trembling with sobs. I am fine, I am sorry I scared you. I should not have rushed so far ahead. Xia Lingyan knew she had been too reckless. Just to prove her presence, she had forced herself to the front line. Otherwise, given the ability of Su Chen's summons, this dungeon would never have been this dangerous. Su Chen seemed to have been reminded by her, realizing it suddenly, and flicked her forehead with his finger. Ouch! Xia Lingyan covered her forehead, tears welling up from the pain. She complained indignantly, "You hit me." Su Chen said fiercely, "Do not you deserve to be hit? We could have cleared this dungeon safely and smoothly, but you insisted on making it so dangerous. You survived today only because I had the ability to save you. If it were not for me, you would have been gone long ago, you know." Xia Lingyan mumbled dissatisfiedly. "If it were not for you, I would not have entered a hell-level dungeon either." Su Chen glared at her, still talking back, asking for a beating. And then, he gave Xia Lingyan another unexpected flick to the forehead. Leaving the school beauty to wear a mask of pain, Su Chen walked to the corpse of the Hurricane Divine Eagle. This was a brass-level boss, the same grade as Chuck in the assessment dungeon, so the loot should not be too bad. He reached out to touch a ball of light next to the corpse, and a second later he pulled out a small booklet. Item: Riding the Wind Skill Book. Learning requirement: Mage or Priest class, spirit greater than 200 points. Introduction, second turn mage/priest skill. After casting, it grants all friendly units within a 100x meter range a wind element magic buff, increasing movement speed by 20%. That is a good thing, Su Chen thought to himself. Buff skills always have a market. It is the same situation where no one wants to play support, but everyone wants a good support. An effective buff skill, once it appears in the auction house, has a high probability of becoming a finale item. Of course, a second turn skill does not quite reach that level. However, increasing the speed of all friendly targets within 100 square meters by 20 is already quite good. It also suits Su Chen's summoner class. With it, his summons can run a bit faster. The loot light orb did not disappear. Clearly there was still something left. Su Chen reached in again. It was a pair of shoes. Equipment Spirit Wind Boots. Grade Fine. Attribute bonus, agility plus 25, evasion plus 1%. Skill Lightness. Equipment requirement, agility greater than 10. Fine equipment not worth mentioning. Its value is not comparable to the second turn skill, Riding the Wind. Su Chen thought for a moment and glanced not far away. There was also a light orb next to the corpse of the three-headed wind-howling hound. He ran over quickly and took out a necklace. Just quality equipment. The bonus is far inferior to the Spirit Wind Boots. However, one quality item and one fine item, 2 pieces of equipment. Plus the materials along the way. It is barely equivalent to the skill book. Su Chen returned to Xia Lingyun and handed her the 2 pieces of equipment. Xia Lingyun guarded her forehead vigilantly, afraid of another sneak attack from Su Chen. Seeing him handing over items, Xia Lingyun asked, "What for?" "Splitting the loot," Su Chen said calmly. Xia Lingyun paused and looked at the skill book in his other hand. Generally speaking, a graceful gentleman distributing items would save the better things for the lady. But Su Chen was not the kind of person who would show tender affection. He even had the heart to hurt such a great beauty as her. There is nothing he would not do. Therefore, Xia Lingyun pointed to the book and said, "I want that one." Su Chen said decisively, "Not happening. We agreed earlier that I get to pick first." Xia Lingyun already knew this result. Even if Su Chen offered it, she would not really want it. She just wanted to test Su Chen's attitude. Now she had tested it. Su Chen was not willing to give her any attitude at all. In the end, Xia Lingyun took the equipment angrily. She originally intended to throw it in her inventory to collect dust, but after seeing the decent stats of the shoes, she put them on. And Su Chen learned Riding the Wind as well. The two searched around again, making sure nothing else was left, before choosing to exit the dungeon. When both of them chose to exit simultaneously, a sound rang out in both their ears at the same time. "Ding, detecting you and your teammate have cleared the hell-level wind-howling valley for the first time. Reward, free attribute points plus 100. Ding, you broke the record, successfully topping the hell-level wind-howling valley record list with a time of 1 hour, 32 minutes and 6 seconds. In front of the wind-howling valley dungeon, a small gathering place for professionals. At this time, it was around 8 o'clock in the morning. Quite a few professionals had already arrived at the gathering place. Many professionals were already going in and out of the light gate. "Hey, is not this Wang Yilong, young Master Wang? I heard that more than 300 of you challenged one person and still lost. Is that true? Let me see, your face is so badly injured and you still have the face to come out and see people, ha. Wang Yilong and his teammates had just stepped into the gathering place when they heard an annoying voice. He looked back wearing a sullen expression. That was a long-haired youth named Liu Guang. Because their fathers had a friendship, they had known each other since they were very young. However, the relationship between the two had always been at odds. "Liu Guang, stop your damn schadenfreude. It is just that you are lucky you did not get into the number 1 middle school, otherwise the beating would have included you too." Wang Yilong did not feel embarrassed. Over 300 people could not beat Su Chen alone. He had already come to terms with it. And he believed that Su Chen was just a freak. No one could do anything about it. He stiff-lipped, still stiff-lipped. Losers are always unwilling to admit they are losers. If you ask me, the students in your year really brought glory to your school. Over 300 people could not beat one person. If it were our school, I would not dare to step out the next day. Liu Guang mocked mercilessly. Wang Yilong sneered. Go ahead and be proud. With that freak Su Chen around, this year's city champion. No, a regional champion will definitely be from our #1 middle school. By then, our school will be in the news, on the newspapers, and broadcast nationwide. What about you? Will anyone be able to see your faces in the newspapers? Liu Guang paused, then laughed heartily. Wang Yilong, have you lost your mind from the beating? Regional champion, I think that Su Chen beat you into a hallucination. You are putting him on such a high pedestal just to find excuses for your own incompetence, right? The college entrance exam is still a month away. Too long, just here in Wind-Howling Valley. Go tell him to come and challenge the record. Simple, normal, difficult, let him choose, pick his own team. If his clear time can even make it into the top 10 on the leaderboard. I will kneel down right here and call him and you daddy. Wang Yilong's eyes darkened. Wind-Howling Valley had existed for a long time, and the records had long been pushed to the limit by countless senior professionals. The gaps in the top 10 were measured in milliseconds. Breaking them was incredibly difficult. Even if Su Chen was fierce, it was impossible. He said expressionlessly, everyone is busy who has time to pay attention to you. Liu Guang sneered, still stiff-lipped, do not tell me, you also know he is a loser. It is just that. You are even bigger losers, ha ha ha. As soon as the words fell, suddenly, someone exclaimed in surprise. The leaderboard updated, my god, another beast of a player. Liu Guang's smile stiffened. He had just used breaking a record as a bet and someone broke a record. Is such a coincidence possible? But fortunately, it should not be that Su Chen. After all, he only awakened his class yesterday. He cannot be that fierce. Wang Yilong and his party were curious about who broke the record, so they squeezed toward the dungeon light gate. There was a leaderboard there showing all the records. Someone was operating the leaderboard in front. Simple and no change. Normal and no change. Difficult and no change. Who the hell is spreading rumors? Nobody broke the record. The person operating the leaderboard cursed. That is not right. The light gate is flashing with golden light. That is a sign that someone broke a record. But none of the 3 difficulties changed. Could it be that someone cleared the hell level difficulty? Impossible. The boss in there is brass level, can fly, and has ranged attacks. Not to mention the boss, even that 3-headed hound is not something a professional under level 10 can deal with. While the crowd was discussing spiritedly, someone had already adjusted the leaderboard difficulty to hell level. Just look, on the previously empty board, a string of information appeared. Clear team, Su Chen's team, clear members, Su Chen, Zia Lingyun, clear time 1:23:6, rank 1. The scene went silent for a moment and then, my god, my god, my god. Wang Yilong stared blankly for a few seconds, his spirit suddenly jolting. Liu Guang, a man keeps his word, get over here and call me daddy. What are they arguing about? No idea. Forget it, no time to join the crowd, let us keep going. Yeah. At this moment no one noticed. The two who just cleared the hell difficulty Wind-Howl Valley for the first time, causing a sensation in the camp, did not care about the glory they had achieved at all. They entered the dungeon again. Su Chen did not know what they were exclaiming about. But even if he did, he would not care too much. At most a slight smile, then back to grinding the dungeon. He believed that to become a top-tier powerhouse, one must have a heart that is focused and always moving forward. Reflecting on past glory. Wait until you are invincible in the world or about to be laid to rest, then talk about it. Time passed quietly. In a flash, it was the next day. Just as Su Chen had calculated previously. He was less than 10% away from reaching level 10. Dusk. Wind-Howl Valley. The sunset painted the entire valley as if stained with fresh blood. Scree! An eagle's cry echoed through the skies. A massive white eagle with a 10-meter wingspan circled in the heavens. Then it suddenly dived down. Its wings flapped continuously, launching hundreds of massive wind blades. However, the targets it was attacking, the dense swarm of goblin warriors, had a method to deal with it long ago. The short goblin shaman stood at the very front. They cast defensive spells together. Ice shield. Fire shield. The wall formed by 500 elemental shields perfectly nullified those incoming wind blades. And when the white eagle was about to dive and was only a few dozen meters from the ground, the goblin archers standing behind the shamans also launched their attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Longbows hummed, continuously firing arrows with high piercing power into the rain of arrows filling the sky. The white giant eagle was instantly turned into a pincushion, let out a mournful cry and stopped its momentum by flapping its wings. It did not want to attack anymore, it wanted to flee. But it was too close to the ground, only about 10 meters away. Plus it was covered in arrows and its wings were severely injured. While this would not make it fall immediately, its movements inevitably slowed. It was just as the giant eagle struggled to turn around. Dozens of large goblins jumped up with all their might. They grabbed the eagle's claws, feathers, and wings, pulling and dragging it down to the ground. Following that, thousands of spear-wielding goblin warriors swarmed in. Like assembly line workers, each gave it a stab then quickly retreated, swapping with the next batch. The bronze-grade boss, Hurricane God Eagle, had not even been out for 10 seconds. Before being dragged from the sky by base goblins thousands of times its number and utterly shattered. Ding, you killed a LV bronze-grade boss, Hurricane God Eagle, obtained 10,000 experience. Ding, you have reached level 10. HP/mana plus 50, Strength, Agility, Constitution plus 3, Spirit plus 5. Ding, you have reached level 10. Please accept and complete the second rank breakthrough mission as soon as possible. System notifications kept ringing in Su Chen's ears. He did not care much, it was something he had expected long ago. He stepped forward to collect the Hurricane God Eagle's loot. 2 pieces of high-quality equipment. He was not sure if it was because he had farmed it too many times. Aside from the first loot drop, which was decent, the rest were just trash-tier high-quality gear. Actually, high-quality equipment is already considered very precious on the market. Most professionals never manage to gather a full set of high-quality gear in their entire lives. Only someone like him who installs plugins, or professionals with background support like Xia Lingyun would look down on it. After the routine division of loot, Xia Lingyun, who had been silent all day, suddenly spoke up. Once you reach level 10, you are leaving, right? Su Chen looked at her in confusion. Is there a problem? I am already level 10. There is almost no improvement to be gained from continuing to farm this dungeon. Xia Lingyun lowered her head and said nothing. Finally, she shook her head. Nothing, I was just asking. By the way, I heard reporters have arrived at the camp. If you do not want to be interviewed after going out, just teleport away. Su Chen actually kind of wanted to be interviewed. But he checked the time, there was not much left. If he was any later, the Mage Guild would close, and he would have to wait until tomorrow to pick up the breakthrough quest. He nodded and said, fine, thanks for the heads up. Wait. Just as he was about to exit the dungeon, Xia Lingyun suddenly said. What is wrong? Su Chen asked, confused. I will catch up to you soon. After leaving those words, Xia Lingyun quickly exited the dungeon. Her words held Su Chen in place for 10 seconds. When he came back to his senses, Su Chen could not help but chuckle. Haha, I guess I am still quite charming, or not I? But catching up to me will not be that easy. He actually quite liked Xia Lingyun too. Although she did not have much of a chest. She was not troublesome, stayed calm in situations, had stable emotions, and was strikingly beautiful. If she had expressed her feelings directly, Su Chen might have impulsively agreed. But after a few silent seconds, Su Chen smiled and sighed. Now is not the time for romance. His career path has just begun, he cannot be distracted by other things. But if it is meant to be, we will meet again in the future. Keep at it, I will be waiting for you in the future. Su Chen muttered, then exited the dungeon. Inside the camp in front of the Windhowl Valley Gate, Yunhua City TV reporter Yang Mei and her cameraman were looking around, terrified. As ordinary people, they were full of fear for everything in the wilderness. Afraid that a monster would suddenly jump out of the surrounding woods and swallow them. However, thinking of the stir Su Chen had caused here, they had no regrets. Su Chen was just too fierce. In just 2 days, he had filled the previously empty Windhowl Valley Hell difficulty challenge leaderboard. All the top 10 spots were Su Chen's team. As long as they could interview him, added to the attention he caused at school 2 days ago. Their TV station would definitely go viral. Only, they had been waiting in the camp for half a day and had not seen anyone matching Su Chen's description. Did we miss him again? Yang Mei said, feeling deflated. The cameraman patted her shoulder and sighed in silence. Just then a cold voice came from nearby. "Are you guys reporters from the TV station?" The two turned to look, and it was an extremely beautiful young girl. It is just that the girl's temperament was a bit cold, radiating a chill that was hard to bear. Yes, may I ask if you know Su Chen?" Yang Mei's teeth chattered as she asked with difficulty. Only then did Xia Lingyun notice that she had not turned off one of her area of effect skills. After she turned off the skill, the cold air around her vanished. "My name is Xia Lingyun." Xia Lingyun. Yang Mei was stunned, then realized she was one of the members of Su Chen's team. Her eyes lit up and she hurriedly greeted her. Hello, may I ask, where is Su Chen now?" "He is gone," Xia Lingyun said. Then could you accept an interview from us?" Yang Mei asked tentatively. Xia Lingyun nodded okay. Yang Mei breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly asked, "Could you tell us what kind of person is Su Chen?" Xia Lingyun, as if she had already drafted her answer in her heart, spoke directly. "He is powerful, has excellent character, is very kind-hearted, and he is also the person I, Xia Lingyun, need to chase after." Yang Mei was still stunned. But she did not know that shortly after this interview aired, countless students at the high school and one old father had their hearts broken. 5:59 p.m. 1 minute left until the Mages Guild closes. Yi Kaiyan, the mage in charge of reception, watched her watch and counted down the time. 30, 29, 28, 3, 2, 1. Off the clock. Yi Kaiyan stood up happily and grabbed her small bag from the side. But just as she was about to leave, she saw a tall, burly figure walk in through the door. Yi Kaiyan froze, but her eyes lit up quickly as she said, "Sir, this is the Mages Guild, you must be in the wrong place." Su Chen looked at her, confused, and said, "No, this is right, I am a summoner and I need to pick up a breakthrough mission. Should not I come to the Mages Guild for that?" Yi Kaiyan widened her eyes, eyeing him with suspicion. She scanned his muscular arms and his broad back, which looked like it was covered in shoulder armor. She swallowed hard and asked in disbelief, "You are a summoner?" Su Chen displayed his class status to prove his identity. It is absolutely true. He felt a bit helpless. Why do these people love to judge a book by its cover? He had almost been dragged into the Knights Guild by the receptionist when he passed by earlier. And here at the Mages Guild, he was nearly kicked out. Yi Kaiyan used a detection spell to verify that he was indeed a summoner. Sullenly, she put down her bag and led him to the place where breakthrough missions were issued. A small orb hovered before them. Yi Kaiyan said, "Place your hand on it and the main apocalypse system will tailor a breakthrough mission to your class. The difficulty levels are easy, normal, hard, hell, and special. You can choose from the 5 difficulties based on your own abilities." Su Chen asked, confused. Easy to hell are easy to understand, but what does special mean? As if expecting this question, Yi Kaiyan answered quickly without hesitation. Completing missions from easy to hell only provides attribute bonuses. Easy doubles your attributes, normal triples them, hard gives 4 times, and hell gives 6 times. But a special mission can actually change your class. Hearing this, Su Chen's eyes lit up. "You mean I can reawaken my class?" "No." Yi Kaiyan shook her head and said, "It is not reawakening, it is an upgrade. Completing a special mission can raise the grade of your class, from basic to normal or normal to excellent. Besides that, there are also rewards like skills, attribute points, and equipment." "It is just that." She paused and added meaningfully, "Even hell-grade breakthrough missions are hard to complete, and as far as I know, this special mission. Only 2 people in the entire Xia Empire have completed it 3 times. It is as difficult as reaching the heavens. If you fail a breakthrough mission, you must wait 7 days to attempt it again, so please think carefully, sir." Su Chen mostly understood what she meant. He looked quite excited. Although the summoner class is not bad, it is still just a normal class. Even though he had leveled his summon Goblin to the max, he still had to rely on sheer numbers just to defeat a brass-ranked boss. It was too weak. And the class even affects attribute point bonuses. Although he has one for all, he does not need to worry about attribute points as long as he summons enough people. But what if he gets ambushed before he can set up the summoning circle? So, upgrading the class grade is urgent. As for whether he can finish the mission, what a joke. Since others have completed it, it proves it is a possible task. Su Chen has supreme talent and a cheat tool, so why would he be worse than others? With that thought in mind, Su Chen placed his hand on the crystal. Ding, detected, you have reached level 10, loading breakthrough mission. Ding, your level 2 breakthrough mission is as follows. Easy mission, kill 100 level 10 monsters. Normal mission, solo kill 3 black iron rank bosses. Hard mission, solo kill 1 brass rank boss. Hell mission, complete 1 level 10 hell difficulty instance. Special mission, explore the tomb of 10,000 graves and successfully obtain the Bone King crown. Ding, you have successfully accepted the special mission. Please complete it within 3 days or it will be judged as failed. Su Chen did not hesitate and accepted the special mission immediately. He pulled his hand back in satisfaction, thanked Yi Qian and left the Mages Guild. After he left, Yi Qian, driven by curiosity, looked up the mission records. She was stunned for a long time after reading it, then let out a chuckle. He really is reckless. This guy really spent at least a year reaching level 10, and now he dares to take a special mission. Yi Qian shook her head with a smile. She assumed Su Chen was someone who had awakened his class at least a year ago. After all, Awakening Day was only 2 days ago. No one could possibly reach level 10 so quickly. How could that be? She went off duty feeling quite high-spirited. She decided that when she saw Su Chen again in 7 days, she would definitely make fun of him. It would be compensation for the time she spent working overtime today. After leaving the guild, Su Chen did not go home. He went straight to the trading center. In the past 2 days, despite Xia Lingyun's shocked reaction, he had been frantically grinding his skill levels. But relying on the accumulation of uses was too slow. Teleport still needed 23 levels to be maxed out. The second turn skill, Riding the Wind, was only barely level 15. He needed a large amount of experience books to level up his skills. Both first turn and second turn ones. Entered the exchange, got a number and waited. Before long, Su Chen arrived at the counter. It was the same beautiful staff member from that day. Hello, how can I help you today? It is you. The staff member recognized him and said with surprise. Su Chen said, help me bring out all the first turn and second turn skill experience books. The staff member's mouth twitched. What a show off. However, having handled one of Su Chen's transactions before, she did not doubt his strength. But she apologized and said, I am sorry, sir, but we are currently out of stock for first turn skill experience books. As for second turn books, we only have elementary and intermediate quality left. Would that work for you? Su Chen was stunned. He could understand the first turn books not being restocked, but why would there be no advanced ones for the second turn? He asked, where did all the advanced second turn experience books go? Surely they could not all have been bought. Why would it be impossible? Have not you done something like that before? The beauty thought to herself, then said, it is like this, Tianjiang Pavilion is hosting a large-scale auction today. They bought all the advanced experience books, saying they would be used as a bundled item for a second turn skill. If you really need them, you can check at Tianjiang Pavilion. Su Chen's eyes lit up. An auction? Does not that mean I have to spend money? Oh, his favorite thing to do is spend money. If he does not spend it, he feels uncomfortable. Alright, help me get all the elementary and intermediate second turn experience books. Su Chen nodded in agreement. The woman quickly operated the terminal. Su Chen paid readily and completed the transaction. Leaving the exchange, he immediately headed toward Tianjiang Pavilion, fearing he might miss a great opportunity to spend money. Tianjiang Pavilion takes its name from the Tianjiang River, which flows through Yunhua City. As the largest auction house in Yunhua City, it sees an endless stream of visitors every day. Su Chen arrived just as the auction was starting. He followed the crowd forward and entered the venue. A young waitress dressed in revealing, sultry attire immediately walked up to him. Customer, how may I help you today? Su Chen scanned his surroundings and said straightforwardly, I want to attend the auction. The waitress was not surprised. After all, what else would people come here for if not the auction? She led Su Chen forward and said, you have come at the perfect time. Today is our grand auction held once every 6 months. With over 100 items up for bid, I am sure you will find what you need. However, to enter the venue, you need to pay a seating fee first. The standard hall seats are 5,000. Su Chen interrupted her and said grandly, "Do not talk so much, just arrange the most luxurious private box for me." The waitress's eyes lit up. She hurriedly took him to the front desk and spoke a few words to the receptionist. A payment panel popped up in front of Su Chen. Without even looking, he clicked to pay. Soon, Su Chen sat on the sofa in his private box, where a one-way mirror allowed him to view the entire venue. There was an abundance of fruits and fine wine. He helped himself without hesitation, waiting for the event to begin. Before long, a woman with a graceful figure and distinct facial features dressed in a bright red evening gown stood at the front of the stage. Her golden hair was tied up, adorned with various gold hairpins and jewels, yet it did not look tacky. Her eyes, clear as autumn water, shimmered enchantingly. Her voice came through the loudspeaker. "Welcome guests, everyone, I am your lead auctioneer for tonight, Wenking. We are honored by your presence. Without further ado, I hope everyone can secure the treasures they desire today." After a brief opening, Wenking began the auction. The first item to appear was quite explosive. The first piece was a legendary quality weapon. However, it was a damaged sword. Though Su Chen did not participate, he enjoyed the delicious fruits without acting recklessly. With the plugins he had installed, he had the power to bid on every single item. But doing so would be too eye-catching, and he might become a target for everyone. Su Chen felt it was better not to be that foolish. It is enough to get what I want. Time flew by. In a blink of an eye. Half an hour passed. A skill book was brought onto the stage. Wenking introduced it. "Everyone, this is a Tier 2 skill book. Although it is only Tier 2 in rank, its function cannot be measured simply by its tier. Purchasing this lot includes 799 high-level Tier 2 skill experience books as a gift. We will now allow 2 minutes for everyone to inspect its information." Seeing his target, Su Chen sat up straight. His main goal was those experience books. But that did not stop him from being curious about the skill itself. He cast an inspection skill toward it from a distance. Item: Eye of True Skill. Learning requirement: any class. Introduction: a Tier 2 skill. After learning it, you can uncover information about hidden things. Simply put, it is an upgraded version of the basic inspection skill. For an average practitioner, its utility is limited. However, some items or equipment are sealed or have incomplete information. Ordinary inspection skills cannot fully uncover their details. This gave rise to an entire industry, equipment appraisers. With this skill, its most straightforward and practical use is: when encountering sealed equipment, you do not need to find an appraiser, you can detect the information yourself. Besides that, you can also use it to make money in places like stone gambling dens. Of course, provided you do not get caught. It is quite useful, which is why so many people were vying for it. Everyone, time is up. I now announce that the bidding for the Tier 2 skill, Eye of Truth, starting at 100,000 gold coins, is open. After 2 minutes, the auctioneer Wenking announced. Su Chen did not make a move immediately, he sat back to observe. 110,000. 120,000. 150,000. The price continued to climb, with many people bidding. But when the price crossed 500,000, fewer people were willing to call out. When the price hit 1 million, only 3 people were still competing. After all, a Tier 2 skill book is worth at most 1 million. Anything more is a loss. Unless there is a desperate need, or one simply has too much money to burn. It is impossible for anyone to spend over 1 million gold coins on a Tier 2 skill book. 1,235,000 gold coins. The whole fell silent after that price was announced. Wenking smiled, feeling quite satisfied. Selling a Tier 2 skill book for such a high price meant they had made a tidy profit. She picked up her auction hammer and said, 1,235,000 once. She paused for a moment. 1,235,000. Before her words could land, a lazy voice called out. 2 million. Wenking was slightly startled and looked toward the source of the voice. Private box number 7. The speaker's voice was very soft, with a lazy tone as if they had just woken up. Inside box number 9, Su Chen was taken aback. He had already been planning to bid. He did not expect someone to beat him to it. However, it did not matter how much she bid, Su Chen was not concerned. For something he was determined to win. There was no way he would fail to get it. 2 million once. Wenking had seen many big scenes. So even when a Tier 2 skill book was bid up to 2 million, her expression remained calm. But even before her voice could finish, a voice came from box number 9. 3 million. Hiss. Now Wenking could not help it, a look of astonishment crossing her face. The others were all in shock, drawing sharp breaths. Only one thought was in everyone's mind. 3 million for a skill book. Did his money come from the wind? 3. Before Wenking could finish her sentence, a voice came from box number 7. 4 million. Compared to her previous laziness, there was now a hint of irritation in her voice. Clearly, she was angry that someone dared to outbid her. But the moment her words ended, Su Chen countered 8 million. The entire hall was stunned. Even Wenking, who had maintained a professional smile, dropped her jaw in disbelief. Who would spend 8 million on a Tier 2 skill? You could buy legendary equipment of lower levels for that. Spending 8 million on a Tier 2 skill, are you freaking brain dead? The woman in box number 7 screamed in fury. Su Chen calmly ate his fruit and replied with only one sentence. If you do not have the money, shut up. You. Inside the number 7 VIP box, a petite girl in a white robe stood before the one-way glass wall. She pressed her head against the glass, her eyes glaring furiously toward the 7th box. Luo Xiaoyu never imagined that she, the daughter of the richest man in the southern region, would one day be mocked for being broke. Her monthly allowance is counted in the tens of millions, so much she cannot even count it all. Right now, she felt a rush of blood to her head, wanting to keep bidding. This was no longer about the auction item, it was a battle for dignity. But, as her hand hovered over the bid button, she paused. Luo Xiaoyu was not stupid. Her eyes darted around. If she bid again and the other person did not follow, she would suffer a massive loss. Spending 8 million gold coins on a second-tier skill book. It would be the laughingstock of the city. Thinking of this, Luo Xiaoyu pulled her hand back, her expression icy. Seeing that the 7th box stopped bidding, the auctioneer Wen Qing was very sensible. After calling 3 times, she declared the deal successful. With the apocalypse system, auction transactions are much more convenient. Wen Qing put the item and the bonus into the trade window, set the price, and sent a trade request to the 9th box. Quickly, transaction completed. Looking at those words, Wen Qing could not believe her eyes. She had already prepared for that person to just be there to cause trouble. As it turns out, someone actually spent 8 million gold coins to buy a second-tier skill book. Hahaha, spending 8 million on a second-tier skill, you really are a genius. Seeing the transaction completed, Luo Xiaoyu could not help but mock him. Su Chen replied calmly while learning the skill. Poor guy. You idiot, you spent 8 million. Poor guy. You. Poor guy. 2 simple words dealt a critical hit to Luo Xiaoyu. Luo Xiaoyu clutched her chest, trembling with rage on the sofa. Seeing the two of them getting heated, Wen Qing quickly tried to mediate. Please, both of you stay calm, why not take a look at our next item? Su Chen did not pay much attention to the subsequent auction items. He took out all his skill books. He had originally planned to max out Riding the Wind first. But now, he was more curious about what the Eye of Truth would become after 9 evolutions. So, without hesitation, he dumped all his experience books into the Eye of Truth. Riding the Wind, but I was here first. Ding, your skill Eye of Truth has reached level 10. Ding, you triggered the talent skill evolution, skill effect improved. Ding, your skill. Ding, you triggered the talent skill evolution, skill effect enhanced. After 9 consecutive notifications, Su Chen opened the skill information to look. Eye of Truth level 99, consumes 500 mana, allowing your eyes to perceive all information and see through all illusions. Su Chen, just this. It sounds very powerful, but it also feels like it says nothing at all. He rubbed his chin. He suddenly remembered. There seemed to be formations in the boxes to block external detection. I wonder if this skill can. He looked toward the 7th box. Hey, so it is just a little girl. Not even as cute as my Angelina. Their boxes were separated by another box and 2 walls. But when Su Chen wanted to see the interior of the 7th box, everything blocking his view completely disappeared. The image of a little girl sitting on a sofa came into view. He moved his thought slightly. All of the little girl's information was displayed without reservation. Name Luo Xiaoyu. Level 10, 99.99%. Occupation Purifying Nun Legendary. HP 1. Mana 1. Strength 106. Constitution 152. Agility 151. Spirit 406. Talent Holy Light Purification SS. Equipment Holy Light Crown Legendary, Holy Light Robe Legendary, Holy Light. Wealth 56,549,230. Relations Luo Mingchuan Father, Liu Zhu Mother. Pet Two-Winged Angel Diamond. History. Looking at the panel in front of him, Su Chen finally felt a bit of certainty about the ability of the Eye of Truth. Right now, Luo Xiaoyu probably does not know as much about herself as Su Chen does. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the final treasure. A coin made of unknown material was brought to the stage. One side of the coin was pitch black, the other pure white. The black side was engraved with a laughing demon pattern. The white side featured a smiling angel pattern. Everyone, this object is called the coin of life or death. Its value you shall judge for yourselves. As she said this, Wen Qing stepped aside. Attracted by its name, Su Chen looked up. Item Coin of Life or Death Prop. Description: upon use, the coin will claim the total life force of the user and the target. After 10 seconds the effect triggers. The demon chooses one party to take all their life while the other is protected by the angel and survives. My god, a one-shot kill item. Does this heaven-defying thing actually exist? Heavens, selling something like this, the Tianjiang Pavilion has gone mad. Damn, if someone with extreme luck has this, could not a level 1 take out a 9th rank, or even a god-level powerhouse? The crowd below was buzzing, stunned by the final auction item. Clearly, such an item was beyond their scope of understanding. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Sacrificing life force to trigger an ability. That should be able to trigger 1 yuan instant kill, right? Trading a little health to take the target's entire life. Even if luck is bad, he could try countless times. If he gets his hands on this. From now on, as long as he has time to react, no opponent will be unkillable. After the crowd calmed down, Wen Qing spoke slowly. Since the value of this item is hard to gauge, the starting bid is 1 gold coin. Please place your bids. As soon as she finished speaking, a voice came from the 7th box. 10 million gold coins. Su Chen was stunned, then immediately retorted without backing down. 20 million gold coins. Luo Xiaoyu gasped, glared furiously in Su Chen's direction and gritted her teeth. 30 million. 60 million. Su Chen shouted without any hesitation. Luo Xiaoyu's face changed drastically. She only had about 56 million gold coins in total. The price Su Chen shouted was already beyond her capacity. However, she gritted her teeth and called out. 70 million. At worst, I will sell my gear. He cannot possibly have this many gold coins. Luo Xiaoyu thought to herself. The next second, 140 million. Su Chen's voice rang out. No competition. He was using pure wealth to look down on everyone present. Luo Xiaoyu's face turned pale, her legs went weak, and she collapsed onto the floor. After the auction ended, considering he had to set off early tomorrow morning, Su Chen prepared to head home and rest. But just as he stepped out of the Tianjiang Pavilion, a petite and exquisite figure rushed in front of him, blocking his path. Luo Xiaoyu was panting, her small face flushed with a rosy glow. She looked just like a pastry dusted with frosting, incredibly tempting. She held her head high to look Su Chen in the eyes and said, fidgeting nervously, You are the person from room number 9, right? Su Chen squinted at her. He had already seen all of Luo Xiaoyu's information clearly using his Eye of Truth just moments ago. Although she was the daughter of the richest man in the southern region and her family held quite a bit of power there, the thing was, she was not favored. Back home, there was also an adopted sister of the same age. Even though she had awakened a legendary tier profession and had luckily obtained a mysterious inheritance, her parents still did not value her. They only knew how to provide money and left her to grow up wild on her own. Instead, they showered more care and attention on her sister, who had awakened a common profession. That is hard to judge. Su Chen did not care whether she was favored by her parents or not. The main point was that Su Chen knew. Even if he bullied her, she had no way to use her family's power to make things difficult for him. That was what mattered. Is there a problem? Su Chen asked, looking down at her with his hands in his pockets. To Luo Anki, who was less than 1.6 meters tall. The burly, 2-meter-tall Su Chen looked like a giant. She nervously clenched her fists but still gathered the courage to ask. Could you please lend me that life gambling coin for one use? I really need it, I beg you. Luo Xiaoyu's eyes grew misty, looking pitiful. Su Chen knew. Because of her parents' bias, Luo Xiaoyu's true personality was actually cold and Yandere-like. She could expressionlessly take a kitchen knife and chop off a wild rabbit's head in one strike. And she could laugh out loud while fighting off wild wolves. Madness, paranoia, and morbidity were her true nature. Therefore, there was not a hint of sympathy in the depths of Su Xiaoyu's eyes. After watching her pretend for a while, Luo Xiaoyu's expression slowly stiffened. Her gaze became terrifying, staring coldly at Su Chen like a venomous snake. Su Chen curled his lips and said, I do not like it when people put on an act in front of me. You want to borrow the coin, right? Agree to one request of mine, and I will lend it to you. Luo Xiaoyu had come to Yunhua City specifically for the life gambling coin. Because she had taken on a hell difficulty advancement mission that had to be completed solo. The mission required killing a level 15 Dark Gold tier boss. Her profession was support-oriented. Even though her pet was Diamond tier, there was a whole major realm gap, so she could not win. So she desperately needed another way. And this life gambling coin was the most suitable method she had found after much searching. Because her angel pet had a resurrection skill. As long as she let the angel use the life gambling coin, even if she failed, she could still be resurrected. But she had not expected Su Chen to cut in and snatch it away with unfathomable wealth. Su Chen had absorbed all of Luo Xiaoyu's information through his Eye of Truth. So he was not afraid that Luo Xiaoyu would not agree to his request. His own advancement mission was to explore the Myriad Tomb Mountain secret realm and retrieve the Skeleton King's crown. Su Chen had previously checked information regarding the Myriad Tomb Mountain secret realm. But there was not a single bit of information on the professional forums, which meant this was likely an undiscovered secret realm. Undiscovered secret realms are extremely valuable, potentially containing unopened treasures. But opportunity and risk coexist. With infinite teleportation, he did not worry about his own life safety. But what if? The name Myriad Tomb Mountain does not sound clean. It obviously has something to do with the undead and dark elements. These two elemental branches are the most sinister and vicious of all elements. If he gets ambushed in the realm by some monster with special abilities, and he accidentally gets caught, that would be a crisis. Although he had the all-into-one talent, which allowed him to stack attributes rapidly and made him hard to kill. Better safe than sorry. Su Chen was planning to find ways to dispel undead and dark spells. But now, a tool person who needed his help had just shown up, which saved him a lot of trouble. Luo Xiaoyu met his gaze as he sized her up. It was like being stared at by a hungry wolf, making her feel chilled to the bone. She squeezed the buttons on her chest and bit her lip without saying a word. Numbers do not. She lowered her voice and said, Do not. Su Chen was stunned. He had not expected her to refuse. Then forget it, I will not lend the item to you. Su Chen replied decisively. He did not plan to linger and started to walk forward. But as he passed by Luo Xiaoyu, she grabbed his trouser leg. Luo Xiaoyu's voice was as thin as a mosquito's buzz. Not here, find an inn or. Su Chen paused, his expression changed instantly, and he swiped her hand away. This girl actually thought of him as that kind of person. For heaven's sake, get those dirty thoughts out of your head. I just want you to help me explore a secret realm. What are you thinking about? Su Chen explained speechlessly. Although Luo Xiaoyu was a professional and an 18-year-old adult, her appearance was about the same as Angelina's, just like a lowly. Although Angelina was probably a thousands of years old monster, Su Chen did not want people to think he was a pervert. Luo Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion. You were not going to bully me. Su Chen gave a scornful smile. This smile instantly made Luo Xiaoyu flush with rage. She raised both fists and started punching Su Chen's knees. Su Chen stopped her and said, "Enough, I do not have time to waste with you here. If you want to borrow the item, help me explore the realm first." Luo Xiaoyu took short breaths. She glared at him indignantly, then nodded and said, "Fine." Seeing that she agreed, Su Chen left his address with her and prepared to leave. But who would have thought? Luo Xiaoyu followed him closely without leaving his side. "What are you doing?" Su Chen asked, looking at her in confusion. Luo Xiaoyu stammered for a long time before saying, "I do not have a place to stay. Go to an inn or hotel, would not that work?" Su Chen was speechless. Luo Xiaoyu shook her head quickly and said, "No staying in places like that, I will meet bad people." She said it very seriously, as if she had experienced it herself. Su Chen recalled the information about her and remembered the TV show that young Luo Xiaoyu had seen. There was a scene where a forced situation occurred in a hotel. It left a huge trauma on this cold Yandir's young mind. To this day, she still associated hotels with that kind of behavior. "So, if you want to go home with me?" Su Chen said, feeling weirded out. Luo Xiaoyu said righteously, "From now on, we are teammates exploring the secret realm together. Going home with you should not matter, right? And did not you say you would not bully me?" Su Chen scratched his head and said helplessly, "Fine." Soon, the two returned home. Luo Xiaoyu stared blankly at the room, which was less than 30 square meters. "You live here?" Su Chen shrugged and said otherwise. Luo Xiaoyu could not understand why a rich tycoon capable of spending 140 million on an item would live in a place like this. She looked at the only bed and asked, "Then where do I sleep?" Su Chen took a quilt out of the closet and threw it onto the sofa nearby. "Make do for the night." Luo Xiaoyu was pissed off again. She did not expect Su Chen to have so little gentlemanly manners, making her sleep on the sofa. In the end, having no other choice, she had to accept it. However, when it came time to turn off the lights, the two had another disagreement. "Cannot turn off the lights," Luo Xiaoyu insisted. "How can you sleep with the lights on?" Su Chen frowned. Luo Xiaoyu squirmed and said, "It just will not work. I am afraid of the dark." Su Chen's eyes darted as he said, "Then what if someone sleeps with you?" Luo Xiaoyu quickly guarded her chest. What are you trying to do?" Su Chen knew. This person with a head full of messy thoughts had misunderstood him again. But he did not explain and summoned Angelina. "How about letting her sleep with you?" Luo Xiaoyu's eyes lit up when she saw Angelina, and she nodded vigorously. After the lights were successfully turned off, Su Chen heard mumbling coming from the sofa. "Little sister, what are you? Why were you summoned by that guy? Your skin is so white, so smooth, and you have 4 little fangs, so cute, Tilda." Luo Xiaoyu hugged Angelina like a fanatical admirer and let out a creepy giggle. Angelina lowered her voice and said coldly, "I'm a vampire." "Vampire?" Luo Xiaoyu's voice came to an abrupt halt. After a few seconds, a scream echoed through the entire building. The next day, as soon as dawn broke, Su Chen left Yunhua City with Luo Xiaoyu. "It is all your fault, boo-hoo-hoo," Luo Xiaoyu complained through her tears. After being startled by Angela yesterday, she had not dared to close her eyes all night. Now, with dark circles under her eyes, she looked even more frail. Su Chen ignored her complaints, grabbed her, and kept teleporting. They moved quickly toward the mission marker. Although it was very convenient, doing it so many times was quite tiring. He mused to himself that he should get a mountable pet or a summon. Otherwise, relying on teleportation to travel every time made him feel like a human taxi. Before long, the two of them entered a mountain range shrouded in mist. Su Chen activated his true sight to observe the surroundings. He tried his best to avoid areas where monsters gathered. He did not lack that little bit of experience. There was plenty of experience to be gained from monsters in the secret realm. Soon they arrived at the foot of an unknown peak. Guided by the mission marker, the two reached a cave entrance. After summoning a group of goblins to clear away the vines and branches blocking the path, the two peered into the cave. Inside was pitch black, with a vortex rotating silently. "This is really well hidden," Su Chen sighed. Luo Xiaoyu was a bit afraid of the dark, so she shrank back a few steps and said, "Are you sure we have to go in? Do you have enough lighting supplies? Maybe we should buy more." "Lighting supplies?" Su Chen was filled with confusion. He had his true sight, why would he need anything to light up mere darkness? Seeing his expression, Luo Xiaoyu's face stiffened. Do not tell me you did not prepare any lighting. Su Chen remained silent. Luo Xiaoyu turned to leave. Then I am not going, bye. Saying this, she prepared to walk away. But the next second, she was grabbed by the collar by Su Chen and they jumped into the cave together. When his feet hit solid ground, Su Chen opened his eyes. Before them was still a towering, majestic mountain. It was just that what grew on this mountain was not vegetation, but grave mounds. At first glance it was quite creepy. But that was only from Su Chen's perspective. It should be fine for ordinary people. Because the mountain was covered in a thick mist combined with the dim environment, you could not see much at all. Su Chen picked at his ear and looked down at his arms with disgust. Luo Xiaoyu was wrapped around him like an octopus, screaming at the top of her lungs. Su Chen sighed and said, "Could you stop screaming? You are going to scare the ghosts to death." Ghosts? There are ghosts too, Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Luo Xiaoyu screamed even louder. Seeing this, Su Chen automatically filtered out her voice and ignored her. He first cast Summon Goblin 10 times. After 1050, goblins stood in neat rows. He released Blood Eye to scan the area. It is worth mentioning that True Sight and Blood Eye can be used simultaneously. It will be even more convenient to peek at secrets in the future, hee. However, Su Chen was an upright person and naturally would not look around randomly. If this ability really fell into the hands of a villain, who knows how many innocent women would suffer. He drove the goblins to lead the way. Not long after, when the goblin leader at the front passed the first row of grave mounds, a decaying hand suddenly reached out from the ground. It grabbed the goblin leader's ankle tightly. The fingernails were sharp and secreted a deep green venom. The claw sank directly into the goblin leader's skin. -1800. And that was not all. The burly physique of the guard commander withered and shriveled in the next second, as if its vitality had been drained all at once. Green damage numbers indicating poisoning kept popping up over its head. -400. -400. After 2 hits, the guard commander died on the spot. Seeing this through the Blood Eye, Su Chen was slightly shocked. Even the guard commander with a constitution as high as 270 had 1800 HP drained in 1 hit. The subsequent poison damage was 400 per tick. This claw attack damage was way too explosive. Su Chen quickly checked the information on that claw. Spell Corrosive Poison Claw, 2nd rank. Introduction: a claw carrying corrosive venom reaches out from the ground, causing powerful piercing damage to the target while applying a decaying poison. The spell. Su Chen was stunned, then as if he thought of something, he quickly used True Sight to probe the grave mounds. Sure enough, he saw that under every grave mound, or rather every inch of ground on the mountain, hid one or even several skeletons. Among them were skeleton warriors holding long knives and many skeleton mages holding staves. Their information was clearly reflected in Su Chen's mind. Monster Skeleton Warrior. Level 55. Grade Common. HP 1. MP 1. Strength 300. Constitution 320. Speed 280. Spirit 120. Skills: Quick Slash, Leaping, Heavy Strike. Monster Skeleton Mage. Level 55. Grade Common. HP 1. MP 1. Strength 145. Constitution 125. Speed 270. Spirit 410. Skills: Corrosive Poison Claw, Sharp Bone Spear. Good grief. After reading their basic stats, Su Chen sighed inwardly. Every single common skeleton warrior had the ability to match a goblin guard commander. Goblins truly are the disgrace of the monster world. Su Chen could not help but mock them in his heart. But fortunately, even though the gap was large, it was not as if they could not inflict any damage at all. Moreover, as a summoner, he could stay far behind and continue to summon. No matter how many skeletons there were on this mountain of graves, there would eventually be a time when they were wiped out. And there was no possibility of his mana running out. Thinking this, Su Chen did not pause for a second, setting up dozens of summoning arrays in a row. And on the front lines, after that corrosive poison claw reached out, it was as if the fuse of a firecracker had been lit. A large number of skeleton warriors and mages kept crawling out from under the ground, charging toward the 1,000-strong goblin army. The goblin rank stood ready, and seconds later both sides collided, causing rapid casualties. Ding, you killed a LV common monster and gained 150 experience. Ding, one of your LV elite goblin guard commanders has died. Ding, one of your LV common goblin guards has died. Ding you. A multitude of notification sounds exploded in his ears. Su Chen remained expressionless, continuously summoning and ordering his army to charge the front lines. Luo Xiaoyu had no idea what was happening. She stared blankly at the goblins constantly walking out of the summoning arrays. There were too many surprising things happening at once, to the point that she even forgot to wail and her brain went into a deadlock. Not long after, Luo Xiaoyu came to her senses and asked curiously, "How can you cast spells so fast? And what is going on? Where are those goblins going?" Su Chen ignored her and kept casting skills on his own. In the mist that Luo Xiaoyu could not see through, the battle situation was tense. Although the number of goblins he summoned was high, he was actually lagging behind in numbers compared to the skeleton army. And the quality of the skeletons was far superior to the goblins. It took 10 goblin guards to barely trade for one common skeleton warrior. Of course, goblin shamans could still inflict quite a bit of damage when facing skeletons. After all, while skeletons had high constitution, their defense was mostly in physical resistance. They were quite vulnerable to magic-type elemental attacks. However, the overall battle situation was still at a disadvantage for Su Chen. If this continued, the skeleton swarm would reach him sooner or later. At that point, he would have to exit the secret realm. He knitted his brows, pondering ways to break the stalemate. Blood Eye continued to fly through the clouds, exploring the land below. Suddenly, Su Chen's spirit was jolted. He discovered a huge grave mound with a treasure chest buried inside. The items in the treasure chest were a skill book and some gold coins. Item self-destruct skill book. Learning requirements, mage spirit attribute greater than 400 points. Introduction, a second-rank skill. After release, summons will self-destruct when their HP reaches 0, dealing 150% of the summoner's spirit attribute as damage to enemies within a 4x meter radius. A perfect self-destruct skill, exactly what I need. Su Chen made his judgment. As long as he could get his hands on this skill book, his goblins could cause damage by self-destructing even after death. This way, the pressure to clear out the skeletons would be greatly reduced. It was just that the treasure chest was buried under the grave mound. Even if he could teleport, it would not be easy to retrieve. He had to let his summons fight their way over and dig out the treasure first. Thinking this way, Su Chen summoned Angela. It would be quite difficult to hack out a bloody path relying solely on goblins. But adding the sub-god level Angela would make it much simpler. However, to be safer, Su Chen said to Luo Xiaoyu, "Do not just stand there, summon that angel pet of yours." "Oh sure." Luo Xiaoyu agreed quickly and raised her hands slightly. The next second, a golden figure condensed beside Su Chen. Su Chen looked over, his eyes scanning from bottom to top. Legs long and straight, waist slender. Her face was incomparably holy. She held a gold and red longsword, speaking with an arrogant demeanor. "Master, why have you summoned me?" Luo Xiaoyu pointed at Su Chen and said, "Take orders from him." The golden-haired angel glanced at Su Chen, frowning slightly, looking rather reluctant. But since it was her master's order, she, as a pet, had no ability to resist. And at this moment, Luo Xiaoyu suddenly realized something. She shouted with wide eyes, "Wait, I never told anyone I had an angel, how would you know?" She stared daggers at Su Chen, as if she wanted to slice the flesh off his body. Su Chen replied calmly, "I saw it with my eye of truth, so what?" Luo Xiaoyu froze. She supposed that made sense. But still, does this guy have absolutely no sense of shame? How can he be so self-righteous after peeking at someone else's secrets? Cannot he even pretend a little? He could at least lie to her. Thinking about it, Luo Xiaoyu felt helpless and could only sulk quietly. Su Chen paid no mind to her attitude. He triggered Summon Goblin again, calling out a large goblin squad. He then ordered the goblin wolf cavalry to stay behind and sent the rest to the front line. Once the number of wolf cavalry reached 500, Su Chen had Angela and the angels stand with the wolf cavalry. He cast a Ride the Wind buff on them. Go bring the treasure back to me. Su Chen transmitted the location of the treasure chest into Angela's mind. He had the angel follow. At the same time, he commanded the wolf cavalry forward. Whoosh! 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 The wolf cavalry charged at high speed. Large numbers of cavalry charging together stirred up gusts of wind, swirling through the mist. The skeletons along the way did not even have time to crawl out of the mud. The wolf cavalry swiftly jumped over their heads. The journey there was smooth and unobstructed. Very quickly, the 2 pets and 500 wolf cavalry arrived at the large burial mound where the chest was located. Su Chen ordered half of the wolf cavalry to dig. Meanwhile, the angel and Angela took the remaining half to hold off the surrounding skeletons. The angel possessed the light attribute, which naturally countered skeletons. She was having quite the time slaughtering them. With a flap of her wings and wild swings of her gold and red longsword, swathes of skeletons fell. Listening to the constant stream of notifications in her ear, Luo Xiaoyu was stunned. She had not expected that such a massive number of monsters were hidden in the mist. And they were all skeletons. At the thought of this, she hugged Su Chen even tighter. Su Chen did not pay attention to her. He was currently managing 2 fronts. On one hand, he controlled the goblins in the main battlefield to take the initiative and relieve pressure elsewhere. On the other, he urged the digging wolf cavalry to work faster and unearth the chest. Fortunately, Angela did not disappoint him. Though she was only level 10 as a sub-god tier entity, her combat power was incomparable to mere skeletons. She unleashed her full power. Her skill Blood Burn was an area of effectability. She charged into the pile of skeletons. Red light flickered on her body, then exploded. Blood Burn. Waves of red light surged outward. The health bars above the skeletons instantly plummeted. Then, the angel descended from the sky, sword swinging, finishing off their remaining health. The 2 pets, angel and devil, working in tandem, forming an invisible, impenetrable wall of prohibition, blocking all the skeletons that dared to disturb the digging wolf cavalry. Of course, that was as far as they could go. Skeletons kept crawling out of the earth. Their killing efficiency could not keep up. Faced with an ever-growing army of skeletons, their defense line had to retreat step by step. The remaining half of the wolf cavalry stepped in to form a new defense line. To these skeletons capable of easily killing a guard commander. The stats of the goblin wolf cavalry were not even worth mentioning. The wolf cavalry died quickly. Fortunately, just before the defense line collapsed, a wolf cavalryman dug out the chest. Su Chen immediately commanded it to tuck the chest under its arm and mount its giant wolf. The rest of the wolf cavalry and the 2 pets cleared a path for it. Angela charged at the front of the formation, using her body to break through. The angel covered the rear, blocking the skeletons surging from the sides. Eventually, at the cost of over 400 wolf cavalry, Angela's health reduced by 1/10, and with the angel heavily injured, the team returned safely. Seeing the angel's battered state, Luo Xiaoyu grew anxious. He quickly hopped off Su Chen and helped it heal. Su Chen, however, chose to put the waste to good use. He had Angela absorb the health of the remaining wolf cavalry to recover from her injuries. If that was not enough, he ordered her to the front lines to drain the skeletons. Su Chen opened the treasure chest. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained Tier 2 spell, Self-Destruct Gold Coins X. Without hesitation, Su Chen learned the skill immediately. Self-Destruct? When a summoned entity's health reaches 0, consume 200 mana to trigger a self-destruct, dealing 150% of the summoner's spirit attribute as damage to all enemies within a 4x meter radius. Self-Destruct is a passive trigger-type skill, meaning, as long as Su Chen had enough mana, and as long as a summoned creature died, it would be triggered. Any other summoner would certainly be troubled by this. After all, each trigger consumes 200 mana. Even a Tier 2 summoner would not have enough mana to sustain such skill consumption. But this problem did not apply to Su Chen, who possessed mana refund. He only heard the constant chime of notifications about gaining experience from self-destructs. Ding, you successfully triggered the skill Self-Destruct, skill experience plus 200. Ding, you successfully Ding, your skill self-destruct has leveled up, current level 55. Ding, you triggered the talent skill evolution, the skill effect has evolved. Self-destruct, LV. After a summoned unit dies, deal 200 of the summoner's spirit attribute as damage to monsters within a 4x area and apply a burn effect to the monsters for 5 seconds, dealing 20% of the summoner's spirit attribute as damage per second. Using blood flying eyes. Su Chen controlled a guard commander goblin to charge into the skeletons. The commander goblin was quickly drained of health by frontal bone spears, claws from below, and the blades of skeleton warriors. The moment it died, its skin turned red and its body bloated. The next second, boom, a massive surge of blood-red fire poured out, engulfing the surrounding skeletons. The bones caught in the fire also began to burn incessantly. Damage numbers popped up every second. And as more goblins self-destructed, the burn effect could be stacked. The self-destruct skill continued to level up. Meanwhile, the skill was further enhanced by the skill evolution talent, its power constantly growing. The skeleton army retreated steadily. Art is an explosion. Magnificent art was constantly appearing in the mist. It was a pity, only Su Chen could appreciate it. The blood-red flames devoured the skeleton's space for survival. The tides of battle had turned. The goblin army began their charge toward the mountain peak. By the time the goblins pushed the front line to the mountainside, Su Chen followed behind them and began to climb the mountain. Walking through the thick fog, Su Chen was left speechless. He turned his head to the side to see Luo Xiaoyu clutching his arm tightly, staring nervously at their surroundings. There are no monsters left, you do not have to hold on so tight, Su Chen reminded her. I do not believe you. It is so dark here, how could there be no monsters? It is all your fault who explores a secret realm without bringing any lighting tools, boo-hoo. Luo Xiaoyu cried out tearfully. When she was young, whenever she made a mistake, or more accurately, whenever she was framed by her younger sister, she would be locked in a dark room. Because of that, she had a deep fear of the dark. For her, the current environment was no different from being thrown into a cave full of bugs. She felt completely miserable. However, as she gripped Sushi's arm even tighter, Luo Xiaoyu quietly let out a sigh of relief. This arm was strong, warm, and sturdy. Holding onto it brought her a great sense of security. I really want to stay by his side forever, Luo Xiaoyu thought to herself. She stole a glance at Su Chen and mused. But he probably would not agree. At this moment, the goblin army had reached the halfway point of the mountain. A unique tomb stood in the way of the goblin army. The rest of the graves were just small mounds of dirt. The slightly more special ones just had a tombstone. But this grave was different. It was connected to the mountainside, carved from stone and flanked by statues on either side of the tombstone. It looked incredibly exquisite and ornate. Su Chen used his blood eye vision to look beneath the ground. A twisted humanoid figure came into view. Monster Lick. Rank Gold Boss. Level 15. Health 1,200 200,000. Mana 3,000 Strength 1042. Physique 988. Speed 1022. Spirit 2055. Skills: Hand of Darkness, Dark Cage, Summon Skeleton Warrior, Wither Soul. Su Chen was taken aback. We have already run into a boss. We are still halfway from the summit. Wait, what if there is an even more terrifying boss waiting? Su Chen felt a bit speechless. No wonder so few people complete special level missions. Without cheating, how could anyone get past this? A level 15 gold boss with 1.2 million HP, used as just a road-blocking elite. It is hard to imagine what kind of monster the final boss is. However, no matter how strong it is, there is no boss in front of Su Chen that he cannot beat. He took out his gamble coin, flipped it into the air, and quickly caught it. Seeing him take out that item, Luo Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Are you going to give that to me now? Su Chen glanced at her. In your dreams. With that, he tucked Luo Xiaoyu under his arm. He teleported right in front of the special tomb. The lick below immediately sensed the intruders. It sprang into action, floating out from the tomb. Who dares to disturb my peace? A sharp, piercing scream hit them, accompanied by a chilling gust of wind. Coupled with its pitch-black appearance, and its strangely ethereal, hazy body. It was easy to mistake it for a legendary ghost. Of course, the lick in this state was no different from a ghost. A ghost? Luo Zioyu's eyes widened, she shrieked, and immediately fainted. Su Chen sighed in exasperation. He was already regretting bringing her along, she was nothing but a burden. He did not hesitate. He took out the gamble coin and pointed it at the lick. Do you wish to consume 1 point of max health to activate the gamble coin? Remaining uses, 1. Su Chen grinned. Just as I thought. Anything that requires a cost can trigger the instant kill effect. He said immediately, yes. The coin flew into the air, spinning rapidly, drawing green energy from both the lick and his own body. The lick was frozen in place, unable to attack. Su Chen could not move either. The man and the monster stared at the coin. Before long. Ding, you have been chosen by the demon, you lose 1 point of max health. Ahee. Su Chen was speechless. My luck is truly terrible. To fail on a 50% chance. And over there. The lick sneered. Hehe, to think you have such an item. You really scared me. But it seems my luck is better, so long farewell. Pale blue light glowed in its hollow eye sockets, as if it were examining Su Chen with a mocking gaze. However, in the next second, the smile on its face froze instantly. Because Su Chen tossed the coin into the air once again. The coin spun, extracting life force from both of them. The lick was alarmed. No, this is wrong, did not you already fail? How can you use it a second time? Su Chen's expression was indifferent. But the next moment, ding, you have been chosen by the demon, you lose 1 point of max health. The lick paused for 2 seconds. Then it burst into wild laughter. Just as it was about to speak, Su Chen tossed the coin into the air again. How is this possible, you? The lick screamed in terror. Su Chen, on the other hand, remained as calm as ever. After all, even if he failed, it was just losing 1 point of max health. This time, the lick was not so lucky. Ding, you have been chosen by an angel, you gain 1 point of max health. Hearing the notification, Su Chen smiled slightly, looked at the lick and said, so long farewell. The lick shrieked in terror. It is unfair, this is so unfair. It was futile. A second later, its health dropped to 0. Ding, you have killed a level 15 gold boss lick and gained 150,000 experience points. After receiving the experience points, Su Chen walked over to the loot dropped by the lick. He reached out to touch it. Equipment lick wand. Quality fine. Attributes spirit plus 300, mana recovery plus 20%, dark/undead magic power plus 10%, dark/undead magic mana consumption minus 15%. Requirement spirit 250. A gold boss and this is it. Su Chen looked at it with disdain. His blood eye was epic grade and had been upgraded to epic as well. Naturally, he had no interest in this lick wand. Selling it could fetch a decent price, but he did not really need the money. It would just end up gathering dust in his warehouse. Fortunately, the loot light had not dissipated yet. He kept searching. Item summon skeleton warrior skill book. Requirement summoner class 300 spirit. Description 2nd tier skill. Upon learning, consume 200 mana to summon a standard skeleton warrior. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Finally, a new type of summon. Goblins were just too weak. Even the strongest elite, the Goblin Guard Commander, was barely useful. But skeleton warriors, even the standard grade, have higher base stats than the Goblin Guard Commander. It is just a shame. The skill description clearly states it can only summon skeleton warriors. If it could also summon skeleton mages, this skill would be much higher in Su Chen's estimation. Another disappointment was that Su Chen did not have any 2nd tier experience books to max it out immediately. The glow from the loot had not faded yet. Su Chen reached in to touch it one last time. Equipment lick veil. Grade epic. Attributes physique plus 255, magic resistance plus 10%, dark resistance plus 20%, undead resistance plus 20%, curse effect minus 5, skill cooldown minus 5%. Skill Phantom Spirit Shield. Requirement Spirit 200. Phantom Spirit Shield immunizes against 1 negative status effect. Cooldown 24 hours. Say no more. Su Chen immediately equipped the lick veil. His biggest fear had been getting ambushed and crowd-controlled by a monster. That was exactly why he had brought that dead-weight Luo Xiaoyu along. Now with this item plus his teleportation, even if the opponent is devious, he will have enough reaction time. Searching the final bits of the loot glow, Su Chen only got a few hundred gold coins. At this point, he had no more mundane desire for money. He tossed the gold into his storage inventory. He hoisted Luo Xiaoyu over his shoulder and continued toward the summit. The second half of the Grave Mountain was much easier to traverse than Su Chen had imagined. After passing the Golden Lick Leader, the skeleton monsters beneath the ground became visibly sparse. By the time they had walked 3/4 of the way, not a single one was to be seen. For them, the only possible issues were the dark environment and the chilling, gusting winds. Clearly, neither could stop Su Chen from moving forward. Soon, they arrived at the summit. The mountaintop was vast and empty, as if the peak had been ripped away by a giant hand. There was no powerful leader as Su Chen had imagined. There was not even a single grave. This was more terrifying than having a diamond-tier leader guarding the place. Because there was a teleportation array here. A teleportation array placed within a secret realm or dungeon. It was an implicit warning. The monster they were about to face had immense power. Even this wide platform was not enough for it to unleash its full abilities. They had to go to a new arena. Luo Xiaoyu, still in a state of syncope, naturally showed no reaction. But the hairs on Su Chen's body were already slightly standing on end. He did not want to take risks. But now they had reached the end of the secret realm. He could not choose to go back and let all their previous efforts go to waste. Gritting his teeth, Su Chen walked boldly forward and stepped into the teleportation array. Ugh. Darkness pitch black. The ground was steep and slanted, but fortunately covered in dents, as if they had been clawed out by something. After teleporting, Su Chen swayed, almost pulled forward by his off-balance center of gravity. He could not see what was in front of him. But for that very reason, it was even more terrifying. There was a darkness before his eyes, as if an abyss of 10,000 feet lay before them. A single wrong step, and there would be no escape. Damn it, I really should have brought some lighting tools. Su Chen cursed under his breath. The darkness here was not like that of Grave Mountain, which was created by mist and night. In fact, there was usually some moonlight. But here, there was absolutely no light at all, as if they were inside a glass box wrapped in pitch-black cloth. Even using the Eye of Truth, he still could not see anything clearly. There was not even a living thing to be found. And that was not even the worst part. What was worse was that Su Chen heard a system notification. Ding, detecting excessive undead elements in your location. Health will be reduced by 1% per second. Ding, detecting excessive dark elements in your location. Curse resistance reduced by 50%. You are cursed. Movement speed -70, vision -99%, composure -30. A flurry of notifications assaulted Su Chen's mind. Irritability, anxiety, panic. Various negative emotions emerged chaotically. A fire ignited deep within Su Chen's heart, just as it was about to burn through his entire body. A crisp, trembling voice rang out by his ear. Purification curse, light spell. Suddenly, it lit up before his eyes. The source of light was Luo Xiaoyu, who had woken up. Just as Su Chen imagined, they were on a slope. Luo Xiaoyu looked at Su Chen with vigilance. Seeing it was him and that he was unharmed, she gasped for air. Then she grabbed Su Chen's arm. Purification curse, clarity spell. Suddenly, it felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. The irritability and fear in his body were swept away. Su Chen felt completely clear-headed. Are you okay? Luo Xiaoyu asked nervously. Her gaze scanned the surroundings, and the hand holding her silver staff was trembling slightly. Clearly she was terrified. At this moment, she was suppressing the fear in her heart to talk to Su Chen. Su Chen took a few breaths and patted her head. Do not worry, I am fine. He thought for a moment and added, I will protect you and you will be fine too. His tone was very firm. The warmth from his large hand was something Luo Xiaoyu had never felt before. She stiffened for a moment but soon relaxed and nodded gently. The fear had not completely dissipated. But with the two of them supporting each other, they would not be paralyzed by it. Su Chen summoned a goblin. However, the surrounding undead aura was no joke. The goblin did not last even a minute before it died completely. Fortunately, the skeleton warriors were unaffected. Not only were they fine, they were even in their element, moving faster than usual. Su Chen controlled a few skeleton warriors to explore upwards and downwards. It was so dark around that even the flying blood eye could not see anything but darkness. So he wanted to confirm the leader's position first. Soon, the skeleton warriors' exploration returned results. The higher they went, the stronger the chilling wind became, even blowing the skeleton warriors away. Simply put, the path upward was blocked. Then they had to go downwards. But the skeletons going downwards sent back word that not far down was an abyss. One skeleton warrior fell in. 10 minutes passed and Su Chen had not received notice of its death. That showed the depth. Su Chen thought for a while and decided they still had to go down. He tested his sky wings and teleportation, his two life-saving escape abilities. Confirming both were working perfectly, he took Luo Xiaoyu to explore downwards. Not long after, they arrived at the edge of the abyss. Su Chen used his Eye of Truth to scan from the left side of the abyss to the right. On the left, it was still nothing but blackness. But when his gaze shifted to the right, a monster panel suddenly jumped into his sight. Monster Bone King Grot. Status sealed. Grade Divine First Tier Undead Divinity. Level 15. Health, Magic, Strength, Agility, Constitution, Spirit, Skills. Introduction. Once an exceptionally brilliant newcomer to the rank of Bone Kings during the Third Great War of Life and Death, Grot beheaded several divine tier warriors of the Life Camp. Because of its formidable strength, it was ambushed and captured by the goddess of life, Liv. Since it is undead and effectively immortal, it was sealed here by Liv. Death may not be painful for it, on the contrary, it might be a release. Ugh. Su Chen was stunned. He had previously felt that the Hell Tier task was already difficult enough. Luo Xiaoyu's Hell Tier task was to single-handedly kill a level 15 Dark Gold demon leader. He thought the Special Tier task would be a notch harder than the Hell Tier, so it should be Diamond. Surely it could not be an epic, or even a legendary monster. But little did he expect. It was not epic, it was not legendary, and it was not even demigod. It was a living, breathing god. Damn it! Su Chen almost cursed out loud, his back already soaked in cold sweat. Luo Xiaoyu sensed his alarm and looked at him in confusion. Just as she was about to ask, a loud roar was heard. Boom. Then, there was a sound like bones that had not been moved for ages being suddenly flexed, a loud cracking sound. A cluster of ghostly blue flames suddenly lit up in midair, the light spreading out and gradually illuminating the entire environment that had been tightly shrouded in darkness. And at that moment, exposed to Su and Luo's eyes, was a skeleton bound tightly by vines inscribed with complex golden patterns. The bones were as white as jade, flowing faintly with multicolored radiance. It only revealed its upper body, yet it was as massive and imposing as a small mountain. Having slept for so long, finally, more insects have entered my seal. These two species, they are humans. Good, humans are always cunning, they must have a way to put me to death. The Bone King Grot's two rows of white teeth collided, and it actually started muttering to itself. It raised its bony palm and slammed it down in the air in front of Su Chen. The huge gust of wind it created almost blew Su and Luo away. Humans, die by my hand. Or else, I will send you to your deaths. Fear did not crush Su Chen. It was as if he had returned to the state he was in when he first realized what kind of world Blue Star truly was. It was true that he was under immense pressure, but his mind was working at lightning speed, quickly analyzing the current situation. Sweat beads oozed from his forehead, matting his hair into knots. Seeing that he had remained motionless for a long time, Grot's soul fire flickered within his skull as he said with disappointment, "It seems you have no solution. As expected, one cannot rely on ants like you." As he spoke, he raised his palm and pressed it down toward the two of them. "Wait, I have a way." Just as the palm was about to land on Su Chen's head, and while Luo Xiaoyu buried herself in his arms with her eyes tightly shut, Su Chen spoke up. "Oh." Grot's senses would certainly not miss it. He stopped his arm, moved it aside, and said calmly, "Show me." Su Chen exhaled the breath that had been weighing on his chest, took out the gambler's coin, and gave a brief introduction to how it worked. After listening, Grot's soul fire flared. If I were in my prime, even without any defense, this prop of yours would not be able to harm me in the slightest. The authority of a god would block the power of the rules for me. Fortunately, I have been drained of most of my divine power by that bitch Liv, and my godhead has been dormant within me for a long time. Come on, use it and kill me. Grot's words made no secret of his longing for death. Luo Xiaoyu grabbed Su Chen's clothes tightly, her eyes wide, wanting to stop him. After all, the probability of failure when using the coin was incredibly high, a full 50%. Although this guy was detestable, she did not want to watch him die. However, if they did not use the coin now, a dead end was all that awaited them. Su Chen patted her head to let her know she should calm down. Then, he immediately activated the gambler's coin. The coin flew into the air and drained a bit of his health. Then, it also drained Grot's life force for a full half hour. Only then did the two enter the gambling mode. Unfortunately, Su Chen failed. He was chosen by the demon. Grot sighed, but he did not continue to attack Su Chen and the others. What a pity, your luck is bad, you could not put me to death. Female human cub, it is your turn. Luo Xiaoyu kept her eyes tightly shut. Su Chen. She gritted her teeth, fought through the heartbreak, and murmured his name. When she opened her eyes again, they were full of determination. It was as if she had cast off the former Luo Xiaoyu who was afraid of the dark, afraid of death, and afraid of ghosts. She became cold and ruthless, her gaze sharp. Luo Xiaoyu reached out to catch the coin falling slowly from the air. Just before she could catch it, a strong hand reached it a step before her. Let me do it. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Luo Xiaoyu was stunned. Even the soul fire within the god Grot's skull flared up a bit. Grot guessed that there might be rules constructed by a god within that coin. Otherwise, how could it ignore everything else and judge life and death impartially? However, Su Chen failed, yet he did not die. He cast a meaningful glance at Su Chen, nodded slightly and said, "Fine, you do it." Su Chen. Luo Xiaoyu finally realized that Su Chen had not died. She threw herself at Su Chen, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. How are you not dead? Su Chen's mouth twitched, wanting to ask if she really wanted him dead. But seeing her sobbing uncontrollably, Su Chen smiled and patted her head, proudly saying, "I have my own trump cards, no need to worry about me." Without another word to Luo Xiaoyu, he tossed the coin again. Half an hour later. Ding, you have been chosen by the demon and lost 1 point of maximum health. Again. Ding, you have been chosen by the demon and lost. Again. 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 5 times in a row with a 1 in 2 chance. He had not encountered a single chance to survive. This seemed to foreshadow a tragic end for him. Looking at the only 2 attempts remaining, Su Chen could not help but sigh inwardly. Could it be that I am destined to fall here today? Absolutely not. He took a deep breath and tossed the coin into the air. Just then, Grot suddenly said, "Wait." Su Chen hurriedly stopped his actions and caught the coin. What is it? He saw the white light on Grot's body flash. Then, the iridescent luster on the surface of his bones disappeared. I have a passive skill that guards against external rule interference, which might have caused the failure of the first 5 attempts. Grot explained calmly. Su Chen was stunned, his face turned red and he wanted to greet Grot's ancestors. But seeing the giant hand beside him, where even a single joint was twice the size of him, he could only choose to be prudent. It is fine, there are still opportunities to try. Grot did not comment. The coin was tossed into the air again, activate. The 2 people and the skeleton stared intently at the coin. Half an hour later, the life force of both sides was drained, and the coin spun rapidly. 10 seconds passed. The angel smiled at Su Chen. Ding, you have been chosen by the angel and gained 1 point of maximum health. Ha ha ha. A burst of wild laughter echoed in the darkness. It was not Su or Luo. It was Grot, who roared toward the sky as if he had been liberated. Liv, you villain, you definitely did not expect me to break free so soon. Next time we meet, I will definitely chop off your head, you bitch, and use it as a wine flask. The voice slowly faded, his soul fire went dim and his bones turned into flying ash and scattered away. And the vines that had trapped his skeleton withered away in the blink of an eye. Ding, you have killed the LV God tier First Order Undead Godhead Boss Skeleton King Grot, earning 1.5 million experience points. Ding, you have fulfilled the wish of the Skeleton King Grot and received the reward, Gift of the Skeleton King. Gift of the Skeleton King Special Skill, mentally recite the name of the Skeleton King to summon him to strike once. Uses remaining, 1. Phew. I survived. Su Chen let out a long sigh of relief and looked at Luo Xiaoyu. Her gaze was vacant and empty, she seemed unable to react for the moment. However, the strength with which she gripped his arm remained firm, there was no breaking free. Too dangerous. Not only for her but for Su Chen as well. The level of danger in this trip to the 10,000 Grave Mountain far exceeded his imagination. It is no wonder that special tier quests can improve a job's quality, not many people could complete them. This was simply not a quest a normal person could finish. The massive number of skeleton monsters at the foot of the mountain. The gold tier boss lick in the mountains. And the god tier skeleton king at the summit. How on earth was this something a novice professional could deal with? If not for the lucky obtainment of a gambler's coin, Su Chen would surely have fallen here today. Even having infinite teleportation would not have helped. But if Su Chen had to choose again, he would still choose the special quest. He is afraid of death, but he will not let the fear of death become an obstacle to his growth. Because he understands even better that strength is the important guarantee for living freely. Living without freedom is more desperate and painful than death. He must win, keep winning all the way to the end. Luo Xiao still had not come to her senses. Grasping his arm like a lifeline, she refused to let go. Nothing for it. Su Chen could only pick her up and walk toward the light orb dropped by the Skeleton King after his death. He moved quickly. This was a god-tier powerhouse who knew what kind of good loot he might drop. Equipment Bone King Blade. Grade, low-grade divine artifact, 99% damaged. Stat bonuses, strength plus 1000, agility plus 500, armor penetration plus 10%, life steal plus 5%. Skills Plunder Soul Dark Erosion. Equipment requirement, strength greater than 100. Plunder Soul, enemies killed using this skill will have their souls converted into undead marks, providing a damage bonus for the next use of this skill. Current undead marks, 0. Dark Erosion reduces the enemy's defense by 50% and inflicts a 70 overall slow effect, lasting for 30 seconds with a 5-minute cooldown. Item Ghost God Death / Skill Book. Learning requirement, Warrior Strength over 500,000. Introduction, a rank 6 warrior skill. Condenses ghost energy to perform a downward slash toward the ground in front. Sword energy will continuously erupt from the ground, dealing knockback effects and continuous damage to enemies. Equipment Bone Crown. Grade, low-grade divine artifact, 99% damaged. Stat bonuses, Spirit plus 1000, mana consumption minus 20%, undead / dark spell damage minus 80%. Skills Undying Dead, Immortal Army Spirit. Equipment requirement, Spirit greater than 100. Undying Dead consumes 500 mana, allowing summoned undead creatures to continue fighting for 30 seconds after their health bar is depleted. The duration of this skill is 30 minutes. Immortal Army Spirit consumes 500 mana, increasing all stats of summoned undead creatures by 150%. The duration of this skill is 30 minutes. Item Special Life Seed. Usage requirement, planting skill above LV. Introduction, a mysterious seed left behind after the vines used by the goddess of life to seal the Bone King withered. With careful cultivation, there might be a big surprise. 2 pieces of equipment, 1 skill book, and 1 mysterious seed. This is everything inside the light orbs dropped after the Bone King's death. Su Chen looked them over and felt like only the crown was of any use to him. And it is even a divine artifact. It is just that. Both the blade and the crown are in a damaged state. He does not know how to repair them either. He will just have to make do for now. If he finds better equipment, he will have to swap them out. And when he took out the crown, Su Chen heard the system notification in his mind. Ding, detected that you obtained the crown. Rank 2 Breakthrough Mission, explore the 10,000 Grave Mountains and obtain the Bone Crown. Mission complete. Ding, congratulations on completing the Breakthrough Mission. Rewards: Class Grade Promotion Stone, Primary Skill Awakening Scroll, High Level Rank 2 Skill EXP Book 10, Gold Coins X 111, Free Attribute Points plus 500, all stats increase by 500%. Hearing the long list of rewards in the notification, Su Chen felt a bit numb. There are just too many. He cannot even process them all. It was definitely worth the risk he took coming to the 10,000 Grave Mountains. The corners of his mouth curled up. Hey, can we please get out of here first? Luo Xiaoyu saw Su Chen standing there in a daze, with an inexplicable smile on his face. She felt a chill in her heart and quickly nudged him. Su Chen wiped the corner of his mouth and nodded. At this moment, a teleportation formation appeared in front of them. The two stepped into it. When they regained their senses, they were already outside the cave. Looking back into the cave, the whirlpool had vanished. That is how secret realms work. The difference between a secret realm and a dungeon is: a secret realm disappears immediately after being cleared, while dungeons can be challenged repeatedly. Su Chen glanced at the sky. When they arrived, it was bright daylight full of energy. Now the stars were filling the sky and it was pitch black. Traveling at night is very dangerous and prone to monster attacks. Considering this, Su Chen decided to rest in the woods for the night and set off tomorrow. Luo Xiaoyu seemed to have plenty of experience with this. She skillfully found wood and lit a campfire. Then she took out a tent and set it up efficiently. She was quite capable. After setting up the tent, Luo Xiaoyu, without asking a word, quickly dived into the tent and zipped it up tight, as if afraid that Su Chen would snatch her tent. At this, Su Chen was speechless. Although he is not exactly a gentleman, but as for stealing from a woman, he would not stoop to that. Su Chen sat cross-legged on a rock. With a thought, he took out the Class Grade Promotion Stone. Item: Class Grade Promotion Stone. Introduction: used to raise your class by 1 grade. Su Chen tutted in amazement. This thing is simply heaven-defying. If word got out that he had this in his possession, it would not take long for big shots to come knocking, using threats and lures. Being able to raise a class by 1 grade, from basic to common, is fine. But from legendary to mythical, that is not just a simple gap in grade. Better to use it as soon as possible. Su Chen whispered to himself, use. Ding, you used a Class Grade Promotion Stone. Please choose from the following 3 promotion directions. 1. Undead Summoner. Introduction: gain the ability to communicate with the undead and summon undead creatures to fight. 2. Leader Summoner. Introduction: all summoned creatures will become leader grade monsters. 3. Elemental Summoner. Introduction: gain a certain reduction in mana consumption when summoning elemental beings. Su Chen scanned the options, unable to make a quick decision. Undead Summoner. For him at present, it is the best choice. After all, he has the Bone Crown. The summoned undead can not only continue fighting after death but also gain a 150% boost to all stats. Leader Summoner. Turning all summons into leaders is also quite good for Su Chen. The limit of Summon Goblin is only the Elite Goblin Guard Commander. Summon Skeleton Warrior has not been leveled up yet, but even if it reaches level 99, it likely only summons elite monsters. If he could make them all leader grade monsters, the possibilities would be endless. Leader monsters range from iron to god. There is a huge room for improvement. Even a god level goblin is still god level. Elemental Summoner. This was the first option Su Chen excluded. Elemental beings are very strong. They are natural spellcasters and can provide great benefits to mage-type professionals. Many mages spend their whole lives pursuing an elemental being pet. It is just that. Transferring to Elemental Summoner only gives him a reduction in mana consumption. That is the benefit he needs the least. Just that. Later on, finding an elemental summoning skill would have the same effect. After eliminating one option, Su Chen pondered over the remaining 2. Ultimately, he chose the second option, Leader Summoner. Undead Summoner is only strong for the present. It mainly relies on the Bone Crown. But that piece of equipment is too severely damaged. It will have to be replaced sooner or later. Su Chen did not want to be limited by it and sacrifice stats just for equipment skills. And Leader Summoner can turn all summons into leaders. Clearly, its future potential is immense. Ding, you have successfully changed your class to Leader Summoner. Excellent. Ding, you obtained the exclusive skill for Leader Summoner. Excellent, Leader Summon. Leader Summon, LV, an exclusive skill for Leader Summoners. It activates passively. Under the influence of this skill, all summoned creatures will become at least Iron Grade Leader monsters. Exclusive skill, that is a bit of a hassle. Su Chen thought to himself. Skills with ranked grades like rank 1, 2, 3 can all be upgraded using corresponding skill books. But exclusive skills have no skill books and can only be improved through repeated casting. However, after reading the skill description, Su Chen could not help but feel delighted. Level 1 can already turn summons into Iron Grade Leader monsters. As the level increases, it should be able to improve the grade of the summons. Let us check the changes in the summon creatures. Thinking of this, Su Chen took out the Blood Eye and activated the skills Summon Goblin and Summon Skeleton Warrior. Nighttime. Deep in the woods. 2 summoning circles were laid out on the ground. Soon, 9 goblins and 1 skeleton warrior walked out from the summoning circles. The skeleton warrior was quite ordinary, just like the one seen before at the Mountain of 10,000 Graves. But those 9 goblins were different. They had the build of normal humans, wearing fur coats, draped in strange bone-tooth accessories, and holding a smooth, polished branch in their hands. Su Chen was slightly taken aback. What happened to my goblin squad? Why are there only 9 left? He hurriedly checked the skill information. Summon Goblin level 99. Consumes 50 mana to summon 9 High Priest Goblins, lasting for 10 minutes. The full Goblin squad is gone. The number has even dropped from 105 down to 9. It must have been affected by the skill Leader Summoning. Su Chen stroked his chin, a thought crossing his mind. He cast Eye of Truth on the High Priest Goblins and the Skeleton Warrior. Monster Goblin High Priest. Grade Black Iron. Level 13. Health 5,000 out of 5,000. Mana 4,000 out of 4,000. Strength 400. Constitution 350. Agility 350. Spirit 600. Skills Heaven Thunder, Earth Crack, Hurricane, Blazing Fire. Monster Skeleton Warrior. Grade Black Iron. Level 13. Health 3,000 out of 3,000. Mana 2,000 out of 2,000. Strength 350. Constitution 400. Agility 350. Spirit 150. Skills Heavy Cleave, Leap Strike, Ghost Flash, Bone Armor. The light flickered in Su Chen's eyes. As expected of a leader. Too strong. Even if it is just a goblin. It has 5,000 health and 4,000 mana. All 4 stats are also top tier for a second tier class. And both monsters have 4 skills. Although the Skeleton Warrior is similar to the ordinary skeletons in the Mountain of 10,000 Graves. But its skill level is only level 4, and there is still room for 9 more evolutions. Too fierce. He is terrifyingly strong now. Su Chen let out a long breath. If it were not so dark outside, he would really want to howl at the sky. After upgrading his class grade, Su Chen took out the second reward, the primary skill Awakening Scroll. Compared to learning directly from a skill book, the skills awakened by the scroll will be more suitable for the class the user possesses. Primary quality can awaken skills from the 1st to the 3rd tier. Su Chen's level is at the 2nd tier, so the awakened skill will also be 2nd tier. He tore open the scroll. A ball of light emerged from the scroll and wrapped around Su Chen's body. After a brief wait, notification sound rang in Su Chen's mind. Ding, you have successfully awakened the 2nd tier summoner skill, Rage. Rage level 1 consumes 1,000 mana to force summons into a state of rage, increasing all attributes by 150%. Another enhancement skill that adds attributes. That is not bad either. Su Chen thought to himself. He thought for a moment. Level 1 Rage added with the bonus from the Skeleton Crown. The Skeleton Warrior's attributes can be tripled. He looked back at the Skeleton Warrior's attribute panel. Including the bonus, this is ridiculous. How can this still be a Black Iron leader? A Silver leader would barely be this strong, right? And the potential of his Skeleton Warrior is even greater than this. Su Chen's heart stirred, and he took out the 999 second-tier skill experience books he had just obtained. In an instant, he poured them all into the skill Summon Skeleton Warrior. Ding, your skill, Summon Skeleton Warrior, gained 2,000 experience points, level increased, current level, level 5. Ding, your skill. Ding, you triggered the talent, Skill Evolution, your skill, Summon Skeleton Warrior, has been evolved. Ding, your skill. Ding, you triggered the talent, Skill Evolution, your skill, Summon Skeleton Warrior, has been enhanced. After the notification sounds ended, Su Chen glanced at the skill effect. Summon Skeleton Warrior, level 99, consumes 200 mana to summon 9 Imperial Elite Skeleton Warriors, lasting for 10 minutes. Su Chen activated the Summon Skeleton Warrior skill again. Before long, 9 Skeleton Warriors crawled out from the ground. Their size and bones were twice that of ordinary Skeleton Warriors. 3 to 4 meters tall like small giants. They wore pitch-black light armor, fully armed from helmet to boots. Their soul fire was vibrant, glowing deep red as it poured from their skulls. The 9 Skeleton Warriors stepped forward in unison, their presence intimidating. Good. Su Chen could not help but nod, secretly relieved he had made the right choice. Immediately after, he opened his attribute panel. Su Chen remembered that among the rewards, there were 500 free attribute points. At the same time, his original stats had increased 5-fold. Name Su Chen. Class Leader Summoner Excellent. Level 13, 27.56%. Health 2750 out of 2750. Mana 30 to 50 out of 30 to 50. Strength 205. Constitution 435. Speed 475. Spirit 2495. Talent Mana Refund SSS Skill Evolution SSS 1 for all SS. Skills: Summon Goblin, first tier level 99, Teleport, first tier level 99, Quick Cast, first tier level 99, Riding the Wind, second tier level 23, Self-Destruct, second tier level 14, Summon Skeleton Warrior, second tier level 99, Rage, second tier level 1. Pet Vampire Progenitor Angelina, Sub-God. Equipment Blood Eye plus 10, Epic Skeleton Crown God 99% broken. Available free attribute points, 500. Scanning the panel, Su Chen was secretly startled by himself. The other stats were fine, but this spirit, it is just too high. He added 500 free attribute points to his spirit attribute. Instantly, his spirit attribute was approaching 3,000. Such numbers are already comparable to a third-tier professional. However, the bonus of the spirit attribute to a mage class professional is usually reflected in mana recovery and skill damage. The only damage-dealing skill he has related to spirit is self-destruct. Su Chen thought, maybe I should learn some mage skills. Summoner is a mage-aligned profession, so it is natural to be able to learn other mage skills. But the level of the learned mage skills must be lower than his own tier. That means, being at the second tier, he can only learn first-tier mage skills. However, his spirit attribute is so high. Plus the bonus from One for All. Even a first-tier skill could potentially be used like a forbidden spell. And it would be a forbidden spell that can be cast infinitely, quickly, and instantly. Just that. After thinking for a long while, Su Chen gave up. I am not crazy. With summons to do the fighting for me, why should I bother stepping in myself? Is not it good to be a lazy dog? With that thought, Su Chen closed the attribute panel, opened his inventory, and sorted through things. He had gained a lot of equipment on this trip, but most of it was useless to him. And he is not short on gold coins, so it will just have to gather dust in the warehouse. Su Chen was organizing his inventory. Suddenly, a wild roar came from the darkness. A figure over 10 meters tall pushed aside the trees and came toward Su Chen's campsite. Camping in the wild is like this. Monsters are not afraid of campfires once they discover a human camp. If there is no sufficient defensive strength inside, the only result is complete annihilation. Nowadays, camping in the wild is a privilege for the strong. However, this monster was not very lucky. It ran into Su Chen, who had just received a massive upgrade. Su Chen stood up, wearing a smile as he looked at the monster, waved his blood eye, and began laying out new summoning circles one after another. Just in time. After Su Chen summoned 4 waves of goblins and skeleton warriors, that dark shadow also closed in on the camp. It stood over 10 meters tall, walking upright on 2 legs, sturdy and covered in black fur, it was clearly a giant bear. Seeing that there was only Su Chen, along with some goblins and skeletons, the black bear hesitated. A joyful expression appeared on the bear's face, and it charged towards Su Chen impatiently. Seeing this, Su Chen sneered. Looking at the giant bear's expression, it clearly thought of him as a meal. He immediately cast True Sight on it. Monster Savage Bear. Rank Silver. Level 26. HP 350,000. Mana 500. Strength 1,600. Constitution 2,000. Agility 1,100. Spirit 1,100. Skills Brute Force Thick Skin. A third turn Silver tier boss. Its strength is decent. It is a pity if you ran into me. Su Chen chuckled. He waved his hand, commanding his summons to attack. And he cast buffs on them. Berserk. Ride the Wind. More than 50 elite Imperial skeleton warriors rushed forward immediately. With incredible speed, they swung their great blades, slashing wildly at the savage bear. Minus 1,200. Minus 1,179. Minus 1,322. They formed a human wall, blocking the savage bear's path. The savage bear was visibly agitated. It opened its massive paws and swiped at the group of skeleton warriors, thinking it could easily smash them to pieces. Who knew? The skeleton warriors just took a few steps back, steadied themselves, and continued their assault. The savage bear realized something was wrong. It turned around, wanting to flee. But the next second, rolling black clouds gathered above its head. Boom! A peal of thunder shook the entire forest. Immediately following, blinding bolts of lightning descended, striking the savage bear fiercely. Minus 1,666. Minus 1,777. Minus 1,888. After one round of bombardment by the 50 goblin high priests, the savage bear's health bar was down to only half. The skeleton warriors moved in to finish it off. Soon, the savage bear had only a sliver of health left. It wailed in panicked helplessness, trying to rush out of the skeleton warrior's encirclement. The next second, a skeleton warrior leaped into the air. In its hand was a pitch-black blade, and the blade was wreathed in black flames. It slashed down. Swish! The savage bear's health bar was depleted, and a shrill screech erupted from its body. A ball of white bear-shaped mist was sucked out and vanished into the black blade. Ding, you have killed a level 26 silver tier boss, gaining plus 26,000 EXP. The skeleton warriors moved aside. Su Chen walked to the savage bear and picked up the Bone King's war blade to check it. Soul mark plus 78. It really works. Su Chen sighed to himself. He had previously wondered if letting the skeleton warriors wield the Bone King's war blade to trigger Plunder Soul would also stack the skill's soul marks. Now looking at it, it was absolutely fine. In this way, he had gained an extra trump card. Any skill that can stack damage has high growth value. As long as you kill enough monsters. Even if the initial damage is weak, it might eventually be strong enough to kill a god in one strike. Besides, who would ever suspect that a skeleton warrior would be holding a divine weapon? Hehe. Su Chen wiped the smile off his face and picked up the loot dropped by the savage bear. A piece of fine quality bear skin. Quality bracelet that increases strength. Quality belt that increases HP. He threw them into his inventory. Su Chen returned to the camp and sat cross-legged. He continuously triggered Ride the Wind End Berserk to grind his skill levels. After a night passed. At daybreak, Su Chen had brought Luo Xiaoyu back to Yunhua City by continuously teleporting. Hey, this is for you. After entering the city, Su Chen stuffed the gambling coin, which still had one use left, to Luo Xiaoyu. Luo Xiaoyu's gaze was somewhat dazed, looking a bit incredulous. You are just giving it to me like this? Su Chen asked in confusion. What else? I promised you earlier. Although Luo Xiaoyu did not do much on this dungeon exploration trip, she did contribute to helping him repel the environmental effects at the top of the 10,000 Grave Mountain. But he had promised that as long as she went with him once, he would give her the coin. Su Chen had no intention of breaking his word. Luo Wubing looked at the coin in her hand, pursing her lips, lost in thought. A moment later, she initiated a trade request. Su Chen looked. She traded 56 million gold coins to him for the cost of 1 copper coin. This was not a result of the 1 yuan kill ability. It was just how Luo Xiaoyu had originally said it. You do not need to overthink it, this is just, Sai, why did you accept it? Luo Xiaoyu looked lost. Su Chen rolled his eyes at her. You gave it to me yourself, why would not I take it? What, do you regret it? But Luo Xiaoyu stammered, her face turning red. A long time later, she let out a breath and stared at Su Chen resentfully, asking, What are your plans for later? Plans? Su Chen checked his level. Even though he slaughtered massively inside the 10,000 Grave Mountain dungeon, taking down many skeleton warriors and skeleton mages, as well as the gold tier boss Lick, and even a god, his level was still only 13. It can be guessed that the difficulty of leveling up in the future will be increasingly hard. He thought for a while and said, I will definitely find a dungeon and keep leveling up. The entrance exam is in 10 days or so, I have to work even harder. Luo Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Then what university do you want to apply to? Su Chen said without hesitation. Of course Daxia University, why? And nothing. Luo Xiaoyu's face turned pale, and she hastily looked down. She mumbled quietly. Daxia University is so hard to get into, it only accepts students who rank within the top 30 in the entire region. Although she has a legendary profession, her abilities are more supportive. If Daxia University is her goal, she does not have much confidence. At this moment, a broad, heavy hand rested on top of her head. What are you thinking? Do not tell me you want to go to the same university as me. Haha. Then you will have to work harder with your current strength, that is going to be very hard. Su Chen mocked her without reservation. You. Luo Xiaoyu slapped his hand away and looked up stubbornly. Who said I cannot do it? I will definitely do it. 1 month later, I will be waiting for you at Daxia University. Do not you dare go back on your word by then. After saying that, she decisively turned and ran quickly toward the direction of the city's teleportation array. Su Chen watched her back until she disappeared at the end of the road. Considering her family background, Su Chen wanted to encourage this temporary teammate. But thinking of her stubborn personality, this was the only way to ignite her fighting spirit. Good luck, I will be waiting for you at Daxia University. Su Chen muttered and then headed home. He had not slept all night, he needed a good rest now. Inside the Mage Guild, Ikayan leaned her chin on her hand, bored and dazed. This period was the most uneventful time for the Mage Guild. The awakened ones from last year had already finished their breakthrough quests. And this year's awakened ones. Except for a few geniuses, most professionals were still struggling inside dungeons. So their daily job was to sit there in a daze. Suddenly, Ikayan remembered the guy who picked up the breakthrough quest the day before yesterday. He should have gone to try it by now, I wonder how it went. A special quest, he actually dared to take it. Ikayan smirked and operated the system. The internal system of the Mage Guild could detect the quest completion status of other professionals. She wanted to see if that guy had failed or if he had not even attempted it at all. There were no other possibilities except these two. When she opened the system log and searched for a while, soon, Ikayan's expression froze on her face and her pupils gradually dilated. He had completed it. Someone completed the special quest. She could not control her emotions, got up and shouted. These words attracted the attention of dozens of people in the guild. Someone asked subconsciously, who is it who could complete a special quest? Only then did Ikayan hurriedly look at the name. Su Chen. Su Chen, the Su Chen who took on 300 people alone at the first high school on Awakening Day. Su Chen, the Su Chen who broke the hell difficulty record dozens of times in the Windy Valley. Su Chen, the Su Chen who stole the heart of the school belle Xia Lingyun, making the president of the Wild Dragon Guild, President Xia, unable to hold back tears in public. The crowd discussed heatedly and soon, the news from the Mage Guild spread out. Not long after, Yunhua City TV station released a piece of news. Shocking, Yunhua City First High School's awakened one this year. Su Chen actually did this at the Mage Guild, causing staff to scream loudly. Su Chen did not get up until 3 in the afternoon after sleeping in. His empty stomach was growling. After a quick wash, he headed down to the noodle shop downstairs. The long, narrow noodle shop was empty of customers. Only the landlady was there, her back to the door, bent over as she wiped the tables. "Zion, a customer is here," Su Chen called out as he entered the shop. The landlady wore a beige long dress that accentuated her full, rounded curves. Her smooth, silky hair was coiled up with a gold hairpin, revealing a fair and elegant swan-like neck. Despite being in her 30s, she had skin as delicate as an 18-year-old girl's, absolutely bursting with collagen. She truly lived up to the saying, a mature beauty who still retains all her charm. Su Chen sat down and took a few appreciative glances at her. As Wen Wan turned around, he hurriedly looked away, staring elsewhere. "Have some manners, you should call me Auntie Wan." Wen Wan walked over to him, her slender, fair fingers reaching out to pinch his cheek. Su Chen dodged her with a giggle. "Cut it out, Sister Wan, I am genuinely hungry." Wen Wan rolled her eyes at him and turned to head into the kitchen. Su Chen took out his phone and started looking up dungeon information around Yunhua City. Dungeon Haunted Forest level requirement, LV to LV difficulty 3 stars. Dungeon Giant Insect Plains level requirement, LV to LV difficulty 2 stars. Dungeon. Soon his noodles were served. Su Chen slurped his noodles, his brow slightly furrowed. These level 10 to 20 dungeons are way too easy. The lower the difficulty, the less experience the monsters give. If I grind these dungeons for experience, who knows how long it will take to reach level 20. Su Chen muttered to himself. With only 10 days left until the college entrance exam, he had set himself a small goal, reach level 21st. But as it stands, that is going to be quite difficult. There is a 5-star difficulty, dungeon near Yunhua City. But the level requirement is LV to LV, so he cannot get in. Thinking of this, Su Chen could not help but sigh. "Yo, is not this little Chen, why are you sighing over here?" A teasing voice came from the side. Su Chen turned his head to look. Walking in through the door was a girl who looked almost like a replica of Wen Wan, but with less maturity and a bit more youthful, innocent energy. "Sister Wenzin, when did you get back?" Su Chen exclaimed in surprise. Wenzin is Wen Wan's younger sister. She is 1 year older than Su Chen. The two sisters live right next door to him, though the three of them are very close. Unlike Su Chen, who is a child raised by the welfare system. They had parents at first, but later they passed away. To take care of her younger sister Wenzin, Wen Wan gave up the opportunity to become a professional. Wenzin was quite determined. Not only did she awaken a legendary tier class, but last year she was also admitted to Shui Mu Academy, which is just as famous as Daxia Academy. Of course it is because of the holiday, cannot I come back during my break? Wenzin sat down across from Su Chen. She looked him up and down. Tusking in amazement, she said, "A year later, how come you seem to have gotten even bigger?" Su Chen grinned. What else could it be? Pure hard work and sweat. Wenzin rolled her eyes. "Give me a break, you and your hard work and sweat. Someone who can lie down for 23 hours a day has no right to talk about hard work and sweat." Su Chen glared at her. "You are the one who lies down for 23 hours a day." Wenzin would not back down. "No, you are. Rubber bounce. No, rubber bounce." The two of them kept bickering. Before long, Wen Wan walked out with a glass of water. After handing the water to Su Chen, she gave Wenzin a tap on the head. You are both so grown up now, yet you still squabble just like before. Sister, little Chen started bullying me first." Wenzin complained. Su Chen made a hurt, aggrieved face as if to say he had been wronged but would not say anything. This little expression made both sisters burst into laughter. After a while, when Xin stopped acting up, she rested her arm on Su Chen's shoulder and leaned against him. "Enough joking, I am back on holiday, and I will only be staying for a few days. Tell your sister quickly who has been bullying you, I will stand up for you. You did not go and bump your head again and revert back to how you used to be, did you?" Wen Xin sounded a bit nervous when she said that. 2.5 years ago, Su Chen was just a quiet loner. Even though they were around each other a lot, they were not very close. It was only after that time he bumped his head that Su Chen suddenly became cheerful. He became motivated and smooth-talking, which brought them all closer. Su Chen blocked her hand as she tried to sneak a poke at his abs and chuckled. Nothing, it is just that the experience from the monsters in the dungeons feels a bit low. Oh, I almost forgot, my sister told me you also became a professional. Wenzin's eyes lit up as she leaned in. What class are you? Summoner Su Chen replied. A summoner, that class is a bit. Wenzin made a strange expression, her eyes showing a hint of pity. He patted Su Chen on the shoulder and sighed. It is fine, is not it just a bit weak in the early levels? Summoner is a class that excels in the late game, do not you panic. Once you get into Longcheng Academy, we will level up together, and that will definitely speed up your progress. By the way, what level are you now? I am free since I am home, so I can take you to grind some monsters for a couple of days. She snuck a glance at her sister. Coming home this time, she had promised to keep her sister company. Now that she was changing her mind, she was worried her sister would be angry. To her surprise, her sister gave her an approving look and nodded slightly, so Wenzin breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Su Chen's voice reached her ears. I am level 13. Oh, level 13, that is pretty. Wenzin was pouring water into her mouth, and upon hearing this, she froze. Then she immediately spat out all the water in her mouth. She stared at Su Chen, completely dumbfounded. What did you say, you are level 13? Su Chen nodded blankly, not knowing why she was reacting so strongly. How could Wenzin not react this way? Awakening Day was only 5 days ago. Most professionals should still be struggling in low-level dungeons. Even on the day of the college entrance exam, a month later. A professional who could complete the second promotion mission was as rare as a phoenix's feather, destined to enter a top-tier academy. Level 13. That is enough to compete for a spot at Daxia Academy. Even she who entered a top-tier academy a year earlier than Su Chen possessed a legendary class and was highly regarded by her instructors, was only level 25. Wenzin looked at Su Chen with the eyes one might use on a monster and asked, Is your class really a summoner? Su Chen replied speechlessly. Why would I lie to you? Wenzin grabbed his arm and started walking out. I do not believe a summoner like you could level up that fast, come with me. Sister, you do not need to make dinner for the two of us. Wen Wan rested her smooth chin on her hand, watching the backs of the two as they left, a smile forming at the corner of her lips. The giant Bug Plains dungeon is located southwest of Yunhua City. After leaving the noodle shop, Su and Wen sprinted away quickly. It took them half an hour to reach the human settlement where the portal to the giant Bug Plains dungeon is located. The level requirement for a dungeon is based on the average level of the party. In other words, as long as the average level between you and me stays within the LV to LV range, I can enter the dungeon with you. As they entered the settlement, Wenzin answered the question Su Chen had raised. She had not expected Su Chen to be unaware of even this. Could it be that he leveled up entirely on his own before, without the help of any other high-level professionals? Wenzin found that hard to believe. Even someone like her, with a legendary class, needed seniors to carry her through dungeons in the beginning. Otherwise, she would not even be able to defeat the weakest dungeon monsters and would be stuck searching for goblin camps in the wilderness. Not only is that inefficient, but the experience gained is also minimal. But she did not know. Not only did Su Chen have no one to carry him, but he was the one carrying others. After giving it some thought, Su Chen's eyes lit up. That means if our party's average level reaches LV, we can go and challenge the third-tier promotion dungeon. Wenzin's mouth twitched as she stared at him. Listen to yourself. You have not even cleared a second-tier promotion dungeon, and you are already thinking about the third. And besides, even if we could clear it, I would not take you. Even clearing a third-tier dungeon on simple difficulty takes quite an effort for me alone. If I brought you along, we would not stand a chance. Su Chen laughed and said with his hands behind his back. Zio Zin, you are underestimating my strength. Keep your mouth closed later, lest your jaw drops in shock. Wen Zin suddenly hooked her arm around his neck. You guy give you an inch and you take a mile. If I do not teach you a lesson, you will think you own the sky. Just then, a voice suddenly came from not far away. Wenzin, it really is you. Wenzin looked up to see two beautiful women with similar features but contrasting temperaments walking toward them. As they got closer, Su Chen realized one of them was Zia Lingyun. Why are you here? He asked in surprise. Zia Lingyun scanned him and Wenzin, then said with dissatisfaction. Why cannot I be here? Su Chen scratched his head awkwardly. At this moment, Wenzin also said in a strange tone. Zio Chen, who is she? This must be student Su Chen, right? Before Su Chen could speak, the woman who came with Zia Lingyun spoke first. Seeing that she was also a beautiful and friendly woman, though not quite matching the Wen sisters. Seeing her offer her hand, Su Chen quickly shook it and said, I'm Su Chen, nice to meet you. The beauty chuckled and introduced herself. I am Lingyun's cousin Zia Yun. And I am also a senior classmate of your friend Wen Xin here. Su Chen turned to look at Wen Xin, who was glaring at Zia Lingyun and scratched his head awkwardly. Oh wow, it really is a small world, haha. Zia Yun smiled gently and said, by the way, you guys are here to clear a dungeon, right? Why do not we team up? We happen to need people to balance our average level. Hearing this, Zia Lingyun stopped glaring at Wen Xin and quickly nodded. Sure, that would be great. She was dying to enter a dungeon with Su Chen. But Wen Xin pulled Su Chen aside and said bluntly, Great my foot senior sister, you are already level 32. If we both join, the average level will exceed 20, how can we fight? Zia Yun was stunned, then looked at Su Chen with curiosity. Student Su Chen, what level are you now? 13. Su Chen said quickly. The gentle smile on Zia Yun's face shattered instantly. He stared blankly at Su Chen. After a moment she looked at Zia Lingyun and sighed. I am really getting old, every new generation is more monstrous than the last. I thought Zio Lingyun reaching level 11 in 5 days was already a stroke of genius. I did not expect someone even more abnormal. But then again, only someone like this is worthy of Lingyun's affection, hee. She chuckled playfully. Zia Lingyun's cool expression instantly vanished as she stomped her foot and complained, Cousin Yun. Why, if you dare to do it, you should not be afraid to talk about it. The two sisters began to chase each other playfully. Wen Xin gritted her teeth and leaned in towards Su Chen. Look at the mess you have caused, how did you hook up with that girl, better tell me the truth. Su Chen scratched his head and sighed. I cannot help it, sometimes being too handsome is a sin. Wen Xin was so angry her teeth ached. But looking at his flawless face, she could not really say anything. After all, Su Chen was just stating a fact. Judging by her gear, Zia Yun's class should be a warrior. She effortlessly caught hold of Zia Lingyun, then turned to the two with a smile. Since the levels do not match, we will stop bothering you. It is getting late and we still need to find someone to balance our levels, so we will. Before she could finish, Su Chen interrupted, why would not it match? What? All three women were stunned, not understanding what he meant. Su Chen calculated aloud. Sister Xin is 25, Sister Yun is 32, Lingyun is 11 plus me at 13, our average level is over 20. Is not that just right to enter the 3rd tier dungeon? Zia Lingyun did the math and her eyes brightened. It is true, it fits perfectly. Fits perfectly my ass. Wen Xin pulled on Su Chen annoyed. I already told you, even for us 3rd tier professionals, 3rd tier dungeons are not easy to deal with. Even with senior sister Zia, a 4th tier professional joining, it is very difficult to bring you two along. Why do not you understand? Zia Yun remained silent, head bowed as if thinking about something. Su Chen persuaded her. Sister Xin, trust me this once, my strength is truly beyond your imagination. You and Sister Yun do not even need to lift a finger. I alone can lead the 3 of you through the hell difficulty of the 3rd tier dungeon. Give me a chance to prove myself. Wen Xin rolled her eyes at him. The more you talk, the more exaggerated you get. Hell difficulty, I think you are. Zio Xin, why not give student Su Chen a chance? Zia Yun suddenly interrupted. She stared at Su Chen, looking him up and down, and giggled. You might not know, but student Su Chen is quite the talk of Yunhua City these days. I am actually quite curious to see what his strength is like, so let us just do as he says. Wen Xin was stunned. Senior sister, why are you indulging him? You know how hard those dungeons are. It is settled then. Su Chen quickly sent a party invitation to Zia Lingyun and Zia Yun. After they accepted, the group of 4 changed their route toward the settlement for the 3rd tier dungeon. Seeing this, even though she disagreed, Wen Xin had no choice but to follow closely. There was a 3rd tier dungeon near the giant bug plains. Before long, the 4 of them arrived in front of the dungeon portal and stepped inside. It was up to the party leader Su Chen to choose the difficulty. Without hesitation, he selected Hell difficulty. Ding, entering the 3rd tier hell difficulty dungeon, Fallen Castle, please prepare yourselves. Upon hearing this prompt, the expressions of Xia Yun and Wen Xin instantly turned to panic. The setting sun is like blood, casting its light obliquely onto the wide arch bridge. The bridge has fallen into disrepair over the years and looks somewhat dilapidated. But from the parts that remain intact, one can still faintly glimpse the glory of its past. The bridge is like this, and so is the towering ancient castle at the other end. The 4 of them, having entered the dungeon, stand on a small clearing in front of the bridge. There are no monsters around. Wen Xin looks at the dungeon information before her. Dungeon name Fallen Castle. Dungeon difficulty Hell. Level restriction LV to LV. Party limit 4 people. Clearance requirement defeat the Fallen King Klim. After reading it over and over again, Wen Xin closes the dungeon information. Then she grabs Su Chen and shakes him violently. Su Chen, what on earth do you think you're doing? The sharp, explosive sound startles the crows resting on the tree branches. Even Xia Yun, who supported Su Chen's choice of a 3rd tier dungeon, falls silent. She had assumed Su Chen would at most choose an easy difficulty to test the waters. If it were easy mode, with her and Wen Xin's strength, they could at least attempt to clear it. But the current difficulty is Hell. The 4-person party is full, which grants the monsters certain buffs. There is no hope. Even if 4 4th tier players teamed up, the probability of clearing it would not be high. Xia Yun sighs and says, although there is a half-day weakening period for exiting the dungeon, it is still better than dying inside. Let us go, little Lingyan. However, Xia Lingyun shakes her head and walks to Su Chen's side. No, I choose to believe in Su Chen. You. Xia Yun did not expect that the usually calm Xia Lingyun would also fall victim to lovesickness. Is this hell difficulty something they can even handle? Forget it. She will learn her lesson once the monsters beat her up. Thinking this, she says nothing more. She resolves to talk to her uncle when they get back. Even if it makes her a villain and earns Xia Lingyun's resentment, she must break up this couple. Otherwise, with Su Chen's temperament, he will lead her to her death sooner or later. Meanwhile, Wen Xin is trying to force Su Chen to quit the dungeon. Just as she is about to grab him, Su Chen dodges with a teleport. Sister Xin, see what I am capable of before you start talking. Su Chen says to her, fine, 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 I want to see what kind of strength you really have. Wen Xin is so angry that her face turns red. She stands with her hands on her hips and shouts. Seeing that she has calmed down, Su Chen quickly activates 2 summoning skills. Then, Xia Yun and Wen Xin witness a scene they could not even imagine in their dreams. One summoning circle after another is laid out on the ground, as if mana were infinite. Tall and burly figures constantly emerge from them. Goblins. Skeletons. Only these 2 races. But they seem a little different from those races. Xia Yun and Wen Xin look at each other, both seeing the shock in the other's eyes. They quickly turn back, casting an inspect skill on the goblins and skeleton warriors, which now number nearly 100. Their inspect skill is not high level, they can only see the health points. But just from the health points, the 2 top students from Shuimu University fall silent instantly. Suddenly they do not know what to say. They seem to understand in an instant why Su Chen and Xia Lingyun were so confident. It was not youthful impulsiveness, it was absolute certainty. How about it, Sister Xin, say something. Su Chen says calmly. Wen Xin opens her mouth, hesitates for a long time and finally asks, How can your summons be so overpowered? Su Chen sighs, looking like a battle-hardened, famous veteran. Everything I possess today is earned through my talent and hard work. The hardships along the way are not for outsiders to know. Damn it! Wen Xin's face turns dark, she slaps the back of his head and says, You only awakened 5 days ago, what hardships could you possibly have experienced? Besides, no matter how heaven-defying these summons are, they are only at the 2nd-tier monster level. How can they deal with 3rd-tier monsters? Su Chen does not over-explain. A 2nd-tier boss is still a boss, no matter how weak. A 3rd-tier normal monster is just a normal monster, no matter how strong. As for a 3rd-tier boss, if one cannot beat it, cannot a whole group handle it? After summoning 99 goblins and skeleton warriors, Su Chen waves his hand, and the skeleton warriors march to clear the path. He walks behind the goblin phalanx. The three women follow closely behind. Just as they step onto the arch bridge, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sound of several arrows piercing the air comes from ahead. Wen Xin, the knight, and Zia Yun, the warrior, immediately block in front of Su and Zia. Wen Xin also activates a group defense skill, casting a shield over all four of them. However, the situation is not as perilous as they imagined. A few skeleton warriors proactively step in front of them. The skeletons use their bone armor skill. The dark armor on their bodies instantly gains a new luster. Then there are a few thudding sounds. All the incoming arrows are deflected by the skeleton's armor. However, a dense volley of arrows continues to rain down towards them. The skeleton warriors take turns stepping forward to block. Although they sustain some damage, none of them perish. Taking advantage of the skeleton warriors blocking the arrows, Su Chen sends his Blood Eye Scout to the middle of the bridge. He sees dozens of monsters dressed in soldier armor and wielding bows and crossbows, hiding behind wooden cover. Monster Fallen Soldier. Rank Normal. Level 25. Health 1. Mana 1. Strength 800. Speed 800. Physique 1200. Spirit 600. Skill Rapid Shot. After looking, Su Chen gives a disdainful laugh. He had overestimated the strength of the monsters in a third-tier dungeon. Even with bonuses for difficulty and party size, their attributes are very average. The level 99 skeleton warriors have health 7,000, mana 4,000, strength 1,100, speed 1,100, physique 1,500, spirit 400. Such stats. And that is not even counting the triple bonus from the skeleton crown and rage. A single one would be enough to keep the monsters in this fallen castle busy for half a day. At this thought, Su Chen does not hesitate any longer. He orders 18 skeleton warriors to block arrows for them. All other summons attack. Then, before the skeleton warrior squad can charge forward, the goblin high priests have already made their move. They have 4 skills. Heavenly Thunder is a high-damage, single-target magic skill. Ground Rupture is a small-area, stable crowd control skill. Hurricane is a large-area disruption skill. And Scorching Fire is a large-area damage skill. The moment Su Chen issues the command, 99 goblin high priests raise their root staves simultaneously. Terrifying elemental energy fluctuations spread out from them. The elemental energy is so dense that it creates visible ripples. The next second, 99 fireballs, each 2 meters in diameter, smash into the location of the dozen or so fallen soldiers. Boom, boom, boom. Most of the fireballs do not land directly on the targets. But upon landing, they explode, transforming into a massive sea of fire that engulfs the dozen or so fallen soldiers. Although their spirit attribute is only 600, they are influenced by rage and with the stacked damage from 99 units. The 4 of them watch as massive damage numbers pop up. -101, -111, -106, -112. In less than a second, the first wave of monsters blocking their way is wiped out entirely. Ding, you have killed a LV normal monster, fallen soldier, and gained 25,000 experience. Ding, you have killed. If it were not for the constant notifications ringing in their ears, the 3 women, including Zia Lingyun, would never believe that killing monsters could be this simple and easy. They did not even see where the monsters were. Especially Zia Lingyun. The other 2 were simply shocked by the damage of Su Chen's summons. But Zia Lingyun could clearly feel the growth in Su Chen's power. Before, although he could summon a large number of monsters, the combat power of those goblins was laughably weak compared to now. Facing monsters, it would take multiple rounds of attacks to clear them out. Now it only takes 1 skill. He has become so strong after just a few days of not seeing each other. Zia Lingyun stares at Su Chen, her eyes shimmering. Continue forward. Just as the 3 women are stunned, Su Chen says with his hands behind his back, his expression nonchalant and his tone confidently reckless. The wind from the fireball explosions blows, causing his robes and black hair to flutter. He walks protected by the skeleton warriors, his back looking so unattainable. The skeleton warriors did not stop just because the monsters had been wiped out. They charged forward, rushing through the sea of fire. Soon they encountered the second wave of monsters. The second wave also consisted of fallen soldiers, but there were twice as many as the previous wave. And the weapons in their hands were not bows or crossbows. Instead, they carried long spears that gleamed with a cold, deadly light. Su Chen was monitoring the battle remotely through his blood-flying pupil. Seeing this situation, he did not wait for the goblin high priests to finish their cooldowns. He ordered the skeleton warriors to attack immediately. The moment the order was given, dozens of skeletons used their skills at the same time. Leaping slash. Leaping slash. Leaping slash. Dozens of tall, dark shadows descended from the sky. Their long blades crashed heavily into the targeted fallen soldiers. Some warriors had not even touched the ground yet, before their target was instantly killed by a companion's ghost flash strike. They could only land and stand there stunned. However, they did not stop moving. The third wave. The fourth wave. Xia Yan and Wen Xin looked dazed. They still remembered that they came to help Su Chen and Xia Lingyan clear monsters. But as it turned out, so far several waves of monsters had been killed. Yet they had not even seen the shadows of the monsters. Only the notifications in their ears and the loot scattered on the ground. These were the only proof that they were currently inside a dungeon. Wait, how did you become so powerful? Are you really just an ordinary summoner? Wen Xin wrapped her arm around Su Chen's shoulder and asked with suspicion. Su Chen laughed smugly. Did I ever say I was an ordinary summoner? Little Xin, do not doubt me from now on, alright? Just remember, follow Brother Chen and you will eat well. Wen Xin saw his smug, triumphant face. She instantly felt unhappy. She felt afraid that Su Chen would suffer, yet also afraid that he might succeed too quickly. She never expected that Su Chen, who awakened a year after her, would actually possess strength surpassing her own. Wen Xin said sourly, "Do not get too smug, be careful you do not flip the boat. It feels great to hack through regular mobs now, but if you face elites or even bosses later, who knows if you will be able to hold up." Su Chen sighed and shook his head. Stubborn, still acting so stubborn. Wen Xin was suddenly furious and her face turned red, wanting to scold him. Suddenly, a flash of cunning crossed her eyes, and she leaned into Su Chen's ear to whisper, "How about we make a bet? If you can solve the boss as easily as you are now, I will give you a reward. If you cannot, from now on you have to obediently call me Sister Xin, and you can never call me Little Xin again. How about it?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow and said, "Making a bet with me, are you sure? Have not you heard of the great Xia gambling god Su Chen, who never loses a bet?" Wen Xin patted his chest. "Stop playing around, are you betting or not?" Su Chen chuckled. "If a reward is delivered to my doorstep, how could I refuse? Can you tell me what the reward is first?" Wen Xin raised her eyebrows, seeing Xia Lingyan approaching with an unkind look in her eyes. She said, "Win first and then we will talk." Xia Lingyan walked over and met Su Chen's gaze. She immediately said with grievance, "What was she saying to you? Why are you smiling so happily?" "Smiling so happily, was I?" Su Chen touched the corners of his mouth. "It seems it really was turned up a bit too high." Xia Lingyan said nothing, just quietly looked at him. Su Chen laughed aloud and patted her head twice. "Clearing a dungeon, being a bit happy, keeping the mood lively, that is fine, right? Let us go, it looks like we have encountered the boss up ahead." After saying that, he walked ahead with large strides. Xia Lingyan wanted to chase after him to get to the bottom of it, but she was caught by a hand. "Sister Yan." Xia Lingyan hid in Xia Yan's arms, feeling aggrieved, her eyes watering. Xia Yan sighed and said, "Little Lingyan, do not you understand yet? He is a man you cannot grasp." Xia Lingyan's eyes were slightly red. I just feel unwilling, I was the one who arrived first." Xia Yan said awkwardly, "As far as I know, Wen Xin has known him since they were children." Xia Lingyan gasped, her face visibly freezing. Not long after, Su Chen's group arrived at the end of the arch bridge. A closed gate stood before the four of them. On the small platform connecting the entrance and the arch bridge, a large humanoid figure was sitting there. The humanoid figure wore heavy silver-gray armor, and by its side was a long-handled, double-sided giant axe. Even just sitting there, the aura it radiated was unsettling. Monster Fallen Warrior. Rank Brass Boss. Level 29. Health 300. Mana 1500. Strength 2500. Constitution 3000. Agility 1000. Spirit 1500. Skills Sweep 1000 Armies Battle Roar. After examining its attributes, Wenzin wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. She poked Su Chen next to her with her elbow and said, "See that? That is a 3rd-tier boss and it is a brass rank." Still feeling reckless, she did not know. Su Chen had already scouted the boss's information long ago. It was on par with the wild bear he encountered in the wild last night. "It is just okay, I guess," Su Chen said dismissively. "Hee, you are still being stubborn." Wenzin thought he was just trying to save face, so she ruthlessly called him out. "Just admit defeat if you cannot handle it. It is not shameful to retreat when facing a 3rd-tier brass rank boss." Su Chen ignored her sarcasm. He ordered his summons to attack with full force. In an instant, a large cluster of dark clouds gathered over the fallen warrior's head. Lightning flickered. The next second, bolts of heavenly lightning crashed down with a boom. Crash, crash, crash. The lightning struck the metal armor, sending out massive sparks. At the same time, high magic damage numbers floated above the fallen warrior's head. -1111. -1112. -1113. Having gained experience a few times, Su Chen's method of controlling the Goblin High Priests to use the same skill was becoming more proficient. Just as Wenzin's mocking words fell. "Ding, you participated in killing the level 29 brass boss, Fallen Warrior, and gained 290,000 experience. A 3rd-tier brass rank boss was actually instantly killed." Wenzin's smile froze. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly turned around, leaned in close to her and studied her carefully. Wenzin was stunned for a moment and asked, "What are you doing?" Su Chen smiled mischievously. "Little Zin, I was just wondering, after having your face slapped so many times, does it hurt? But what are you thinking about? Why are your cheeks so red and so hot?" After saying that, he laughed loudly and walked ahead. "You jerk." Wenzin stood there for a long time, then rushed forward quickly. The two of them began to chase and play around. The two girls behind watched this scene. Zia Yun's eye twitched. Are they clearing a dungeon? They must be. But why does the vibe feel so wrong? Wait. Murderous intent. Zia Yun became instantly alert, then looked back. And saw Zia Lingyun with a deadly glint in her eyes and murderous aura surging behind her. And over here, Su Chen had already arrived in front of the loot-like cluster from the fallen warrior. He reached out to loot it. Item Battle Roar Skill Book. Learning requirement, Knight or Warrior class, Spirit attribute greater than 200. Introduction, a 3rd-tier skill book. When used on a target, it will reduce their agility by 50% with a 10% chance to trigger a fear state lasting for 5 seconds. After browsing the information, Su Chen threw it to Wenzin. Why? Wenzin asked in confusion. Giving it to you to use, do not you want it? Su Chen said casually. Wenzin froze. A 3rd-tier skill book. The market price is at least worth 5 million gold coins and he just gave it to her like that. Since when did Su Chen become so generous? Is this still the same guy who used to fight her tooth and nail over a piece of meat? She looked at Su Chen and said, Whoa, someone has grown up. I will accept it then. Su Chen did not pay her any mind and continued looting. A quality breastplate, a quality bracer, and that was it. He just stood up. A figure rushed over from behind. It was Zia Lingyun. She bit her lip then whispered, I want a skill book too. Su Chen paused then chuckled. Alright, if we find one, I will give it to you. Zia Lingyun nodded. Does she really lack this skill book? Not at all. What she wanted was just a stance. Now she's very satisfied with Su Chen's attitude. The heavy iron gate slowly pushed inward by the skeleton warriors. But after opening a gap just wide enough for one person to pass through. No matter how hard the skeleton warriors pushed, the gate would not budge any further. The blood-flying eye flew through the gap first. Behind the gate was a long staircase winding upwards. At the end stood a magnificent platinum palace. On both sides of the stairs were tall stone pillars reaching 100 meters high. At the top of each pillar was a small platform where 1 or 2 monsters stood. They wore heavy armor and held longbows. Hearing the commotion at the door, they all tightened their bowstrings. A skeleton warrior squeezed through the gap. Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound pierced the air. A sharp arrow pierced the skeleton warrior's skull and embedded itself into the iron gate behind. Minus 11,000. Su Chen, watching all this, was slightly startled. Good grief, 10,000 damage in one shot. Whose commander is this? One arrow took out a skeleton warrior instantly. This was the first time Su Chen had seen a common monster deal so much damage. And it was not just this one. The staircase went all the way up with about 100 stone pillars. Every single pillar had 1 or 2 such archers. He just wondered if they would launch a volley. Su Chen ordered the other skeletons to stop advancing. Then he used True Sight Eye on the monsters. Monster Fallen Dragon Hunter Archer. Level 27. Grade Elite. Health 3000 out of 3000. Mana 2000 out of 2000. Strength 2400. Constitution 1000. Agility 2000. Spirit 1500. Skills: Fatal Blow, Charged Heavy Shot. Fatal Blow grants the arrow a 200% strength bonus and has a 50% chance to cause a critical hit, doubling the damage. Charged Heavy Shot charges the arrow to increase hit damage and range, with the increase depending on charge time up to 3 times. Su Chen clicked his tongue in surprise. This monster is strong. Its strength and agility are comparable to a typical brass tier boss. Combined with the fact that the iron gate only opens a tiny gap. 5 Fallen Dragon Hunter Archers would be enough to shoot down any enemy trying to squeeze through. Plus, standing on the high stone pillars, they can attack from above, making them unreachable by most conventional attacks. The only way now is to have the Goblin High Priest lock onto their positions and clear them with Heavenly Thunder. But Heavenly Thunder requires a line of sight. And with such a small gap, it is impossible for all the Goblin High Priests to lock on. If he cleans them up one by one, who knows how long that will take. Su Chen frowned in thought. Seeing his expression, the 3 women knew he was in trouble and hurriedly asked. Su Chen told them about the situation inside the gate. After listening, Xia Lingyun started thinking of solutions too. But Xia Yun and Wen Xin smiled lightly. Xia Yun said, Su Chen, you have not completed many dungeons, so it is reasonable that you do not know this. Once you have completed more dungeons, you will know a golden rule. Su Chen looked at her and asked curiously, What golden rule? Xia Yun said, It is, within 7 steps there is bound to be an antidote. The original meaning is that after being bitten by a poisonous snake, you can often find the medicinal herb to treat it within 7 steps. And this sentence also applies to exploring dungeons. There are so many dungeons in this world that we often enter ones with insufficient information. When you encounter a path you cannot pass directly, why not change your mindset and look around? There might be other methods. Su Chen frowned. He looked around, but it seemed there were no other paths to take. 10 minutes later, I found it. Wen Xin shouted, drawing the attention of the other 3. Su Chen walked over quickly. He saw Wen Xin pointing below the arch bridge. Their eyesight was quite good. They soon discovered what she was pointing at, a drainage outlet. The drainage outlet was located on the left side of the arch bridge, with a diameter of 2.5 meters. Even someone as tall as Su Chen could pass through it easily. And following the direction of Wen Xin's finger, the other 3 gradually saw a path that was barely safe enough to reach the drainage outlet. Wen Xin leaned toward Su Chen and said proudly, How about that? My year at the academy was not wasted. You're truly amazing. Su Chen praised. He meant it from the bottom of his heart. If it were not for the reminders from Xia Yun and Wen Xin, he might have been stuck fighting those fallen dragon hunter archers all day. He could win, yes, but who knows how much time would be wasted. He might have had to spend the whole day there. Add in the dungeon cooldown. He did not know how much experience he would miss out on. The 4 of them followed the narrow path, went down the arch bridge and crawled into the drainage outlet. There was no strange odor, and inside the drainage outlet, there was not even any water. It just got darker the further they went in. Su Chen used the blood-flying eye to explore inside. and he also had true sight-eye, so he did not need any lighting. But the other three women were not as accustomed to it, especially Xia Lingyun. Compared to Wen Xin and Xia Yun who had trained in the academy, her face was the palest. But she still followed Su Chen closely, step by step. The four walked quietly for a while. Suddenly, a lit oil lamp was handed by Wen Xin to Xia Lingyun. "I just found it in my inventory. If you are scared, take it," Wen Xin said expressionlessly. Xia Lingyun still wanted to be tough. Su Chen said, "Take it, this drainage pipe is quite long." His blood-flying eye had a detection range of 1,500 meters. But it still had not reached the end of the pipe. They still had a long way to go. Hearing Su Chen's words, Xia Lingyun reluctantly took the oil lamp. With the oil lamp lighting the way, the panic in her heart subsided a lot. The four of them were silent. They walked for about half an hour or more. Soon, they reached the end of the drainage pipe. At the end, a beam of light fell from overhead. On the wall, steel bars bent at both ends were nailed to form a ladder leading up. Su Chen released the blood-flying eye to fly out from the manhole cover above. Outside was a bathhouse, and the manhole cover was located inside the pool. There were no monsters, but Su Chen did not let his guard down completely. The ladder reached several hundred meters high. It would be bad if the steel bars came loose, causing them to slip and fall and getting injured. He let a skeleton warrior climb up first. Only after the skeleton warrior pushed open the manhole cover and walked outside did he take the three women out. "We are finally out," Xia Yun stretched her body inside. The drainage pipe had plenty of space, but walking in that environment for a long time inevitably made one feel depressed. Now that it suddenly opened up, she felt physically and mentally relaxed. She glanced over and saw Xia Lingyun walking towards Wen Xin. "Here, take it back," Xia Lingyun said coldly, passing the oil lamp back. Wen Xin did not mind and tossed the oil lamp into her inventory. Then she heard a deliberately lowered voice. "Thank you." Wen Xin was stunned. When she looked up, Xia Lingyun had already returned to Xia Yun's side. Su Chen walked to a high window. He sent the blood-flying eye out. After the blood-flying eye flew a circle around the outside, Su Chen said happily, "We are already inside the castle. If we head towards that door, we should be able to find the final boss." The blood-flying pupil made a quick sweep around the castle. Su Chen gained a basic understanding of the castle's main structure. The castle is divided horizontally into three zones: left, center, and right. The winding staircase leading in from the large iron gate earlier leads directly to the main entrance of the central zone. The boss is likely inside that door, and the four of them are currently in the underground area of the left castle wing. They just need to head right, then go up to reach the boss's location. As Su Chen thought this, he led the three women out of the bathroom. Outside the bathroom was a long corridor. Through his blood-flying pupil, Su Chen saw an elevator at the end. It is operated by a lever. Although the corridor seemed to be empty of monsters, there were quite a few half-open doors on both sides. Monsters were hiding behind them. It was obvious. As soon as anyone walked past the doors, they would rush out and launch an ambush. Quite treacherous. Su Chen's blood-flying pupil saw it all clearly. Naturally, he would not give them a chance to ambush. He waved his blood pupil, summoning over 100 skeleton warriors again. The previous batch had been left outside the drainage outlet because they were inconvenient to carry. The skeleton warriors split into two groups, with the first group heading forward. As they passed the doors where the monsters were hiding, the monsters rushed straight out, before their weapons could even touch the skeleton warriors in front. The group behind triggered their skills. Leaping slash, heavy slash, leaping slash, ghost instant slash. In an instant, blade flashes appeared and blood splattered everywhere. Those hiding monsters were just ordinary fallen soldiers. Soon, the corridor was cleared and the skeleton soldiers guarded both sides, waiting for the four to pass. As the group walked by, the three women took a close look at these tall, fully armed warriors. Wen Xin said with envy, "Are summoners all this strong? Having summons is just too convenient. Without them, we would have wasted so much time clearing these hidden monsters one by one. We might even have been ambushed." At that moment, Wen Xin felt that her legendary grade knight class did not seem so great anymore. Su Chen smiled without explaining. It is not that summoners are inherently strong. If he did not have 2 SSS grade talents, 1 SS grade talent and the 1 Yuan kill plugin, he might still be stuck outside killing goblins, wondering when he could ever run a dungeon. However, the 1 Yuan kill plugin was also something he brought to this world. And the 3 talents were ones he had fought hard to obtain. Can Su Chen's current strength be said to have nothing to do with his talents and effort? Certainly not. The 4 of them stepped into the elevator, because the space in the elevator was limited. Other than the 4 of them, Su Chen only let 2 skeleton warriors in to guard the front, to prevent any monsters from ambushing from above. The skeleton warrior pulled the lever. Clank, clank, clank. The sound of gears and iron chains grinding echoed overhead. Soon, they slowly ascended with the elevator. After reaching the top, everyone stepped out. Outside was a small room, but it was quite spacious. The small door ahead was tightly shut. Experienced professionals immediately realized there was danger behind the door. Xia Yun and Wen Xin, who had not entered combat yet, took up their weapons, aimed at the door, and got into combat stance. Xia Lingyan followed suit, but Su Chen told them not to rush. He released his blood-flying pupil to pass through the door and scout the situation. Wen Xin was startled and exclaimed, "Oh my god, your skill can even go through doors, that is cheating." Su Chen rolled his eyes at her. The blood-flying pupil is not a physical object, it is a spirit just like a soul. Why be so surprised about passing through a door? He was used to hacking for so long that it felt normal. For the 3 women, especially Xia Yun and Wen Xin, who knew the importance of information detection, the long-range scouting skill was already an overpowered ability. But the ability to detect information through obstacles, that definitely qualifies as something you would get reported and banned for. Of course, that was just an exaggeration. If the ability of the blood pupil got out, at most some professionals might want to buy his weapon. But if he used the 1 Yuan kill plugin to farm gold everywhere and break the market, then it really might prompt the Apocalypse main system to step in and ban his account. The blood-flying pupil passed through the door and arrived in the room behind. The room was even larger, the size of a football field. It was filled with bookshelves and books like a library. Roaming between the shelves was a group of people in wide purple robes with pale faces, dark sunken eyes, and withered skin. They looked like they had been overindulging and had pulled several all-nighters. Holding an oil lamp in one hand and a magical staff in the other, they wandered aimlessly through the dimly lit bookshelves, as if desperately searching for something. On the other side of the room, directly facing the elevator, there was a delicately carved large golden door. At the entrance, an old man in silver-white robes and a wide-brimmed wizard hat sat on the ground. The old man had a messy, knotted gray beard. A huge staff was laid flat across his knees. The blood-flying pupil transmitted the information of these 2 types of monsters back to Su Chen's mind. Monster Fallen Court Mage. Grade Elite. Level 25. Health 1. Mana 1. Strength 400. Constitution 400. Agility 400. Spirit 2600. Skills Arcane Shock, Arcane Torrent. Monster Fallen Court Archmage. Grade Silver Boss. Level 29. Health 1. Mana 1. Strength 1000. Constitution 1200. Agility 80. Spirit 5700. Spells Crystal Ice Dragon, Crystal Ice Coffin, Spatial Jump, Endless Wind and Snow. 43 Elite Grade Fallen Court Mages. 1 Silver Boss Fallen Court Archmage. Su Chen consolidated the overall situation of the monsters outside in his mind and told the 3 women. After hearing it, Wen Xin wore a bitter smile. "I told you, a hell level 3rd rank dungeon would not be that easy to clear. These monsters, if even one spell lands on me, I think I would lose half my health. I am a 3rd rank knight and it is like this for me, let alone for you guys. Maybe we should retreat." Su Chen snorted lightly. "With the enemy right in front of us, you keep trying to shake our morale. I think you are looking for a beating. In ancient times, someone like you would be dragged to the front lines and beheaded, you know." Wen Xin was immediately annoyed. "But I am not wrong, the enemy is so powerful, how are we supposed to fight? The elite monsters have the attributes of bosses. The silver boss is comparable to gold, or even dark gold. If we force our way in, are not we just handing over our lives? Su Chen remained confident and said, "How would you know if you do not try?" The fallen dragon hunter archers that were blocking the large iron gate before were actually the same level as these fallen court mages. The reason Su Chen felt it was troublesome then was mainly because of the terrain. The opening the iron gate allowed was too small. The summons could not form a proper battle line. Plus, the archers were standing in a higher position. Even if he teleported inside the gate to summon, the skeleton warriors could not reach those fallen dragon hunters. And the goblin high priest could not one-shot all the enemies. That is why it felt hard to fight. But now they are inside the castle. These mages are all on one level plane. As long as the skeleton warriors get close, they are nothing. Thinking of this, Su Chen did not hesitate and teleported directly into the room. By the time those monsters turned to look, he had already raised his blood pupil and quickly set up several summoning circles for summoned skeleton warrior. Before the skeleton warriors could fully materialize, Su Chen cast Walk on the Wind again, covering the 6 summoning circles on the ground. At level 23, Walk on the Wind now provides a 30 movement speed boost. So, the moment the skeleton warriors stepped out of the summoning circles, they charged out with the speed of a cheetah. Turning into streaks of black shadows, they lunged at the corrupted court mages. Leaping strike. Leaping strike. Leaping strike. After the speed boost, the skeleton warriors swung their blades with even greater ferocity. By simply chaining a few skills together, 5 corrupted court mages were instantly obliterated. But, unfortunately, there were still 7 or 8 monsters left that had been aggroed. They raised their magic staves. Arcane shock. A circle of pale purple light exploded from the tips of their staves. The skeleton warriors around them were instantly knocked back. Minus 55-55. Minus 55-95. Minus 55-74. As the warriors in front were knocked back, those behind leaped into the air and swung their blades down. Little did they know, the corrupted court mages in the distance had also been aggroed. After a brief charge, they pointed their staves forward. Arcane torrent. Beams of bright white energy rushed forward, slamming into the skeleton warriors and pushing them back. The damage was significant. Minus 1005, minus 1005, minus 1005. Every second, the hit skeleton warriors suffered at least 8,000 damage. Many warriors died instantly as a result. However, because they entered a state of death, the corrupted court mages dropped their aggro on them and turned to target other skeleton warriors. But Su Chen, way back when he prepared to teleport in, had already consumed mana to activate one of the Bone Crown's skills, Undead Immortality. Skeleton warriors could continue to fight for half a minute after death. These fallen warriors, like invisible phantoms, charged quickly towards the corrupted court mages with the help of Walk on the Wind. 1/2 3/. The corrupted court mages were already low on health and defense, after being slashed 3 times by the boss-level black-bodied skeleton warriors. Their health bars were depleted instantly. Therefore, the scene in the library looked as if the corrupted court mages were suppressing the skeleton warriors. Brilliant torrents of energy prevented the warriors from advancing. But in reality, the tide of battle was firmly tilted in Su Chen's favor. A single fallen skeleton warrior could trade for at least 2 corrupted court mages. They had an endless supply, they could never run out of the first wave of summoned warriors. And after 2 minutes of fighting, the 3 girls finally realized that Su Chen had already entered the room. They pushed open the door and saw Su Chen, who had already wiped out the monsters. "Su Chen, you were way too reckless." Wen Xin wanted to scold him more, but seeing the piles of loot on the floor, she was suddenly speechless. How is this possible? Did not Su Chen say the monster stats here were comparable to bosses? How did his skeleton warriors kill them so easily? Wen Xin thought Su Chen had exaggerated the monster's stats. She found a corrupted court mage still putting up a resistance, and cast an inspect skill on it. After reading it, she had nothing to say. The monsters really were powerful. It was just that Su Chen's skeleton warriors were even more monstrous. "You guys came just in time, help me pick up the loot on the ground. There is too much, it is tiring to keep bending over," Su Chen said nonchalantly. The 3 girls were instantly speechless. The items dropped by these elite monsters must be worth a fortune. Who would complain about being tired while picking up money? However, since Su Chen said so, they had nothing to hesitate about. The three girls immediately stepped forward to clear the battlefield. But just as Xia Lingyan was about to walk up to a monster corpse, a phantom suddenly appeared beside it. Before she could even make out the figure of that phantom, rich ice elements gathered on a staff. Vaguely, she seemed to see a four-clawed dragon carved from ice crystals charging out from the staff's light. She was frozen in place, too scared to even make a sound. Almost as the ice dragon was about to touch the tip of her nose. Once again, that familiar, strong arm wrapped around her slender waist and pulled her back. Then the world turned upside down. They had already appeared in front of the elevator door. This all happened too fast. Even experienced explorers like Wen Xin and Xia Yun only reacted after the ice dragon dissolved. Xia Yun gasped, her heart tightening. Xia Lingyun had almost been in trouble just now. If something happened to her, Xia Yun really would not know how to explain it to her uncle back home. Thinking of the wrath she might face, fire surged in Xia Yun's eyes. Damn you are asking for death. Her sword radiated a brilliant light, and an arc of sword energy swept out. Swoosh! Bookshelves were knocked over in large numbers, and the sword energy landed on the ambushing corrupted court magus, slicing off 1/5 of its health. Wen Xin hurried to follow up, using a charge skill. Her shield slammed hard into the corrupted court magus, and then she followed up with a taunt skill. Once Xia Yun caught up with her output, the two combined forces to corner it, hacking and slashing together. Are you okay? Su Chen said, knitting his brows. Once again, he had almost let a teammate get hurt. That corrupted court magus had been sitting by the door earlier without moving. Even when spells flew past it, it showed no intention of getting up to attack. So Su Chen subconsciously assumed that he had to attack it to trigger its aggro. He had originally planned to save it for last, summon a group of goblin high priests, and use thunder to finish it off instantly. It tricked him, with monsters hiding behind the door to ambush and a boss feigning sleep to lure enemies. The monsters and bosses in this dungeon were getting more cunning and treacherous by the second. Xia Lingyun breathed a sigh of relief. Numbers, it did not hurt me. After Su Chen confirmed she was okay, he let her go. Then he swung his blood eye, laying down several more summoning circles. The corrupted court magus had once again triggered its spatial leap skill, shaking off the siege from Xia Yun and Wen Xin. They wanted to pursue it. Su Chen quickly had the skeleton warriors block them. No need, just watch me perform. This time he summoned a large group of goblin high priests and ordered them to channel thunder. If a brass-tier corrupted war general with 300,000 health could be killed instantly, how could he not kill a mage with less than 12,000 health? Black clouds rolled in and gathered above the corrupted court magus. But Su Chen really miscalculated. Just as the lightning struck down simultaneously, the magus triggered spatial leap again, dodging the skill. It appeared directly in the center of the library. Floating in midair, it spread its arms, its body glowing with icy frost. Never-ending snowstorm. Gusts of wind blew from the front like blades, accompanied by massive snowflakes as large as 2 palms. The entire library was instantly covered in a thick white blanket. Those snowflakes were not only large, they also dealt terrifying damage. Su Chen ordered the remaining skeleton warriors to block in front of their 4-person group. The result was just one exchange. The snowflakes froze the skeleton warriors that touched them to death. The dead warriors tried to charge forward but were blocked by the violent wind blades. And the goblin high priest skills entered a cooldown period. Su Chen could only keep summoning skeleton warriors to block the floating snowflakes, having no time to summon new priests. Suddenly, the battle reached a stalemate. In an instant, a thick layer of snow covered the massive library. Su Chen and his 3 companions were pinned down inside the elevator, unable to move a single step forward. Fortunately, the continuously summoned skeleton warriors stood in front, blocking the wind and snow. They were not injured, but the situation right now was truly becoming a bit troublesome. The wind and snow grew more intense, to the point where the corrupted court mage was no longer visible. Of course, the obstruction of the storm only affected the 3 women. Su Chen's eye of true sight locked onto its location with crystal clarity. Even when the Goblin High Priest's skills finished cooling down, it could not lock onto the target. Just as Su Chen was feeling a headache coming on, Xia Lingyun, held in his arms, spoke up, "Su Chen, I have a way to help you." After saying that, she broke free from his warm embrace and picked up her staff. Xia Lingyun chanted a spell. A moment later, a layer of frost covered the armor of the skeleton warriors in front. This layer of frost provided some protection, though not much. But right now, it was enough to reduce the damage from the snowflakes hitting the skeleton warriors by 80%. Su Chen's eyes lit up. He activated Ride the Wind again. He ordered the skeleton warriors with the ice armor to hold the front line. The rest of the warriors followed closely behind. At the same time, he commanded the Goblin High Priest to use the hurricane skill. They saw several tornadoes, each several meters high, charging into the storm. They filled almost the entire library. This was to restrict the corrupted court mage's teleportation skill. Before long, the skeleton warriors charging into the storm reached the location of the corrupted court mage. They did not hesitate at all. Leaping slash, heavy cleave. Dozens of figures locked onto it simultaneously, jumping up to strike. The corrupted court mage struggled. It swung its staff, summoned an ice dragon, and killed several skeleton warriors. But even when their health bars were depleted, those skeleton warriors stubbornly got back up, jumped, and slashed at it. Although it was flying in midair, it was not very high. With the space locked, it could not perform any teleports. While the skill's output was decent, it could not deal with the fact that the skeleton warriors were effectively immortal and numerous. After several rounds of attacks, the skeleton warrior's blade slashed into its neck, completely depleting its health bar. The wind and snow stopped right there. As if it were all an illusion, the snow covering the library quickly dissipated. Su Chen stepped forward to pick up the items dropped by the mage. A skill book for the Frost Dragon, a rare quality staff, a rare quality mage robe. Su Chen also fulfilled his earlier promise. He handed the 3rd-tier skill book to Xia Lingyun. Xia Lingyun was very happy. Although she did not say anything, the smile at the corners of her mouth could not be suppressed. Just as Su Chen wanted to check the attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment. Suddenly, a gentle voice came from not far away. "Hey, these little monsters actually drop skill experience books." Su Chen was stunned. Then he quickly walked to her side, took the experience book and looked at it. Item: Advanced 2nd-tier Experience Book. Description: after use, grants 2,000 points of experience to general 2nd-tier profession skills. Su Chen's breathing became a bit rapid. This is exactly what he needs right now. With enough experience books, his skills can be upgraded. As skills upgrade and talents evolve, his strength will also see a significant boost. "I really need these experience books, can you give them to me?" Su Chen said seriously. Wen Xin smiled and said, "You were the one who killed the monsters, so take them if you want." Actually, in a normal party, the loot from a dungeon is supposed to be split evenly. After all, it is hard to accurately judge each person's contribution to the team. The cleric's buffs, healing, and dispelling effects cannot always be reflected in data. Splitting evenly is a relatively fair way. But their team was different. Although Su Chen was not the highest level in the team, he was the only primary damage dealer, and he did not need their help. The 3 of them could play a small part, but most of the time they were just tagging along. Plus, they were not a team of strangers. So, if there was something Su Chen wanted, they naturally would not fight him for it. Su Chen nodded, thanked them, and collected all the loot from these 42 mages. Except for 2 that dropped equipment and a skill book. All the rest were advanced 2nd-tier experience books. This made Su Chen incredibly happy. He realized that not only could he farm experience books through the dungeon, after leaving the dungeon, he could also set up a stall and buy experience books at a high price. With this dungeon available for farming experience books, before the college entrance exam, his remaining 2nd-tier skills would definitely all be able to reach max level. After cleaning up the battlefield, the 4 of them pushed open the main doors of the library. Outside was a courtyard terrace with no monsters. Walking straight to the right would lead directly to the central area of the castle. Several of them walked on the terrace and looked down. They saw stone pillars 100 meters high standing tall. They were filled with corrupted dragon-hunting archers. The 3 women finally understood. What kind of difficulties Su Chen faced in front of the big iron gate? Without attracting aggro, and without a suitable means of attack, Su Chen did not plan to tangle with these archers. The four of them went straight to the central gate of the castle. The skeleton warriors pushed them inside. A vast palace appeared in the eyes of the four. The interior of the palace was the size of 3 or 4 soccer fields. Apart from thick pillars, there was not much decoration. There were not many monsters inside, making it look extremely empty. Only one figure sat alone on the throne at the end of the palace. Blood-flying pupil floated over to detect information. Monster corrupted King Krim. Grade Dark Gold Boss. Level 55. Health 1. Mana 200. Strength 1. Constitution 1. Agility 1. Spirit 60,000. Skills: Summon Corrupted Warrior, Summon Corrupted General, Summon Corrupted Dragon Hunting Archer, Summon Corrupted Dragon Hunting Sharpshooter, Summon Corrupted Court Mage, Summon Corrupted Court Sorcerer, Summon Corrupted Scout, Summon Corrupted Executioner, Unity of King and Subject. Su Chen was a little excited. This boss is interesting. It is also a summoner. What caught his attention most was the boss's last skill. Unity of King and Subject. Before all summoned units are killed, any form of attack is shared by the summoned units and cannot harm the summoner. Not being able to harm the summoner before all summons are killed, that is a divine skill for a summoner. Su Chen did not hide his greedy gaze. As the four stepped into the palace, the figure quietly sleeping on the throne raised its head, radiating a majestic aura like a waking lion. Following that, it slapped the armrest of the throne, and heavily armed figures began to appear in the empty palace. Warriors, archers, mages, and some assassins that Su Chen and the others had not yet encountered. Over 100 normal monsters, plus 4 boss-level monsters. This lineup left the three women tongue-tied. How are we supposed to fight this? Wen Xin said with chattering teeth. Xia Yan also exclaimed. It is worthy of being a hell-level 3rd-tier dungeon, this difficulty. If it were not for our classmate Su Chen, let alone 4 people, I am afraid even 40 would have a hard time clearing it. Xia Lingyan did not speak. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Su Chen. She firmly believed that Su Chen could lead them through the current crisis. Su Chen lived up to expectations and stood at the front. How to fight? We will just meet them head-on. As he spoke, he waved his blood pupils and kept setting up summon circles. At the same time, he summoned Angela and kept her by his side. The battle is about to erupt. In terms of unit composition alone, Su Chen did not have the advantage. He could only summon mages and warriors. But the Fallen King could summon mages, warriors, archers, and assassins. And what is more, while the average of their overall stats might not compare to the skeleton warriors, they all excelled in at least one specific area. Furthermore, Su Chen had never encountered fallen scouts or fallen executioners before. But both fallen mages and fallen dragon hunting archers were capable of killing skeleton soldiers. At first glance, Su Chen seemed to be at a disadvantage. Yet the actual battle turned out to be the reverse of expectations. The high stats of the skeleton warriors helped them tank damage for the Goblin High Priest and push the front line forward. The Earth Shatter and Hurricane skills cast by the Goblin High Priest helped the skeleton warriors disrupt enemy formations, interrupt their offensives, and accelerate the advance. Then there was the gap between the summoners themselves. Although the Fallen King had high mental energy and could quickly recover mana to summon new soldiers, no matter how fast he was, he could not outpace Su Chen, who possessed the SSS grade talent Mana Return and the Quick Cast skill. With Su Chen tossing skills around without any restraint, the skeleton warriors and the Goblin High Priest were effectively fighting the enemy with a 10-fold numerical advantage. Numerical advantage, stat advantage. Plus, the skeleton warriors could continue to charge even after dying. Even when the duration of Undying Souls ended, they could still contribute to the team through self-destruction. The moment the battle started, it was a one-sided slaughter by Su Chen. Even with 4 bosses on the enemy side, they could not stop the advance of the skeleton army at all. Seeing this scene, the 3 ladies felt their worried hearts settle down. Instead, they became interested in Angela, whom Su Chen had summoned, and surrounded her. What a cute little girl. Where did you kidnap her from, little Chen? She is so cute. Wen Xin's eyes beamed as she reached out to pinch Angela's soft cheeks. Cute. Xia Lingyun sneered, I suggest you take a look at her stat panel first. Wen Xin paused, then immediately cast an appraisal skill on Angela. After seeing it, she quietly withdrew her finger. Terrifying. Angela's level rose in sync with Su Chen's. However, going up a level or two did not provide much of a boost for her. But when completing breakthrough missions, the cross-tier enhancement revealed her terrifying potential as a sub-god level boss. Compared to before, the current Angela not only had 2 extra skills, but her total stats were also 10 times higher. The average of her 4 attributes reached a staggering 7,000, and they were all balanced. For a second-turn realm entity, she was undoubtedly far too overpowered. However, she lacked long-range attack capabilities, and the things she could do could also be achieved by summoning more skeleton warriors and goblin high priests. That was why Su Chen had not let her show off earlier. Now it was different. The enemy had assassins who could target the back row. Su Chen was not worried thanks to his infinite teleportation. But the 3 ladies had to be cautious. Su Chen had checked the stat panels of those so-called fallen scouts with his eye of truth. Even Wen Xin, with her knight profession, could not take more than a few hits. Therefore, while it felt like a waste of battle power to use Angela as a bodyguard, with her there Su Chen could fight without worry. Angela stood there blankly, like a doll without emotions. Until, after breaking through to the second turn, she gained 2 new skills. Blood Sense and Blood Explosion Spiral Drill. Blood Sense allowed her to monitor the surroundings by sensing blood. Even stealth units could not escape it. When several fallen scouts and their leader, the fallen executioner, bypassed the skeleton army and headed straight for the 3 ladies, Angela lifted her slender, fair arms and snapped her fingers gently. SSS. A mist of blood drifted out from her body. The blood mist swirled around her, condensing into bloody drills. With a forward push of her arm, the high-speed spinning drills shot out instantly. Boom. 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 The drills accurately found the stealthed units, burrowed into their bodies, and exploded. Exploding into patches of blood mist as vivid as crimson roses. In an instant, over a dozen fallen scouts were wiped out. And the leader, the fallen executioner, was left with only a sliver of health. Angela frowned, seemingly unsatisfied with the result. She raised her hand to use blood plunder, draining the last drop of blood from the fallen executioner. Regrettably, these leaders were summoned creatures and did not drop loot orbs. Su Chen glanced at the 3 ladies briefly. Seeing Angela take care of things so easily, he turned his focus back, concentrating on directing the skeleton army and the goblin high priest's assault. Half an hour later, under the fearless assault of the skeleton army, the last fallen dragon-hunting archer was slain. That skeleton warrior, wielding a long blade wreathed in black flames, walked up to the throne. The next second, Su Chen teleported next to the throne. Under his control, the spatial ripples did not harm the fallen king. The skeleton warrior raised its long blade high. Soul plunder. Black flames consumed the fallen king's body, leaving behind a loot orb. Su Chen took a look at the soul imprint on the long blade. 1 trip through the fallen castle, and it had increased by over 3,000. And that was without Su Chen even trying to control it. Great. He nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the loot orb. He really wanted the fallen king's skill, unity of ruler and people. Soon, all 4 loot items were retrieved. A vibrant red cloak, embroidered with intricate gold patterns. Equipment King's Cloak. Rank Epic. Stat bonus, mental energy plus 500, mana recovery plus 20%, charisma plus 10. Skill Royal Presence. Requirement, mental energy above 2,000. Skill Summon Dragon Hunting Archer Skill Book. Learning requirement, Summoner, mental energy above 2,000. Description, Tier 3 Mage Skill. After learning, you can consume 2,000 mana to summon a dragon hunting archer for 5 minutes. The other 2 items were a rare quality glove and a rare quality pair of pants. Su Chen immediately equipped the king's cloak. He did not care about the charisma bonus. The main thing was the plus 500 mental energy bonus and, more importantly, the skill royal presence. Royal presence, you will gain an aura that compels others to submit. The higher your mental energy, the stronger the aura. An aura that compels others to submit. Although it did not explicitly state the exact effect, this simple sentence gave Su Chen plenty of room for imagination. The skill book had also dropped. It was not the unity of ruler and people he had wanted. But Su Chen was not too disappointed. There was still plenty of time. He did not believe he would not be able to grind for unity of ruler and people before the college entrance exam. Besides, the summon dragon hunting archer skill was quite good too. It covered his weakness in long-range output. His mental energy was sufficient, so he learned the skill immediately. And then activated it. Soon, an archer wielding a 2-meter long bow, clad in silver heavy armor, majestic and imposing, stepped out from the summoning circle. Su Chen cast Eye of Truth on it. Monster Dragon Hunting Archer. Rank Black Iron Boss. Level 13. Strength 3000. Constitution 1500. Agility 3000. Mental Energy 2000. Skills Critical Strike, Charged Heavy Shot. Su Chen was speechless with joy. Even at level 1, it already had such stats. If it were fully leveled, had undergone 9 skill evolutions plus the boost from Fury. Su Chen could not even imagine how strong it could be. Even without leveling, the current dragon hunting archer significantly increased his offensive firepower. Su Chen chuckled, recalling the frustration of being camped by the fallen dragon hunting archers earlier. Next time they meet, he would summon a group of dragon hunting archers and snipe them head-on. His arrows would not be dull either. Ding! Congratulations on completing the dungeon task. Kill the Fallen King, Krim, evaluating your clear performance. Your rating is SS. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the Hellgrade Fallen Castle dungeon with an SS rating. Rewards obtained, 20 free attribute points, 99.99 gold coins. Ugh. After exiting the dungeon, this notification echoed in Su Chen's mind. He asked in surprise, though clearing dungeons also rewards free attribute points, why did not the previous Windhowl Valley have any? Wenzin leaned against him and smiled. You did not know that? Dungeons above the second transfer all grant rewards based on your clear performance. Attribute points, equipment, items, and even skill books, all are possible. You really are a monster, only a second transfer, yet you led us 3 to clear the dungeon with an SS rating. Wenzin patted Su Chen on the shoulder excitedly. After all, she was only at the 3rd transfer. Just this trip to the Fallen Castle gave her a huge boost in experience points. Not to mention that Su Chen also gave her a 3rd transfer skill book. Su Chen nodded, he really was not aware of that part. However, he frowned slightly. Why was it only an SS rating? After thinking for a moment, Su Chen guessed it might be because the area on the right side of the castle had not been explored. Otherwise, with their flawless and highly efficient killing speed, how could they not get an SSS? Oh right. Suddenly Su Chen remembered something, looked at Wen Xin and smiled. Little Xin, what did you say earlier? If I could easily deal with the boss, you would give me a reward. Now that we have cleared it, should not you? Before he could finish his sentence, Wen Xin rolled her eyes at him and said guardedly, Stop right there, what are you trying to do? Su Chen stared at her and sighed. Always like this, since we were kids, all you have ever done is go back on your word. I am going back on my word, so what, come and bite me? Wen Xin did not feel ashamed, but rather proud. Su Chen was so angry he could gnash his teeth. If it was not for the fact that making a scene would upset Wen Wan, he would definitely have given her a couple of punches. Ugh. The dungeon cooldown was a full 3 hours. They did not have invitations, so they had no choice but to wait it out. Su Chen had already proven that he could lead a team to clear Hellgrade 3rd transfer dungeons. This was of great benefit to both Xia Yun and Wen Xin. Even Xia Yun, who was Xia Lingyun's cousin, was reluctant to dissolve the team. They were on vacation after all. But if they could improve their strength during their vacation like they were just on a trip, who would say no to that? The awkward point was, Xia Yun and Wen Xin had originally come to help their juniors level up. Unexpectedly, now they were being carried through dungeons by Su Chen. If this got out, they would probably blush for a while. However, pride is useless in the face of experience points and clear rewards. And while they were waiting for the dungeon cooldown, Su Chen followed through on his previous idea and set up a stall to buy experience books. He was buying second transfer experience books in bulk at double the market price. Experience books are rare items. After all, upgrading skills also increases combat power. However, professionals level up relatively quickly in the early stages, as long as you work hard and are willing to risk your life. Even a basic professional with the worst talent can reach the third transfer within a year. Of course, that is assuming they choose simple breakthrough missions. Therefore, first and second transfer skills are seen by most professionals as transitional items with no upgrade value. The price Su Chen offered was extremely attractive. In the Fallen Castle was a dungeon that drops experience books. His grand acquisition project was going very smoothly. However, not every team can clear the hell difficulty. So, among the experience books he bought, the intermediate quality ones were the most common. Advanced ones existed too, but they were quite scarce. And so, Su Chen still had to make choices among a few second transfer skills. Naturally, he wanted to prioritize upgrading his summons. Summoning skills are the foundation of a summoner. However, Summon Dragon Hunter is a third transfer skill. Fortunately, third transfer experience books can be bought at the Yunhua City Exchange. But good times did not last. 7 days later, Wen Xin and Xia Yun's vacation ended, and they had to return to school. With Su Chen and Xia Lingyun's levels, they were not high enough to enter the dungeon. It is not that there was not a solution, like just grabbing 2 random teammates, or finding 2 people from the guild of Xia Lingyun's father. But Su Chen did the math. A 4-person team entering a third transfer dungeon versus 2 people entering a second transfer dungeon. Although the latter yields slightly less experience, he needed to come to the gathering spot where the Fallen Castle portal was located to buy experience books anyway. On the way there were many monster hotspots, clearing out the monster hotspots along the way. When you add it all up, the accumulated experience was actually quite a bit more. And so, for the remaining half a month, Su Chen teamed up with Xia Lingyun. The two of them constantly traveled between the second transfer dungeon giant bug plains and the Fallen Castle gathering spot. To be honest, just the travel itself was exhausting. But Xia Lingyun had no complaints and followed him every step of the way. At the same time, her level also shot up rapidly. Only 1 day left until the college entrance exam. The sun was setting. The evening glow covered the city walls of Yunhua City. Yunhua City Gate. The two returned to the city. At a crossroads when they were about to part ways. Hey, the college entrance exam is tomorrow. Are you nervous? Xia Lingyun looked at Su Chen beside her and asked curiously. Su Chen grinned. Nervous? The people participating in the same exam as me should be the ones feeling nervous. My goal is the national top scorer title. They had better not stand in my way, otherwise, I will just have to crush them. Looking at the spirited young man showing a confident smile in the sunset, Xia Lingyun was slightly dazed. If someone else had said it so lightly, that they wanted to take the national top scorer title, she would definitely think they were talking nonsense or had lost their minds. But this person was Su Chen. She had been in a team with Su Chen for over 10 days. Regarding Su Chen's strength, she would not dare say she knew it all. But based on what he had shown her, Xia Lingyun could be certain. Barring any accidents, the national top scorer would definitely be Su Chen. Nobody could take it away. Thinking of this, Xia Lingyun suddenly felt a bit of pity for those trying to compete for the exam rankings. Then you would better do your best. I just need to get into a top academy. By the way, which university are you planning to apply to? Xia Lingyun asked. Su Chen said without a hint of hesitation. Daxia Academy, only that institution is worthy of my talent and strength. He really is arrogant enough. Xia Lingyun muttered to herself. But she did not find it strange. Su Chen had always been like this. Then good luck to you, Xia Lingyun said. Su Chen raised his eyebrows and laughed. Have you given up on chasing me? Xia Lingyun shrugged. I know my own limits. If I am not as strong as you, then I am just not as strong. But I will definitely work hard to get into an academy in the capital. Then we can still study in the same city. Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then laughed heartily. It seems you are quite self-aware. Then let us both do our best. Xia Lingyun nodded. Let us do our best. The two of them clenched their fists and bumped them together under the sunset. Name Su Chen. Profession Leader Summoner Excellent. Level 20 11.56%. HP 1. Mana 1. Strength 500. Physique 500. Agility 800. Spirit 6000. Talents Mana Return SSS, Talent Evolution SSS, Unity of Many SS. Pet Vampire Progenitor Rangelus Subgod. Skills Leader Summon Exclusive LV, Summon Goblin First Rebirth LV, Teleport First Rebirth LV, Quick Cast First Rebirth LV, Ride the Wind Second Rebirth LV, Self-Destruct Second Rebirth LV, Summon Skeleton Warrior Second Rebirth LV, Rage Second Rebirth LV, Summon Dragon Hunter Third Rebirth LV, Unity of Monarch and Subjects Third Rebirth LV. Equipment Blood Eye plus 20 Epic Crown of Bones God 99% damaged, King's Cape plus 20 Epic Sky Wings Rare. During this time, Su Chen obtained quite a few free attribute points by clearing dungeons. He did not put them all into Spirit this time. He distributed some into the other 3 attributes, rounding them all out to whole numbers. Not for any other reason, just to satisfy his obsessive-compulsive disorder and feel mentally at ease. Of course, he did not hold back on his Spirit attribute either. It has already exceeded 5,000. Even many Third Rebirth mages do not have stats as high as his. And the increase in attributes was not the main point of his growth. The main point was, his 3 Second Rebirth skills and 1 Third Rebirth skill have all been maxed out. They have all completed 9 cycles of evolution or enhancement. Ride the Wind consumes 500 mana to form a giant wind field with a diameter of over 1,000 meters centered on the caster. Friendly units within the field receive a wind magic buff, increasing movement speed by 1,000, jump ability by 500, attack speed by 300, and granting basic gliding and hovering capabilities. Units with flight capabilities have their flight speed increased by 200, lasts for 30 minutes. Self-destruct, when a summon's HP reaches 0, consume 200 mana to cause the summon's body to explode. The explosion deals 500 spirit attribute damage to enemies within 100 square meters and inflicts a burning effect on enemy units, dealing 100 spirit attribute damage per second for 10 seconds, with a 50% chance to trigger a shattering effect. Rage consumes 1,000 mana to put all summons into a rage state, increasing all attributes by 300, skill power by 200 with a 50% chance to ignore negative mental control effects. Lasts for 30 minutes. Summon Dragon Hunter consumes 2,000 mana to summon 9 Beast Hunters, lasting for 20 minutes. And the Unity of Monarch and Subjects skill that Su Chen had been dreaming of was naturally obtained as well. However, this skill is the same as Quick Cast. It is at max level the moment it is learned, but cannot be enhanced through skill evolution. Compared to the enhancements gained from skills, the attribute gains really were not much to Su Chen. The most terrifying one is the Third Rebirth skill, Summon Dragon Hunter. The Beast Hunters summoned after 9 skill evolutions. That truly cannot be described in just a few words. Even the word monstrosity is not enough to describe its power. However, Su Chen guesses he will not be using this skill for the college entrance exam. If it actually comes to a point where he needs to use it, the difficulty of the exam has undoubtedly gone off the charts. After reviewing his own improvements, Su Chen felt even more confident about seizing the top spot. His goal was not just to be the top scorer of Yunhua City, but to be the national top scorer. 8:30 a.m. Yunhua High School. Large groups of students who had recently left school were once again flooding in from all directions. The entrance exam is not held at the school, nor is it held in Yunhua City. The exam is divided into 3 phases, a knockout system. The first phase is the city-level exam site. All candidates in the city will be teleported from the field to a place resembling an arena. Combat-oriented professionals will compete in one-on-one battles. Support professionals will have teammates of similar strength generated by the Apocalypse system for 2-on-2 matches. Random match challenges. Each person gets 20 challenge opportunities. The number of victories and the duration are the criteria for scoring. The battle scenes of every candidate can be watched live through the video platform provided by the Apocalypse system by entering the candidate's number. Good morning, everyone. This is Yunhua TV. I am reporter Yang Mei. Yang Mei stood in front of the school gate, facing the camera. She said with a smile, Today is the annual professional college entrance exam. The new generation of professionals who awakened not long ago are returning to school after a month of intensive training. I am currently at Yunhua No.1 High School, and look, there are so many familiar faces. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments was like clouds. Haha, is not that little chubby kid who just walked by the same roaring guy who was beaten to a pulp and full of resentment a month ago? So many professionals, they are the hope for the future of humanity. Long live humanity, long live great Zia. I saw my baby, stay safe baby, mom is cheering for you from the hospital ward. Ugh. Yang Mei naturally could not see the barrage, she scanned the students around her. She wanted to pull one over for an interview, but was afraid of affecting their exam mood. Just then, she suddenly saw a pot-bellied middle-aged man standing near the gate. Yang Mei's eyes lit up as she walked up and said, "Hello, are you a parent of a candidate? We are from Yunhua TV, would you mind an interview?" Ugh. Jiang Donghai heard that the other party was a TV reporter and quickly adjusted what little hair he had left. Then he put on what he thought was a kind smile and waved at the camera. "Hello everyone, I am not a candidate's parent, I am the principal of No.1 High School, Jiang Donghai." "Oh, so you're the principal?" Yang Mei exclaimed, giving Jiang Donghai great satisfaction. You cannot blame her for being surprised. Usually, principals are sitting in their offices at this time, afraid to show their faces. Blue Star is different from Earth. Here, if students perform well, it is their own skill, there is a connection to the school, but it is not huge. But if students do poorly, as the leader of the school, the principal is definitely the first to be scolded. There have even been historical cases of parents and principals fighting in the streets, both being professionals and fighting until they were exhausted. Yang Mei quickly asked, "The exam starts in half an hour, do you have any final words or expectations for this year's candidates, principal?" Jiang Donghai steadied his hair and smiled. "As for words of advice, I want to say, stay calm and do your best. No matter what, you are all the pride of No.1 High School. As for expectations, I hope that among the students of No.1 High School this year there will be a top scorer." Yang Mei widened her eyes, as if recalling something, and asked, "The student you are referring to is?" "It is Su Chen," Jiang Donghai said calmly. He was extremely confident. Yesterday, he personally called to ask about Su Chen's progress. His high level of 20 alone is enough for Jiang Donghai to feel at ease and brag about. Indeed, Yang Mei had an as-expected expression. "Barrage. Su Chen, familiar name, who is he?" "Bro, did you forget? A month ago, he beat up 300 students single-handedly." "Who gets it? This guy cleared the entire hell difficulty leaderboard for Windroaring Valley while I cannot even pass the normal difficulty. Boo-hoo. He is also the third genius in Great Zia to complete a special breakthrough mission. Even my cousin in Yun Province knows about this news. There are so many people in the live room today, over 1 million. They cannot all be from Yunhua City, right?" "That is right, we are here to witness the style of a genius who could complete a special mission. +1. +1. +1. Ugh." Yang Mei wanted to ask something else. Suddenly, a deep and resonant voice came from the side. "Su Chen to be the top scorer, principal, you are overestimating him." Yang Mei and Jiang Donghai were both stunned and turned to look at the man. He was a middle-aged man with an upright posture and a majestic appearance. His aura was intimidating and his gaze was sharp. One could tell he had seen his fair share of bloodshed. Yang Mei's voice trembled slightly. May I ask who you are?" The middle-aged man introduced himself calmly. "President of the Mad Dragon Guild, Zia Zhengyi." Upon hearing the title of President of the Mad Dragon Guild, Yang Mei shrank back, looking as if she had seen a ghost and instinctively wanted to retreat. Daxia is the most populous country on the Blue Star. In terms of the number of awakened professionals alone, it is also the greatest among all nations. However, within the borders of Daxia, there are 2 space-time rifts connected to massive alien worlds. To prevent invasion by creatures from these alien worlds, heavy troops must be stationed in front of the rifts. Coupled with the vast expanse of Daxia's territory, relying solely on official professional troops to guard every city is simply impossible. It is precisely because of this situation that private guilds have emerged as the times demand. Most guilds are private organizations of civilian professionals. During wartime, they need to cooperate with the authorities to execute emergency combat missions. They must make significant sacrifices when necessary. Therefore, during peacetime, they also receive a great deal of support from the government. This has allowed many guilds to seize the opportunity to grow, dominating entire regions. The Mad Dragon Guild is one of them. And as the president, Xia Zhengyi's status is no lower than that of the mayor of Yunhua City. In fact, it is significantly higher. After all, although the headquarters of the Mad Dragon Guild is in Yunhua City, it carries considerable influence throughout the entire Jiangnan province. Xia Zhengyi noticed Yang Mei's panic and said calmly, "There is no need to be nervous. Standing before you today is not some guild president. Right now, I am just an ordinary parent of an examinee." Yang Mei was on the verge of tears. "Then you should not have said that earlier. You have put her under immense pressure now." However, as a journalist, Yang Mei possessed a keen sense for news. Her professional attitude overcame the fear in her heart. Yang Mei extended the microphone toward Xia Zhengyi and asked with mustered courage, "Since that is the case, may I ask you a question? Judging by your words just now, you do not seem optimistic that student Su Chen can secure the title of top scholar of Yunhua City. You know, since the day of his professional awakening, student Su Chen has achieved a series of astonishing feats. His completion of a special breakthrough mission was even announced nationwide, and the authorities themselves gave it their affirmation. Do you not believe these achievements are enough to prove his strength and talent?" Facing Yang Mei's question, Xia Zhengyi's expression remained calm and unwavering. Does not he know how strong Su Chen is? He is neither blind nor deaf. Just by observing the changes in his daughter's strength over the past month, he could make an indirect assessment. Su Chen is absolutely a unique one-in-a-billion prodigy in the history of human awakening. Never mind that his profession is a common-grade summoner. Even if he were just a basic mage, Xia Zhengyi would not doubt his strength for a single moment. But today, in front of the camera, facing millions of live-stream viewers, he still had to maintain his stance of disparaging Su Chen. Because of his daughter Xia Lingyan. Yes, but that is not entirely why. His main goal is actually to help Su Chen raise his profile. Xia Zhengyi had long since investigated Su Chen's background. A child raised by social welfare, parents unknown. No background, no family status, and completely unremarkable before his first year of high school. 2.5 years ago, as if his meridians had been opened, he began to train his physique, achieved excellent grades, and became undefeated in the whole school. Then on the day of awakening, he gained the common grade summoner profession and possessed a high-level talent unknown to others. Ever since then he has soared. It could be said, apart from being a bit of a playboy with ties to many women other than his own daughter, Su Chen is impeccable in every other way. He is completely the template of an ideal son-in-law in Xia Zhengyi's heart. Of course, the playboy issue is also beyond reproach. In this day and age, the authorities encourage having many children for prosperity. As long as one has sufficient strength and is not acting under coercion. No one will criticize you, regardless of whether you have several spouses or keep 70 or 80 young lovers. Xia Zhengyi might be a little annoyed at most, but overall he is satisfied with Su Chen. And it is precisely because he is satisfied with Su Chen that he wants to disparage him here. If Xia Zhengyi were to praise Su Chen's talent and strength in front of the audience, and then Su Chen achieved good results later, people would certainly praise his keen eye, but the scope of the impact would not be very large. Everyone would quickly put it behind them to focus on more eye-catching matters. But if, as the president of the Mad Dragon Guild, he publicly disparages Su Chen, only for Su Chen to slap his face with his strength and results, plus the fact that the story between his daughter and Su Chen comes out, it is hard for the audience not to imagine. A cliché story of a wicked father-in-law looking down on an impoverished son-in-law, only to get publicly humiliated. This incident will also become a topic of constant discussion. It will also draw much greater attention. Su Chen's fame can thus be greatly enhanced. Do not underestimate reputation. Today, geniuses in Daxia are as numerous as carp crossing a river. Although epic and legendary professionals are scarce, every city produces a few each year. The emergence of massive numbers of geniuses makes talent seem cheap. Su Chen completed a special grade breakthrough mission which caused quite a stir and even led to an official statement of praise. But he gained no practical benefits. This is the reality. Without fame and attention, no matter how talented or strong you are, you will lose out on many things. Therefore, Xia Zhengyi must step in to help him. As for whether Su Chen will resent him for his disparagement, Xia Zhengyi does not care. Or rather, he would rather have Su Chen resent him. By making himself a target, Su Chen will strive for progress, which is the only way to provide a better reliance for his daughter. Personal strength. That is the greatest guarantee for survival on the current blue star. Xia Zhengyi looked into the camera and said expressionlessly, I truly am not optimistic about him, although this student named Su Chen has accomplished many amazing feats. But everyone must remember that the past is the past and the present is the present. Do not treat the past as the present. Furthermore, true geniuses are born for the big stage and must lie low until they make their debut. Someone as flashy as him, especially with the summoner profession, is easily targeted. No matter how outstanding he was before, I do not believe he can go very far in this exam. Yang Mei pouted. She really wanted to refute Xia Zhengyi. But she was of low status. Even if she praised Su Chen's achievements to the high heavens, she lacked persuasiveness. Just then, the cameraman whispered in her ear that some people in the live chat were already agreeing with Xia Zhengyi. President Xia is wise, I agree as well. I think the Yunhua City TV station just hyped up that student named Su Chen too much to get a good story. A student who has not even taken the college entrance exam yet being touted as the future hope of Daxia, I am laughing. Just a clown. If he does not even score high enough for a decent university when the results come out, I will laugh to death in the live stream. Yang Mei felt a sense of urgency. She urgently needed to find someone to turn the tide of public opinion. Suddenly, she remembered that the principal of First High was standing right there, was not he. Principal Jiang, what is your take on President Xia's comments? As if finding a straw to clutch at, Yang Mei handed the microphone to Jiang Donghai. Jiang Donghai did not argue with Xia Zhengyi as she had imagined. He just smiled slightly and said nonchalantly, I just remembered, is not President Xia the father of our student Xia Lingyan? Upon hearing this, Yang Mei was stunned. A cold and elegant figure suddenly flashed into her mind, accompanied by that specific conversation. What kind of person is Su Chen? The person that I, Xia Lingyan, need to pursue. This interview had circulated for a while alongside the news of Su Chen completing the special grade breakthrough mission. Therefore, many people had an impression of Xia Lingyan. Good grief, I thought President Xia was speaking out of justice, but it turns out to be an old father's helpless fury at his daughter being whisked away by some young punk. Even so, since he has already stolen the heart of his daughter, cannot we let the old father talk a little trash? Su Chen is simply not human. He is a god, surely. Not only is he strong, but his charm is also so great that he can make the little princess of the Mad Dragon Guild confess publicly. I really am just a side character in this world. What is the point of me living anymore? Yang Mei checked with the cameraman with her eyes. The cameraman gave her an okay sign. Only then did she exhale and take back the microphone. She intended to interview the face-blackened Xia Zhengyi to ask if he viewed Su Chen this way out of a personal grudge. But at this moment, commotion suddenly broke out in the distance. Everyone looked over. They saw a burly figure wearing a crown, draped in a bright red cloak and holding a blood-red magic staff, slowly walking toward the school gate. His aura was powerful, as flamboyant and arrogant as a lion shaking out its mane. Overbearing. Passers-by were breathless under his pressure and hurriedly retreated to both sides to clear a path for him. Jiang Donghai's eyes lit up and he quickly walked forward. At this moment, Yang Mei realized the subject of the news she had been searching for had finally arrived. Principal, I hope I am not late, Su Chen said, looking at Jiang Donghai as he walked toward him. Was Su Chen the future of the great Xia, the hope of humanity? Jiang Donghai did not know. But for now, he was definitely the hope of Yunhua City No. 1 High School. Facing this top-tier talent, Jiang Donghai quickly replied, No, the exam starts in 15 minutes, you are right on time. Then I will go. Su Chen was just about to head into the school. when a figure darted in front of him, blocking his path. The person said excitedly, "Student Su Chen, I am Yang Mei, a reporter for the Yunhua City TV station. Could I ask you a few questions?" Su Chen was taken aback, tilted his head slightly and looked at the camera. He lowered his voice and asked in a tone that only he and Yang Mei could hear, "Do many people watch your program?" Yang Mei paused for a second, then quickly replied in a low voice, "The number of viewers has already exceeded 1 million. Not only are there viewers from Yunhua City, but also..." Su Chen pressed his palm down and nodded. "Of course, no problem." He faced the camera and flashed a confident smile. At that moment, the live stream comments froze for a split second. But then they started scrolling frantically. "Oh my god, Mom, am I really a man? Why do I feel like this guy is so handsome? Heaven, my dream lover should be a legendary hero like this. Just joined and I tripped over all the panties flying everywhere. Forget it, since everyone is so crazy I will join in too." Su Chen knew how much of an impact his looks would have on the audience in the live room. He did it on purpose. A professional's equipment, except for weapons, can be set to visible or hidden. Simply put, on the surface you look like you are wearing a tank top, baggy shorts and flip-flops. But in your equipment slot, you have a set of gold glowing legendary gear. Usually no one shows their gear inside the city. Everyone wears normal clothes, and if you are the only one glowing, it is very eye-catching. Not many people can handle being stared at all the time. But this was the exact effect Su Chen wanted. Wealth without showing it off is like wearing fine silks in the dark. He probably could not go back there. But if he could not show off, then his drive to grow stronger would lose a major pillar. So he made his gear visible on purpose. Today he was here to show off. Naturally, he did not mind being interviewed in front of 1 million viewers. Yang Mei was thrilled. She could finally interview the protagonist who had appeared in her news reports so many times in person, enduring an aura even more intense than the one facing Xia Zhengyi. Yang Mei cautiously asked a few questions. They were standard questions about exam preparation and mental attitude. Su Chen answered them all skillfully with official PR lingo. He had just learned them last night specifically for this interview. It seemed the results were quite good. Jiang Donghai reminded him from the side, "Time is running out." Yang Mei acknowledged, then decided to break a big story. She repeated what Xia Zhengyi had said earlier about his lack of confidence in Su Chen. Then she asked, "What do you have to say about Chairman Xia's perspective?" Su Chen was silent for a long moment. Everyone was watching him, guessing his reaction. Being belittled and looked down upon in public. Anyone would be quite angry, right? Especially since he was a newly famous young genius. Even Xia Zhengyi had braced himself for hostility. People in the live room were all set for Su Chen to snap and start cursing in public. Little did they know. Su Chen just smiled calmly and said, "It is my fault." The crowd was stunned, eyes wide, not expecting him to apologize first. Then they heard Su Chen continue. "It was because I was too low profile, which led Uncle Xia to misjudge my true strength. I understand Uncle Xia's point of view. After all, anyone who has not witnessed me in action personally would not believe that my strength could be this formidable. A friendly reminder, everyone, please protect your jaws, do not get hurt from being too surprised." The people at the scene and the audience behind their screens were truly dumbfounded. Not just because of Su Chen's calm and composed reaction to being belittled, but also the confidence oozing from every pore of his. As if he were a miracle himself, destined to bring unexpected surprises to everyone. This naturally raised everyone's expectations of Su Chen. And also, what on earth does too low profile mean? In this whole month, Su Chen was the new awakened professional who had caused the most news. Xia Zhengyi also took a few deep looks at this handsome young man. He seems even more arrogant than I imagined. And shameless. I wonder if he really has the power to back up this arrogance. Yang Mei exhaled and wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. She had landed a big story. She checked the time, less than 5 minutes left before the exam began. She said quickly, "Lastly, do you have anything to say to the other candidates about to take the exam?" Su Chen looked at the camera naturally and smiled. "Are you all here to compete for second place?" In an instant, the whole place went silent. A moment later, the comments flooded in like clouds. Arrogant, this kid is damn arrogant. Oh my, what is so blinding, who is showing off here? I waited 18 years just for a chance, now I am at home, watching someone else fulfill my dream, boo-hoo. Yang Mei propped up her dropped jaw and said in a stiff tone. Thank you, student Su Chen, for the interview. I wish you success in becoming the top scorer of Yunhua City. Su Chen smiled at her and turned to walk into the school. After he had walked some distance away, his voice floated back. Not just Yunhua City. His voice was exceptionally clear as it reached everyone's ears. The tone was as firm and heavy as a towering mountain, making people feel his soul-deep determination and confidence, even though everyone had already witnessed his arrogance. But hearing this sentence now, they could not help but exclaim. This guy, his ambition is really huge. Xia Zhengyi voiced what many were thinking. However, Xia Zhengyi really did not have much faith in Su Chen this time. The Great Xia is vast with countless cities. In a single city, there are already many geniuses. Judging by the difficulty of the dungeons, becoming a city's top scorer is already a hell-level challenge. After all, you have to face many epic and legendary professionals. And there is no knowing how many professionals with S, SS, or SSS level talents there are. To extend the competition range to the provincial level, that adds another massive layer of difficulty beyond hell level. Beyond the many geniuses on the surface, no one knows what monsters major powers, families, and organizations have been secretly cultivating. And there are also freaks cultivated with the luck of the heaven and earth. It would not be surprising if a few mythical professionals suddenly appeared. When the competition extends to the whole country, a teenager with no family background raised by the government, no matter how strong his luck, how good his talent, or how excellent his class, to reach the top and become the national champion, its difficulty is no less than walking to heaven without any outside help. This is simply an impossible thing. In an instant, the whole place was silent, with not a single person making a sound. Ring ranged. Just then Yang Mei's phone rang and she quickly answered. What, it broke 10 million. We need to live stream Su Chen's combat perspective. Okay, I will head back right now. Yang Mei hung up in a flurry and grabbed the cameraman, preparing to leave. But after walking a few steps, she turned back to ask Zheng Donghai and Xia Zhengyi. The TV station has decided to live stream Su Chen and other Yunhua City genius professionals' combat perspectives. Would the two of you be willing to be special guests on the program to discuss the exam situation? Zheng Donghai was grinning ear to ear hearing Yang Mei categorize candidates into Su Chen and everyone else. But he shook his head and said, I will not go, I have work to do once the exam starts. Xia Zhengyi thought about it and nodded, all right. Yang Mei nodded excitedly, quickly asked Xia Zhengyi to lead the way, and the three of them left in a hurry. By this time, Su Chen had already reached the school playground, waiting for the teleportation array to the exam hall to descend. Number 1 High School Playground. It is a beautiful day, not a cloud in the sky. The warm sun shines directly onto faces full of youthful vitality. Su Chen's arrival causes quite a stir. The crowd retreats, stepping away from him as if avoiding a flood or a ferocious beast. Only Xia Lingyun walks against the tide, making her way to his side. You came. Su Chen nods. Then he glances at the students in the distance, whose eyes are filled with wariness. Helplessly he says, We were classmates, yet now that we meet again, they will not even offer a greeting. What did I do to deserve such disrespect from them? Xia Lingyun covers her mouth and chuckles. You beat them all up, how could they dare to get close to you? Heaven is my witness, I am completely innocent, that was their own fault. Su Chen shrugs. The time they spent chatting slips away. A loud boom echoes in the sky. Immediately after, a massive magic circle appears out of thin air. The magic circle emits a light that gradually grows more intense. This is the examination hall teleportation array. If we end up as opponents later, will you go easy on me? Xia Lingyun suddenly asks. This is a freebie question, most men would know how to answer. Su Chen naturally pats his chest without hesitation and says, I will definitely help you. Xia Lingyun's face brightens with joy. She thinks to herself that the dense blockhead has finally figured it out. Yet she hears Su Chen add, I will certainly help you by sending you to the next round as quickly as possible. Xia Lingyun rolls her eyes at Su Chen, speechless. Before she can speak again, The light from the magic circle above reaches its peak and abruptly descends. The next second, the entire playground is cleared. In the Apocalypse system, the combat perspectives of all examinees are opened simultaneously. Inside the Yunhua City TV station, the studio is ready. A beautiful host in a blue gown begins. Hello everyone, I am your host Lin Bing. Today, this special interruption program is primarily dedicated to sharing the combat perspectives of the genius examinees of Yunhua City. We have invited 3 special guests: Zhu Ling, the official from the Daxia Academy admissions office in charge of Yunhua City. A middle-aged woman with a sweet smile waves at the camera. And the principal of Yunhua City No. 2 High School, Zhan Tianhao. The camera cuts. It pans to a short, dark-skinned man wearing thick-framed glasses. Zhan Tianhao does not make much of a gesture, simply nodding with a smile at the camera. And the president of the Mad Dragon Guild, Mr. Xia Zhengyi. The camera turns again, focusing on Xia Zhengyi. Xia Zhengyi keeps a calm face, showing no reaction at all. Lin Bing is a seasoned host and is not flustered by Xia Zhengyi's indifference. She reacts quickly, smoothly transitioning to the next topic. As everyone knows, the first round of the assessment is mainly a competition between students from the same city. In the first round, only the top 100 students can advance to the next round. The higher the ranking, the more preferential treatment students will receive in the second round. Therefore, who manages to take first place in this round is extremely crucial for the entire college entrance exam. May I ask, do the 3 guests have anyone in mind who is confident enough to take first place? Lin Bing looks toward Zhu Ling, signaling her to go first. Zhu Ling is cooperative, and after a moment of thought, she begins. Over the past month, for the sake of the Academy's recruitment, I have collected quite a lot of information on various professionals. Their classes and talents are such that they could be called geniuses or even prodigies. Regarding who could take first place in the first round, I would normally be torn between several candidates. But when one name came to my attention, I had my answer instantly. You all should know who that person is. That is right. It is Su Chen from Yunhua No. 1 High School. Lin Bing's eyes light up at the mention. Su Chen is a traffic magnet right now. Even this program was set up on short notice because of him. She wants to follow up on Zhu Ling's comment and ask for her reasoning. But Zhan Tianhao, sitting next to Zhu Ling, speaks up first. Teacher Zhu Ling, I think that as an admissions officer for Daxia Academy, perhaps it is best not to jump to conclusions so early. I have heard of the feats of this student Su Chen. He has indeed accomplished things that could be called miracles, such as completing a special grade breakthrough mission. However, I recall his class is merely a common grade summoner. Even if he levels up, it would only be an excellent grade. No matter how much of a genius he is or how great his talent is, he will be limited by his class, and the class is the foundation of any professional. Furthermore, my school has a student this year named Wu Ying. He possesses not only a legendary assassin class but also an A-grade talent. Everyone should know what kind of advantage an assassin has against a mage. After 10 duels, the probability of high win rate contestants meeting each other increases. I believe they will surely cross paths, and in that encounter, Wu Ying will definitely win. So I believe Wu Ying is the most likely to take first place in the first round. His argument is logical and leaves little room for rebuttal. Even Xia Zhengyi, listening from the side, feels a tightness in his chest. A summoner is a mage class, and mages do not have the advantage in one-on-one duels. At the same level, even a legendary mage must be cautious when facing a base assassin's sneak attack. If Su Chen really ran into that legendary assassin, it would indeed be difficult to deal with. Xia Zhengyi furrows his brow. Zhu Ling's expression remains unchanged. Clearly, it is not that she has not encountered Wu Ying's files, but she does not seem intent on changing her opinion. Lin Bing, having heard Zhan Tianhao out, turns to look at Xia Zhengyi and prompts. Mr. Xia, do you have a candidate you support? Xia Zhengyi thinks for a moment. Zhan Tianhao has already taken the role he intended to play. He does not want to keep belittling Su Chen now, otherwise it would look too deliberate. So, after thinking for a split second, he says, I believe the one to take first place will be my daughter, Xia Lingyun, a student of No. 1 High School. Lin Bing says meaningfully, I assume everyone here is quite familiar with Mr. Zia's daughter. She is the stunning young lady who, 1 month ago, boldly declared her love for Su Chen in front of our cameras. She wants to add more. Zia Zhengyi shoots her a warning glance. Lin Bing immediately goes quiet, and just then, a prompt comes through the earpiece from the director. She suddenly brightens and says with surprise, "What a coincidence! 2 of the students we just discussed have happened to meet in the first round of the duels. Let us watch this exciting match between the Frost Witch Zia Lingyun and the soul-hunting shadow demon Wu Ying." The camera flashes and cuts to the duel view. Inside the arena, there are no spectators. As soon as Zia Lingyun opened her eyes, she immediately looked toward the other side. Her expression instantly turned solemn. Just as Zhan Tianhao mentioned in the studio, mage facing an assassin is basically getting bullied like a kid, especially for low-level mages. The moment an assassin gets close, it is curtains for them. However, Zia Lingyun was not overly panicked. These past few days, following Su Chen was not just about running errands for her. Experience, skill manuals, even equipment enhancements. Su Chen did not skimp on a single thing. She is now a level 19 epic tier mage with plus 10 gear all over and plenty of maxed out skills. Zia Lingyun raised her hand and cast a shield skill on herself first. Crystal Ice Shield. 3 energy shields made of ice crystals floated beside her. And at this moment, Wu Ying on the opposite side also made his move. His figure flickered and vanished from where he stood. With incredible speed, he dived into the ground and charged straight towards Zia Lingyun. Zia Lingyun looked annoyed. An assassin's most important ability is to hide in the shadows and launch surprise attacks. This guy coming at her so brazenly clearly does not think much of her. With a cold expression, she gripped her staff, waiting until Wu Ying got close. The staff glowed and she slammed it onto the ground. Crystal Ice Spikes. An ice spike shot up precisely from under Wu Ying's feet, forcing him out from the ground. Wu Ying leapt into the air, arching his back to narrowly dodge the spike tip. Zia Lingyun seized the opportunity and raised her hand. Crystal Ice Dragon. A 3-meter-long ice crystal dragon flew from her staff, snapping at Wu Ying. Just as she thought he would definitely get hit and prepared her next combo, Wu Ying's figure suddenly vanished in midair. Zia Lingyun's eyes widened. The next moment, the sound of an ice shield shattering came from behind her. Immediately after, a sharp stinging sensation struck her back. Minus 1500. You do not get hurt in the arena, but you feel every bit of the pain. Zia Lingyun's HP bar was instantly halved. She gritted her teeth and stumbled a few steps forward. Upon sensing a gust of wind approaching, she hurriedly activated her skill, Frozen Abyss. Ice crystals suddenly covered the surrounding ground in layers. Wu Ying was not careful and got hit, freezing in place. Great chance. Zia Lingyun's eyes lit up. She swung her staff and used another move. Blizzard Storm. This skill was dropped by a fallen court mage. The damage was nothing to sneeze at. The wind howled and snow began to fall. Damage numbers kept popping up over Wu Ying's head. Seeing his health bar drop to the bottom, Zia Lingyun prepared to find a chance to deliver a finishing blow. Suddenly, her vision went pitch black, as if a pair of hands had covered her eyes from behind. The next second, a sharp, intense pain sliced across her throat. You have been defeated. Ugh. The preparation area is a white space. With only herself, candidates can take a short rest here. Zia Lingyun slumped onto the floor, clutching her throat, breathing heavily. Having her throat slit in total darkness. That terror still has not faded even now. After a while, Zia Lingyun's breathing finally steadied. She reviewed the battle just now and summarized it in her heart. Teleportation, crowd control immunity, and the ability to block vision. This person is so strong. A hint of worry appeared in Zia Lingyun's eyes. She was not worried about herself. After all, she already fought him once. They will not meet again next. The reason for her worry was naturally Su Chen. Su Chen is also a mage-type profession. Even if his summons are strong, if his vision is blinded, he will still be easily closed in on. At that point, Su Chen, what are you going to do? Zia Lingyun knew Su Chen's goal was very ambitious. She was worried that if Su Chen lost, it would affect his mindset for the following exams. Zia Lingyun opened the Apocalypse Systems Candidate Combat Viewer, wanting to check on Su Chen's situation. only to be prompted that Su Chen was currently resting. Then she checked his record. Name Su Chen record 2-0. Hi. Xia Lingyan's expression turned blank. Her fight with Wu Ying was already considered fast. It only took a little over a minute. Yet who would have thought? In this short minute, Su Chen had already finished 2 battles. Even though he is her boyfriend, Xia Lingyan still could not help but question. Is he even human? In the Yunhua City studio, the 4 of them looked at the screen. It was playing the moment. Xia Lingyan suddenly standing still. Wu Ying flashed to her side and slit her throat with a blade. Xia Zhengyi's fist clenched tightly. Although he knew no one gets hurt in the arena, seeing his daughter treated like that, he could not help but feel murderous intent. Su Chen, it is time to prove you can be Lingyan's pillar of support. Slaughter this brat, and I will acknowledge you as my son-in-law otherwise. Xia Zhengyi slowly loosened his fist, but the sharp glare in his eyes remained. Just then, Zhan Tianhao next to him smiled and said, "The 3 of you saw it, this is Wu Ying's strength. That young girl named Xia Lingyan is indeed quite good." The ice shield she gathered around her at the start would be hard for an average assassin to break. Yet in Wu Ying's hands, it could only withstand 1 strike. And most importantly, he clearly had crowd control immunity, yet he chose to tank it when Xia Lingyan used her 200. And waited for her to cast her big AoE skill, rooting herself before delivering the lethal blow. Whether it is offensive capability or tactical awareness, Wu Ying is definitely the best of this year's candidates. Zhan Tianhao went on a massive bragfest. His logic was quite a stretch. For instance, Wu Ying and Xia Lingyan had never fought before. How could he have known she would cast Blizzard Storm? But since Wu Ying won, others had no ground to refute him. Lin Bing smiled and was just about to chime in. A voice suddenly came through her earpiece. She immediately said, "The previous duel was wonderful, but I just received news that student Su Chen has also entered combat. Let us all watch his combat perspective." As she finished, the screen switched. In the arena, Su Chen had one hand in his pocket, waving his staff with the other to set up a formation. 9 3-meter-tall skeleton warriors in black full armor walked out of the formation. And his opponent was a knight in gleaming golden gear, looking extremely flashy. The knight clearly froze for a moment when he entered. He suddenly laughed loudly. "Haha, Su Chen, it is actually you. If I defeat you today, I Liu." He did not get to finish his sentence. All 9 skeleton warriors unleashed their move. Leaping strike. 9 figures descended from the sky. "Wait, you guys." The golden knight looked terrified and raised his broad shield. But with the skeleton warriors surrounding him, how could he block that? He was quickly hacked to death. The battle was over. The 4 in the studio were stunned. The camera had just zoomed in. The battle ended in less than half a minute. They watched absolutely nothing. Even Zhan Tianhao, who was just bragging about Wu Ying's invincibility, sat up straighter at this moment. Zhu Ling then spoke up. "I have looked into that golden-armored knight from earlier. His name is Liu Guang. He is the only legendary class awakened at Yunhua No. 7 High School in the last decade. He also possesses an A-rank talent, Impregnable, which reduces damage taken by 70% for 5 minutes when activated. I heard that Yunhua No. 7 put a great deal of effort into cultivating him. Not only did they help him raise his level to 21, completing his 3rd promotion, but the entire set of gear he wears is also of rare 3rd promotion quality and all enhanced to +10. Her voice was very flat, giving a simple introduction. But to the ears of the others it was like a thunderclap, causing a strong sense of shock. After all, a 3rd promotion knight cultivated with such great pains did not even last long enough to finish saying his own name. One could say Su Chen snuck up on him. But he could not even put up a fight. Was it because Liu Guang did not want to? No. It is because Su Chen is too strong. Zhu Ling did not mention Su Chen once in her explanation. But every word underscored Su Chen's immense strength. I do not know how others felt. But Xia Zhengyi's brow slowly relaxed. However, his expression remained very serious. Clearly, until he sees Wu Ying defeated, he will not be happy. Yunhua City TV station is facing the most severe problem since its inception. Lin Bing's career as a host is also facing a serious crisis at this very moment. From the very beginning, she had stated, the main focus of this program is watching the combat perspectives of Su Chen and other geniuses in Yunhua City. But now, there is a very troublesome problem. Su Chen's battles are just too fast. Almost no enemy can last more than a minute against him. Often, just as the camera cuts over, the audience sees Su Chen's opponent surrounded by a group of tall skeleton warriors, then hacked to death. Everyone understands his power, but there is absolutely no entertainment value in the program. This has led many viewers to leave complaining comments. But strangely enough, the popularity of the live stream is actually rising. Even more strangely, for the sake of the broadcast effect, the TV station switches to the perspectives of other candidates. For example, Wu Ying or Xia Lingyan. Their battles also result in victory, and the process is quite engaging too. All sorts of flashy skills and exquisite movement. It is also a dominant performance. Yet they are able to generate the most interactive comments. The duration of the battles is also just right. However, when the camera switches to others, the popularity of the live stream drops. This has left the show's director completely confused. He thought it was because the guests did not provide timely and insightful commentary on the battle situation. Though he told Lin Bing to ask more questions, the guests were very cooperative. When the camera switched to Wu Ying, Jian Tianhao could talk non-stop in one go, summarizing 18 merits of why Wu Ying could win. And when the camera was on Xia Lingyan, Xia Zhengyi, who is usually calm, would also say a few more words. Zhu Ling would also find time to introduce several genius candidates she knew. After this situation was maintained for over 10 minutes, the director discovered the popularity had dropped by half. The director was losing his mind. No, what is going on with these viewers? Is the battle not exciting enough? Is the guest commentary not sharp enough? What on earth do they want to see? Actually, the viewers in the live stream also feel confused. Am I the only one who finds it strange the other candidates' battles are so exciting but I find them so boring? Same here, especially seeing two candidates fighting tooth and nail when one of them could not even last 10 seconds against Su Chen earlier. It is a bit funny. Su Chen is going too far. Is not he arrogant? Why does not he give those candidates some time to speak and then taunt them? Would not that make the battle last longer? To the person above, you might play with ants on the ground, but would you care about bacteria? In Su Chen's eyes, they are probably not even as significant as bacteria. That is an exaggeration. I think the assassin class professional called Wu Ying is very strong and could become Su Chen's formidable rival. I really hope they run into each other soon. The director looked at the comments. He realized it instantly. Everyone is here for Su Chen, especially since he performs so powerfully. Who cares if other candidates can put on a flashy fight? Of course, it does not exclude the small number of people attracted by Wu Ying or Xia Lingyan's abilities. But the majority are here for Su Chen. So, no matter how fast Su Chen's battle perspective is, keeping the camera on him is never wrong. Thinking of this, the director immediately ordered hurry, switch back to Su Chen's battle perspective. The staff member operating the camera replied bitterly, "Director, we cannot." The director was full of question marks. Who cannot? How the hell do you know my little secret? He glared at the staff member. Before he could speak, that staff member explained, Su Chen has not entered a battle, he cannot find an opponent. The director immediately opened the apocalypse system. He entered Su Chen's combat perspective code. Checking the record, 19 wins, 0 losses. His scalp tingled. Although the director is not a professional, with his status, he deals with professionals often. Every year during the college entrance exam, he discusses with many big figures. But no one has ever been as terrifying as Su Chen. The exam has only been going on for less than 20 minutes. Even Wu Ying, who finished his battles second fastest after Su Chen, is still struggling for his 7th victory at this moment. How did he win 19 matches already? Looking at the battle time, the average duration is 19.6 seconds. The director gasped, almost falling off his seat. If we consider the first round of the college entrance exam as a 100-meter sprint, Su Chen is like standing at the last step before the finish line, waiting the moment the starting gun goes off. while the other participants have just left the starting line. A monster. Su Chen is an absolute monster. Unprecedented and likely hard to be surpassed in the future. With Su Chen's performance in this exam, he will definitely leave a mark in the history of Yunhua City. Well, although he already left a record in the city's history when he completed the special level breakthrough mission earlier. However, the director discovered a blind spot. Generally speaking, there should not be a situation where no one can be matched. The Apocalypse system's matching rules are based on the candidate's win rate. No matter how many matches Su Chen wins, his opponents are matched according to his win rate. Su Chen's win rate is 100%, which means his next opponent is likely an undefeated candidate as well. And currently, the remaining undefeated candidates are. The director opened the win rate leaderboard. His pupils widened, full of excitement. Rank 1 name, Su Chen, record 19-0, win rate 100. Rank 2 name, Wu Ying, record 6-0, win rate 100. Rank 3 name, Xia Lingyan, record 5-1. Only Su Chen and Wu Ying are left. The director was so excited his hands were trembling. This situation meant that once Wu Ying finishes his 7th battle, the 8th battle will surely be against Su Chen. The battle between the two is faster than anyone imagined. If Su Chen defeats Wu Ying, he will lock in the first place for the first round in Yunhua City ahead of time. And if Wu Ying surpasses Su Chen, no one else will be able to stop him. Everything depends on this one move. This is the final showdown of the first round of the Yunhua City College entrance exam. The director swallowed hard. He picked up the headset and informed Lin Bing of the situation. In the studio, Lin Bing was making awkward small talk with the 3 guests. She used her excellent eloquence to try to liven up the atmosphere. But the 3 guests were not very cooperative and she was struggling on her own. Just as she was feeling a slight sense of despair, the news from the director made her face flush red instantly. Dear audience, 3 guests Su Chen and Wu Ying are about to meet. Once this sentence was out, the viewers who were about to close the live stream stopped. The 3 guests in the studio looked at her simultaneously. Lin Bing took a deep breath, suppressing the flush on her face. Then she briefly explained the situation the director had told her. Jan Tianhao's fist, resting on his thigh, suddenly clenched. A flash of worry passed through his eyes, but soon it became incomparably firm. Wu Ying, it all depends on you now. Cross this mountain and bring all the glory back to the 2nd middle school. Zhu Ling smiled. There was some expectation in her eyes, but not much. Obviously, she had already predicted who would win and was quite certain of it. And Xia Zhengyi, who had been expressionless, now felt a bit restless. The most dangerous official mission he had ever accepted before was demanding their guild to intercept an alien army of 10,000. Now his emotions seemed even more tense than back then. In the arena, Wu Ying's figure flashed as he shuttled quickly through the dense arrows. Just as he was about to be unable to dodge, he tapped his toes on the ground, and his figure instantly appeared behind the archer opposite. That archer was no ordinary candidate either, and had anticipated his move. He had moved a large step forward in advance, then turned to shoot. The arrow hit a black shadow. The archer was happy, but in the next second, his smile froze. The shadow exploded into a black mist. At the same time, a sharp pain came from his back. You have been defeated. Wu Ying returned to the White Lounge. He let out a long breath. A look of disappointment appeared on his face. Clearly, he did not have enough fun in the battle just now. How boring. Wu Ying said again, I hope I can meet an interesting opponent next. As he spoke, he closed his eyes, sat cross-legged, and restored his condition. Soon, his mana, stamina, and energy all reached their peak levels. Wu Ying brought up the system to match opponents again. The Apocalypse system was as fast as ever. 3 seconds later, Wu Ying received a notification. Ding, matching successful. Your next opponent is leader summoner Su Chen. In an instant, Wu Ying's eyes suddenly contracted, and his body trembled slightly. On his face, which was always expressionless, a rare smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Finally met Su Chen, someone who can complete a special level mission must be very strong, right? You will be my sharpening stone. Give it your all and you will definitely force out my strongest state. Here we go, the top 2 newly awakened professionals in Yunhua City this year have finally met. Wu Ying, I am not asking for much, just hold out for at least half a minute, okay? What kind of nonsense is that guy above saying? Wu Ying is the pride of our number 2 high school, he will definitely win. An assassin against a mage, that is like a father teaching his son a lesson. A flood of messages swiped across the screen rapidly. Inside the broadcast studio, it was deathly silent and no one said a word. At this moment, it felt as if the entire Yunhua City had gone quiet. Everyone's attention was locked onto the dual perspective. The arena. Su Chen looked calmly at the figure gradually solidifying not far away. He yawned. The wait had been too long, he was almost falling asleep. Luckily after this fight, he could start preparing for the second round in advance. Thinking of this, Su Chen took out his blood eye. Anyone who could hold out until now and remain undefeated like him probably was not just some pushover. Out of respect, he laid out 3 summoning circles. 2 squads of skeleton warriors and 1 squad of goblin high priests. They were all summoned out at once. By the time Wu Ying looked at him, a squad of skeleton warriors had already charged out of the summoning circles. They unleashed a leaping strike at him. Wu Ying stood there blankly as if he had been stunned. At this moment the comments flew. No way, he got one-shotted again. Even Wu Ying met this fate. It seems in front of Su Chen everyone is truly equal. Su Chen more like God Su. However, the battle did not end as easily as Su Chen and the audience had imagined. The skeleton warriors landed, several blades slashing down simultaneously. But they saw Wu Ying's body explode, turning into a cloud of black mist. Suddenly, a gust of wind struck Su Chen's neck from the side. He tilted his head just in time to dodge a 2-foot-long pitch-black scimitar. Wu Ying did not expect him to dodge. No, he did not expect him to dodge so casually. Just a tilt of the head without using any skills. This outcome left him slightly stunned. But it was only for a split second. The skeleton warrior guarding Su Chen slashed out. Ghost Shadow Instant Slash. The blade moved at 0 frame speed, grazing his body. Although there was no blood splatter, Wu Ying was sent flying several meters by the terrifying force of the blade. As other skeleton warriors attacked, Wu Ying quickly regained his focus and used a teleport-like skill to dodge rapidly. With Su Chen's current mental attributes, he easily captured his spatial landing point, and immediately ordered the nearby Goblin High Priest to activate a skill. Earth Shatter. Earth Shatter. Earth Shatter. Just as Wu Ying's feet touched the ground, immediately, the ground beneath his feet shook violently, tearing apart with terrifying fissures. The violent shaking made him almost lose his balance and fall. Almost being hit made Su Chen take things a little more seriously. This time, he used a combo skill. After Wu Ying reappeared, he immediately led the 2 Goblin High Priests who had not moved yet to use their skills. Heavenly Thunder. Dark clouds quickly gathered above Wu Ying's head. Boom! A scorching white bolt of lightning crashed down. Just as he was about to be struck, Wu Ying's body exploded into a cloud of black mist again. Su Chen frowned slightly. Is the cooldown for this skill really that short? Less than a second in between. But the next second, the black mist Wu Ying turned into drifted away and formed his figure once more. He gasped for breath, his face filled with shock and excitement. Although he did not take the hit from the Heavenly Thunder. But taking 2 waves of attacks had already pushed his health bar to its limit. At this point, if he got hit by even one more skill, Su Chen would finish him off. Yet Wu Ying smiled. Su Chen, you are truly amazing. You are the second person who has been able to push me to this point. Su Chen said expressionlessly. If you want me to let you go, you had better get on your knees and beg. Sweet talk does not work on me. At this moment, he looked just like the big villain in a manga who holds all the advantages. And Wu Ying was like the hot-blooded protagonist with a plot armor. Su Chen knew. Villains die from talking too much. So he did not waste any more breath on Wu Ying. Riding the wind. A huge field of wind covered the entire arena. It had no effect on Wu Ying. But under the feet of Su Chen's summons, small wind swirls began to form. With the boost of the wind swirls, the 9 skeleton warriors launched an attack like lightning leopards. They acted more like assassins than Wu Ying did. even though they were tall and wore heavy armor. They closed the distance to Wu Ying in a very short time. Their blades were already poised right above Wu Ying's head. And at this moment, Xia Lingyun, resting in the white room, held her breath. She was almost too terrified to look at the battle view. She knew what was about to happen. She had experienced it before. But she could not help the worry in her heart and quickly looked toward Su Chen. Shadow descent, Wu Ying uttered. In an instant, a dark shadow split from the shadow beneath his feet. It rushed into Su Chen's shadow at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Following that, Su Chen's vision went black. But before he could adjust to the environment, a slight sound of breaking air came from his side. Su Chen understood instantly he was under crowd control. However, is that it? Su Chen used the skill teleport right where he stood. Just as Wu Ying thought this blow would succeed, a wave of intense fear gripped his brain. It felt as if he would definitely die if he took another half step forward. His health was extremely low, he did not dare to gamble with his life. Therefore, the next moment he decisively gave up the attack and chose to retreat. The second after he made his choice, ripples spread out from Su Chen's feet. Those spatial ripples were soft as water waves. When the ripples appeared, the fear in Wu Ying's mind suddenly had a target. He had no doubt that these ripples would deal him damage. Thank goodness he had dodged. And Su Chen was already under his control. He had a full 5 minutes. Definitely enough time to find a weakness in Su Chen's defense. That was what Wu Ying thought. But Su Chen did not want to give him that much time. He picked up his blood eye. A blood-red eyeball with wings floated out from the top of the staff. When he saw that eye, Wu Ying felt a sense of great unease. Sure enough, the skeleton warriors that had been standing there aimlessly moved instantly. 18 skeleton warriors rushed forward all at once. They surrounded him. They raised their long blades and slashed down rapidly. With the attack speed bonus from riding the wind, the blades did not even leave afterimages in the air. Both his misshifting skills were on cooldown. Facing certain defeat, Wu Ying suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. Su Chen, you have fallen for it. The next moment, his body dove into the shadow beneath his feet. It emerged from the shadow behind Su Chen. Seal of Soul locking. Wu Ying did not attack with the scimitar in his hand. His body suddenly inflated and grew larger, quickly morphing into a strange, pitch-black creature. The creature was 3 meters tall, round in shape with spiral horns on its head. It opened a terrifyingly huge mouth and swallowed Su Chen in one gulp. Then it stood still, motionless. The situation changed so quickly that it caught everyone off guard. My god, my god, my god. These two are playing so close to the edge, so thrilling, I love it. Who won? What happened inside? Does anyone know? The comments were sliding frantically. In the studio, Jan Tianhao, who had been holding his breath, suddenly relaxed. He leaned back in his chair, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and chuckled lightly. No need to watch, Wu Ying has won. Lin Bing looked toward him and reminded him. Principal Zhan, the battle view has not finished. Neither of them has been declared the victor yet. Jan Tianhao laughed. You all do not know this skill Wu Ying just used is called Seal of Soul Locking. It is actually a third-tier crowd control skill, and its effect is to pull the enemy and the caster into a special space where skills are prohibited. As soon as he said this, Zhu Ling was slightly stunned. This was clearly a hidden technique she did not know about. And Xia Zhengyi clenched his fists so hard that his breathing became heavy. Jan Tianhao noticed their expressions and laughed heartily. You all have figured it out right. Although Wu Ying cannot use skills in that prohibited space, he enters a special state called Soul Hunter. In this state, his base attributes are tripled. With his current attributes, a triple increase brings him to an average of 1,450 points. Even facing warriors or knights of the same level, he would be capable of a fight. Let alone against a mage who cannot use their profession. I really cannot see how Su Chen could turn this around. Zhu Ling nodded in agreement. If a mage professional faced such an opponent, they really would have no way out. Xia Zhengyi remained silent, disappointment inevitably showing in his eyes. In the live stream comments, the students from number 2 high school were jumping out in celebration. Hahaha, as expected of our school's Wu Ying is the best, Wu Ying is bound to win. Completed a special mission, so this Su Chen everyone was praising to the heavens is just like this. I really do not know how the previous 19 lost. I wonder if they were paid off. Wait, do you guys really think Su Chen could not win a melee fight against Wu Ying? The guy above is still expecting something. Can a mage's melee capability really beat an assassin of the same level with tripled attributes? I will just remind you one thing. A month ago, Su Chen single-handedly took down 300 professionals from number 1 high school. His summoned goblins played a big part, but a huge portion of them were sent off the battlefield by his own hands. You stop trying to scare us. Just as everyone was discussing it, the battle results were out. The black creature dissipated suddenly, and 2 figures appeared in the arena once more. Su Chen stood straight and tall, his face calm as a lake. He elegantly took out a handkerchief to wipe his palms, as if they were stained with invisible blood. Wu Ying lay on the ground, full of fear and shock, as if he had just been humiliated and tortured. The health bar above his head had been completely wiped out. The moment both appeared, the arena gave a notification. Ding, the battle is over, the victor is Su Chen. Seeing this scene, Jia Zhengyi was stunned for a moment. Then, mimicking Zhan Tianhao's gesture from earlier, he leaned back against the sofa. He even crossed his legs. His face was filled with 3 words. So comfortable. Su Chen's victory did not encounter many twists and turns. Although Wu Ying's soul seal lock life confined him within the space of the seal skill, rendering him unable to use skills, he failed to sever the connection between Su Chen and his summons. With the Monarch Unity skill, as long as summons exist, Su Chen remains unharmed. Not to mention, he also benefited from the triple attack speed bonus of riding the wind. The Soul Hunter form that Wu Ying took was indeed terrifyingly strong. But Su Chen threw 10 punches a second, each one landing solidly. He simply could not withstand it. And besides, the physical pain was secondary. What terrified him the most was this. There was an aura surrounding Su Chen. It did not seem like much at first, but after staying in it for a while, Su Chen appeared to grow larger in his eyes, like a hulking giant. Despite his high stats, he was too intimidated by that aura to even dare to attack. The outcome of the battle was highly unexpected. In the studio, Zhan Tianhao looked as if all his energy had been drained, collapsing onto the sofa. He lost. How could he have lost? Zhan Tianhao could not imagine. A mage who could not use skills. How could he defeat an assassin with boosted stats? Zhu Ling spoke up at this point. As far as I know, student Su Chen spent some time grinding monsters in the level 3 promotion dungeon, the Fallen Castle. The final boss of that dungeon is also a summoner type, and it possesses a level 3 promotion skill called Sovereign and Subjects as one. The skill effect is that as long as summons are present in the field, the SUMMONER Chinese letter receives no damage at all. Perhaps this is the key to Su Chen's victory. Zhan Tianhao stared with wide eyes. How is this possible? He is only level 20, how could he enter a level 3 promotion dungeon? Even if he could enter to get a boss skill drop, one would at least have to grind on hell difficulty, His voice trailed off abruptly. The Fallen Castle is quite popular near Yunhua City. Therefore he had some knowledge of it. Zhan Tianhao suddenly remembered. Jia Lingyan also has a few skills from the boss in that castle. At first he thought Jia Zhengyi had helped out. Now, thinking about the relationship between Su Chen and Jia Lingyan, he could not help but offer a bitter smile. He originally thought the difference between Wu Ying and Su Chen was like that between 99 and 100. He never expected Su Chen could clear a hell difficulty level 3 dungeon with only level 2 promotion strength. The gap between them is likely more like 99 and 1000 or even more. Zhan Tianhao sat there in a daze, devoid of the excitement he had moments ago. Even though Wu Ying lost, he could probably still enter the second round of the college entrance exam by finishing second. But, unless you are a perennial runner-up who really cares about second place, hoping for Wu Ying to bring glory to the school is out of the question now. Seeing him so dejected, Lin Bing asked confusedly. Why is Principal Zhan so down? This was only the first round of the exam and it was just a screening, no actual grades were given. Is not it the second round that really decides the college entrance exam results? If student Wu Ying just tries harder in the upcoming exams, there is a possibility of catching up. Zhan Tianhao remained silent. Zhu Ling smiled. She was not surprised by Lin Bing's confusion. After all, Lin Bing is an ordinary person and it is normal for her not to understand how things work for professionals. She explained, "Miss Lin, you might not be aware, but the second round of the exam is hold the line." Hold the line, what does that mean? Lin Bing asked quickly. Zhu Ling said, "The apocalypse system will transport the 100 candidates selected from the first round in each city into a simulated dungeon. The dungeon will simulate real historical battle scenarios where professional armies defended against waves of monsters or alien races. Like the ancestors before them, candidates must defend the city, protect the civilians, and resist the monster invasion. Killing monsters and completing missions assigned by officers will earn points, and these points will be the final college entrance exam scores." Lin Bing nodded, signaling she understood, and asked puzzledly, "So it seems everyone is once again starting on the same footing. But why is Principal Zhan so?" Zhu Ling continued to smile. "The first round of the exam not only filters the 100 candidates qualified to continue, but also categorizes them into 3 tiers. The first place is Tier 1, 2nd through 10th place are Tier 2, and 11th through 100th are Tier 3. Tier 1 candidates get the best treatment. They will be deployed to defend areas with the most monsters or alien enemies." Lin Bing gasped. Is not that very dangerous? Teacher Zhu, are you sure this is a treat?" Zhu Ling's expression turned solemn as she said earnestly, "It is indeed dangerous, but danger and opportunity go hand in hand. Large numbers of monsters mean not only danger, but also points. Whether you can get a high score depends on your personal ability. However, everyone does not need to worry too much for the candidates. This is only a simulation, so there will be no danger to their lives." Zhu Ling's expression softened, adding that, and continued with a smile. "We all know that in one-on-one combat, assassins are the bane of mages. But on the battlefield, the efficiency of a mage in killing monsters is far beyond that of an assassin. Honestly, that soul seal lock life move Wu Ying was hiding was indeed outside my expectations. But from beginning to end, I have firmly believed that Su Chen will be the top scholar of Yunhua City in this year's exam. Even if he could not get first place in the first round, his ranking would definitely be in the top 10. With his ability, unless he does absolutely nothing, it is very hard for him not to get a high score." Well argued and convincing. Lin Bing nodded and said, "As Teacher Zhu says, this matter is indeed set in stone." She glanced at Zhan Tianhao. His eyes were lifeless, his face pale and gray. At this moment, Zia Zhengyi, who had been quietly listening, remembered Su Chen's confident words at the school gate. "Not just Yunhua City." He suddenly spoke up and asked, "Teacher Zhu, analyzing based on the information you have gathered, is it possible for Su Chen to go even further?" "Go further?" Zhu Ling was stunned. Soon she realized what he meant. The second round of the exam involves candidates from the entire province competing together. Su Chen going further. That would mean aiming for the provincial top scholar. Her expression paused and she fell into deep, heavy contemplation. Before Zhu Ling could answer, the live chat had already started discussing it. "Go further, is it? With Su Shen's strength it really might not be impossible." You people in Yunhua City are really interesting, looking at the sky from the bottom of a well, incredibly arrogant, you even dare to aim for the provincial champion. I admit Su Chen is strong, even in the provincial capital he would be top 10 material, but aiming for provincial champion, give it a rest. How come it is not possible? What makes us people in Yunhua City worse than others? Su Chen is strong, go Su Chen. My little sister always cries in pain at night, here is what the big brother does, come watch. Oh my god, the stream is on fire, even Mr. Payan is here. Zhu Ling pondered for a long time before looking up. Faced with the expectant gazes of Lin Bing and Zia Zhengyi, she sighed and said calmly, "It is hard." She added, "Almost impossible." Studio. Zhu Ling sighed and shook her head. Impossible, Su Chen might have the strength to compete for the top 3 in the province. But as for the top spot, that is too difficult, it is almost impossible. Lin Bing's eyes lit up. As a host, she had a keen sense for news, so she quickly asked, "Teacher Zhu, since you say Su Chen has the strength to be in the provincial top 3, that means there are not many people you think are stronger than him, right?" Could you tell us who the two people are that you think could rank ahead of him? Zhu thought for a moment and nodded. This is not a secret, I can talk about it. There is someone in Qiang City named Song Xian who awakened a legendary combat profession, the Green Lotus Sword Saint. She paused here. Lin Bing blinked and looked at the two guests beside her. Seeing they had no objections, she asked curiously, Teacher Zhu, has not Su Chen defeated legendary professions before? Zhu Ling smiled. Indeed, whether it is Liu Guang from the 7th High or Wu Ying from the 2nd High, they are both legendary professions. But I recall, their talent grades were only A-level. However, that Song Xian possesses an SS-level talent, and as far as I know, his talent allows him to gain buffs by killing monsters. The more he kills, the stronger he gets. What is even more valuable is, he comes from a prominent family background. To train Song Xian, his family even hired the white-clothed sword god Li Fingliu to mentor him for 3 days. Zhu Ling stopped there. When she mentioned that Song Xian had an SS-level talent, everyone was stunned. A level and S-level might only seem 1 grade apart, but the gap between them is like heaven and earth. An A-level talent can boost a professional's strength 10-fold or 100-fold. An S-level talent, however, allows a professional to break free from the limitations of their profession's grade and defy fate. Above S-level, every higher grade brings an unknown magnitude of power increase. It could be said, below S-level talent, profession matters more than talent. Above S-level talent, talent matters more than profession. Precisely because of this, no one was surprised that Su Chen could breeze through challenges with a superior grade profession. Because everyone guessed that Su Chen might possess an SS-level talent. As for SSS, there are only a handful in the entire Xia nation, including those legendary veterans who have ascended to godhood. Now, with a talent of the same grade, and Song Xian's profession being of legendary quality. With this combination, even Xia Zhengyi, who initially wanted to argue a few words for Su Chen, lost the heart to do so. The opponent's talent is no worse than Su Chen's, his profession is several times stronger, and there is no need to even compare family backgrounds. How can you fight that? Lin Bing took a few deep breaths to suppress her disappointment before asking. It seems Song Xian is indeed much stronger than Su Chen. What about the other person? Zhu Ling shook her head. I am not certain about the details on that person, as they were personally handled by the General Admissions Office of Xia University in Dragon City. However, it is rumored that either their talent or their profession is superior to Song Xian's. The moment this was said, the whole studio went silent. Even the live comments stopped. After a while, a barrage of comments began to fly by. Holy crap, one aspect stronger than Song Xian. Does not that mean it is mythical or SSS level? Oh my god, what kind of god-tier battle is this year's college entrance exam? Last year's provincial champion only had a legendary profession and an S-level talent, but this year even mythical or SSS level talents are appearing. Looking at it this way, Su Chen does not really seem to have a chance, but becoming the champion of Yunhua City is already quite impressive. Haha, look at you folks from Yunhua City acting all cocky, now you are dumbfounded, right? Still thinking about competing for the provincial champion, it makes me want to laugh my head off. Lin Bing's expression stiffened, and after thinking for a long time, she did not know how to speak. She was also from Yunhua City. Naturally, she hoped the champion from Yunhua City could achieve greater success. If so, their entire city would gain a lot of glory. But now, the two giants Zhu Ling brought up truly shocked them. But that was not enough. Zhu Ling sighed and added, these are just the ones I know about, in Dingjiang City, the provincial capital, and other cities. There is news of quite a few other geniuses that has not leaked out yet, waiting to stun everyone during the entrance exam. Lin Bing wept inwardly and whispered to herself, stop it, sister, please stop, we surrender. Originally, they were just discussing the possibility of Su Chen winning the provincial title. But now, Zhu Ling's words really sobered everyone up. Although the studio continued to play exciting combat footage, neither the guests nor Lin Bing had the heart to pay attention to it. The atmosphere was a bit heavy. Fortunately, 2 hours passed quickly, and the first round of the exam ended. Except for the top 100 students, the rest of the examinees were teleported back to their respective school playgrounds. And the candidates still waiting in the White Room received a notification. Ding, you have qualified to enter the dungeon, Steel Fortress, do you wish to enter? Hearing the prompt, Su Chen let out a long yawn. He had waited so long that he had already taken a nap. He hoped the content of the next round would not be so boring. Enter. The moment he gave the command, light enveloped his entire body. Opening his eyes again, Su Chen was already standing in a square, backed by a huge blue crystal. At this moment, dusk was approaching. The remaining rosy clouds fell on the soldiers guarding the city wall, illuminating their blood-stained armor, adding a sense of grim killing intent to the tense atmosphere in the city. Su Chen was not alone, people were constantly being teleported in around him. He did not pay any mind. The first thing after entering a dungeon is to open the dungeon information panel. Dungeon name, Steel Fortress. Dungeon difficulty, none. Level restriction, none. Player limit, none. Dungeon introduction. In the 75th year of the Apocalypse calendar, a terrifying beast roar emanated from the depths of the Beiqing Mountains, followed by an outbreak of a monster tide. Endless monsters attacked the cities around the mountains, and a large number of people were forced to relocate. In order to intercept the monster tide and buy time for the relocated civilians, you as soldiers have come to the front line, the Steel Fortress. Please complete your mission, hold on in the Steel Fortress for 5 hours. Su Chen took a deep breath, his expression turning a bit more serious. The Battle of the Steel Fortress is a campaign written into history textbooks. His theoretical grades were actually not very good, but for some reason he could get a perfect score in history. In the past, looking at all the bloody events caused by monsters and exotic races in history books, Su Chen felt an unbearable sense of irritation in his heart. At the same time, he worried that such a day might come when the disaster would befall him. At that time, he vowed that if one day he were strong, he would definitely turn this history textbook into a revenge list. Now, the opportunity had arrived. Although it was just a simulation dungeon, it could serve as a rehearsal for the future. Time to practice. Saying this, Su Chen picked up Blood Eye and sneered a couple of times. Coupled with the skeleton crown on his head and his tall, brawny physique, it was quite terrifying. A boy walking in front of him suddenly stopped. With a hint of panic on his face, he asked, You are Su Chen." Su Chen's murderous intent did not dissipate. He turned his head to look down at him and said indifferently, "Need something?" The boy took a deep breath as if suppressing something, gritting his teeth and lifting his head with effort. "You said before that we are only here to compete for second place." Su Chen was stunned and looked around. Most people were glaring at him. Only a small portion were closing their eyes and recuperating. But judging by their ears, they seemed to be paying attention to this side as well. There are 37 large cities in Jiangnan province, and including him, there were exactly 37 people here. It seems they were all the top students from their respective cities. It seems many people saw his interview segment. Su Chen stretched the corners of his mouth and said, "Why do you have an objection?" Others looked at him coldly, as if they would attack at the slightest provocation. They were all geniuses carefully cultivated by various cities, forces, and organizations. How could they not react to being mocked? And the young man standing in front of Su Chen seemed to want to say something harsh. But under the terrifying aura suppressing him from Su Chen's body, he found it difficult even to speak. Eyes. Seeing this, Su Chen smiled lightly and patted him on the shoulder. The boy, who was the top student of some city, immediately stiffened. "Attention, kid." Su Chen looked around at everyone, showing his 8 white teeth, and grinned ferociously. "If my interview made you feel uncomfortable, then I am really sorry. If you want to target me, then go ahead, I do not care. The Great Zia is vast with a massive population. This has led to a never-ending supply of conceited genius professionals every year. They face the cameras, vowing to lead humanity toward a brighter future. Or perhaps saying something like, 'It is my duty to restore the glory of Great Zia.' Things that are exaggerated but not necessarily annoying. The goal is naturally to show off their personality, yet they worry about being targeted by others. But Su Chen is different. He makes no secret of his arrogance. The emotion in his eyes matches his words perfectly. I do not care. It is as if these top-ranked students from other cities are just stray cats and dogs on the street. How infuriating. Already some are gritting their teeth with dark looks, secretly plotting their plans. Before long, the sound of bright military boots marching from afar draws closer. A general in an officer's uniform approaches, walking quickly with a serious expression. The monster army is only 5 kilometers away from the fortress. They will be here soon. You must take action. After that, Su Chen received the mission prompt. Ding, please proceed to the marked location, establish a defense and resist the monsters. A beam of light appears at his feet, guiding the candidates up to the city wall. The group does not dare to delay and acts immediately. Soon, Su Chen arrives on the wall. The fortress is built at the entrance of a valley. A high, sturdy wall connects the cliffs on both sides. Beyond the valley lies a vast plain. He activates his blood pupils. The blood flight eye flies into the sky to observe the surroundings. There are dozens of similar entrances nearby. The candidates have all been guided to the walls. Of course, the wall Su Chen is at faces the widest valley entrance. When the monster army charges, they will undoubtedly face the largest force. This is the special treatment for those who took first place in the first round for each city. He withdraws his gaze. Su Chen observes the situation on the wall. Besides the candidates, there are many simulated professionals on the wall. They primarily serve as a distraction. They have high defense but deal little damage. But because of their presence, combined with the number of candidates, the space on the wall feels a bit crowded. This is not favorable for a summoner. After all, ordinary summoners need to accumulate a group of summons before the battle. Generally speaking, summoners of any level need a certain number of summons to unleash effective combat power. And on the wall, there is clearly not enough space for a summoner to accumulate them. Quite a few people have already realized this. They cast mocking glances at Su Chen. Some have even begun their plan to target him, using their temporary command authority. They crowd the simulated professionals against the edge of the wall, while they quickly seize all the remaining favorable combat positions. Suddenly, the edge of the wall is completely occupied by these professionals. Even if Su Chen could summon many creatures, there is no space for them to attack, unless he uses his command authority to make those professionals move away. But Su Chen is only one person, and there are over 30 of them. Clearly, they will not let Su Chen have his way. Of course, there is plenty of space outside the wall. He could let his summons jump down to fight. Only, no one believes Su Chen would do that. This fortress wall is 100 meters high. Jumping down directly would surely mean certain death. Besides, the monster army is like a tide, with a massive number. Without the protection of the wall, the summons would likely be devoured instantly by the monsters. The group analyzes the situation Su Chen is facing, seeing him at a total disadvantage, yet standing still without moving. They assume he is out of options and begin to laugh out loud. Looks like you have realized the situation. With just you alone trying to cross a group of us, you will not get a single point in this exam. Why do not you beg for mercy now? We might consider giving you a decent spot. Keep acting cocky now. Even your summons have nowhere to stand. Let us see how you fight and kill monsters, haha. Watching this group acting like maniacs talking to themselves, Su Chen lets out a sigh. You sighed, does that mean you are truly helpless? At that moment, a woman's voice comes from the side. Su Chen looks over. The one speaking is a purple-haired girl. She is tall with a straight posture, dressed like a warrior in light purple armor, though no weapon is visible. What captures Su Chen's attention most is her chest is about 70% the size of the Wen sisters. Su Chen takes an extra look at her and asks in return, "What do you mean helpless?" The purple-haired girl chuckles. You are a summoner, you need your summons to join in the attack, but they have occupied all the favorable spots. Your summons cannot be deployed, you have no space for effective output, is not that why you were sighing? Su Chen smiles and continues to ask, then why did not you go and grab a combat spot? Warriors also need a good position to deal damage, right? Aside from him and this purple-haired girl, there is also a boy who has been squatting in the corner the whole time. The three of them did not rush to occupy positions like the others. Facing Su Chen's question, the purple-haired girl wears a confident and calm smile. She looks at the plain outside the valley and speaks softly. My battlefield is not here. Su Chen shrugs. What makes you think I want to stay in this cramped valley? I have always believed that attack is the best defense. The purple-haired girl stares at him, stunned, then shakes her head. It is different. I am a warrior. I can charge out and have the certainty to retreat safely. Are you sure a magic-type professional like you wants to take such a risk? Although you can revive in the simulation instance, there is always a respawn time. Die one too many times and who knows how far behind in points you will fall. I advise you to think it over. Facing the girl's doubt, Su Chen says nothing more. He only spoke up because her cleavage was pleasing to the eye. Otherwise, he would not have bothered. The purple-haired girl sees this and does not press further. But after thinking for a moment, she asks, "By the way, you still have not told me why you were sighing just now." Su Chen chuckles. "I was just reflecting on how intense the pressure of the college entrance exam really is. It has driven these guys into madness. I feel sorry for them." The purple-haired girl is taken aback and cannot help but burst into laughter. Their conversation was not spoken in hushed tones. Everyone else heard it clearly. Hearing Su Chen treat them like lunatics. The faces of these geniuses turn red with anger, clearly hitting their boiling point. If the timing was not so critical, someone might have already challenged Su Chen to a duel. Keep talking big, you will be crying soon enough. If you manage to get a single point today, I will read my name, Yang Yang, backwards. Not to be that guy, but your name sounds the same no matter how you read it, right? The purple-haired girl laughs for a while, wiping the tears from her eyes. You are interesting, let us make a bet. If you can place in the top 3 of the province, I will tell you my name. How about that? She looks at him as if saying, you are getting a great deal, try hard now. Su Chen turns his head and scrutinizes her face closely. This intense stare makes the purple-haired girl pause, and she cannot help but touch her face. She asks suspiciously, what is it? Is there something on my face? Su Chen shakes his head and sighs. Nothing, I was just thinking your face is not ugly, so why do not you want it? What a pity. The purple-haired girl is confused. What do you mean, how could I not want my face? The boy who had been quietly squatting in the corner suddenly speaks up. He means you are shameless. The purple-haired girl's expression freezes, and she glares at Su Chen. You really know how to make someone angry. Su Chen turns to look outside the valley, speaking calmly. Thanks, it is one of my few virtues. The purple-haired girl clenches her fists. I was not complimenting you, you jerk. She wants to say more. Suddenly, she notices the stones beneath her feet starting to vibrate and small dust particles dancing on the ground. The boy in the corner stands up. Together with the purple-haired girl and Su Chen, they turn their gaze toward the outside of the valley. A full half-minute later, the others seem to sense it and look toward the valley as well. At this moment, a black line appears on the horizon, moving rapidly toward them. The monster army is here. Yunhua City inside the studio. When she saw that the top students from other cities had actually banded together. And it was not to stop the army of monsters. It was to restrict Su Chen. Zhu Ling was furious. Shameless, despicable, and childish. She slammed her hand down heavily on the chair armrest, her voice icy as if mixed with shards of frost. Lin Bing, sitting next to her, trembled at her sudden outburst and asked cautiously, what happened? As an ordinary person, she could not understand what was happening on the city walls at all. She only felt that these people were worthy of being the top students of their respective cities. Facing the incoming monster army, they showed no fear but were instead so proactive. Zhu Ling's face was grim, as she briefly explained what she had seen. Hearing that everyone had joined forces to target Su Chen, Lin Bing turned pale with shock. She looked back at the combat feed on the screen. It really did seem to be the case. Teacher Zhu, is this kind of behavior even allowed? Xia Zhengyi did not look too good either. He had actually sensed that something was wrong for a while now. He just thought he was perhaps overthinking it out of concern. He did not expect it was truly as pathetic as he had witnessed. Zhu Ling remained silent. Sabotaging companions and engaging in infighting is certainly not allowed. But they had no way to provide hard evidence. You could say those who know, those who do not cannot be explained to. Lin Bing asked with concern. Teacher Zhu, do you think Su Chen has any way to deal with this? Zhu Ling sighed and shook her head. It is difficult, there is only so much space on the city walls, and once the monster tide hits, it will become even more cramped. By then, even if Su Chen can summon a massive number of units, there will be no room for them to stand, let alone fight. Their childish behavior not only harms Su Chen but gains them nothing either. Sigh. If she were the proctor, not one of these people would be allowed to continue the exam, let alone talk about any subsequent enrollment. Zhu Ling believed that when selecting professionals, moral character should be ranked higher than talent or combat power. But this did not align with the mainstream ideology of the world today. In this era might makes right. After all, humanity is still lagging behind in the struggle against monsters and alien races. We need a large number of powerful individuals to head to the battlefield. We cannot let geniuses slip away simply because of minor moral flaws. Lin Bing said uneasily. Teacher Zhu, is there really no solution? Zhu Ling smiled bitterly. All we can do now is watch how Su Chen handles it if he has not thought of a way. What does it matter how much I say here? Lin Bing nodded at this. That makes sense. But the monster army is here, Zhan Tianhao said suddenly. He knew this should not be happening. But seeing Su Chen being targeted, he suddenly thought, maybe Wu Ying has a chance again. Everyone quickly turned their eyes back to the screen. The steel fortress on the city wall. At this moment, a black line appeared on the horizon in everyone's sight. The black line spread rapidly toward them. Then the line split into two. One part went upward, and the other continued to advance. A few breaths later, the true form of the black line revealed itself before them. In the sky, a massive flock of birds gathered into a cloud that blotted out the sun. And on the ground, various beasts charged frantically, their hooves striking the earth with a dull, drum-like roar. The candidates on the walls wore expressions of anxiety and panic. Perhaps they had seen many such simulations before. They might even have undergone special training to overcome the fear. But those were just images seen through a screen. Now that they were in the middle of it, no one could remain calm. The monster army swelled into an ocean. The massive steel fortress in front of the army was like a small wooden boat sailing in the deep-sea waves. It could be crushed by a single wave at any moment. Some collapsed in tears, some sat on the ground with weak legs, others breathed heavily. It is here. Unlike the others, Su Chen's face was filled with excitement. After all, he really was not afraid of any numbers game. Who could outnumber him? Not when he has mana return and rapid casting. You have to realize he had not even gone all out before. And today, is not this the perfect opportunity? Under the amazed gazes of the crowd, Su Chen used a few teleports. He left the fortress and arrived at the valley entrance. A pair of giant wings spread from his back, and he stood in the air like a deity. Beams of light continuously shot from the blood eye in his hand. Countless summoning circles blossomed across the entire valley floor in an instant. Massive amounts of skeleton warriors and goblin high priests crawled out from the circles. The entire entrance was filled in no time. Numbers, that was not even the end of it. Before the previous batch had fully emerged, Su Chen's next round of summoning circles were already set. This caused the summons to pile up, forming small hills of bones and goblins. And because they were piled so high, they began to surge forward like a literal tide. Moments later, the incoming monster army clashed directly with the wave of skeletons. Restricted by the dungeon's rules, the monster army's strength was limited to the second rank. And second-rank monsters were like pieces of cake for his skeleton warriors. The skeletons shredded through them, not only stopping the monster army's advance, but quickly turning the tide into a counteroffensive. Like an invincible war chariot, they rumbled toward the monster army, trampling everything in their path. The situation was already in his favor. But Su Chen decided to add fuel to the fire. Ride the wind. Berserk Rage. Once these two buff skills were activated, the damage of his summons doubled. The monster army, already at a disadvantage, faced even worse circumstances. When Su Chen's summons spread out across the plains, they completely blocked the monster army's advance from every direction. Then, after the initial chaos passed and the battlefield cleared, Su Chen even ordered his skeleton army to form up, advancing with the precision of a military parade. The skeleton warriors became a black torrent, like giant harvesters, reaping the lives of monsters one after another. Although this meant some skeletons became easy targets and perished without purpose. The dead skeletons were even more terrifying, they would break from the ranks. And with the boost from Ride the Wind, they would dive straight into the enemy lines. Slash wildly for 30 seconds and then detonate. A thunderous explosion followed. Countless more monsters were incinerated in the thick, rolling smoke. And it was not just the ground. The flying monsters in the sky did not stand a chance of getting near the fortress either. The Goblin High Priests simultaneously cast the skill Heavenly Thunder. Layers of thunderclouds gathered to form a massive protective barrier. Before the lightning could even strike, the flock of bird monsters crashed right into the thunderclouds. The clouds were shattered and their lives were extinguished along with them. Jiangnan Province Capital, Dingjiang City Chief Proctor's office. Proctor walked in carrying a glass of water. He glanced around. The room was silent, deathly still. Everyone was present, but their expressions were all frozen stiff. As if they had seen a ghost. He asked in confusion, "What is going on? Why do you all have those looks on your faces?" He took a sip of water. The next second, he saw the feed on the monitor. He froze and the water in his mouth spilled out involuntarily. After a long while, he let out a dazed and helpless exclamation. "My God! God!" Inside the Yunhua City Broadcasting Studio, just as Su Chen made his move, Zhu Ling, who had maintained her composure no matter how angry she was before, could no longer suppress the excitement in her heart. She stood up directly from her seat and walked forward, getting closer to the screen. Her eyes were locked onto the combat feed, at the summoning arrays that were blooming everywhere and connecting seamlessly. When she shifted her gaze back to Su Chen, there was even a trace of trembling in her voice. "I was wrong, terribly wrong. His talent is not SS rank at all, it is an SSS rank talent." As soon as these words were spoken, looking at that powerful, invincible figure from behind in the combat feed, the three people in the studio and the audience watching the feed were all left speechless with shock. It was not until Su Chen's summons formed into organized infantry phalanxes, advancing with a rhythmic killing pace, that the bullet comments started rolling in again. "My God, no wonder God Su is so strong. So it is an SSS rank talent, there are only a handful of those in the entire Daxia. No way, how can you be sure? I do not believe it, it is impossible for anyone to have an SSS rank talent." Yeah, right, the person above has even better discernment than the admissions teachers at Daxia Academy. God Su is amazing, God Su, you are my God. However, Zhu Ling did not know that she was wrong again. Su Chen does not just have one SSS rank talent. On the ramparts of the Iron Fortress, looking at the monster army retreating further away, many candidates were left completely bewildered. Although Su Chen had pushed back the monster tide, which brought relief to many whose mental defenses were on the verge of collapse. But now, there were no monsters left for them to fight, so how were they supposed to take the exam? Especially on the rampart where the top-ranked candidate was. The faces of the candidates who had previously been targeting Su Chen were as pale as paper. Before, when Su Chen did not take any action and did not pile up his summons in advance as a summoner, they thought he was facing a desperate situation and had given up on the exam. Who could have imagined? He had not given up, it was just that there was truly no need. Within a single second, he could set up around 10 summoning arrays, each containing 9 summons. With such efficiency, Su Chen did not need to summon in advance like a regular summoner. Recalling their previous complacency, they suddenly realized Su Chen had never spoken a word of arrogance, he was simply stating facts. He truly did not care about their targeting. And he genuinely thought they were insane for targeting him. Could it be that he will not let even a single monster in, and we will all get a 0? Impossible, the examiner would never let him do that, they would definitely intervene. But he has not broken any exam rules, it is just that his strength is too overwhelming. When someone said that last sentence, the atmosphere fell into dead silence. Indeed, Su Chen had not violated any rules, he was just too powerful. Powerful enough to resist all the monsters spawned by the simulation dungeon single-handedly. Even if the examiners wanted to intervene, what form would it take? Could they really forbid Su Chen from continuing the exam on the grounds of him being too strong? It is unthinkable. Thinking of this, the 30-plus candidates sank into despair. And the confident, arrogant girl with purple hair who had stood by Su Chen's side earlier was also dumbfounded at this moment. She possessed a mythical tier profession and an S-rank talent, making her the top among the candidates. Everyone around her said the provincial top scorer position was hers for sure. Now, the prize had slipped through her fingers, yet she was not angry or jealous. Jealousy is for those slightly better than you. But if they are way too strong, the emotions just go numb. The purple-haired girl knew that even if she leveled up 10 more times, it would be impossible to be like Su Chen, making a monster army retreat with a flick of his finger. At the very least, she would need to reach level 30 or 40 with her profession. Perhaps then it might be possible to do what Su Chen is currently doing. But when Su Chen reaches level 30 or 40, how much more will his strength improve? The purple-haired girl could not imagine it. This was the second time since her awakening that she felt that the gap between people could be so enormous. But this time she was on the losing end. As for that young boy, he touched the unsheathed sword in his hand, bit his lip, and squatted back into the corner. Dingjiang City. Chief Examination Room. Elder Mu, look at this. Several invigilators invited an old man wearing an ancient-style green robe into the room. Mu Chunkyu, one of Daxia's former battle kings. Mentioning him inevitably brings up a special place, the Abyss. The Abyss is the first super-large composite plane from another world that humanity discovered connected to Blue Star. It is an entire superworld equivalent to Blue Star. But unlike Blue Star, which has only a single plane, inside the Abyss, space exists in pyramid-like layers and seems infinite. The first layer is the narrowest and has the weakest monsters. Continuing deeper, the space gradually widens and the monsters become stronger. Because monster tides break out in the Abyss from time to time, a large number of monsters from the bottom of the Abyss rush to the upper layers during these periods, and sometimes even flood into Blue Star. Therefore, countries with Abyss entrances all need to invest a great deal of manpower and resources to defend against them. For many years, the Daxia government has tried its best to spend money and effort on defense, and continuously promoted the benefits of venturing into the Abyss. Many professionals take pride in how deep they can explore into the Abyss. The expedition team led by Mu Chunkyu once penetrated to the 97th layer of the Abyss. Even though more than 50 years have passed since then, the 97th layer remains the record for the limit of human exploration of the Abyss. Mu Chunkyu also slew 2 demon gods single-handedly in that battle. This solidified his prestigious position as a Daxia battle king. Unfortunately, due to that battle, he was cursed by the demon gods and his strength has been declining ever since. Within less than 10 years, he retired from the front line and retreated behind the scenes to contribute in other ways. Now he is the most influential person in the Jiangnan Provincial Ministry of Professional Education. Facing the difficulties created by Su Chen, the examiners were at a loss and had no choice but to invite him. When Mu Chunkyu was young, he had a fierce and overbearing face, but in his old age, he had become kind and approachable. You all are too impatient. When something happens, cannot you just discuss it and make a decision yourselves? Why do you have to drag an old man like me here? I am not any smarter than you all, so what kind of good solution could I possibly have? Mu Chunkyu sat down with a smile and turned to look at the surveillance feed. After seeing clearly what was on screen, his expression froze and he could not help but widen his eyes. Even after years of cultivating his character, Mu Chunkyu could not hold it back and completely broke his composure. Good heavens, this young man. Without looking at the combat feed, he looked like a sage with a lofty and noble temperament, giving advice to the younger generation. After looking at the combat feed, he exclaimed, eyes bulging like ox bells, just like a child who had seen nothing of the world. The group of examiners looked at the rapid transformation of the old battle king and suppressed their laughter, not daring to make a sound. Before long, someone spoke up. Elder Mu, this candidate is named Su Chen, from Yunhua City, raised by the government. His actions have seriously affected the normal exam progress of other candidates. What kind of punishment do you think is appropriate? Mu Chunkyu was not happy at all when he heard this, glared at the man and said, Punishment? You want to punish such a gifted and outstanding young man? How can your brain be more decayed than that of an old man like me, who is dim-witted and getting on in years? The man did not argue back and quickly lowered his head, saying, Yes, then how do you suggest we handle this appropriately? Mu Chunkyu stroked his white beard, thought for a moment and said, I've got it, connect me to him, I have my own way. Steel Fortress. The valley entrance. Su Chen stopped casting and took a moment to check his score. Killing one monster only gives 1 point. But his current score is 1,824,869. And it is still growing at a rate of 1,000 points per second. He has already broken the college entrance exam score record. There are 4.5 hours left. If he keeps grinding, he could probably push his score over 100 million. However, that would not really serve any purpose. With his current score, let alone giving the others another 4.5 hours. Even with 10 times the time, they could never catch up. So Su Chen decided to wrap things up. After all, Xia Lingyun is also taking the exam. He could not sabotage his own girlfriend, could he? Of course. He still has to block the valley entrance in front of his wall. He absolutely cannot let a single monster get through. That is his duty as a defender. It is definitely not because he is petty and wants to keep others from scoring. Just as he was preparing to recall his army from the front, a communication request from the Apocalypse system came through at that exact moment. Su Chen was startled, then immediately realized that his actions had definitely provoked a response from the examiners. He just did not know if this communication brought good news or bad. Su Chen thought for a moment and decided to accept the call. The moment it connected, a hearty laugh rang out in his ears. Hahaha kid, you have done a great job. Hi. Su Chen had expected the person on the other end to be questioning him. He had even prepared a set of arguments in his mind. He never expected the person to start like this, leaving him completely caught off guard. Before he could react, the voice continued. I am Mu Chunkyu, you have not done anything wrong, no need to be nervous. Hearing the name Mu Chunkyu, Su Chen was stunned. He immediately straightened up in respect. This was a living hero from the history books, he quickly replied. Greetings, Battle King Mu. Hahaha, it is a good thing you know my reputation, otherwise I would be embarrassed. Mu Chunkyu said with a sense of relief. He was truly afraid Su Chen might have replied with, Mu Chunkyu, who is that? Su Chen smiled and responded. Your legendary deeds are known to everyone, how could I not know you? Mu Chunkyu nodded with satisfaction. Hearing this, he felt that Su Chen was not a difficult person to deal with. He figured even if he had not intervened, the boy would not have gone too far. However, since he had already initiated contact, the plan he just thought of should not go to waste. He might as well use this opportunity to do him a favor. Consider it his contribution to nurturing a new battle king for Great Xia. You are still in the middle of the exam, we can talk more when you are free later. You should know why I am contacting you this time, right? Student Su Chen, stop now. The outside is full of parents of students who got 0 points. If you do not stop, my office phone at the Ministry of Education is going to be blown up. The old man was quite humorous. Su Chen had already intended to stop, and since Battle King Mu had asked, he naturally would not refuse. Just as he was about to answer, Mu Chunkyu added, Do not worry, I will not let you lose out. To compensate for the losses you have incurred during this exam, I have prepared a gift for you in the 3rd round exam hall. Su Chen's eyes lit up. He reached out and rubbed his nose. Losses. He did not have any losses at all. Getting a benefit for free. Even with his thick skin, he felt a bit embarrassed at that moment. And a Battle King Mu has been famous for a long time, so his gift. Su Chen was actually quite looking forward to it. May I ask, what is it that you have prepared? Mu Chunkyu laughed twice. Hahaha, do not worry, it is absolutely perfect for you, it is a skill. This skill might not be of much use in someone else's hands. But for you, it is absolutely a divine skill. What exactly it is, let us keep it a secret for now. You will understand once you enter the exam hall. Su Chen definitely has to participate in the 3rd round of the exam. Of course, he does not have to. With his current score, he can apply to almost any top institution. But if he wants to get into the very top ones like Great Xia University or Shuimu University, he must participate in the 3rd round. It is a necessary condition. So, there's no rush to know what the reward is. After hanging up the call, Su Chen immediately ordered his summoned creatures to quickly shrink the defensive line. A large number of summoned creatures retreated into the valley, blocking the entrance completely. Without the suppression of the summoned army, the birds in the sky and the beasts on the ground came flooding in again. They poured into the various valleys. A large number of examinees began their normal exam. Perhaps because Su Chen's performance was too outstanding before. Everyone had seen the monsters being easily slaughtered by his skeleton warriors. The fear of the monster army suddenly dissipated. They performed even better than they had before. But the joy belonged to the other candidates. The valley entrance where Su Chen stayed remained tightly blocked. The beasts on the ground could not charge in, seeing that there was no cooperation from the ground. The birds in the sky also flew off to attack other areas. This left the top-tier candidates waiting there completely dumbfounded. Someone begged Su Chen, shouting, "Su Chen, your score is already the provincial first, there is no need to be so petty. We only made a mistake everyone would have made, do you really need to be this vindictive?" Pairs of eyes looked at Su Chen pitifully. Everyone thought he would make a concession now that they had lowered their heads. Unexpectedly, Su Chen shrugged and said, "I have many virtues, but being petty is one of them. If you are not satisfied, what are you going to do about it?" Seeing that he did not give even the slightest bit of ground, the group that was just acting pitiful changed their expressions instantly. They glared at him with rage, wishing they could tear Su Chen apart. But Su Chen had several tall skeleton warriors beside him. They had witnessed how these skeleton warriors slaughtered monsters. No matter how talented they were, they did not dare to provoke him now. However, someone noticed the purple-haired girl and the quiet boy who had not spoken. These two had a different presence, perhaps. They shouted, "He will not let you take the exam either. Are you just going to sit there and watch?" The purple-haired girl ignored them. She looked at Su Chen and said, "You are truly amazing. Remember my name, Mu Ying. Remember my name because I will definitely catch up to you." After saying this, a large amount of thunder and lightning surged around her. With a light tap of her toe, she flew off the wall, wrapped in lightning, and charged out of the valley entrance. With the help of the Eye of Truth, Su Chen saw that inside the lightning, she drew a long blade from the thunder itself. Then she kept slashing downwards with strikes crackling with electricity. Her score began to climb rapidly, at a rate of dozens per second. And the boy holding the sword also walked to the wall. He looked back at Su Chen and said, "Songxian ai." Songxian wanted to be like Mu Ying, to use Su Chen as a target to improve himself and chase him. But recalling Su Chen's performance, he sighed and said nothing. Mu Ying could still see Su Chen's back, but in his eyes, he could no longer find a trace of Su Chen. Songxian turned, threw his sword, and flew off, also leaving the valley entrance. He charged into the monster crowd, his movements as fluid as petals falling, his sword light ethereal, killing enemies without leaving a trace. Without Su Chen's suppression, it was not just the monsters. The geniuses also began to recklessly show off their strength and talent. The audience watching the combat feed quickly found many incredibly strong standouts. They realized that in recent years, epic and legendary tier professionals had become more common. Now even mythical professionals have appeared. The number of SSS and SSS tier talent holders is also constantly increasing. And there are more geniuses in this year's college entrance exam than in any previous year. Some had already realized that a new era of awakening, the era of geniuses, had truly arrived. In this era, there would be countless geniuses, merging like schools of fish and bamboo shoots after rain. But as they were getting excited about this magnificent upcoming era, they suddenly recalled Su Chen's terrifying figure, and could not help but feel sorrow for these geniuses. They were lucky and yet most unfortunate. Geniuses rule the world. Su Chen rules the geniuses. With Su Chen's previous terrifying performance, if one person had to be chosen to name the era, Su Chen had no competition, he was the only choice. This era was destined to be named after Su Chen. Time flies, and the second round of exams is gradually coming to an end. Su Chen let out a yawn, stretched his arms, and rose from the lounge chair. For others, taking the exam means defending against monster attacks, facing competition from teammates, and calculating skill cooldowns and tactical maneuvers. For him, it means the greatest challenge is actually fighting off sleepiness. No choice, it is just too boring. He is like one of those students from his past life who finishes an entire exam in under 30 minutes and gets every single answer right. But since he is not allowed to hand in his paper early, he can only sit there and zone out. Apart from checking on Xia Lingyun now and then, he has nothing else to do. Ding, the second round of the exam is over. Scores are being tallied, please wait. Your final score is 2,251,679. Ranking in Yunhua City, first. Ranking in Jiangnan Province, first. Having expected this, Su Chen remained calm and indifferent. Then he heard the notification continue. Would you like to teleport to the third round of the exam? Unlike the first two rounds, the third round is neither a simulation nor a test match. Examinees participating in the third round will be teleported into the Abyss. They need to complete their examination tasks there. The Abyss is that place filled with both danger and treasure. Even seasoned professionals with years of experience often hesitate to step foot there, sending these candidates who have been awakened for less than a month inside. Casualties are inevitable. However, a greenhouse can grow flowers, but it cannot nurture towering trees. How can a genius who has not been tempered by danger become a powerhouse capable of supporting the heavens? Su Chen did not hesitate and calmly replied yes. In the next second, a burst of light enveloped him, and he vanished from the spot instantly. Ding, you have entered the Abyss. Current location, Daxia Outpost number 1. Su Chen opened his eyes and looked around. Beneath his feet was an ancient and weathered stone wall. He lifted his gaze to look outside the fortress. The sky was dim, the ground charred black, and sparse, messy vegetation grew across the wasteland. This world lacked any signs of life. It was a scene of total desolation. People were constantly being teleported in beside him. Su Chen did not want to linger at the spawn point, so he moved to a more spacious area nearby. Just as he was about to contact Xia Lingyun, a tall figure approached him and a calm, steady voice spoke up. Hello, are you student Su Chen? Su Chen nodded and said, I am. The man did not waste time, producing a black box and handing it to Su Chen. This is the item Elder Mu asked me to pass on to you, please keep it safe. Su Chen's eyes lit up as he quickly took it and thanked him. After the man left, he could not wait to open the box. Inside lay a skill book. He picked it up and examined it with his true sight eye. Item God's Granted Land Skill Book. Requirement Mage Class or Priest Class, mental power greater than 5,000. Description A third tier skill. Upon use by consuming 2,000 mana and sacrificing 1,000 friendly units, you create a God's Granted Land. Friendly units within this area gain 1% health regeneration per second. Range 1,000 square meters. Duration 30 minutes. Furthermore, increasing the number of sacrificed units expands the range and extends the duration. After reading the skill information, a sharp light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Elder Mu really was not lying to him, this skill. Only in his hands could it truly function as a divine skill. After all the triggering conditions, beyond the 2,000 mana cost, required sacrificing 1,000 friendly units. For other classes, friendly units are either pets or teammates. Sacrificing those just to trigger a 30-minute buff, are they crazy? Only a summoner could barely make use of it. But early-stage summoners cannot summon indefinitely. Each monster summoned is used cautiously, for fear of it dying. Unless they reach the 5th tier and obtain mass summoning skills. Otherwise, God's Granted Land is just a useless chicken rib-like skill for them. Only Su Chen can summon monsters in droves and ignore their survival. In fact, dead summons are even more useful to him. Given his current mental stats, the power of self-detonation might be even stronger than the summon's own attacks. Su Chen happily learned the skill. Just then, Xia Lingyun came to his side and asked with a sweet smile. Smiling so happily, who is the next beauty on your mind? Su Chen replied with feigned dissatisfaction. Do you really see me as that kind of lecherous person? Xia Lingyun stared at him with a meaningful, knowing smile. It made Su Chen feel a bit insecure. He coughed twice and quickly changed the subject. How were your results? Do you have a good chance of getting into Daxia University? The third round is the key. But to get into a top-tier academy, the second round ranking is also very important. Xia Lingyun composed herself and said confidently. That is for sure, I relied on my own hard work to take 7th place in the province. Before the exam started, Xia Lingyun had repeatedly told Su Chen not to help her. She wanted to prove her capabilities through her own strength. Su Chen had no objections. Having ambition is better than just being eye candy. However, while in the exam center, Su Chen had made the exam harder for those first-place candidates from other cities, forcing them to head further away from the revival crystals to kill monsters, which indirectly provided some help to Xia Lingyun. Even if he did not say it, Xia Lingyun knew. Because of this, she hugged his arm tighter and whispered something into his ear. After hearing her, the remaining sleepiness in Su Chen's mind vanished, and he chuckled. Xia Lingyun did not say much, just wanting to unlock some new couple activities to deepen their relationship. Soon, a burly figure arrived before the candidates. He stood on a high platform and spoke. "Greetings, candidates. I am the commander of Outpost Number 1, Yang Gang. I will now release the tasks for the third round of the exam. Before that, I must offer a reminder. The abyss is dangerous. No matter what benefits you can gain, prioritize your safety above all else." No sooner had he finished speaking than Su Chen and the other candidates received a notification. "Ding, you have accepted the examination task. Clear the Ogre Den. Requirement: within 10 days, successfully challenge an Ogre Den dungeon of any difficulty." Yang Gang continued. The Ogre Den is a common dungeon on the first floor of the Abyss. But Abyss dungeons are different from those on Blue Star. There are no level restrictions here. In other words, the monsters inside the Ogre Den are very likely to exceed your current level. I know you are all genius professionals selected from your provinces, but countless geniuses have died in the Abyss. Remember, do not be arrogant, do not be arrogant, do not be arrogant. Try to find suitable teammates to form a group. Do not rush into the dungeon. First, practice against ogres outside to adapt to their combat style. Only enter when you are confident. And do not even think about challenging high-difficulty dungeons. Easy is best, normal is the limit. Anyone picking hard or above, I can only treat you as suicidal fools. That is all. I hope you will all weigh your options carefully. Oh, one more thing. Any loot obtained on this trip belongs to you. Furthermore, killing creatures in the Abyss will grant corresponding points. These points serve not only as your exam scores, but can also be used to exchange for materials and equipment. They are a universal currency, both here at the outpost and at the universities you will attend. You could tell that Yang Gang was genuinely concerned for the candidates' lives. He kept mentioning safety. After saying what needed to be said, Yang Gang did not leave immediately. He stayed to answer any questions the candidates might have. Su Chen listened for a while and got a general understanding of the dungeon. The monsters inside range from 3rd to 4th tier, and there is a chance of encountering gold rank leaders. He decided to head straight to the Ogre Den dungeon. Nothing to adapt to, he will just pile his summons on top of them. If that does not work, he still has a hidden trump card, Beast Hunter. With a monster like that, let alone the 3rd or 4th tier monsters in the Ogre Den. Even if there were a 5th tier gold leader inside, Su Chen would have high confidence in clearing it. And if that still does not work, there is always the Skeleton King's gift. In short, having lots of trump cards makes life easy. Let us go. Just as Su Chen was speaking to Xia Lingyun, suddenly, a familiar name drifted over from nearby. Luo Xiaoyu, who told you to participate in the 3rd round of the exam. In the corner of the city wall, 2 young girls stand in a confrontation. Even with her height disadvantage, the shorter girl remains perfectly composed. But the taller girl before her, by comparison, looks rather ferocious with her delicate face twisted. Luo Xiaoyu, who told you to participate in the 3rd round of the assessment. Get back there, Luo Qingcheng said, her eyes nearly splitting with rage. Luo Xiaoyu looked up at her and said flatly, "Why should I listen to you?" Luo Qingcheng gritted her teeth, breathing heavily, and after calming down slightly, she sneered. "Why, just because Mom and Dad love me the most. If you do not want to upset Mom and Dad, you have to do as I say." Luo Xiaoyu swept a cold glance at her and suddenly laughed. "Are you afraid?" Luo Qingcheng was taken aback, her eyes flashing with panic. "What nonsense are you spouting? What would I be afraid of?" Luo Xiaoyu said with certainty. You are afraid. It has always been this way since we were kids. You are afraid that I am better than you. You are afraid that I am more outstanding. You are afraid that Mom and Dad's attention will be drawn to me. Mom and Dad gave you all their love, but you are still afraid. You are truly pathetic, Luo Qingcheng. This time, I will not listen to you anymore, fake sister. It seemed that Luo Xiaoyu's last words had provoked Luo Qingcheng. She raised her hand and slapped towards Luo Xiaoyu's face. Luo Xiaoyu had not expected her to attack in public and did not resist. She watched helplessly as the palm grew larger before her eyes. Just as she felt the rush of wind from the slap, she nervously closed her eyes. But the pain did not come. Luo Xiaoyu opened her eyes to see Luo Qingcheng's hand being firmly grabbed by a man. Her gaze followed the man's arm upwards, and when she clearly saw that handsome face, her heart skipped a beat. It is you. Su Chen nodded slightly and said, "Long time no see." Luo Xiaoyu blinked. It had been over half a month. It really had been a long time. Luo Qingcheng finally reacted and shrieked. "Luo Xiaoyu, you bad girl, how could you be hooking up with some random man out here? Let go of me, do you know who I am? How dare you treat me like this? Damn guy, I will." Before she could finish her sentence, Luo Xiaoyu jumped up and slapped her hard across the face. The force was so great that Luo Qingcheng lost her balance and fell to the ground. Luo Xiaoyu said coldly, "You can say whatever you want about me. I am used to it, it does not matter. But you should not take your temper out on others." Luo Qingcheng stared at her blankly, as if she were meeting Luo Xiaoyu for the first time. Ever since she returned half a month ago, she had changed. She was no longer the submissive, obedient sister she used to be. Why are you resisting? Is not it better to just keep doing what you did before, using your pain to make everyone else happy? Vicious look flickered in Luo Qingcheng's eyes. The scene caused such a commotion that it attracted the attention of many people, and everyone was watching the show. Su Chen did not really care. But Luo Xiaoyu took his hand and walked away quickly. Soon, the three of them walked out of the outpost. "Hey little girl, could you let go of my boyfriend's hand?" Zia Lingyun suddenly interjected. Only then did Luo Xiaoyu notice there was someone else nearby. She looked at Su Chen in a daze. Su Chen introduced them to each other. "Zia Lingyun, my classmate. Luo Xiaoyu, a priest friend of mine." Zia Lingyun took the initiative to reach out her hand. "Nice to meet you." Luo Xiaoyu's gaze shifted between the two of them. She obediently shook Zia Lingyun's hand and said, "Nice to meet you." Seeing the relatively harmonious atmosphere between the two, Su Chen said with satisfaction, "Luo Xiaoyu, we are planning to challenge the Hell-level ogre nest. Do you want to join us?" Inviting Luo Xiaoyu was not just because they were friends. More importantly, her abilities might be crucial inside the abyss. Because shortly after stepping out of the outpost, Su Chen received a notification. "Ding, you have been shrouded by the abyssal aura, all attributes reduced by 5, making you prone to bleeding status. Please be careful." The reason why challenging the abyss is so difficult for professionals, besides the fact that the monsters here are exceptionally powerful, the environment is also a major factor. This is only the first layer, and there is already a negative debuff of 5% to all attributes. The deeper you go, the more severe the negative effects become. Having come to the abyss in person, Su Chen's respect for Mu Chunkyu deepened even further. It is hard to imagine how harsh the environment of the 97th layer would be. And even so, he was still able to endure the terrifying negative debuffs while slaying 2 demon gods. Truly terrifying. Zia Lingyun was slightly startled. She could understand challenging a dungeon, but what on earth was hell level? Did not Yang Gang say earlier that anyone challenging anything above difficulty level is just a fool throwing their life away? Of course, it was not that she did not think Su Chen had the ability to lead a team through it. It is just, if they are only friends, would Luo Xiaoyu accept the invitation? Yes. Luo Xiaoyu answered without the slightest hesitation. As I thought, Zia Lingyun pursed her lips. Su Chen invited her into the party and reminded her. "Is there any way you can deal with the negative debuffs caused by the environment here?" Luo Xiaoyu nodded, stepped between the two and grabbed their arms. Purification curse, blessing of light. 3 golden light barriers appeared and enveloped them all inside. Su Chen glanced at his status bar and sure enough, everything was back to normal. He chuckled and patted Luo Xiaoyu on the head. "Well done." Luo Xiaoyu curled the corner of her mouth but quickly froze. She shook her head and glared at Su Chen. Do not touch my head. Zia Lingyan saw this scene and recalled Su Chen's preferences. Her mood could not help but brighten up again. She walked to Su Chen's side, held his arm and said, "It is getting late and they say the abyss becomes even more terrifying after dark, so we would better get moving." "All right." After Su Chen nodded, the three of them immediately set off, heading towards the location of the Ogre Nest dungeon. And at this moment, other candidates were still busy forming teams. They were all top talents selected from cities across the nation. Naturally, they were not willing to fall behind and wanted to fight for the leadership of the teams. This caused the efficiency of team formation to be significantly delayed. On the city wall, Luo Qingcheng stared fixedly at the receding backs of the three. She gritted her teeth and muttered, "Luo Xiaoyu, as long as I am here, do not even think about making a comeback. Since you want to rebel, you might as well die here." There were quite a few monsters in the abyss. The three of them had barely left the outpost and had not even gone a kilometer when they ran into some. In the middle of the road appeared a dozen dogs. They were surrounding 4 other professionals. These wild dogs were 3 or 4 meters long, covered in blood-red fur with bared fangs and a fierce appearance. Before they could react, Su Chen took the initiative to cast Summon Skeleton Warrior. Then he cast True Sight on them. Monster Blood Demon Dog. Grade Normal. Level 25. HP 13/25. MP 1. Strength 3000. Constitution 3000. Agility 3500. Spirit 1000. Skills Bloody Bite Quick Lunge. Su Chen clicked his tongue inwardly. The monsters in this abyss are truly formidable. Just a normal level 25 monster has 30,000 HP and frightening stats. Fortunately, his summons were just as capable. When the 4 professionals saw the 3 of them, a sturdy man dressed as a knight shouted, "Run, get back to the outpost and find help." Su Chen remained unmoved, and with a thought, he directed the skeleton warriors to rush forward. The 9 skeleton warriors charged a few steps into the pack of blood demon hounds. However, Su Chen wanted to test the defensive capabilities of the abyss monsters. He did not use any buff skills on them. This caused the skeleton warriors' attributes to fall far behind those of the blood demon hounds. Though their blades were sharp when they landed on those massive blood-red hounds, they only dealt sporadic, minuscule damage in the tens. There were also more blood demon hounds than there were skeleton warriors. Thus, after lasting less than 10 seconds, the 9 skeleton warriors had their health bars completely depleted, collapsing and vanishing. The 4 people being besieged were stunned. Su Chen did not immediately turn to run, instead he stayed to fight. They had assumed Su Chen possessed some powerful ability. In the end, that was it. The knight in the group spoke up again. "Kid, run back to the outpost quickly. If you get surrounded by these monsters, you will not be able to escape." The female archer in the team also tried to persuade Zia Lingyan and the other girl. "Young ladies, you should leave now. These monsters are not something you can handle." "Exactly, there is no need to lose your lives here. Run." Zia Lingyan and Luo Xiaoyu remained unmoved. They stared at the 4 with strange expressions. These 4 professionals seemed to be in a desperate situation, besieged by the pack of blood demon hounds. Yet only the knight was actually fighting, easily holding off the pack's attack. Besides, since the first floor of the abyss is being used as the college entrance exam site, it should be cleared of and restricted from any bystanders. The identities of these 4 did not seem simple at all. Su Chen did not bother guessing, because he cast True Sight and saw right through all 4 of them instantly. These 4 were instructors from various academies. 2 from Daxia Academy, 1 from Shuimu Academy, and 1 from Modern Academy. They counted as exam proctors. Their main mission was to clear out monsters in the dungeon that were too high level for the examinees. But since they could not leave after the task was completed, they were clearly bored. The 4 of them had actually started a bet. The bet was about whether students seeing abyss monsters for the first time would be scared into running away. The other 3 bet that they would. Only the female mage instructor from Shuimu Academy bet that they would not. This instructor had beautiful features, a dignified demeanor, and a refined air. She looked like a young lady from a prestigious ancient family, well-versed in the arts. What was most eye-catching was, her figure which even her mage robes could not hide. She was a beauty so stunning that even Wen Xin would have to concede. Su Chen could not help but take an extra look at her information. And then he discovered she was actually Xia Lingyun's cousin, Xia Yun, and also Wen Xin's instructor. He retracted his gaze. Su Chen was a bit speechless. These academy instructors were truly idle enough. Ignoring their warnings to retreat, Su Chen looked toward the pack of blood demon hounds. Because of the skeleton warrior's attack, several hounds had spotted the three of them. They turned around and charged toward them at high speed. Unfazed, Su Chen set up another skeleton warrior summoning circle. Seeing this scene, the four academy instructors frowned slightly. They did not understand the point of what Su Chen was doing. Had not it already been proven that the skeleton warriors were no match for the hounds? What was the point of summoning them again, other than wasting mana? Things went just as they expected. After the skeleton warriors emerged from the circle, they charged straight at the oncoming hounds. Woof woof. Woof woof. The hounds barked frantically and with a few bites depleted the skeleton's health bars. Seeing this, the mage instructor's expression changed, and she began chanting a spell. She prepared to use a skill to save Su Chen and the others. The female archer instructor grabbed her arm and said, "Wait, they seem to have another move." As an archer, she had excellent eyesight and easily noticed that even though the hounds were about to reach them, Su Chen's expression remained completely calm. This level of composure meant he definitely had a backup plan. Sure enough, the next second, Su Chen raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! He whispered. Explode! The bodies of the 9 skeleton warriors that had just died suddenly burst with intense light, followed immediately by boom! Massive sound accompanied by a powerful shockwave. Thick black smoke mixed with fire engulfed the blood demon hounds. Minus 19,999. Minus 199. Minus 199. Minus 199. Minus 19,999. Minus 30,000. Scorching red damage numbers floated out from within the smoke. Su Chen soon received a notification. Ding, you have killed 7 level 25 common monsters, blood demon hounds. Gained 1.12 million experience, blood demon hound tooth X, blood demon hound hide X, Daxia points plus 21. Aside from him, the 2 girls watching from the side also gained quite a bit of experience. When the smoke cleared, the 4 instructors looked up, their eyes wide with shock. The blood demon hounds that had charged at the trio were all wiped out, not a single one remained. Su Chen did not stop, summoning another batch of skeleton warriors to charge at the remaining hounds. The same sequence of events unfolded again. This time, the explosion occurred very close to the 4 instructors. The rush of air and the smoke from the blast snapped the 4 out of their stupor. They realized that what they were seeing was not a dream but reality. Is killing blood demon hounds an amazing feat? No. Any one of them could easily wipe out hundreds of such monsters with a casual strike. But what is their level and what is Su Chen's level? A student participating in the entrance exam for the first time in the abyss having such combat power is truly mind-boggling. The knight instructor, for some reason, actually raised his shield and walked straight into the blast zone. 2 seconds later, he rushed out of the black smoke in a panic, slapping at the flames on his body. Damn it, what kind of fire is this? Why will not it go out? The damage numbers appearing above the knight's head were not actually high. His health bar did not even show a decrease. But the fire was stuck to his crotch, burning fiercely, impossible to pad out. The damage was low, but the insult was astronomical. It made everyone want to laugh. After struggling for 2 seconds, Xia Lingyun, the other girl, and the 3 instructors could not hold back and burst into laughter. Su Chen curled his lips and reminded him, "Do not be nervous, the fire will go out in 10 seconds. Hearing this, the knight stopped slapping and waited with a sullen look for 10 seconds. Seeing the fire dissipate, he breathed a sigh of relief. And along with the fire, the remaining blood demon hounds also vanished. The knight dusted off his armor, exhaled, and solemnly bowed to Su Chen. "We are an exploration team that just returned from the 2nd floor of the abyss. We were in bad shape and did not expect to run into this pack of hounds here. Thank you for saving us, your kindness will never be forgotten." Their purpose in coming here was not to clear monsters. The other goal was to scout for promising examinees and take them on as disciples ahead of time. Within the academies, students are divided into 3 tiers. Ordinary students, registered students, and instructor disciples. Ordinary students have to find their own path to progress. They might be lucky enough to catch a few lectures from instructors. Instructor disciples, however, can follow their mentor long-term and can ask questions at any time, effectively being personal students. Of course, if an instructor can nurture an excellent disciple, they also gain great benefits. Therefore, it is not just the instructors picking students, students pick their instructors too. As academy instructors, they volunteered for this protection mission for exactly this reason. The youth's strength before them goes without saying. He is undoubtedly one of the best in this year's batch. The 4 of them simultaneously harbored thoughts of following him further to observe him more closely. That was why the knight chose to hide their true identities. Little did he know, Su Chen had seen through them completely long ago. He calmly accepted the knight's gratitude and asked with a smile. Just words as a reward for saving your lives, any actual benefits. No need to be too polite, a set of divine artifacts will do. None, then legendary gear is fine, I am not picky. The 4 instructors' mouths fell open, asking for divine artifacts and legendary gear right off the bat. You really are not picky, are you? As if afraid Su Chen would make even more outrageous demands. The knight quickly said, We spend our time on the first floor of the abyss and are very familiar with the terrain here. I do not know where you are heading. But if it is on the first floor, we can lead the way to repay your kindness, how about that? Su Chen curled his lip and shrugged. Fine, I will leave it to you 4 then. Yang Gang had only given him the general direction of where the dungeon was. Logically speaking, finding the entrance portal of the dungeon was also part of the 3rd round of the assessment. It would normally take quite a bit of time, since these 4 academy instructors were volunteering to help him cheat. Su Chen had no reason to refuse. With that, the 4 instructors joined the group, the 7 of them reorganized and continued forward. On the way, the 4 academy mentors also introduced themselves. The knight and the archer were from the Daxia Academy. Their names are Yi Longyan and Yi Fenggu. The 2 of them are siblings. The mage from the Shumu Academy is named Munisheng. The assassin from the Modern Academy who had not said a word is named Zhang Zi. Zhang Zi did not show much interest in the 3 of them. It was not that there was anything wrong with their talent or abilities. Su Chen saw from his true sight eye that he only accepts disciples who are in the assassin profession. The Yi siblings, however, acted quite enthusiastically, pestering Su Chen and Luo Xiaoyu with all sorts of questions. Meanwhile, Munisheng stayed by Xia Lingyan's side. The 2 of them were having a pleasant conversation. With the addition of these 4, the atmosphere in the team was quite good. The tedious journey was not as dull thanks to the laughter. Along the way, it was inevitable for the group to encounter many monsters. Su Chen could have easily bulldozed through them using self-detonation. But he did not. The mentors were right there with them. If they performed well, they could get preferential treatment as soon as they enrolled. Su Chen naturally hoped they would be held in high regard. He left plenty of opportunities for the 2 girls to show their skills. They did not let him or the 4 mentors down. Due to the difference in attributes, Xia Lingyan's damage output was indeed not high, but her crowd control was excellent. She would occasionally make small mistakes due to lack of experience. In every other aspect, there was no problem at all. Munisheng seemed very invested in her. She even forgot that they were supposed to be keeping their identities hidden, offering guidance several times. Xia Lingyan learned quickly, and her strength was visibly growing. As for Luo Xiaoyu's performance, it was so perfect that it left Su Chen and the other 3 mentors stunned. She is a priest-type professional, with her main abilities centered on healing and buffs. But being a priest is not as simple as just throwing skills at teammates. After all, not everyone has an SSS-level mana return skill. Everyone else has limited mana. How to conserve mana while precisely delivering skills to the teammates who need them most. For a priest, this is a profound art. And Luo Xiaoyu, who had not even entered an academy yet, already showed such outstanding control. This caused Yi Fengwu to immediately lock onto her with endless questions. The questions just kept coming. She seemed like she would not stop until she knew everything about her family members. As for Su Chen, he did not need to deliberately show off any abilities. For early-stage summoners, the abilities that need to be evaluated mainly lie in control over summons and the timing of support skill releases. Su Chen's control over his summons was not actually very precise. He simply gave a target and let the summons attack on their own. Therefore, the four mentors started to harbor some doubts about his ability. Until, when faced with a large number of monsters, Su Chen demonstrated a seamless, wide-area, non-stop summoning technique. The four mentors' jaws dropped. They finally realized it was not that he had not tried to learn precise control. It was that it was simply unnecessary and impossible to control that many at once. The group's traveling speed was quite fast. About 5 hours later, a light gate located inside a hidden cave finally appeared in Su Chen's line of sight. While other candidates were still bickering over team formation and leadership rights, Su Chen and his two companions had already found the location of the assessment dungeon and had earned the favor of top academy mentors. There is only one word to describe their progress: leading the pack. Ugh. We are here. This is the entrance to the Ogre Lair dungeon. Yilongyan paused and added, finding the dungeon gate now puts you well ahead of all the other candidates. This extra time is enough for you to clear the dungeon a few times and accumulate points. Perhaps this year's national top scorer for Daxia will be one of you three. However, I suggest you do not challenge the dungeon just yet. Find some wild ogres first to get used to their abilities before going in. Sharpening the axe does not delay the woodcutter. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. He said a lot, but Su Chen did not take a single word in. Why go through all that trouble? Su Chen said nonchalantly, then led the two girls into the dungeon gate. Yi Fengwu held back a laugh, walked to the stunned Yi Longyan and patted his shoulder. Brother, cannot you tell, that kid is arrogant and confident. Without having experienced failure, there is no way he will take anyone's advice. Yi Longyan sighed and said, I understand that, but with his level of pride, if he fails once, I am afraid he will not be able to recover. But fortunately, the foundation for all three of them is quite solid. With their abilities, clearing the easy difficulty might be tough, but it is not entirely impossible. Just then, Zhang Zi, who had been silent, opened the dungeon interface. The interface allows viewers to see information about teams currently in the dungeon. His expression changed and he suddenly said, they are not challenging the easy difficulty. Yi Longyan was startled and exclaimed in panic. How dare he challenge the normal difficulty on his first Abyss dungeon run? I told him so many times on the way here. The dungeons here are different from the ones on Blue Star, how could he still? Zhang Zi stepped aside, motioning for the other three to look. Yi Longyan looked at the challenge panel. It showed challenge team, Su Chen's team members, Su Chen, Zia Lingyan, Luo Xiaoyu, challenge difficulty hell. When they saw the word hell at the end, the trio's expressions froze instantly. Surprise, disbelief, confusion, complex emotions swirled in their eyes. Yi Longyan rubbed his eyes hard and thrust his face toward the panel. He read it carefully 3 or 4 more times. After a long while, he said, Holy cow, I thought he was just a little arrogant and could be saved. I did not expect him to be a suicidal lunatic. Attempting the hell difficulty on his first Abyss dungeon, he really is throwing his life away. Munisheng said anxiously. Then what should we do? Is there any way to save them? Yi Fengwu replied with a bitter smile. What else can we do? Unless they exit the dungeon themselves, we cannot intervene from the outside. But you do not have to worry too much. Although that kid is arrogant and reckless, he seems to have some hidden trump cards. Yi Longyan was already squatting on the ground, pulling at his hair. What kind of trump card can beat a hell-level Abyss dungeon? I am afraid ordinary ogres could wipe them out instantly. The best outcome is that they fail the first wave of small mobs, realize their inadequacy, and exit immediately. If they somehow make it through to face the boss, they will not be able to exit, and then it is really over. The 4 mentors from the top academies looked worried, the atmosphere heavy. But at this moment, the 3 who had already entered the dungeon were quite relaxed. Su Chen was relaxed, because he knew what kind of power he had yet to reveal. And the 2 girls were relaxed, Because they trusted Su Chen. The three opened their eyes. In front of them was a huge cave entrance. The ground was littered with footprints up to 2 meters long. On both sides of the cave entrance, piles of animal and human bones reached like small mountains. The bones had been picked perfectly clean, not a shred of flesh remained. On some of the bones, one could see signs of having been broken by brute force. A foul stench drifted out of the cave, making it extremely uncomfortable. This time Su Chen did not even need to speak. Luo Xiao hurriedly cast a skill. Suddenly, a golden light covered them, dispelling the stench in the air. This is such a disgusting dungeon. Luo Xiao complained with disgust. Glad you are here. Su Chen patted her head, feeling fortunate. Although he could endure it, he did not want to suffer through that stench. Luo Xiao said annoyedly. I told you do not touch my head. Su Chen smiled, looked at the cave entrance, and said with extreme confidence. Let us go, let us see just how strong the ogres in this hell-level dungeon really are. The interior of the cave was much larger than Su Chen and his two companions had imagined. Gigantic stone pillars were everywhere. It felt as if they were deep within a forest of stone. The environment was extremely dark, without a single source of light. This did not affect Su Chen in the slightest. Luo Xiaoyu, however, was well prepared. She took 2 oil lamps out of her backpack. The three of them moved forward quickly. Before long, a deafening snoring sound came from up ahead. The three of them pushed forward. A few minutes later, they saw a small tribal camp. The camp was simply enclosed by a circle of wooden fences. In the middle, a roaring bonfire stood several meters high. Over a dozen massive figures lay sprawled by the fire, fast asleep. Looking at the giants ahead, the shortest of whom was 3 meters tall and the tallest over 5. Both women felt a shiver of fear, their faces showing clear signs of terror. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged. He activated his true sight eye and looked ahead. Monster Ogre. Grade Normal Abyss Hell Level. Level 26. Health 120,000. Mana 10,000. Strength 8,000. Constitution 12,000. Agility 8,000. Spirit 2,000. Skills Violent Strike, Flesh Devour, Thick Leather Armor. At this point, the two women also used their investigation skill to see the ogre's stats. Their faces turned pale with fright. Even as third-tier monsters, they possessed 120,000 health and a massive 12,000 constitution. With 8,000 in strength and agility, they were truly tanky, fast, and heavy hitters. Could they really handle this? Xia Lingyan swallowed hard and turned to Su Chen. Su Chen, your skeleton warriors probably are not as strong as these, right? Su Chen nodded. The base stats of his skeleton warriors were barely over 1,000. Even with the bonuses from the skeleton crown and rage, they only reached around 4,000 or 5,000. They were still significantly lower than these ogres. And besides, these were just normal monsters, there were still elites and bosses to come. It truly lived up to the name of an abyss hell-level dungeon. The difficulty was immense. To clear this dungeon safely, they would probably need a full party of 25, with an average level above 40. But every cloud has a silver lining. High difficulty usually meant generous rewards. Thinking of this, Su Chen decided to first test the damage his skeleton warriors could deal. Without hesitation, he activated the skeleton warrior summon circle 11 times. He also deployed Ride the Wind. Rage. Given the current strength of the monsters, the Goblin High Priest was completely useless. Soon, a team of 99 skeleton warriors took shape. They were filled with murderous intent. Ghostly blue soul fire poured from their skulls, and their bodies glowed with red light. Under Su Chen's command, nearly 100 skeletons crept stealthily toward the camp. 5 minutes later, the skeleton warriors had surrounded the dozen-odd ogres. These ogres were quite carefree, for even with all this, they remained fast asleep, not even turning over. Attack! Su Chen issued the order. At that exact moment, the skeleton warriors raised their blades in unison, a cold light flashing as they struck down. Swish! 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 The commotion was quite large, but looking at the damage numbers. -124, -153, -144. 3-digit damage against the ogre's 120,000 health. It was somewhat underwhelming. Even with the speed buffs hitting 5 times a second, they could only cause pathetic damage. The ogres were jolted awake. Roar! They roared in anger, rising to grab the massive leg bones placed beside them. With just a single swing, boom! A large number of skeleton warriors were smashed to pieces. Su Chen used the skill Undead Resurrection on the lost skeletons, but they continued slashing for 30 seconds without any significant results. Finally, just as the duration was about to end, he used self-destruct. The damage was decent. One blast could take off over 3,000 health, and with the subsequent burn damage, it dealt 5,000 in total. But at this rate, it would take a lot of time to deal with a dozen ogres. This is bad. Faced with this situation, the two women could not help but feel tense. Especially Zia Lingyun, who had seen these skeleton warriors during the second round of the entrance exam, descending like gods, cutting down monsters one by one. But now, they were so helpless against the ogres. She could not imagine what other trump cards Su Chen had to take them down. Su Chen, why do not we retreat for now and rethink this? Zia Lingyun expressed herself as tactfully as possible. Luo Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. After entering the abyss, Yang Gang and Yi Longyan's group had repeatedly emphasized the terror of the monsters here. But hearing it and seeing it were two different things. Now that they were facing it in person, they were not very optimistic about Su Chen. After all, these ogres were truly terrifyingly powerful. Su Chen was not surprised that Zia Lingyun would say that. After all, his trump cards were hidden too deeply. He chuckled softly. I am not such a fool as to go hunting a lion with only the strength of a rabbit. I originally did not want to use this move. But since it has come to this, I have no choice. With that, he grabbed his blood-colored eyes and set up 2 summon circles in an instant. Summon Dragon Hunter Archers. The next second, a powerful golden light flashed in the awakening circle. Humanoid beings 3 meters tall, clad in golden battle armor and wielding massive bows, walked out from the circle. On the surface, they looked just like the fallen dragon hunter archers the group had encountered in the fallen castle, only with different equipment and slightly larger builds. But when Zia Lingyun used investigation to see their stats, she was stunned. Monster Dragon Hunter Archer Beast Hunting. Grade Black Iron. Level 20. Health 50,000. Mana 30,000. Strength 20,000. Constitution 8,000. Agility 5,000. Spirit 8,000. Skills Lethal Strike, Charged Shot, Demon Hawk Vision, Beast Hunting Crossbow Turret. TW 20,000. Zia Lingyun exclaimed. Luo Xiaoyu looked at her blankly and asked, 20,000 of what? Zia Lingyun pointed at one of the dragon hunter archers, her mouth hanging wide open. She took a few deep breaths. After calming down for a moment, she said in an incredibly shocked tone. These guys have 20,000 strength points. Luo Xiaoyu gasped and quickly used investigation on the dragon hunter archer. Soon, the two women wore the exact same expression of shock. They thought the second-tier skeleton warriors with over 1,000 in stats were already extremely perverse. Su Chen was showing them that 1,000 was the limit for the skeleton warrior race, not the limit of his summoned creatures. Su Chen looked at these 18 beast hunters. Strong, powerful, dominant. They gave him a full sense of security. Su Chen waved his finger and applied buffs to these beast hunters. With the rage buff, their stats tripled again. In terms of numbers alone, the beast hunters had completely overwhelmed the ogres. Su Chen had nothing to fear and signaled for them to start attacking. The moment the command was given, the beast hunters spread out. They conjured long arrows, 2 meters long and as thick as an adult's arm. Knock. Draw the bow. The ogres had long been attracted by the presence of the beast hunters. They swung their massive bone clubs and charged toward Su Chen and his companions. Next second, boom, a thunderous snapping of bowstrings echoed through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A gust of wind swept past. As it kicked up the dust, it quickly claimed the lives of the ogres one by one. Ding, you killed a level 35 normal monster ogre. Obtained, experience plus 350k ogre saliva X large bone club equipment. Ding, you killed. Brutal massacre was unfolding. Swish! A 2-meter-long giant arrow shot out from the darkness. The charging ogre had no time to dodge. The arrow pierced through the top of its head, carrying its massive body backward, until it was pinned firmly against a thick stone pillar. A massive damage figure popped up above the ogre's head. Minus 124,000. One-shot kill. Every arrow is a one-shot kill. After the first round of shooting, this small tribe was completely cleared out. The two girls beside Su Chen had remained in a daze ever since the behemoth hunters were summoned. Su Chen smiled and said, "Are you still going to question me, or should you step out and do some research first?" Zia Lingyun came to her senses, her cheeks blushing as she said, "It is your fault, you have such powerful combat strength but you did not show it earlier. If I had known you were this strong, why would I have questioned you? It is all your fault." Su Chen shrugged and said, "Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Did not we lack a suitable opponent before?" Luo Xiaoyu said, "All right, let us go. If we clear the dungeon early, we can come back a few more times. The experience from the monsters here is not low, it will help us prepare for the third transition." Su Chen, however, shook his head. "No need to rush, you two wait a moment." As he spoke, he looked at the 18 behemoth hunters and issued an order. Upon hearing the command, the behemoth hunters reacted. They raised their left hands, and a cluster of light suddenly gathered in their palms. A moment later, eagles formed by golden light flapped their wings and flew off in all directions. The terrain of this dungeon is just too large. It is supposed to be a cave, but it feels more like an underground world. And there is no telling where the monsters are, so finding them one by one is extremely troublesome. So, Su Chen ordered the behemoth hunters to use their skill, Magic Eagle Vision. This skill uses the eagle's vision to scout the surrounding 10,000 meters. Soon, a massive amount of environmental information was transmitted to the minds of the behemoth hunters. Then through their consciousness, it was relayed to Su Chen. After processing the information, Su Chen was surprised to find the 10,000-meter scouting range of the eagles is not the limit of this cave. There are still vast unknown areas. However, even without exploring the entire cave, the Magic Eagle Vision still discovered 18 small ogre tribes. And there were no elite monsters or leaders among them. This means they are hiding deeper within the cave. This dungeon is honestly a bit ridiculous. Su Chen could not help but complain. An abyss-hell difficulty dungeon might look hard, but it really is no simple task. Just a single ogre tribe is enough to exhaust the entire combat power of a full party team with an average level of 40. And yet, there are 18 such tribes. And that is just in the known area. Su Chen really doubts if anyone has ever cleared a dungeon of this difficulty. Even if someone did, I bet it was by players at level 80 or 90. After all, there is no level limit here. After thinking for a moment, Su Chen invoked Summon Dragon Hunter again and set up 9 more summoning circles, looking at the 99 behemoth hunters surrounding them. The two girls were both nervous, quickly huddling close to Su Chen. "What is going on? Is a strong enemy attacking?" Zia Lingyun asked quickly. Su Chen shook his head and said no. "Then why summon so many monsters? You are trying to scare us to death." Luo Xiaoyu said speechless. Su Chen simply informed them of the information he had gathered and said, "These 18 tribes are too scattered, going to kill them one by one. The travel time alone would take forever, the efficiency is way too low." The two girls blinked, looking lost. Luo Xiaoyu said, "Then what is the point of summoning monsters here? Do not tell me your monsters can strike from such a long distance and wipe out all the ogres in every tribe." Su Chen raised his hand to pat her head, but she dodged. He laughed and said, "That is smart, let me show you what efficiency really looks like." After speaking, he turned around and directed the behemoth hunters. The standard skill of the dragon hunter is Charged Heavy Shot. The effect is to draw the bow to charge power, increasing arrow damage and shooting range. But their charging capacity is limited to about 2 or 3 times the normal damage. However, Su Chen's dragon hunters have undergone 9 transformations through his SSS rank talent, Skill Evolution. Not only have their stats increased by dozens or hundreds of times, even their skills have undergone massive changes. Su Chen checked. The description for Charged Heavy Shot mentions no limit, the longer you charge, the greater the shooting range. Of course, this does not mean there is truly no limit. But this limit is definitely extremely hard to reach. He inputted the locations of all Ogreson, the 18 tribes, to the behemoth hunters, and organized their hunting targets. Su Chen stepped back. Immediately after, the behemoth hunters raised their longbows one by one. They first applied a critical strike buff to themselves. Then, charged heavy shot. Charged heavy shot. Charged heavy shot. Ugh. The strings of the golden bows were drawn back slowly. The process caused the veins on the arms of the behemoth hunters to stand out, as if they could snap at any moment. 10 minutes later, twang, as the sound of the first bowstring releasing echoed. The second, the third, the fourth, the fifth. Densely packed and earth-shaking. Countless arrows flew out, conducting long-range strikes against the ogre tribes scattered in different locations. Ugh. In one of the ogre tribes, the ogres were lying on the ground, fast asleep. Suddenly, they woke up abruptly as if sensing something. There is a killing intent. But looking around, it was quiet, with no trace of any enemy. They looked left and right, all thinking it was a mistake. Some ogres even lay back down on the ground, their heads tilted and eyes hazy. As they blinked, they seemed to see something falling from the sky. How is that possible? There is no sky inside a cave. Just as the ogres were thinking this, the next second, countless ogres widened their eyes. Wait, there really is something. It was too late. Thick arrows rained down from above. SHH. 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 Ugh. In less than 10 seconds, 97 ogres in different tribes had their heads exploded. Rivers of blood. The remaining 2 dodged quickly but were pierced through the chest and died as well. The most terrifying thing was for the remaining ogres. Their companions were killed right in front of them. Yet they did not even know where the enemy was. They stood up ready for battle. But looking at the empty surroundings, their clear, innocent eyes made them look like college students. Ugh. The 100% hit rate made Su Chen smile with satisfaction. However, one round of attacks was not enough to clear all the ogres. Su Chen ordered them to continue. Such strikes were not without their downsides. The first is, you only get experience and Zia points. As for the loot, you would need to go there to pick it up. It is nothing good, so it is not worth it. Su Chen turned to look at the 2 girls. He found their expressions had gone blank again. What is it? Is something wrong? Zia Lingyun and Luo Xiaoyu had their mouths wide open, wanting to say so much. But when the words reached their lips, they did not know what to say. They knew Su Chen was powerful, almost to the point of being a freak. He is so strong that he does not seem like a second transition professional who just awakened a month ago. But this is just too ridiculous. Remote striking monsters with arrows. You really are something else. Such a thing has never been heard of, and it likely will not happen to anyone else again. You are truly a freak. Luo Xiaoyu finally could not help but say. Su Chen shrugged and smiled. You tell me if it feels good. Luo Xiaoyu thought about it. Being able to get experience and points while standing still. How could it not feel good? It feels absolutely amazing. After another volley from the behemoth hunters, 18 ogre tribes were completely wiped off the map. The party continued to move forward, with the behemoth hunters leading the way, constantly scanning the map using the magic eagle vision. Meanwhile, Su Chen and the 2 women followed leisurely behind. It was a pity that although the cave was massive, there was nothing worth seeing. It was covered in food scraps and excrement left behind by the ogres. It was disgusting. Before the 2 women could even say anything, even Su Chen, a man, found it hard to bear. He cast the skill Ride the Wind on the behemoth hunters. The group's pace increased significantly. Half an hour later, the team had traveled 7 or 8 kilometers, and the magic eagle vision relayed new intelligence. 5 more ogre tribes had appeared in the vicinity. In one of these tribes, there was a rather peculiar ogre. It stood 10 meters tall, 2 or 3 times the size of a normal ogre. Unlike the others who only wore rough animal hides, it was clad in a full set of silver-gray metal armor covering its entire body. Even its face was concealed by a menacing metal mask. Its behavior was also unlike the other ogres, which were just lazing about on the ground. It was sitting cross-legged on a fur blanket. Beside it lay a 2-meter-long short-handled battle axe. If it is not a chieftain, it must be an elite. Su Chen made his judgment and thought to himself. The quest requirement to clear the ogre nest was to kill the ogre chieftain. Along the way, they had only seen common ogres, so this one stood out. Even if it was not the king, killing it might reveal information about the king's whereabouts. Su Chen issued his orders. He commanded the behemoth hunters to clear out all the other ogres. Then he led the team toward the special ogre. Before long, the distance between them and the special ogre came within the range of the blood-flying pupil. Su Chen activated the skill. A single eye with 2 small wings fluttered toward the special ogre. The killing of the other ogres in the tribe triggered the special ogre's aggro. It gripped its battle axe, eyes wide with rage, scanning left and right yet finding no enemy. This made it roar in fury. Through the blood-flying pupil, Su Chen cast Eye of True Sight. Monster Ogre Chieftain's Personal Guard. Rank Elite. Level 36. Health 300,000. Mana 15,000. Strength 20,000. Constitution 35,000. Agility 12,000. Spirit 4,000. Skills Violent Strike, Consume Flesh, Thick Armor. Introduction: an elite warrior sent by the Great Ogre Chieftain to monitor the smaller tribes. It carries a map back to the main tribe. As I thought. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Finally seeing hope for clearing the level, he did not hesitate. He immediately commanded the nearly 100 behemoth hunters to lock onto the Ogre Chieftain's personal guard. Locked on by so much malice, the guard grew even more agitated. It could feel the enemy's murderous intent, but not knowing where they were made it incredibly uneasy. In its rage, it did not forget to trigger its skill, Thick Armor. The solid armor seemed to bulge outward as its bulky physique expanded further. However, the increase in HP and constitution after using the skill did not bring it any peace. In fact, as time passed, it grew even more unsettled. Finally, whoosh whoosh whoosh. A dense sound of things cutting through the air came from above. It was those arrows that had been harvesting its kin. It roared at the arrows, raised its giant axe and deflected 3. Only to have the remaining 96 turn its body into a porcupine. Ding, you have killed a LV elite monster, Ogre Chieftain's personal guard. You gained experience plus 720k, Daxia points plus 360. Hearing the notification sound from the apocalypse system, Su Chen led his team toward the tribe. Before long, they arrived at the side of the chieftain's guard. Looking at the monster's corpse on the ground, bristling with arrows, the 2 women looked pained and could not bear to watch. How miserable! Xia Lingyan could not help but say. It was not that she was being overly sentimental. It was just that. Right now, you could only find small patches of flesh among the massive amount of arrows in the elite monster's body. If it were not for the outline of the armor holding it together, they probably would only see a pile of minced meat. Su Chen did not care about how miserable it was. He reached for the loot orb and touched it. Soon, a map made of animal skin appeared in his hand. Item: Ogre Nest Map. Introduction: a complete map marking the distribution of all tribes within the Ogre Nest. This is it. Su Chen's eyes brightened as he looked at the map. The map was densely packed with skull icons. Counting them up, there were at least 100. To the west-northwest, there was a mark larger than the others, crowned with a king's crown icon. That must be the tribe where the Ogre Chieftain resides. Su Chen compared their current location and the tribes they had encountered. Once he confirmed their current position and the direction to head, he put the map away and prepared to set off again. Before leaving, he glanced at the loot orb on the ground. The orb had not faded yet. There was something else. Although it was unlikely to be anything good, he figured he was already here. He reached out and grabbed it again. Ogre Personal Guard Chestplate, high quality. Trash. Ogre Personal Guard Boots, high quality. Trash. Basic Skill Advancement Scroll. Trash. Wait, what was that? Su Chen quickly stopped and looked at the first scroll in his hand. Item: Basic Skill Advancement Scroll. Introduction: applicable to first and second tier skills. It has a chance to help a skill upgrade its tier. The success rate for first tier skills is 5 and for second tier skills is 0.1%. After reading the item description, Su Chen's breathing quickened. For others, upgrading a first or second tier skill might not be worth much. At most, it turns power level 1 into level 2, or at the extreme, level 4 or 5. But Su Chen was different. When a skill upgrades its tier, its EXP resets to 0, dropping to LV. However, the skill's effects do not vanish. And it gets even stronger due to the tier upgrade. He can then level it up to the max again, triggering the Skill Evolution talent 9 more times. There is such a treasure in this world. Su Chen muttered, his expression filled with excitement. As for the low success rate, what does that matter? Basic equipment enhancement scrolls. Is the chance to enhance epic equipment high? Yet he still managed to force his blood pupil up to +10. If items like this can drop in the dungeon, the outpost exchange should have a large supply. With his $1 flash sale plugin, does he have to worry about not being able to afford them? He steadied his emotions. Su Chen opened his attribute panel and looked at his 3 first-tier skills. He selected Summon Goblin and used the advancement scroll. He watched as the scroll emitted a fluorescent glow that grew increasingly intense. But 3 seconds later, the glow suddenly collapsed and dissipated, and the scroll was incinerated. It failed as expected. However, Su Chen did not care at all. He stood up and said to the 2 women who were happily collecting loot from other corpses, "Let us go, stop picking up this trash." The 2 women were stunned. Trash. They looked at the equipment in their hands. Even though they were only of common quality, the equipment dropped by abyss monsters usually had decent stat bonuses. If they brought them back to Blue Star or sold them at the outpost, they would be worth quite a bit. Although neither of them were short on money. They both enjoyed the feeling of collecting loot. But since Su Chen spoke, they stopped what they were doing. Protected by the behemoth hunters, the 3 of them set their sights directly on the main ogre tribe. With the map in hand, the goal was clear, and the team's pace picked up. Along the way, they wiped out 2 more tribes that had chieftain guards. They looted 2 elementary skill upgrade scrolls and a bunch of junk. It delayed them a little bit. But 2 hours later, Su Chen and his group, advancing at full speed, finally arrived at the perimeter of the ogre tribe. The team stopped 2 kilometers away. Su Chen continued to use his blood-flying eye to fly into the tribe. This tribe was truly different. The wooden fences around it had been replaced by stone walls 7 or 8 meters high. Inside the tribe there were stone houses and large tents. There were over 100 ogres. They wore fur coats made with better craftsmanship. Except for a few ogres patrolling the tribe. The rest were lying on beds inside their houses, fast asleep. And in the very center of the tribe, inside a massive tent, Su Chen spotted the dungeon boss. It was an ogre giant at least 20 meters tall. It was wearing a full set of red copper battle armor and a crown on its head. It was sitting on a throne made from the bones of a massive beast. Its head bowed sound asleep. 2 short spears 10 meters long leaned against both sides of the throne. Monster Ogre Chieftain. Rank Brass Leader. Level 40. HP 1.35 million out of 1.35 million. MP 250,000 out of 250,000. Strength 100,000. Constitution 150,000. Agility 80,000. Spirit 80,000. Skills: Consume Flesh, Powerful Smash, Copper Skin and Iron Bones, Corrupt Meatball. 4 transfers 1.35 million HP, 150,000 Constitution. Su Chen's expression shifted slightly. This guy, he's going to be hard to kill. Even with the Beast Hunter boosted by Fury. It only has 60,000 strength. Using Fatal Strike and Charged Shot, I can barely break through its defenses. And that is assuming it does not use any defensive skills. However, it is not impossible. Su Chen suddenly remembered. The Beast Hunter has one more skill than the Dragon Hunter, besides Eagle Eye. Its name is Beast Hunting Crossbow Platform. Beast Hunting Crossbow Platform: build a giant crossbow turret to hunt beasts. You cannot move while in use. Strength increased by 200, attack speed increased by 200, and arrows have a 10% armor penetration effect. Su Chen had a thought and ordered one of the Beast Hunters to use the skill. Upon receiving the command, the Beast Hunter's bow exploded into a mass of golden particles. The particles quickly gathered again, forming a giant crossbow mounted on a 2-meter frame on the spot. The crossbow body was 3 meters long, and the bolt was a meter longer than the crossbow itself. Su Chen ordered the beast hunter to fire at an empty area. He watched as it easily operated the crossbow, adjusted its position, aimed at the direction Su Chen pointed, and pulled the trigger. The moment the first bolt was fired, the second bolt had already materialized and was fired again. It could fire 4 or 5 arrows a second on average, each bursting with 200 strength damage. Plus the 200 strength boost from Fatal Strike and Fury. After running the numbers, Su Chen felt he could win. He observed the surroundings with his blood-flying eye for a while. Soon, he easily found a high ground. However, it was quite close to the tribe, so he could already see the scene inside with the naked eye. At the same time, once the fighting started, the ogres in the tribe would notice their presence. Su Chen was not worried about that though. Occupying the high ground with the crossbow's fire rate and damage, the regular ogres would not be able to rush up at all. Even those chieftain guards would likely struggle. Besides, if it really came to it, he could just summon more skeleton warriors. Even if they could not break the armor, they could still block the path. After finalizing the plan, Su Chen summoned nearly 400 more beast hunters. He ordered 300 of them to stand on the high ground and build crossbow platforms. The remaining ones entered the charged shot state behind the high ground. Time slowly ticked by. The beast hunters currently charging had pulled their bowstrings to the limit. The veins on their arms stood out vividly, looking as if they might burst at any moment. Su Chen closed his eyes and waited quietly until he felt it was time, and then he suddenly opened his eyes. Fire! Whoosh whoosh and whoosh whoosh and whoosh whoosh. In an instant, hundreds of giant arrows shot out. The rain of arrows was not dense, but it was deadly. Long before they were aimed at, a large number of ogres had already been jolted from their sleep. They walked out of their houses and tents, roaring and bellowing anxiously in the streets. Even the dozen or so chieftain guards were frantically gathering inside the central tent. But the ogre chieftain remained asleep. Until, bang, the first giant arrow aimed at it from the top of the large tent. It suddenly lifted its head, its snoring stopping abruptly. It raised its arm and made a sudden grab. It caught the giant arrow that was headed straight for its eye. With a slight amount of force, the giant arrow shattered and exploded. The chieftain stood up slowly, the terrifying wind pressure making the entire giant tent shake. It did not roar, its gaze was calm, radiating the composure unique to a strong warrior. Picking up the 2 short spears next to the throne, the ogre chieftain walked outside. By now, quite a few ogres had been hit, their heads exploding from the impact. Of the tribe of over 100, only a dozen or so guards remained. Seeing this scene, a hint of rage finally appeared on the chieftain's face. Roar! It let out a wild scream, the entire cave seemingly trembling from its roar. It is out. On the high ground, Su Chen looked at the incredibly massive target in the tribe and grinned. He waved his blood-flying eye to cast Ride the Wind and applied Fury. After increasing the crossbow's attack speed threefold, he gave the order. Fire! Clag clag clag. The sound of interlocking gears clicking rang out repeatedly. Over 300 crossbow platforms began to operate, turning their tips, all aiming at the 20-meter-tall ogre chieftain in the tribe. Whoosh 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 whoosh. A rain of arrows, dozens of times denser than before, poured out, heading straight for the chieftain. Facing the arrow rain, the ogre chieftain advanced instead of retreating. It walked in front of the remaining few guards. It raised its arms to shield its face, taking the attack of the arrow rain with its body. The red copper armor on its body glimmered. Copper skin and iron bones. Invisible, its defensive capabilities increased by another notch. Bang 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 bang. The arrow rain fell upon it, failing to pierce through its armor. However, its HP bar overhead was also decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. This chieftain is not bad, quite loyal, actually standing in front of its guards. Su Chen stood with his hands on his hips, watching the scene and grinned as he added. But at this rate of HP loss, it will definitely be dead in under 2 minutes. Just as he finished speaking, he saw the ogre chieftain, whose HP had already dropped by a sixth, turn suddenly. It grabbed one of its guards and bit its head off, chewing continuously, armor and flesh alike. In only 7 or 8 bites, Like eating fruit, it had polished off a guard completely. And with the meal, its HP recovered back to its original state. Even the relentless rain of arrows could not overwhelm the speed of its HP recovery. Holy shit. This bloody and insane scene stunned the three observers from afar. It was the first time they had ever seen a leader eating its own subordinates just to recover health. Should I say, as expected of an ogre. It has found us. Suddenly Zia Lingyun said in a panic. Su Chen looked closely. Sure enough, the ogre chieftain was staring in their direction, seemingly making a judgment. The next second, it retched and spat out a bloody, mangled lump of flesh. It threw it high, the lump of flesh tracing an arc through the air. It landed right below the high ground where Su Chen and the others were. Upon impact, the lump of flesh exploded, forming a bloody mist. However, the bloody mist quickly dissipated and vanished. It did not hit us. Su Chen was delighted. But his joy lasted less than 3 seconds. Ding, you have been eroded by corrupt energy. You will lose 1% of your HP per second, all attributes reduced by 5% and speed slowed by 20%. Please get away as soon as possible. The aura of corruption is spreading through the team, and it is not just the 3 professionals who have been affected. Large swaths of the behemoth hunters are also being eroded by the corrupt aura, their health points dropping rapidly. Su Chen recalls the moment he first entered the abyss. The skill given to him by the old king of war, Mu, the land of divine grace. To this day, Su Chen has not used it even once, but that does not stop him from considering it a god-tier skill. Because, since ancient times, whether in individual duels or national wars, everything has relied on 3 key elements: heavenly timing, geographical advantages, and human unity. Wide area buff skills like the Land of Divine Grace are designed to manipulate geographical advantages. Just imagine if a professional challenging the Abyss could shrug off a 50% reduction in all attributes and trade blows evenly with the Abyss monsters. Once they cleanse themselves of the negative status effects and gain additional positive buffs, the combat power they could unleash would be absolutely terrifying. Su Chen swings his staff, Blood Eye, about to summon some goblins for a sacrifice win. Suddenly, a piercing, air-tearing sound echoes from the direction of the tribe. He looks up. A giant 10-meter-long spear flies through the air. It carries a terrifying, violent storm with it. It crashes violently into the ranks of the behemoth hunters. Boom! The storm expands, sending countless wind blades sweeping across the entire camp. Dust and mist fill the air, blinding Su Chen and the others. Cough Su, cough. Cough. Su Chen, are you all right? Su Chen had been standing right in the middle of the camp. The spear landed right beside him. Zia Lingyun cries out in worry. She takes a few steps forward, intending to charge into the dust. But at that moment, a figure teleports to her side and pulls her back. Su Chen's expression is slightly grim. With the unity of monarch and people, he is naturally fine. However, a quarter of the behemoth hunters he summoned have been wiped out by that single strike. And what is more, the spear that struck the ground seems to be drawn back by some force and flies away. Su Chen watches as it lands steadily back in the hands of the ogre chieftain. His brow furrows deeper. Although summoning the behemoth hunters does not take much effort, this high ground is limited, and there is little space to set up more beast-hunting crossbows. The ogre chieftain has means to attack them, and can even recover by consuming its own kind. If this drags on, there is no telling how long it will take. Su Chen quickly thinks of a way to break the deadlock. The only way right now seems to be for him to get involved personally and draw the aggro of the ogre chieftain, allowing the behemoth hunters to attack without pressure. But there is a more pressing issue: the corruption has yet to be dealt with. Su Chen cannot help but feel a headache coming on. Although his summoning speed is fast, gathering 1,000 sacrifices still takes time. And if right now, the ogre chieftain throws another spear, even the behemoth hunters cannot withstand it, and his other summons will struggle even more. Everything will have been for naught. His health is still dropping at a rate of 1% per second. Obstacles are everywhere, though the journey here has been relaxed and easy. Now that he is finally face-to-face with a boss, Su Chen realizes this Hell-tier Abyss dungeon is not as easy to clear as he thought. just as the ogre chieftain in the distance raises its giant spear again, intending another throw. A soft chant from Luo Xiaoyu reaches Su Chen's ears. Purification curse, light protection. Purification curse, light shining everywhere. He turns to look. He sees holy light suddenly blooming from Luo Xiaoyu's petite figure. A pair of wings sprouts from her back, and she begins to float slowly into the air. Radiance showers down upon Su Chen, Xia Lingyun, and the behemoth hunters in the camp. Her skill instantly suppresses the corruption, stopping their health from dropping further. Then, Xia Lingyun seems to remember something too. She takes a step and starts floating into the air as well. Endless snowstorm. A storm of wind and snow cascades down, forming a wall of frozen mist before the high ground, cutting off the ogre chieftain's line of sight. At the same time, the two girls pull out bottles of mana recovery potion and chug them down to maintain their skills. Su Chen is stunned, having never expected them to be capable of this. He smiles. He had underestimated them. Now that the corruption has been handled, and Xia Lingyun has blocked the chieftain's view with the snow wall, Su Chen can already hear the boss's frantic, rage-filled roars. He raises Blood Eye, triggers teleport, and appears inside the ogre tribe. His appearance immediately draws the ogre chieftain's aggro. The chieftain stops rushing toward the high ground, turns, and stabs its spear heavily into Su Chen's chest. Su Chen does not dodge or block, takes the hit, and is pushed back dozens of meters. He checks himself, not a single scratch. Not a single point of health lost. He says calmly, "Is that it?" The snow wall works both ways. The chieftain cannot see, and naturally neither can the behemoth hunters. In their crossbow station state, they cannot use the hawk vision to lock onto targets. But at this moment, Su Chen becomes the eyes for the behemoth hunters. He transmits the chieftain's coordinates directly into their minds. A moment later, countless giant bolts pierce through the snow wall, forming a dense arrow rain aimed at the chieftain. Roar! The ogre chieftain's recovery effect ends, and its health begins to drop at a visible rate. Ignoring Su Chen, who just teleported in front of it, it rushes directly toward the nearest guards. The guards are wearing masks, so their expressions are hidden. But the way their armor trembles and their bodies shake like leaves makes it clear they are terrified. Su Chen sneers, "I will not let you have your way." With that said, he raises Blood Eye and scatters over a dozen summoned circles like flower petals. 100 goblin high priests walk out from them. They collectively channel the skill Earth Tremor beneath the ogre chieftain's feet. The damage is not even enough to break through the chieftain's defense. But the vibrations make it impossible for the ogre chieftain to stand, let alone advance. It stabs its dual spears into the ground to steady itself. But this action pins it in place, making it a perfect target for the behemoth hunters. The arrow rain hits it without missing a single shot. Not a single drop of damage is wasted. Su Chen watches the health bar above its head drop rapidly and nods with satisfaction. Just as he thinks the raid on the ogre nest is coming to an end, a sudden change occurs. The ogre chieftain looks ferocious, casting a violent glare toward the direction of the arrow rain. The snow wall masks it, so it cannot see the high ground properly. But above the snow wall, the coverage is relatively thin. Two figures, one glowing with holy gold and one with icy blue, are extremely clear. With only 15% of its health remaining, the ogre chieftain lets out a dying, furious roar. It suddenly pulls out one spear. Its muscles swell and bulge as it throws it with all its might toward the blue glowing figure. Then it quickly pulls out the other and throws it toward the holy golden figure. The two spears fly through the air, one after the other. Because of the incredible force and speed, the wind forms white wisps around the spears. They rotate rapidly, like two incoming rockets. Xia Lingyun and Luo Xiaoyu in the air see this clearly. Both look panic-stricken, their delicate bodies trembling slightly. The two spears hurtling straight at them give them an inevitable sense of death. If struck, there is absolutely no possibility of surviving. However, Xia Lingyun seems a bit calmer, because she knows Su Chen will save her. Sure enough, just as the spear is 2 meters away, and the wind at the tip makes her hair dance wildly, strong arms pull her into a familiar embrace. Luo Xiaoyu stares with wide eyes at the figure that appeared beside Xia Lingyun. A sense of sorrow rises in her heart, and 2 teardrops roll from the corners of her eyes. Is it true that no matter when, I am always the one being abandoned? Fine, let it be so. Luo Xiaoyu closes her eyes in despair. The wind from the spear tip is already scraping her cheeks painfully. She almost feels as if the spear has already pierced through her. In the next second, all the storms suddenly vanish, and all the discomfort leaves her body instantly. She is held tight by an arm, and a searing warmth spreads throughout her whole body. At this moment, it feels as if a wall has been built high in front of her, shielding her from the wind and rain. Boom! A loud noise comes from the back of the wall. Feeling the impact, Luo Xiaoyu opens her eyes instinctively, meeting Su Chen's calm and handsome face. Su Chen looks down at her and chuckles softly. Why are you scared to tears? Do you not trust me? Luo Xiaoyu's little mouth hangs open, her expression distorted. Joy, sadness, shock, and horror all twist together on her face at this moment. Always good at hiding her emotions, usually pessimistic and despairing. She suddenly does not want to hold back anymore, and begins to wail loudly. Ding, you killed a LV Brastier boss, the Ogre Chieftain. You gained 2 million EXP, 4,000 Daxia points. The Ogre Chieftain died without a sound. Su Chen cleared out all the loot dropped by the Ogre Chieftain. 3 pieces of high-quality equipment. A 4th-tier Knight and Warrior skill book, copper skin and iron bones. Only the skill book is worth anything, the rest is trash. However, after completing this dungeon run, Su Chen, as the main damage dealer, harvested over 5,000 Daxia points. Luo Xiaoyu and Xia Lingyan also gained 2 or 3,000 points each. This is not just about their college entrance exam scores. Daxia points can be used at outposts and at the universities they enter to exchange for supplies. Before setting off, Su Chen had heard Yang Gang mention. The best score by a previous examinee was 845 Daxia points total. His current score already cements his position as the national champion. Su Chen said, "Let us go, it seems there is nothing good left in this dungeon." The 2 girls nodded. Su Chen teleported them into the main ogre tribe camp. The teleportation array for exiting is inside the chieftain's great tent. The 3 stepped in and a flash of light shone out. And at the very moment they exited the dungeon, all 3 heard the Apocalypse System notification sound. Ding, congratulations on completing the Hell difficulty Ogre Nest raid. You have earned the title, Ogre Nemesis. Ogre Nemesis? While displaying this title, your HP increases by 5,000, you recover 0.15 of your HP per second, and damage dealt to ogres is increased by 20%. In front of the dungeon's light gate, Su Chen and his team had been in the dungeon for several hours, watching half a day pass by. Outside the light gate, there were still only Yi Longyan and the other 3. Seeing the light gate flicker, they hurriedly gathered around. Watching Su Chen and his 2 companions step out of the gate unharmed, Yi Longyan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, as long as you are all safe, you really scared us. Yi Fenggu clapped her hands in pleasant surprise. Mu Nisheng approached Xia Lingyan, pulled her over, and checked her carefully before letting out a breath of relief. She whispered, asking about Xia Lingyan's experiences in the dungeon. After entering the dungeon, Su Chen had already informed Xia Lingyan and the other about the identities of the 4. Furthermore, on the way to the light gate, Xia Lingyan had received plenty of guidance from Mu Nisheng. Xia Lingyan maintained a respectful attitude and summarized concisely. It was a little dangerous, but overall, it was quite easy. As soon as these words were out, not only was Mu Nisheng stunned, but the other 3 also looked over with strange expressions. Quite easy. Is she speaking Daxia language? Every word is so familiar. But put together, why do they feel like they cannot understand it? Is she talking about the Abyss first floor, Hell difficulty Ogre Nest dungeon? Are you sure she is not talking about a low-level, simple dungeon on Blue Star? Mu Nisheng looked at Xia Lingyan with a strange expression. She opened her mouth wanting to tell her, "If you did not finish it, you did not finish it. There is no need to save face for Su Chen. Even if he is your boyfriend, he needs to pay the price for his own reckless decision. Experiencing failure without learning a lesson or summarizing one's mistakes is what is truly hurting him." Yi Longyan's face darkened as he stared at Su Chen and said, "Su Chen, kid, you were too reckless. How could you choose Hell difficulty with 0 experience? You got lucky this time, exiting the dungeon after only running into small mobs. Do you have any idea Once you enter the boss battle, you cannot exit the dungeon. There are only two outcomes then, success or death. Su Chen looked bewildered and said, "You cannot exit the dungeon once you enter the boss fight. I really did not know that." He truly did not know. Since becoming a professional, every enemy that has stood in his path has only had one outcome, death. Even when faced with a crisis, Su Chen never considered retreating. This was not recklessness or arrogance, but a powerful confidence in his own strength. In fact, even when the situation was at its most critical, just before the two girls took action, Su Chen still had trump cards he had not used. The progenitor of the vampires in his pet panel, Angela, was always ready to go. Do not let her current level of 20 or average stats of just over 7,000 fool you. But once upon a time, even in the depths of the abyss, she was a figure at the pinnacle of the power pyramid. Coming to the abyss was just like coming home for Angela. The power she could wield was far more than what her status panel showed. If even she could not handle it, he still had the gift of the Bone King in his hand. The value of a god's strike goes without saying. And he could summon it 3 times. Too many trump cards, he could not use them all, he simply could not use them all. Yi Longyan lectured Su Chen with a heart-to-heart attitude, hoping he would learn from this failure and correct his overly arrogant personality next time. Inside the Hell Difficulty Ogre Nest, even the small mobs have over 10,000 HP and several thousand stat points. Not to mention the final boss, the Ogre Chieftain, with millions of HP and over 100,000 in stats. Is this something you guys can take on right now? You cannot handle it at all, okay? You do not have the stats, you know. Do not blame me for being harsh, it is already a blessing that you were able to exit the dungeon in time. Otherwise, once you met the boss, you would finally know what despair is. Su Chen did not interrupt him, listening quietly. After he finished, Su Chen said, "Understood, but Brother Yi, I did obtain a treasure in the dungeon. Could you help me identify if this thing is of any use?" As he spoke, he equipped the Ogre Nemesis title he had just obtained. Yi Longyan glanced at the title above his head and said nonchalantly, "What kind of treasure? It is just a title. You can get one just by clearing any Abyss Hell difficulty dungeon. The most important thing right now is that you have to learn a lesson." Toward the end, his words sounded like they were burning his mouth, spat out one by one. Then, Yi Longyan's jaw dropped as he stared blankly at the title above his head. For professionals of their level, a title certainly is not any kind of treasure. The attribute bonuses are too low. It only proves that they have the ability to clear an Abyss dungeon on Hell difficulty. Since Abyss dungeons have no level restrictions, if you want one, you could just find an already explored low-level dungeon and grind for it. However, now the title is hanging over Su Chen's head, and not just him. The two girls also showed the title above their heads, and their level is just exactly 20. Not yet 3rd tier. The 4 top university mentors, including Yi Longyan, were now completely speechless. After a long while, Yi Longyan's voice trembled as he said, "No way, you challenged Hell difficulty and you actually managed to clear it. Assuming the monster levels are the same. If we say, clearing a normal dungeon on Blue Star has a difficulty of 1. Then clearing a dungeon inside the Abyss has a difficulty of 10. And that is assuming both are set to easy mode. As for Hell difficulty, the difficulty doubles. Unless you have a team of at least 12 people, all equipped with rare quality gear. And with an average level 2 full tiers higher than the monsters. Dare to step into a Hell level dungeon. Just making it back alive is something to be grateful for. Yet precisely under these circumstances, Su Chen and his group of 3 cleared it. The Ogre Bane title does not lie. That is a certificate only obtained by clearing the Hell difficulty Abyss dungeon. And furthermore, they are not missing any limbs or suffering from hard-to-heal wounds. Clearing the dungeon for them was as simple as taking a stroll in their own backyard garden. Yi Longyan and his 3 companions were completely stunned. They originally thought they had encountered 3 promising talents and planned to observe them. But who would have imagined? These are not just promising talents, these are 3 absolute monsters. And it was not just the 4 of them. All across the Great Xia, everyone watching the college entrance exam was in an uproar. Even though there was no combat footage for the 3rd round of the exam. The great Zia points earned by each candidate were displayed on a leaderboard. Apart from the candidates currently taking the exam, everyone could check the candidates' scores via the Apocalypse system. Su Chen and his team were far in the lead from the very beginning, while other candidates were still sitting on 0. They had already broken the highest score record in the history of the exams. And now, they have even pulled away from the 4th and 5th place candidates by thousands of points. The current situation of the college entrance exam is as follows. Su Chen is in a league of his own. There is a massive gap. Zia Lingyan and Luo Xiaoyu are in another tier. And a massive gap below them are the rest of the people. At first, some people were dissatisfied, claiming Su Chen and his team only achieved such high scores by cheating. But now, no one is saying that anymore. A 1 or 200 point lead might be cheating, but a 1 or 2,000 point lead, no one can even imagine how one would cheat to achieve that. Ugh. Seeing Yi Longyan staring blankly at the title above his head, Su Chen smiled, not intending to tease him anymore. Brother Yi, is there any problem with my title? Yi Longyan opened his mouth. What kind of problem would there be? You already showed the title, what more could I possibly say? He muttered to himself. He had been rattling on about how dangerous the ogre lair was. But as it turns out, they even cleared it on hell difficulty, so there is nothing left to say. Recalling what he had just said, Yi Longyan wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. You guys are truly freaks. Yifengwu seemed quite calm. She took Luo Xiaoyu's hand and said, Little sister, I will not hide it from you anymore. I will lay my cards on the table. We are. Just as she was about to reveal their identities, suddenly, piercing alarm sounds came from outside the cave. The expressions of Yi Longyan and the others changed instantly, all of them looking outside in disbelief. Su Chen realized something was wrong and hurriedly asked, What is going on? Your expressions? Yi Longyan's face darkened as he ruffled his hair in frustration. This is the alarm for the outpost. It only goes off when a demonic tide breaks out. But according to calculations, it is still way too early for the next demonic tide. And as the examination site, the first layer of the abyss is sealed, no one can get in or out. How could a demonic tide possibly break into the first layer of the abyss? Hearing this, Su Chen said thoughtfully, Normally, for an impenetrable fortress, the only way it could be breached is if there is a problem from within. Could it be that someone hid among the candidates to sneak into the exam site and cause trouble? Yifengwu shook her head. Impossible, every candidate is scanned by the Apocalypse system, no one can hide their identity. However, one cannot rule out the possibility of a candidate colluding with villains from within. But who would be so crazy as to throw away their future to commit such a heinous crime? Su Chen remained silent, unable to figure it out either. The candidates eligible to participate in the 3rd round of the exam are all the pride of their respective cities. Even if they end up with the worst results or even ranked last, they still have the chance to attend advanced professional academies. Their future is bright. There is no reason, and they would never conspire with others to cause trouble. Su Chen was underestimating the situation. The candidates selected for the 3rd round of the exam are indeed talented. But that does not necessarily mean they are strong in combat. Luo Xiaoyu had already thought of something, her face turning pale as she bit her lip, not daring to speak. She remembered the madness she saw in Luo Qingcheng's eyes when she left. Luo Qingcheng had been spoiled rotten by her parents. She would not even know how many tools she might have on her to cause trouble. If she could even sneak into the 3rd round of the exam, what else would be impossible? Luo Xiaoyu's knuckles turned white. Luo Qingcheng, could it be you? How could you dare do this? Yi Longyan took a deep breath and said calmly, Now is not the time for this. The outpost has the only teleportation array that can leave the abyss. If the outpost is breached and the teleportation array is destroyed, we might be able to survive. But while we wait for the teleportation array to be repaired, the other candidates taking the exam, no, we must get back immediately. The others did not object. Su Chen nodded in agreement. He originally planned to return to the outpost to shop anyway. Without further ado, the 7 of them rushed to the outpost, with the experience from when they came, and Su Chen casting Ride the Wind. The 3 of them were barely able to keep up with Yi Longyan and the others. On the way, they encountered a large number of monsters. 4 or 5 times more than what they saw when they came. Fortunately, they were all low level. Before Su Chen could even make a move, Yi Longyin and the others wiped them out. Clearly, the situation was truly serious. Ugh. 3 hours later, the 7 of them successfully returned to the outpost. By now, a red barrier had been raised in front of the outpost. This special barrier only blocks monsters humans can pass through. The 7 of them walked into the city without any obstruction. They arrived at the city wall. Yang Gang had already led the professional troops stationed at the outpost, preparing for battle and setting up defensive fortifications. Numerous magic formations were activated on the city walls, and boxes of unknown magic items were being carried onto the walls as well. As for the candidates who had just finished forming teams, they stood there in confusion and helplessness. Luo Xiaoyu's gaze searched the crowd anxiously. The more she searched, the paler she became, because she truly could not find Luo Qingcheng's figure anymore. Xia Lingyan noticed her abnormality and glanced at Su Chen, who was standing beside Yang Gang and Yi Longyin. She took the initiative to take Luo Xiaoyu's hand and said softly, "Do not worry, everything will be fine." Luo Xiaoyu looked at her blankly, her eyes brimming with tears, and she nodded. Su Chen listened on the side. Yi Longyin and Yang Gang were discussing the city defense arrangements. The two were the strongest professionals in the outpost at the moment. He had no right to interrupt, so he just listened carefully, at least to know the situation and how dangerous it was. Yang Gang analyzed. For 3 whole hours, everything near the outpost has been calm, which is not a good sign. But monsters in other areas are increasing rapidly in number, which is very unusual. Clearly, someone is causing trouble and they came prepared. Yi Longyin nodded. Fortunately, the monsters gathering are relatively low level. There are just a lot of them. In any case, with the forces at the outpost, we should be able to. Mid-sentence, he saw that Yang Gang's expression was off and hurriedly asked, "What is wrong?" Yang Gang sighed, punched the city wall, and gritted his teeth. Before detecting the abnormal number of monsters, a group of candidates had already left the outpost. I sent many people out to find them, and now there are only over 500 third-tier professionals left in the city, over 100 fourth-tier, and all of you and me. Yi Longyin was shocked, saying, "What? There are so few people left." Yang Gang nodded with a grim face. Seeing the two fall into silence, Su Chen spoke up. "Actually, if you are worried about manpower, there is no need at all. We candidates are also people, capable of participating in combat, and moreover, my profession is summoner." Yang Gang frowned at Su Chen and barked. "Nonsense, our outpost garrison is not wiped out yet. What does this have to do with you students? Your talents far exceed ours. We cannot afford to lose even one of you. Stop hanging around the city walls, hurry and find a safe place to hide." His expression softened and he sighed again. "I know your intentions, but your battlefield is in the future, not here and now. Besides, your level is too low. Even as a summoner, what can you possibly contribute?" Yi Longyin had a different opinion from Yang Gang. He knew Su Chen had only recently cleared the ogre nest on hell difficulty. Perhaps he really had the power to sway the tide of battle. Su Chen spoke earnestly. "Station Chief Yang, your words are biased. When the nest is overturned, no egg stays intact. If the present is gone, what future is there to talk about? And you have not seen me fight yet, so why the rush to deny my abilities? Why not take a look at this?" As he spoke, he took out the blood pupil and channeled his hunter-dragon archer summoning skill. Watching the 9 tall figures clad in golden armor and holding longbows emerge from the ground, both Yang Gang and Yi Longyin held their breath. The power of this batch of summons was truly visible to the naked eye. However, Yang Gang still stubbornly thought to himself, "A fancy exterior often hides a rotten interior. Even if they look strong, what are they really like? How strong can monsters summoned by a mere level 20 summoner be?" He and Yi Longyin cast an appraisal skill on the beast hunters. The moment they saw the information panels, these 2 fifth-turn powerhouses were stunned. 50,000 health, 20,000 strength. Even a level 30 peak third-turn warrior would not be this strong. Even those who reach it at the 4th turn are top-tier geniuses. And Su Chen just casually summoned 9 of them. Yi Longyin laughed 3 times and said, "Su Chen, you really have given us a huge surprise. Yang Gang's brow remained tightly furrowed. Unconvinced, he tried appraising another beast hunter. He discovered that the stats of every summoned creature were identical. His expression grew excited as well. But soon, Yang Gang showed a look of disappointment. Your summons are indeed strong, but I imagine the cost to summon them is not low. How many more times can you do this? It is just a drop in the bucket. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled. How many times? Infinite. Yang Gang and Yi Longyan were both taken aback. Then they saw. Su Chen raised his staff and deployed summoning circles in a rapid-fire manner. Yang Gang watched dumbfounded as beast hunter after beast hunter stepped out of the circles. Soon, the vast city wall area was completely occupied by beast hunters. Some, under Su Chen's control, had already walked down the walls to take up defensive positions outside. Is this enough? I can summon more if it is not. Su Chen said boldly, having summoned nearly 3,000 beast hunters. By now, even Yang Gang, who did not want the examinees involved in the fighting, was speechless. His face flushed with excitement as he nodded. It is enough, more than enough. It was my own ignorance that clouded my judgment. I apologize to you. With this kind of combat power, the outpost will not just be safe today. The soldiers under his command might even make it through without a scratch. Su Chen had done such a great favor for outpost number 1 that never mind an apology. If Yang Gang were asked to call him father in the spot, he would have knelt and bowed without hesitation. Yang Gang went to bow, but Su Chen quickly stopped him. Station Chief Yang, what are you doing? Do not make me feel guilty. Hurry and organize the defenses. We cannot just let these summons pile up here, can we? Yang Gang nodded excitedly and hurriedly agreed. Afterward, Su Chen revealed 2 combat tactics of the beast hunters to Yang Gang. And under Yang Gang's direction, he deployed the summons inside and outside the city. Yang Gang lived up to his reputation as a general who had guarded the outpost for years. His practical experience was truly rich. By following his instructions for deployment, Su Chen learned quite a bit about formation and troop positioning. This was the kind of battlefield experience that average professionals never get to encounter. It was nothing like the parade-style queues Su Chen had set up in the second round. By comparison, those queues were like children playing, with the same number and quality of summons. Once they form a battle formation and know how to use the terrain, their combat power triples at the very least. Realizing this, Su Chen's attitude toward learning became increasingly respectful. Yang Gang was also happy to teach. The two of them spent over an hour teaching and learning, turning the entire outpost into an iron fortress bristling with spikes. During this time, there was still no sign of monsters within 5 kilometers of the outpost. This was not a good sign. Just as the ocean recedes far from the shore before a tsunami hits. The calm before the storm is exactly like this. But Yang Gang stood at the highest point of the outpost, scanning the surroundings. Looking at the army of over 10,000 beast hunters distributed inside and outside the city. He grinned with full confidence. He had never fought such a well-supplied battle, regardless of who the incoming enemy was or what their goal was. Yang Gang was confident in repelling any offensive, even making sure they would never return. Su Chen you. He turned around, intending to thank Su Chen properly once more, only to find that Su Chen was nowhere to be seen. Yi Longyan had been following the two of them. With a peculiar look on his face, he said he was going to redeem some things to boost his strength. He told you if you have any orders, just shout them to the nearby beast hunters and he will react immediately. Hearing this, Yang Gang also wore the same peculiar expression as Yi Longyan. What, his strength can still be improved? The two looked at each other. He really is a freak. Who can say otherwise? At this moment, Su Chen had already arrived at the location within the outpost where he could spend Zia points. It was inside a small, inconspicuous room in the middle of the city. Unlike the exchanges on Blue Star, there were no staff members here to help retrieve items. There was a machine similar to an ATM. You just had to insert your ID card, type in the desired item, and you could search and trade. After inserting his ID card, Su Chen typed in primary skill advancement scroll. Ding, do you want to use 1 point to purchase primary skill advancement scrolls 9980? 1,000 Zia points apiece, that is quite expensive. Su Chen thought to himself. But on second thought, the high price made sense. After all, these things only drop from elite monsters in hell difficulty dungeons within the abyss. He certainly could not afford them through normal trading. But he had the 1 yuan flash sale plugin. He clicked yes decisively. Seeing transaction complete on the screen, Su Chen checked his inventory and everything was there. He quickly typed in intermediate skill advancement scroll. It showed 0 stock. This was only the exchange at outpost number 1 on the first level of the abyss. So it was normal for there to be none. He thought for a moment, and typed in second turn skill experience books and third turn skill experience books. There were quite a few of these, tens of thousands of copies. Su Chen spent 6 points to clear out the entire inventory. After completing the trade, Su Chen prepared to pull out his card and find a place to boost his power. But his motion paused and he typed summoning Scalinto the machine. Although his existing 3 summoning skills were sufficient. This was the abyss. You never know when you might find something good. Unfortunately, it was a disappointment. Only 4 items were displayed. Third turn skill, summon Blood Hellhound. Su Chen shook his head. Garbage. If I upgrade Summon Skeleton Warrior to the 3rd turn, it would definitely be stronger than that Hellhound. 4th turn skill, Summon Ogre. Su Chen stroked his chin and said, "This is actually pretty good. High defense, large health pool can act as a frontline meat shield. However, learning this skill requires 20,000 spiritual power, and I am nowhere near that." Su Chen looked at the other 2 skills. 2nd turn skill, Summon Clawed Demon Bat. Even worse than the Blood Hellhound. 2nd turn skill, Blood Sacrifice Worm. Oh, this skill is actually interesting. Su Chen checked the skill details. Item Blood Sacrifice Worm Skill Book. Learning requirement, Summoner's spiritual power over 500 points. Description, 2nd turn skill can consume 500 mana to grow blood sacrifice worms on a summon. The worms consume 10% of the summon's health per minute, putting the summon into a berserk state, increasing all stats by 100, gaining an additional 150% attack speed, and after the summon dies, 10 controllable worms will spawn. This was another summoning buff skill. Although the effect was a bit strange, requiring the sacrifice of the summon's health. For other summoners, it would naturally be unacceptable. But for Su Chen, it did not just buff the summon, it actually made it easier for him to use his self-destructibility. Su Chen decisively bought it. Then he left the exchange, found a secluded spot and began to power up. Abyss level 1 inside outpost number 1. Following Yang Gang's order for a citywide lockdown, all the candidates were gathered into safer underground fortifications. Although Su Chen had displayed impressive strength, Yang Gang remained very rational. Even if this group of candidates were all geniuses, Yang Gang did not believe there was another candidate as monstrous as Su Chen. No matter how strong they are currently only at the 2nd transition or at most just entering the 3rd. They would not be able to play any role in the upcoming great battle. To avoid causing greater panic, Yang Gang did not explain the reason. But this also led to dissatisfaction among many candidates. What is this for? Why will not you let us leave the city all of a sudden? Do you know that we are in the middle of an exam? If we miss our college entrance exam, do you have any idea about the consequences? It is a conspiracy, someone is messing with us. I want to leave the city, I want to take my exam, you cannot stop us. Many people started protesting. Some even tried to gather a crowd to charge out of the fortification. Although the commotion was quickly suppressed by the soldiers guarding them. Many people still whispered and grumbled indignantly, saying they would find the media to expose this shady operation after the exam. Xia Lingyun and Luo Xiaoyu also entered the underground fortification with the other candidates. The 2 girls huddled in a corner, protected by a behemoth hunter at their side. Luo Xiaoyu was dejected and uneasy. She knew the gravity of the situation. If it were exposed that Luo Qingcheng was behind this, she would not be the only one to suffer. The entire Luo family, over 100 people, would fall into ruin because of this. Xia Lingyun did not know what she was worried about, so she could only hold her hand and whisper softly. "Do not worry, Xiaoyu, Su Chen will take good care of us." "Right." She patted the armor of the behemoth hunter beside her. Even though he was not there in person, Su Chen still occasionally split his focus to look after them. Sensing this just now, he commanded the behemoth hunter to give a thumbs up. Luo Xiaoyu's face turned pale and she grinned, showing a smile that was worse than crying. In a corner of the city, Su Chen sat on the ground. He kept pulling basic skill advancement scrolls out of his backpack. Ding, advancement failed. Ding, advancement failed. Ding, advancement. Ding, your skill Summon Goblin has successfully advanced. Current grade, first transition to second transition. Su Chen's eyes lit up. He quickly took out a large amount of second transition skill experience books and used them rapidly. By his ears, the notification sounds for his talent being triggered continued to chime endlessly. Over an hour later, Su Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh. Finally, I have used up all the props. Improving strength is really not an easy task. I am exhausted. That might be true, but if other professionals heard him say that, they would probably kill him with their glares alone. Others toil hard fighting monsters, clearing dungeons, and exploring secret realms at the risk of their lives. Even after struggling to the death, they might not gain much strength. Yet he sits here just using props and calls himself tired. The most infuriating part is, his strength really did grow by a huge margin. If Su Chen's combat power was 50 before, it is at least 200 now. He opened his attribute panel and looked at the skill bar. This improvement. Only fast casting remained unchanged. All other first and second transition skills were upgraded by him to the third transition, max level. Furthermore, Su Chen also discovered his exclusive skill, Leader Summon, had actually reached level 12. He was too focused on learning with Yang Gang earlier and had not noticed. This means his current summon creatures are all brass level leaders. Therefore, the biggest improvements were naturally to the two summoning skills. Summon Goblin can now summon 9 Goblin Mages. The specific attributes are Monster Goblin Mage, Grade Brass, Level 20, HP 1, Mana 1, Strength 1500, Constitution 1500, Agility 1500, Spirit 5000. Skills: Chain Lightning, Thick Earth Wall, Rapid Wind Blade, Meteor Fire. The improvement of the Skeleton Warrior was just as significant. Monster Skeleton Warrior Court Swordsman. Grade Brass. Level 20. HP 1. Mana 1. Strength 8000. Constitution 5000. Agility 5000. Spirit 2500. Skills: Whirlwind Slash, Triple Sword Dance, Flash Shadow Slash, Sword and Shield. Limited by the constraints of a low-tier race. Even though their skill grades were raised to the third transition, they still could not be compared to the Behemoth Hunter. No single attribute could reach 10,000. However, it also depends on who you compare them with. If compared to monsters of the same level or other professionals, Su Chen's Goblins and Skeleton Warriors would crush any monster below the gold tier leader level and 99.9% of all professionals in a one-on-one fight. Besides, summoned creatures appear in groups. Who is going to play one-on-one with you? Not to mention Su Chen is in the back providing various buffs. In short, the current strength of the two summoned creatures is absolutely terrifying. And beyond the summoned creatures, Su Chen had other gains. Teleportation upgraded to the third transition, allowing him to teleport other living beings within 100 meters without physical contact. And upon landing, it releases 10 ripples of space around him, providing a 3-second invincibility shield. Riding the Wind upgraded to the third transition, in addition to a 200 boost to all original speed bonuses, it also allows targets to gain the ability to fly for half a minute. The self-detonation power has increased to 7x spirit damage, burning 10% per second for 30 seconds, and has a 20% chance to cause the burning target to self-detonate. Fury, all attributes increased by 5x, skill buffs by 3x, and a 40% chance to trigger the Furious Strike effect, increasing skill damage by an additional 5x. In addition to the 4 skills completing their advancements, the Divine Land he obtained after entering the Abyss was also maxed out. This skill is something else. After 9 skill evolutions, it is a god among gods. Divine Land LV, third transition skill, consumes 2,000 mana, sacrifices 1,000 friendly units to create a 10,000 square meter Divine Land, lasting for 1 hour. Friendly units within the Divine Land recover 10% of their HP per second. For every additional 1,000 friendly units sacrificed, health recovery increases by an additional 5%, up to a maximum of 40%. When the sacrifice count reaches 10,000, friendly units gain a shield equal to 3x their maximum health. When the sacrifice count reaches 100,000, it grants friendly units a 10x increase to all elemental resistance. When the sacrifice count reaches 1 million, all friendly units gain a resurrection opportunity. Yes, as long as you sacrifice 1 million friendly units, you can let the remaining units come back from the dead. It is just that monstrous. Su Chen was so excited when he read this that he almost jumped off the ground. With resurrection combined with the 40% health recovery, as long as the summoned creatures are in the Divine Land and not instantly killed, they are basically immortal. So the question arises, wanting to summon 1 million creatures in a battle. Even if Su Chen can use his skills continuously, it would still take a long time to accumulate so many summons. And if facing enemies he can already defeat, 1 million summons is enough to steamroll them. If facing enemies he cannot, even with Divine Land, they would just get wiped out. It seems Divine Land might be a bit of a chicken rib. How can he use this skill more efficiently? At this moment, he had to mention his earlier sharp eye for talent. Buying the Blood Sacrifice Worm skill, and upgrading it to the third transition. Blood Sacrifice Worm LV, third transition skill, consumes 1,500 mana, parasite worms on summons, sacrificing 10% of their HP per second, putting them in a frenzy state, increasing all attributes by 3x, gaining 5x attack speed, and after the host dies 9,999 worms grow out quickly. That is right. A single worm does not deal much damage, but they have the noble ability to ignore defense. As long as they can touch the enemy, they can deal damage. Add enough numbers to that. Biting a dragon to death is no longer a dream. And their HP is extremely low, they basically die at a touch. They are the perfect carriers for self-detonation. And the most critical point is, consuming one summoned creature yields 9,999 worms. They are perfect sacrifices. With Blood Sacrifice Worm, as long as he consumes 100 summoned creatures, he can gain a fully charged Divine Land. This is truly killing 3 birds with 1 stone. No. If they are in the Divine Land, the HP lost by the summons can offset the recovery while enjoying the buffs brought by the worms. 4 birds with 1 stone. Su Chen does not even dare to imagine how strong he is right now. And just at this moment, the urgent alarm that had been ringing over the first level of the abyss suddenly changed its pitch. Su Chen had learned beforehand, this was the signal of an enemy attack. He stood up slowly, the corner of his mouth curving into a cruel smile. Come on, I will use you guys to test my abilities. After saying that, he used teleport. It appeared directly outside the city wall of Outpost Number 1. Looking up, at the edge of his vision, a massive wave of smoke and dust was rushing toward him. Yang Gang stood on the city wall with 4 top university mentors. From a lowly soldier to the commander of an outpost, Yang Gang had spent over a decade at Outpost Number 1. He had fought countless battles against abyssal monsters, but never before had he felt this relaxed right before a fight. Yang Gang looked at the beast hunter beside him, which had already activated its ballista mode. He grinned. If what Su Chen said is true, they might hold off this demon tide today without losing a single soldier. However, this demon tide came so suddenly and outside the predicted timeframe, it felt suspicious. Based on Yi Longyin and the others' analysis, it was highly likely to be man-made. Naturally occurring demon tides reaching the first layer are usually just low-level monsters. Yang Gang was fully confident he could handle those. But if it were man-made, Yang Gang frowned in deep thought. He went over possible contingencies in his mind. Suddenly, he heard Yi Longyin shouting from beside him. Su Chen. Yang Gang was stunned, then immediately looked down toward the base of the wall. He saw Su Chen standing all alone in front of the wall. He panicked and shouted in alarm. Su Chen, you are a summoner, what are you doing out there? Good heavens, you cannot get hurt, get back inside the wall. Su Chen looked back at them and gave a grin. Commander Brother Yi, the plan has changed, get ready to counterattack. Counterattack. Yang Gang and Yi Longyan were both completely baffled. Professionals in the abyss have to deal with environmental suppression. In some places, the environment alone could pose a fatal threat to professionals. In such a place, they had no home field advantage. Without the walls, even defending was difficult. How could they even talk about a counterattack? They both thought maybe the pressure was too much and Su Chen had lost his mind. Yet the next second, Su Chen proved to them with his actions. He was perfectly fine. He was just too powerful to be forced into cowering behind the walls. There is no day or night in the abyss. But the sky changes as time passes. There are two types of skies in the abyss, pitch black and blood red. At this moment, the sky was blood red. Blood-colored light washed over everything, bathing Su Chen in red. The bone crown on his head shimmered with a piercing blood-gold light under the illumination. Gusts of turbulent wind whipped through, making his kingly cloak snap loudly. He looked majestic with a hint of violence. He held his arms out and let go of the blood pupils in his hands. His body slowly started to levitate. The blood pupils began to rotate around him at high speed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Beams of magic light shot out like scattered flower petals from the blood pupils that had turned into a mere blur. As they hit the ground, summoning circles appeared one after another. Out stepped a vast number of skeleton palace guards wearing thick, dark bone armor with long swords at their waists. And also, goblin mages in wizard robes and wide-brimmed hats. Once they appeared, they did not waste a second. They quickly organized into formation. Su Chen was putting his newly learned knowledge to use. At the same time, several batches of summoned creatures, about 100 or so, were selected and implanted with blood sacrifice worms. They glowed red, let out a piercing howl, and 10 seconds later fell to the ground. Out of their bodies crawled dense clusters of palm-sized, milky white plump worms. Shortly after appearing, the worms exhausted their life force and collapsed on the ground. And as they disappeared, emerald crystals sprouted from the earth. The crystals started only the size of a fist but kept growing as the worms vanished. It radiated an intense and blinding green light, dyeing the scorched black earth. As if this land, which only knew death and slaughter, had gained a trace of vitality. When the emerald crystals reached their limit, the foremost skeleton palace guards had already clashed with the first wave of abyssal monsters. They were the lowest-level common monsters, blood prison hounds. Half a day ago, the skeleton warriors had been beaten without any chance to retaliate by these hounds. But now, the skeleton warriors drew their swords, flashing with deadly light, one strike, one kill. Their movements were precise, sharp, and elegantly lethal. It looked like butchers performing a pig-slaughtering act in a dance hall. The goblin mages were also exerting their power. They used earth walls to reshape the terrain, blocking a portion of the monster tide, then unleashed lightning, wind blades, and meteors. Even if they did not kill the monsters outright, the enemy's health was halved by the time they reached the skeleton warriors. On the wild, Yang Gang and the four mentors were struck dumb. The strength of the beast hunter was within their understanding. After all, it was a humanoid monster. The human race has tremendous, terrifying potential. Humanoid monsters are always the most difficult to deal with at the same level and tier. But what on earth are goblins and skeletons doing, slaughtering abyssal monsters? Even if the first ones to arrive were just low-level abyssal monsters. But low-level is relative to other abyssal monsters. They are definitely not in the same league as mere goblins or skeletons. Old Yi, pinch me, let us see if I am dreaming. I must be dizzy, I am actually seeing skeletons slaughtering abyss monsters. Are those really the inferior goblins that even ordinary people can easily deal with? On the wall, the five of them snapped out of it and started discussing excitedly. Their words were full of shock and disbelief. At this point, the one who had been quiet, the assassin mentor from Modern Academy, Zhang Zi, spoke up. It is not that the goblins are strong nor the skeletons, it is that Su Chen is just too freakishly talented. At this moment, even he, who only recruits assassin-class students, could not help but be tempted by Su Chen. If such a monster of talent could be brought under his wing, it would be worth far more than recruiting 7 or 8 legendary assassins. It is just a pity. Zhang Zi gave a bitter laugh. He knew he was not qualified to teach Su Chen and should not waste his talent. The other four nodded in agreement. Indeed, Su Chen is just too monstrous. They thought the Beast Hunter was his final trump card. But who would have expected? He still had this up his sleeve. Such powerful strength could not have been gained in the last hour, right? Although Su Chen said he wanted to increase his strength. In that amount of time, he could only have exchanged for a few skill experience books to level up his skills. How could he suddenly possess such powerful summons? These goblins and skeletons must have been abilities he already possessed. This kid really knows how to hide things, who knows what other surprises he has for us. Yi Longyan said with a bitter smile. Am I the only one who noticed? None of his summons seem to have died. Yi Fengwu suddenly said. Everyone was stunned. Summons have not died, how is that possible? Yi Longyan did not believe it, turned to look outside the city, and then his eyes widened. It is true. Except for the one Su Chen voluntarily sacrificed. Not a single one of the skeleton palace guards standing at the front has died. They do take damage, but their health bars do not even stay low for half a second before refilling instantly. And they were surprised to find that these skeleton warriors could actually fly. Some had already flown to the rear to cut down the abyssal monsters that were casting magic from a distance. Like tigers with wings dropping into a sheep pen, they were wreaking havoc. The five of them grew more shocked the longer they watched, but also increasingly delighted. Perhaps in the near future, their great Zia will produce a summoner king. Meanwhile, down at the foot of the wall, Su Chen frowned slightly. He had already killed quite a few monsters, but the feedback he got was very little. Messages about gaining experience were coming through, but compared to the number of monsters killed, it was far too little. There is only one possibility. Most of these abyssal monsters are someone else's summons. This confirmed Yi Longyan's earlier suspicion. This demon tide was not natural. Someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes. A cold glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Summoning abyss monsters to besiege an outpost. Is it a human trader or a professional from another nation? Whoever you are, since you have run into me, there is no way I will let you achieve your goal. Summoning so many monsters, I am sure you must be feeling quite confident. Heh. Today, right here, I will crush your spirit using the very methods you excel in. On a hill not far outside outpost number 1, a figure in gray robes stands holding binoculars, gazing out at the battlefield. Watching the army of abyssal monsters not only blocked outside the city walls, but even being pushed back. He is overcome with rage and furiously smashes his binoculars onto the ground. Aw, damn it. The wind blows from directly ahead, pulling down his hood, revealing an ugly face covered in large red blotches. His face twists and he says through gritted teeth, how could it be such a coincidence that a high-level summoner is stationed at the exam site? But if you think this alone can stop me, you are dreaming. The gray-robed man pulls out a staff made of pitch-black roots, raises it high, and shouts. Kings slumbering at the bottom of the endless abyss, I command you to descend upon this filthy world. With your supreme power, purify the present age. Gate of Hell. As he finishes speaking, a vast black fog surges from within his gray robes. Within the mist, twisted and terrifying faces appear and disappear. The masses of black fog gather behind him, gradually forming a crimson giant gate over 10 meters tall. At the very center of the gate, a pitch-black vortex rotates and rapidly expands. 10 seconds later, a bright yellow giant claw made of magma suddenly thrusts out from the vortex and grips the doorframe. In front of outpost number 1, Su Chen drives his summons to begin a counterattack. It is not just his summons that are making an effort. He uses the blood sacrifice worms as vessels, constantly driving them to charge into the enemy ranks to throw away their lives. And then he detonates them. The roar of the explosions and the shockwaves have practically never ceased. The beast hunters originally deployed inside the city are not content to stay idle, constantly firing a massive volume of giant arrows. The massive wave of abyssal monsters is being steadily pushed back, just as the situation was looking excellent. And Su Chen was already thinking about how to torture the mastermind behind it all. Suddenly, a meteor streaks across the horizon. The meteor crashes directly into the skeleton warrior camp, engulfing a large number of skeleton warriors. Ding, your summoned skeleton court swordsman has died. Ding, your summon. Su Chen is slightly startled. Under the blessing of the land of God's promise, his summons recover 50 of their HP every second. Unless they are killed instantly, it should be impossible for them to die. What kind of thing is this meteor? He hurriedly looks toward the meteor. Right on cue. A ferocious roar resonates from the billowing black smoke, and the violent air pressure instantly clears the surrounding smoke. A tall humanoid creature built from volcanic lava with magma flowing over its body comes into Su Chen's view. It stands upright, over 10 meters tall, with a bulky, square build and a pair of massive, pitch-black goat horns on its head. Su Chen immediately casts True Sight on it. Monster Molten Mountain Giant. Grade Gold. Level 40. HP 5 million/5 million. Mana 1.25 million/1.25 million. Strength 500,000. Constitution 500,000. Agility 100,000. Spirit 250,000. Skills: Mountain Charge, Molten Mountain Flame Breath, Ground-Rending Mountain Pillar. A 4th turn gold tier boss, and it is an abyssal monster. Su Chen's eyes widen and he thinks that something is wrong. And besides, it is not just this one. Boom 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 boom. Suddenly 4 more meteors crash down. The dust settles. More giant molten mountain giants appear. After they land, staring at the large number of skeleton warriors blocking their way, the 5 molten mountain giants inhale simultaneously. And then exhale. Crimson flames pour out from their mouths. In an instant, a large number of summons are engulfed. Notifications of his summons dying ring out continuously in Su Chen's ears. His face looks grim. If it were not for the land of God's promise allowing friendly units to revive once, that single breath of flame would have been enough to cause his defensive lines to collapse. However, even if he can resist the monster wave, it will not last long. I must come up with a countermeasure quickly and deal with these 5 bosses. Of course, this is not difficult as long as I play one of my trump cards. Just as Su Chen is thinking about which card to use first, the sound of several landings comes from behind him. Su Chen turns back to look. It is Yang Gang and the other 4. Yi Longyin walks up to him, pats him on the shoulder and laughs. Kid, your performance has been absurd enough. Now it is our turn to steal the spotlight. Yang Gang wears a smile, says nothing, pats him on the shoulder and then walks forward. Zhang Zi walks up, seemingly wanting to say something. But in the end, he just sighs, pats him on the shoulder and then catches up with the others. Yifeng will give Su Chen a big hug and pats his back, saying, "Well done, keep it up." Mu Nisheng smiles at him and also rushes toward the front with her staff. With the addition of the 5 fifth-turn professionals, Yang Gang and the others, the offense of the Molten Mountain Giants is quickly interrupted. Although they have incredibly long HP bars of 5 million and are hard to kill in a short time, they find it hard to make progress with the 5 of them and a large number of summons holding them back. The situation has returned to a state of balance. But after a while, Su Chen observes the situation and strokes his chin, pondering. This will not do. Although Station Chief Yang and the others have 5th-turn strength, they are suppressed by the abyssal environment. If this wears on, even if we eventually take down these molten mountain giants, it will be a grim situation for us. I will try my luck and see if I can find the guy pulling the strings and execute a decapitation strike. His order is relayed back to the city. A beast hunter disengages from its ballista mode, manifests a flying eagle and launches it into the sky. The demon eagle's vision circles the battlefield once, but it finds no traces. Just as Su Chen is feeling frustrated by this, suddenly, more notifications of his summons dying ring in his ears. This leaves him stunned. The Molten Mountain Giants are already being held back by Yang Gang's group. What else on this battlefield could threaten his summons? He releases a blood-flying eye and looks in the direction where those summons died. At first glance, everything seems normal and nothing out of the ordinary. But when he activates True Sight, a blurred figure hidden in the crowd suddenly emerges. Name: Fei Ming. Level 48. Occupation: Summoner Common Abyssal Corrupted. HP 120,000. Mana 127 5/4 Strength 12,000. Constitution 12,000. Agility 12,000. Spirit 48,000. Talent Abyssal Shelter S rank, Multicast B rank. Skills: Summon Blood Prison Hound 3rd turn, Summon Claw Demon Bat 2nd turn, Gate of Hell 5th turn. Equipment: Hermit's Robe Epic, Abyssal Staff Rare, Abyssal Headdress Rare. Introduction: Born into a powerful family, Fei Ming awakened the B-rank talent Multicast at age 18. As a typical summoner profession, he was deeply loved by his parents and received the full support of his family. However, he remained dissatisfied with his leveling speed. To become stronger faster, Fei Ming chose to defect to the Abyssal Church. To gain the opportunity to join the church, he brutally murdered his own parents. Afterwards, to increase his power, he disregarded life and personally orchestrated several horrific massacres. After reading this information panel, Su Chen knows he is the mastermind behind this monster wave. Glancing at his life story, Su Chen's eyes turn cold and his knuckles turn white from clenching his fist. A true villain, to pursue power you would kill even your own parents. You want to perform a decapitation strike on me? Come then, today I will show you the meaning of despair. Fei Ming used his stealth to blend into the battlefield, relying on his extensive combat experience to dodge a barrage of attacks. He crept forward carefully and soon reached the rear of the Goblin Wizard formation. Watching the figure constantly casting spells and summoning minions, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "So you are the one ruining my plans. I would like to see exactly what you are made of." He cast a detection skill on Su Chen, but the information that came back made his eyes widen. Name: Su Chen. Class: Leader Summoner Excellent. Level 20. That was all the information there was. Fei Ming stared intensely at the level column. How is this possible? Only level 20, yet able to summon so many creatures. Oh, I see. SS rank. No, it is an SSS rank talent. You must have an SSS rank talent. How do you deserve to have such a talent? Flames of jealousy burned in his eyes, making his ugly face look even more hideous. But soon, Fei Ming suddenly calmed down, the corners of his mouth curling up high as he murmured, "Geniuses are great. I love killing geniuses the most. Just imagining a genius helplessly begging for mercy in my hands. Just the thought of it gets me so excited." He glared at Su Chen, grinning cruelly, and pulled out an item. A black sphere. He quickly moved towards Su Chen. When they were only 10 meters apart, he suddenly activated the item. The sphere burst with a bang and expanded in the blink of an eye. It quickly formed a massive light barrier, trapping them both inside. Su Chen looked at him with an expression of caught-off-guard astonishment. Yang Gang and the other 4, who were fighting the mountain-melting troll, noticed the commotion. They quickly turned to look back, their expressions changing instantly. Bad news: Su Chen is under attack. That is the Deathlock space. Fei Ming could not contain himself, covering his face and laughing wildly. Su Chen looked fully alert. He gripped his staff, descended from the air, and said coldly, "Who are you, and why are you attacking me?" Fei Ming took a deep breath, stopped laughing, and looked at Su Chen with a sick expression. "Kid, I will let you die knowing exactly why. I am from the Abyss Church and my name is Fei Ming. This monster tide was planned by me to kill the genius candidates participating in the 3rd round of this year's college entrance exam. I do not have any special goal, it is purely for my own personal pleasure. Since you overconfident brat dared to interfere with my plans, I will start by carving you up." Su Chen looked around and frowned. "Are you so sure you can kill me?" Fei Ming grinned and said, "Do not tell me you think you still have a way to escape. Let me tell you, the item I just used is called the Deathlock space. Once inside this space, only when one of us dies can the other leave. There is no other way out, just obediently." Wait, what are you laughing at? Mid-sentence, he suddenly saw the corners of Su Chen's mouth curl up inexplicably. Su Chen grinned. "Nothing, please continue." Fei Ming's expression froze and he scanned Su Chen cautiously. He thought that once Su Chen heard his reveal, he would be desperate and terrified, even kneeling down to beg for his life. But he did not. Su Chen was behaving very calmly, even unable to help but laugh. This was somewhat eerie. And what was that aura on his body? It gave him the same feeling as seeing an abyssal demon king. Impossible. What is there to be afraid of from a level 20 kid? Even if he has an SSS rank talent, as long as I do not give him time to summon. Fei Ming thought, gritting his teeth to suppress his unease, and tore open a scroll. Let us see how long you can keep up that act. Come forth, rank 5 dark gold leader, black count. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and waved his staff, summoning a few skeleton warriors to stand in front first. A summoning circle appeared beside Fei Ming. Soon, a tall, slender figure in a tuxedo with pale skin stepped out of the circle. This outfit. Su Chen's expression turned odd as he used Eyes of Truth. Monster vampire count. Good. No need to look further. Su Chen could not help but smile. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Angela. When the little lowly in the blood-red dress appeared by Su Chen's side, the vampire's pale face turned even whiter. It stared wide-eyed, its entire body trembling. Since it was a monster summoned by an item, Fei Ming did not realize anything was wrong. He sneered. Summoning a rank 2 little girl to her death, are you even human? What are you waiting for, Black Count? Go up and tear them to shreds. Black Count looked at him, cursing Fei Ming thousands of times in its heart. Although it was high level, what the hell am I supposed to do against an ancestor of the ancestors? Even if Angela was only LV, let alone LV, it was completely powerless. But bound by the summoning contract, it could only tearfully move its stiff legs toward Su Chen and the girl. Ancestor, do not blame me, it is this detestable human controlling me. Black Count shouted in the vampire language. Angela remained cold, ignoring it, until Su Chen gently stroked her soft golden hair and asked, Angela, is it difficult? Angela immediately changed to a sunny, bright smile, looking at him confidently. Father, what could be difficult about a little vampire? Wait for me to tear him apart and cut off his head to serve as your chamber pot. With that, she dashed forward with several blood mist drills appearing around her. Black Count looked panicked and hurriedly used skills to parry. In less than 3 seconds, Black Count was knocked flying. Angela chased after it, unleashing a brutal beating. However, as Black Count was a rank 5 dark gold leader, its health bar was very long. Even with Angela beating it one-sidedly, she could not kill it in a short time. Su Chen tilted his head and asked Fei Ming with a playful smile. You piece of scum from the Abyss Church, do you have any other tricks? If not, my skeleton warriors are going to start, okay? Do not be afraid, they will not let you die too easily. Ever heard of death by 1,000 cuts? With their technique, maybe they cannot do 3,000. But 2,000 or so should be no problem. Fei Ming was stunned. He could not detect Angela's race information, only her level. So he could not understand why his rank 5 dark gold leader was being beaten by a LV little girl. Hearing Su Chen's words, he sneered. You think this is all I have, hee hee. Let us see how you block this next move. He took out a card and threw it into the sky. In an instant, the card transformed into a huge black hole. A terrifying, unparalleled aura emanated from it. This aura, even Angela's body trembled slightly. She turned to look at the hole and said with disgust, It is the Corruption Clan. Then she thought of Su Chen and shouted anxiously, Father, he is going to summon a god. Su Chen felt it too. This aura, it was the same aura he had felt from the Skeleton King back then. Fei Ming looked up and laughed loudly. Kid, realize now that you are panicking, too late. Death by 1,000 cuts is fine, but unfortunately, I do not have that much time to torture you. Letting you die quickly, you are lucky, kid. As his voice faded, within that black hole, a thick arm seemingly stitched together from different pieces of flesh slowly reached out. Its appearance did not just affect the few inside the deathlock space. Even the armies fighting outside had stopped. Yang Gang said with a deathly pale face, It is over, it is a god, that guy is actually able to summon the limb of a demon god. Yi Longyin stared blankly, the energy in his body seemingly drained, and he collapsed to the ground. Even when he was only rank 3 and faced a rank 6 leader, he had not shed a tear. But at this moment, tears streamed down, wetting the ground. He could not believe that a genius destined to become a battle king would fall here. Su Chen, inside the deathlock space, Fei Ming sneered. Forcing me to use this move, you really are outstanding, but this is the end, you have no future. Die, but do not worry, you will not be lonely on the road to the underworld. I will send other geniuses to keep you company soon. The monster arm was raised high, and with terrifying wind pressure it slammed towards Su Chen. Before the palm could fall, the skeleton warriors beside Su Chen could not hold on and were crushed into a pile of bones. But Su Chen began to laugh. He looked at Fei Ming and said, "You have a god, what makes you think I do not?" With that, in the air, a brilliant, elongated blade light suddenly slashed out. The blade light collided with the monster arm, knocking it flying back. Owie! A roar echoed from the black hole. This scene stunned everyone inside and outside the deathlock space. They heard a god screaming in pain. You. Fei Ming looked at Su Chen with a deathly pale complexion. To be precise, it was the towering skeletal shadow wielding a giant blade behind him. He had not expected that Su Chen, being only level 20, could actually summon god-level power. You must understand, he had sacrificed the lives of all his loved ones and traded away his own soul, just to earn a single chance for the corrupted corpse demon god to strike. Fei Ming could not figure it out. How did Su Chen manage this? Su Chen stared at the monstrous hand slowly retreating into the black hole. He grinned and said, "Scum, it seems your god has abandoned you." As soon as he finished speaking, that retreating arm suddenly solidified again. It violently slammed down toward Su Chen once more. Seeing this, Fei Ming's dull expression instantly lit up with joy. He only had one chance to attack. But now, the corrupted corpse demon god had acted again. That meant it was truly enraged. When a god is angry, millions of corpses pile up and rivers of blood flow. Su Chen's expression turned cold. This guy is really pushing his luck, giving it a good slash and it still will not back off. Since that is the case, then I will just keep that hand. With that thought in mind, Su Chen used up his remaining 2 gifts. The skeletal king shadow behind him raised its great blade and swiped it twice, light as a feather. The monster's hand mid-swipe suddenly froze in the air. 2 seconds later, an X-shaped mark appeared on its upper arm. 4 lines spread outward, and deep green blood spurted out in massive quantities. Boom! The arm slid off and smashed into the ground. The remaining half of the arm paused. Then with a whoosh, it vanished entirely. Even the black hole closed immediately. There was none of the hesitation it had shown before. Su Chen felt his heart bleed. He was down 1 trump card. However, he remained calm on the surface and did not waste any more words on Fei Ming. He swung his staff, summoning another batch of skeleton warriors. Once they appeared, the skeleton warriors lunged directly at Fei Ming. Blade light flashed. It seemed like Fei Ming would be hacked into pieces in the next second. Fei Ming panicked, waving his staff and summoning frantically. But his summons, when faced with the skeleton warriors, were all cut down one by one without exception. Despite being 2 full levels higher than Su Chen and sharing the same summoner class, he was being completely suppressed. Fei Ming felt a metallic, bloody taste rising in his throat. Watching the skeleton warriors close in rapidly, with the blade seemingly already at his neck, his eyes burned with a red glare. Fine, very fine. I never expected Fei Ming, would be forced to this point. Since you want me dead, then let us all die together. After saying that, he pulled out another scroll and tore it open. A summoning circle manifested on the ground. In an instant, the sky turned black and billowing demonic clouds poured in from all directions. An aura even more profound than that of the corrupted corpse demon god descended. Su Chen could no longer remain calm. Damn it! Is this guy the legendary protagonist of Destiny? Why does he have so many god-summoning scrolls? What is worse, he no longer had the means to fight a god. The summoning circle erupted with black light. Even though it was Fei Ming himself who summoned this god, his voice was laced with unconcealable terror. Come forth, greed demon lord. Demon lord. Su Chen gasped sharply. Demon lord was not just a title for a demon king. It was an honorific for the king of demon gods. The greed demon lord. One of the 7 deadly sins. At a peak powerhouse among demon lords, Su Chen really wanted to curse. He even could not help but wonder. Did the apocalypse system discover that he was cheating? As Fei Ming spoke, a figure slowly emerged from the magic circle. It was a woman with jet-black dragon horns and short purple hair. Over 2 meters tall, wearing armor made of scales. Her long, sensuous white legs were visible, extending from her battle skirt. The greed demon lord slowly opened her eyes, and the aura around her instantly recoiled. This did not make those around her feel any better. In fact, the moment the purple light in her eyes faded, Everyone inside and outside the death arena felt a chill, as if their souls were being targeted. "Who dares to summon me?" The Greed Demon Lord spoke with indifference. Fei Ming lifted his arm with a tremor, gritting his teeth. Demon Lord, it hit his eye. The Greed Demon Lord glanced at him and asked, "Where's the offering?" Fei Ming took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and summoned with his hand. Countless streams of pitch-black smoke poured out from his gray robes. Not only that, those outside the death arena, the abyssal demon monsters he had summoned, all let out miserable, terrified screams. They collapsed to the ground, twitching madly, as thick black mist surged from within their bodies. Once all the black mist gathered in Fei Ming's hands, he cupped his hands and presented them respectfully. "My lord, these are the offerings I have prepared." The Greed Demon Lord took one look, nodded slightly, and turned to look at Su Chen. "What about yours?" Su Chen was stunned, a look of confusion on his face. "What do you mean mine?" He furtively glanced at the Greed Demon Lord with his true sight eye. Monster Soul-Devouring Demon Dragon Tiana Avatar. Tier Greed Godhead. Grade High Rank Demon God. Health 1.2 billion/12 billion. Mana 900 million/900 million. Strength 120 million. Agility 90 million. Constitution 120 million. Spirit 240 million. Talent Soul Refining Demon Furnace SS. Skills. Intro. Su Chen felt his scalp tingle. Even just an avatar had over 100 million in stats. Even with the gift of the Skeleton King, he doubted if that Skeleton King would dare to come out and go toe-to-toe with her. However, after finishing with the true sight eye, he immediately understood what she meant by "what about yours?" Whoever summons her, the Greed Demon Lord will always give both parties a chance to bid. Once both sides present their offerings, she will first kill the one with the lesser offering. Then, depending on her mood, she will kill the one who provided the satisfactory offering. Most of the time, her mood is reasonably good. If she is in a good mood, she kills. If she is in a bad mood, she kills even more. Regardless, once you summon her, no one survives, everyone must die. Truly worthy of being the demon god of greed. She is greedy enough. Su Chen mused internally. But his expression suddenly became strange. Does this bidding segment count as a trade? If it is a trade, then does not that mean his cheat would have an effect? Fei Ming's mouth was twisted into a smirk. Although summoning the Greed Demon God meant he was doomed regardless. However, being able to take down a genius at the Battle King level before he died meant his death would not be in vain. Demon Lord, just do it already, he definitely cannot produce an offering. Fei Ming knew that the Greed Demon Lord's favorite offering was souls. He had only obtained the special method to extract souls after joining the Abyssal Church. He just did not believe that Su Chen, a genius taking the college entrance exam, could offer even a sliver of a soul. The Greed Demon Lord slanted a look at him and snorted coldly. "Are you telling me what to do?" Fei Ming jumped in fright, lowering his head in a panic. "I dare not." HMPH. The Greed Demon Lord snorted again, turning to keep her eyes on Su Chen. For some reason, she had a subtle premonition. This small, weak human might satisfy her bottomless heart of greed. Su Chen looked up steadfast. "I have decided this is my offering." With that, he pulled over a skeleton warrior and tapped its armor twice. Fei Ming pointed at Su Chen, unable to stop his manic laughter. He laughed until tears almost streamed down his face. The Greed Demon Lord wanted souls, although skeleton warriors had souls within them too. However, Su Chen's behavior was like a starving customer going to a restaurant to order food, only for the waiter to serve the customer a pile of raw, uncooked ingredients. And that customer, furthermore, was an extremely bad-tempered, difficult guest. Fei Ming already imagined the scene of Su Chen being slapped to death by the Greed Demon Lord. He looked expectantly at the Greed Demon Lord, only to see the Greed Demon Lord's expression shift slightly, her dark red lips parting. "This offering of yours seems a bit interesting." Fei Ming nodded frantically. Right, my Lady Greed Demon Lord, he is clearly insulting you. He is so bold as to..." The last word did not even make it out, it vanished in his mouth. He reacted late, his pupils dilating as he stared at the Greed Demon Lord in disbelief. After a long pause, he let out a cry filled with complex emotions. True heartbreak is never about loud noises or outbursts. Fei Ming racked his brains, but he just could not figure it out. Why Su Chen's offering had gained the favor of the Greed Demon King. My Lady Demon King, that was just an ordinary skeleton. Fei Ming roared in a mental breakdown. Tiana rested her chin on her hand, appearing to be deep in thought. 2 seconds later, she nodded and said, I know, but it gives me a very special feeling. It has an inexplicably precious aura about it. I love things that are this precious. Tiana beckoned with her finger. The skeleton warrior instantly fell apart. Its soul fire drifted out of its skull and flew into her palm. She held the soul fire, examined it for a long while, and then swallowed it in one gulp. In that instant, she looked like a little girl who had just tasted her dream cake. Her eyes widened, a hint of warmth replaced her icy demeanor, and the corners of her mouth even curled up slightly. At this moment, everyone could feel the happiness and satisfaction of this Greed Demon King. Fei Ming sat on the ground, his face full of defeat. Tiana's actions already made it clear that she had chosen Su Chen's offering. And that meant he had to die first. Fei Ming's eyes were full of rage, and he roared in frustration. Why is it that despite all the souls I gathered, I cannot even compare to one measly skeleton of his? Greed Demon King, you are not a real Demon King at all. I think you are just blind and heartless, you have no taste. He had truly reached his breaking point. Tiana choosing Su Chen was as if she were telling him something. All his previous efforts, whether it was killing his own relatives or risking his life to massacre ordinary people, it was all a waste of time. Tiana did not care about his insults, just as humans would not care about the thoughts of an ant. The satisfaction faded from her face, and she returned to her previous indifferent expression. According to the rules, since I accepted his offering, I must kill you for him. Have you finished your last words? Once you are done, I am going to start now. Su Chen looked at her with a strange expression, giving a warning before killing someone. This Greed Demon King is actually quite polite. Fei Ming panted heavily, staring coldly at Su Chen. Well done, you have really done well, to have even fooled a Demon King. I do not know what tricks you used, but let me tell you, do not be happy too soon. After I die, you, and all of them, none of you will get away. The Greed Demon King will round you all up and send you to join me, ha ha ha. While he was still laughing maniacally, Tiana twisted a lock of her hair, saying nonchalantly, normally that would be the case, but this human is very interesting, and I might just spare his life. Gasp. Fei Ming's laughter stopped abruptly, and he looked at Tiana with confusion and horror. He wanted to ask why Su Chen was an exception, but there was no longer any opportunity. Tiana blew a gentle breath toward him. A wave of transparent flames descended suddenly, engulfing Fei Ming entirely. In less than a second, he was burned to ashes and scattered in the wind. The deathmatch space shattered. The abyss monsters outside had already been completely sacrificed by Fei Ming. The siege crisis from the monsters was directly resolved. But a crisis 100, perhaps 10,000 times more terrifying, was now looming over outpost number 1. Because the Greed Demon King did not vanish with Fei Ming's death. She stood there, like a giant boulder that could roll down from the heights at any moment and crush everyone. Tiana turned around and walked toward Su Chen. She circled Su Chen a few times, her gaze filled with profound inquiry. After a long while, Su Chen was the first to speak hastily. My Lady Demon King, you must still want to eat such precious souls. Tiana shook her head. Not particularly, I am satisfied for now. Hi. Su Chen was dumbfounded, but he reacted quickly. Satisfied for now, that means you might want more later, right? My Lady Demon King, since you do not want any now, why not take your leave for the time being? Leave me a contact method, and whenever you want more, just reach out to me. Su Chen smiled flatteringly. Tiana shook her head. No, that is too troublesome. I am planning to keep you by my side. If you are by my side, I can eat delicious souls anytime and anywhere. Seemingly imagining that scene, she even licked her lips in anticipation. Su Chen's expression shifted slightly. Yang Gang and the others also looked extremely troubled. Being kept by her side, Su Chen would be no different from dead. Actually, it would be even worse than being dead. Just then, Long Yin received a message from the outside. His expression showed a flash of excitement, which he quickly suppressed. He used the Apocalypse System's communication function to speak to Su Chen. Su Chen, stall her, hold on for just one more minute, the Dean is coming. Su Chen's eyes brightened. He did not know the strength of this Dean. But since Yi Longyan had spoken up, it proved that the Dean should have the capability to confront the Greed Demon King before them. As Su Chen racked his brain for ways to stall Tiana, suddenly, a short figure stood in front of him. Angina raised her head high, her expression icy and cold. Tiana, do not push your luck. When Tiana saw Angina, she looked as if she had seen a ghost, revealing astonishment. She pointed at Angina and exclaimed in the demon language. Angina, the progenitor of the blood race, were not you dead. They were not very close, but both belonged to the high-level combat power of the Abyss. They had dealt with each other a little in the past. Angina snorted and said irritably, so what if I died, cannot I resurrect? Now it was Tiana's turn to look confused. Resurrection for ordinary people is relatively easy. But leaving aside their level, even for ordinary gods, resurrection is almost an impossible task. Why does Angina make it sound as simple as breathing? She stared at Angina, then suddenly looked at Su Chen and asked, what is your relationship with this human? Do not tell me, you have betrayed the Abyss. Angina said dismissively, what do you mean by betrayal? I have already died once for the Abyss. It was Father who gave me my second life, and now I only want to live for Father. I am warning you, if you dare touch a hair on Father's head, be prepared for an all-out war between the Blood Race and the so-leading Dragon Clan. Tiana frowned at her slightly. Father, she did not understand. How could Angina, an old monster who has lived for unknown ages, address this weak human like that? Thinking about how Su Chen could satisfy her almost endless greed, she subconsciously guessed, there must be a great secret hidden in Su Chen. Tiana's spiritual sense scanned Angina, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. With Angina's current strength, even if she could command the entire blood race, reaching the bottom of the Abyss would not be an easy thing. In that case, Angina realized something, her face darkened as she shielded Su Chen more closely. Tiana raised her palm with a sinister grin and was about to attack. Suddenly, she sensed something and looked in the direction of Outpost Number 1. Damn it, a human god. She gnashed her teeth, turning her head towards Su Chen with lingering reluctance. If Tiana's true self were here, she would certainly not be afraid, but unfortunately, she was just an avatar. Even if she could kidnap Su Chen, she would not be able to escape the pursuit of that human god. But leaving just like that, she was unwilling. Su Chen seemed to notice her hesitation. A bold idea suddenly appeared in his mind. I have an idea. In the distance, Yang Gang and the other four watched as Su Chen negotiated in a low voice with Tiana. Su Chen did not know what he said, but it sent Tiana into a fit of wild rage. The Demon King's aura descended, as if mountains were crumbling and rivers were bursting their banks. But a few seconds later, Su Chen pointed at Angina and said a few words. Tiana's aura gradually shrank, she pondered for a few seconds then nodded. In an instant she became transparent and disappeared. Only when the Demon King's aura had completely dissipated did Yang Gang and the others quickly move forward. Su Chen, are you alright? Where did that Demon King go? Yang Gang asked with concern. Su Chen coughed twice, shook his head and smiled. I am fine. That Demon King must have left. While saying this, he opened his pet panel. Pet number 1 name, Angina race, blood race progenitor level 20 grade sub-god. Pet number 2 name, Tiana avatar race, soul-leading demon dragon level 20 grade sub-god. That is right. Su Chen's idea was to get her to agree to be recruited as his pet. Originally, Tiana did not agree and she was furious. But Su Chen pointed to Angina, indicating that following him had its benefits and was not shameful. In the end, after Su Chen offered to give her 2 precious souls every day, Tiana reluctantly agreed. Su Chen did not want to deliberately hide it from Yang Gang and the others. Mainly, this matter was just too shocking. If it were leaked that he had taken a Demon King from the Abyss, one of the 7 deadly sins, as a pet, then the whole Great Xia would likely explode, and that would cause even more trouble. In order to avoid further trouble, Su Chen suppressed his urge to show off and kept a calm demeanor. But internally, he was thrilled that he had acquired another trump card with god-level combat power. Although, because she became his pet, the strength of Tiana's avatar was suppressed to sub-god level 20. But she was an avatar after all. If it really came to it, could not he just offer some sacrifices and communicate with her true self? As for sacrifices, Su Chen had plenty. Boom! A brilliant pillar of light smashed down from the sky and landed within outpost number 1. Half a minute later, Su Chen and his group were at the city gate when they saw an old man wearing bright red robes. The old man had a kindly expression, looking no different from an ordinary retiree in a park. But when Su Chen met his gaze, it felt as if he were looking at a gigantic star slowly moving toward him. "Are you all okay?" the old man asked with concern as he approached. Yi Longyin stood straight, looking as embarrassed as a schoolboy who had done something wrong. "Dean, we are fine, it is just that something went wrong with the exam." Yi Fengwu quietly leaned in to Su Chen's ear and whispered to him. "This is one of the 3 vice-deans of Daxia Academy, the god of fire Zheng Yan." Su Chen nodded in understanding. At this moment, Zheng Yan took a few steps forward, passing the others. He stood in the open space, squinting as if sensing something. Then he frowned tightly inside. The aura of a corrupt god and the aura of a demon lord. How could the first layer of the abyss attract these 2 guys? Daring to kill the prodigies of my Daxia, I see the abyss no longer wants peace. As he spoke, the kindness on Zheng Yan's face vanished instantly, replaced by an extremely intense murderous intent. The surrounding temperature rose as he grew angry, even distorting the space and creating visible ripples. Yi Longyin was startled, then immediately reacted and hurriedly explained. "Dean, you have misunderstood. There were no casualties among the examinees in the city." Yang Gang added, "I received news that the examinees who left the city did not suffer any deaths either, only 2 or 3 minor injuries." The first step of Fei Ming's plan was to overrun outpost number 1 and destroy the teleportation array, locking all the examinees inside the first layer. Coupled with the fact that Yang Gang had previously sent a large number of soldiers to protect them. So the examinees who left the city earlier did not face very heavy sieges. Zheng Yan's expression paused, and he looked at them suspiciously. "What do you mean no casualties? What nonsense are you talking about? Was not everyone in the city killed except for the 6 of you?" The 6 of them looked at each other, not knowing how to explain. Yang Gang had previously ordered all examinees and soldiers to retreat to the underground fortifications. Therefore, outpost number 1 was completely empty at that moment. Plus, the lingering auras of 2 abyss gods and even a demon lord remained here. It was perfectly normal for Zheng Yan to misunderstand. He could even suspect that the 5 of them had betrayed humanity and surrendered to the abyss to save their own lives. Otherwise, there was no reason for humans to survive where demon gods had appeared. To prevent Zheng Yan from guessing wildly, Yang Gang hurried forward and sent him the video recorded by the Apocalypse system. Half an hour later, Zheng Yan's expression went from initial suspicion to shock and finally to complete astonishment. He closed the video and stared straight at Su Chen. The next second, he flashed directly to Su Chen's side, grabbed his hand and said excitedly, "Young man, what is your name, where are you from, and do you have a master?" Su Chen was slightly stunned, then answered his questions calmly. Hearing that he had no master, Zheng Yan danced with joy. "Look, we are both mage class professionals. And you happen to have no master and I have no apprentice. This is too much of a coincidence, a fate ordained by heaven." Su Chen and the other 5 were full of bewilderment. Can you force a coincidence like this? Su Chen was not stupid. He understood what the dean meant and began to ponder. Becoming an apprentice to a god-level powerhouse who is also the dean of Daxia Academy is naturally an excellent thing. If anyone else were given this opportunity, no matter how talented they were, they would definitely be unable to stay calm and would certainly agree immediately. It is just that Su Chen is not an ordinary person, he has a cheat. Having a cheat means he does not need to rely on others or seek a backer. He is his own greatest backer. This encounter with a god-level enemy was just an accident. He believes such things will never be too frequent. Besides, if it happened again, he would not be completely without a way to deal with it. So, Su Chen smiled. Dean, I am still taking the college entrance exam and the exam has not finished yet. If my scores are not good enough for Daxia Academy, would not that embarrass you? How about we wait until the exam is over? You should think about it a bit more. Once these words were out, Zheng Yan and the other 5 were all stunned. Su Chen's intention to politely decline was very clear. And because of this, the others found it unbelievable. The person wanting to take him as an apprentice is one of the 3 vice deans of Daxia Academy. He has no obligation to take on students. For ordinary students, becoming a student of a mentor is already something they crave but cannot get. He now has the chance to become the personal disciple of the dean, and he actually refuses. This is truly baffling to everyone else. Yi Longyin wanted to speak up, wanting to explain the advantages and disadvantages to him. But he was stopped by Yi Fengwu. Zheng Yan was stunned, not expecting that his impulsive, outgoing moment would result in such an outcome. But recalling the stunning performance of Su Chen in the video, he could not help but say, "Will not you consider it a bit more?" Su Chen smiled and shook his head. Zheng Yan sighed regretfully and nodded. "All right, then we shall talk after your exam is over. I will consider it some more and you definitely should think about it too." In the end, Zheng Yan, looking reluctant, walked into the teleportation array, turning back to look 3 times for every step he took. Yi Longyin was so frustrated he came up to Su Chen and muttered, "Su Chen, what on earth are you doing? Do you have any idea that is Dean Zheng Yan? By becoming his apprentice, your path as a professional would be smooth sailing and infinitely bright. And you refused. I really do not know what you're thinking." Su Chen smiled, turned his head to look at the rolling mountain silhouettes in the distance, and said calmly, "Brother Yi, it is not that Dean Zheng is not good, but that I do not want to be tied down by too many people. My future should be decided by myself. And he is a smooth path necessarily a good one. I actually crave more challenges." Since Su Chen became a professional, he has not faced few challenges. But every time, he has managed to turn danger into safety. Each challenge has not only tempered his fear of death and crisis, but also brought him great benefits. He feels like he has fallen a little bit in love with adventure. There is a saying that holds true: the rougher the waves, the more expensive the fish. How can one become a powerhouse without experiencing danger? As long as one has the strength to cope with danger before it arrives, that is all that matters. Yi Longyin and the others stared at him blankly. At this moment, the young man's hair shimmered with a brilliant, confident light. It made them feel like they were looking at their former selves. Once upon a time, they too were this high-spirited and ambitious. Unfortunately, as they aged and experienced more, they gradually started to weigh pros and cons, instinctively making the optimal choice. Optimal but not necessarily the best. The treasure they think they possess might be no different from dirt on the roadside in Su Chen's eyes. "You, Sai, I really do not know what to say. I hope you will not regret this." Yi Longyin sighed and turned to leave. Yang Gang said, "I am going to organize them to continue the exam, and I also need to apply to my superiors to extend the exam time." He muttered and left. Zhang Zi and Yi Fenggu also followed to help. Su Chen stood by the city wall, breathing in the gusts of abyssal wind that tasted of gunpowder. Suddenly, a soft, gentle voice sounded beside him. "If you do not want to be tied down by others, why did you provoke Zinner and Linian?" Su Chen turned his head. The one speaking was Mu Nisheng. He remembered this beauty had spoken to him on her own initiative for the first time. She was currently staring at him with resentful eyes. Thinking about her question, Su Chen was dumbstruck, not knowing how to explain. Mu Nisheng gave a light hum, turned around, leaving behind a graceful, voluptuous back as she walked away. After the ban was lifted, the candidates walked out of the underground bunker one after another. They had no idea what had happened. They only felt that someone had maliciously interfered to prevent them from taking the exam normally. Their young faces were full of resentment. But no one caused any more trouble, scrambling instead to leave outpost number 1. Luo and Zia walked at the back of the group. Luo Zaiui was still absent-minded and terrified. Suddenly, a tall figure cast a shadow from ahead, enveloping them both. The 2 girls looked up and saw Su Chen. They hurried forward and threw themselves into his arms. "Are you okay?" Zia Lingyan asked with concern. Su Chen gently patted her head. Then he looked at Luo Xiaoyu and said, "Do not worry, follow me." With that, he took the two girls and left the city. Before long, in a rocky cave, the three of them stood beside a figure who had fainted. This figure was none other than Luo Qingcheng. It was she who had dragged Fei Ming into the completely locked-down exam venue. Luo Xiaoyu glared at her, gnashing her teeth. If Su Chen had not been the first to discover she was the one behind this, the entire Luo family would likely have faced total destruction by now. I suggest we kill her directly to prevent any future trouble, Su Chen said coldly. If it were not for Luo Xiaoyu, he would have handed this person over to Yang Gang long ago. By then, her fate would have been far worse than death. For her, dying quickly might actually be a relatively easy ending. But when Luo Qingcheng heard that Su Chen was going to kill her, she could not keep up the act. She immediately opened her eyes and shouted in panic, "No, do not kill me." Luo Qingcheng crawled on her knees to Luo Xiaoyu's feet, hugged her leg and begged, "Sister, oh sister, I did not mean it. I did not expect him to be so crazy, wanting to harm all the candidates. I just wanted to teach you a little lesson. I did not mean to, boo-hoo-hoo. Sister, you cannot kill me. If you kill me, Mom and Dad will be heartbroken." Luo Xiaoyu looked down at her, the anger on her face long gone. She looked expressionless, then reached out and gently stroked Luo Qingcheng's flawless face. "Luo Qingcheng, Mom and Dad spoiled you too much in the past, which led you to commit such a grave mistake. If I do not deal with you today, you might drag the entire Luo family down with you in the future. Do not worry, I will not kill you. After all, you are Mom and Dad's most beloved daughter." After she finished speaking, a glimmer of light appeared at her fingertips. Xia Lingyun stared intently at Luo Xiaoyu. Why did she feel that the current Luo Xiaoyu was a bit strange? Like a heartless divine messenger who disdained all living beings. Life in her hands was merely a toy to be manipulated at will. She gave Su Chen a look. Su Chen, however, just smiled calmly. He had long known that Luo Xiaoyu had this side to her, though he knew exactly what she wanted to do. Her ability Holy Light Cleansing is an SS-tier talent. It is a terrifying ability capable of purging the sins from a soul. A soul that has been cleansed will never have a single sinful thought again, and from then on will be dedicated to the light. Su Chen sighed lightly. His initial thought was correct. Death for Luo Qingcheng would have been the easiest ending. It is a pity that this fool did not know how to make the right choice. Luo Xiaoyu placed her hand on Luo Qingcheng's head. Light bloomed continuously from her palm. A surge of malice suddenly appeared in the depths of Luo Qingcheng's eyes, followed by, like a candle being blown out, the malice in her eyes gradually dissipated. Her body twitched uncontrollably. The dagger she did not know when she had gripped fell to the ground. After a long while, Luo Xiaoyu let out a long breath and stepped back, looking somewhat exhausted. Su Chen supported her and looked at Luo Qingcheng. At this moment, Luo Qingcheng's eyes were vacant, and a faint smile rested on her face. It gave one a sense of peaceful tranquility, a feeling that she desired nothing from life. Su Chen wanted to ask something more. Luo Xiaoyu grabbed his hand and begged in a low voice. "Can you leave her to me? I will take care of everything." Su Chen had intended to do that anyway, so he nodded and said nothing more. The four of them soon left the cave and discussed it, deciding to continue to the ogre's nest for the exam. With Su Chen's current strength, the ogre's nest, which had been somewhat difficult for him originally. Upon re-entering, the path to clearing it was smooth sailing. He pushed through everything without any surprises. While other candidates were still outside the dungeon looking for ogres to adapt to their attacks, he had already taken the two girls to clear the hell difficulty a few more times, pulling their scores up to an incredibly terrifying record. 10 days later, at the teleportation array in Outpost Number 1, Su Chen gave Yang Gang a big hug. "Station Commander, we are leaving first, let us keep in touch." There was not much sadness over the departure on Yang Gang's face. He chuckled and patted Su Chen on the shoulder. "Improve your strength well, I hope the next time we meet, you will have your own team and be able to explore the second layer of the abyss." Su Chen smiled. "You have so little faith in me, only the second layer." Yang Gang was speechless, then subconsciously said seriously, You have to eat one mouthful at a time, take one step at a time. There is always a progressive process to everything. But if it is you, I believe you can definitely achieve things I cannot even imagine. Su Chen smiled calmly. That goes without saying, see you. Goodbye. After bidding farewell to Yang Gang, Su Chen led the two girls toward the teleportation array. Su Chen, I will be waiting for you at the Daxia Academy, do not stand me up. Before entering the teleportation array, Luo Xiaoyu grabbed Su Chen's hand and instructed him earnestly. She still had things to handle at home, so they had to part ways. Su Chen patted her head. This time Luo Xiaoyu did not dodge. Alright, if you need any help, remember to contact me. MMHMM. The three who had fought together in the dungeon for 10 days thus parted ways. A large number of candidates also returned to their respective cities through the teleportation array. The provincial capital. The light of the teleportation array landed on the academy playground. Reporters who had been waiting rushed up and surrounded the candidate who had won the top spot for that province. Student Wang, congratulations on becoming this year's provincial top scorer. Do you have anything you would like to say? Student Wang, while you were in the exam venue, did you come into contact with this year's national top scorer, Su Chen? Can you tell us what kind of person he is? Student Wang, Su Chen is. At first, hearing the reporter call him the provincial top scorer, this student Wang was actually quite happy. But gradually, the focus of all the reporters' questions was shifted, centering entirely on the name Su Chen. In fact, it was not just here. Across the entire nation of Daxia, almost every city had everyone concerned about Su Chen. Because his score was simply heaven-defying. It had reached a level unprecedented in history and absolutely impossible to be surpassed in the future. Student Wang's face darkened as he said, Su Chen, who is that? I do not know him. He opened the Apocalypse system to check the rankings. He wanted to see just how big the gap was between him and this national top scorer. As soon as he took a glance at it. Rank 1 name, Su Chen, registered residence, Jiangnan Province, Yunhua City, score 169,000. Student Wang was stunned, his eyes widening abruptly. He looked at his own score, 635. He suddenly felt breathless, his face flushing red. No way. What is up with this score of over 100,000? Is that even a score a human can get? Thinking about the difficulty of the ogre's nest. And remembering how they were suddenly locked into the underground bunker midway through the exam. A wave of anger welled up in this provincial top scorer's heart. Cheating, this guy named Su Chen definitely cheated. Facing the reporters, he briefly recounted what he had experienced in the exam venue. And he was not the only one. Many top scorers from other cities also revealed what happened during the exam on camera. Less than 2 hours after the exam ended, the incident regarding Su Chen cheating had become common knowledge and shocked the entire nation. People speculated about which powerful family Su Chen belonged to and what influence he had to make the examiners collude with him. Also, cheating is one thing, but this score is way too bloated. He did not even try to make it look realistic, right? The matter fermented for a day. The next day, the authorities urgently issued an announcement. In 3 days at 2:00 p.m., it would handle the cheating incident involving Su Chen. The entire process would be exclusively broadcasted by the Yunhua City TV station. When the time arrived, the vast majority of people across the country tuned into the Yunhua City TV station to await the results of the investigation. 1:55 p.m. Outside the intercity teleportation station in Yunhua City. Yang Tao, are you ready? The chubby cameraman gulped and asked the reporter Yang Tao. Yang Tao wiped the sweat off her face with a wet wipe, not answering the question. She retorted instead. How many people are there? The cameraman replied. Initial count, 17 million people have entered our live stream. And the number is still rising. Hearing this, Yang Tao stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. She was too shocked to speak. 17 million and it is still rising. How could such an obscure language be something she could not understand? Patting her flat chest, she used her professional training to suppress the panic in her heart. This was a huge challenge to her career. But as long as she could push past it. With a resolute look in her eyes, Yang Tao nodded and said, okay, let us start. The cameraman nodded and turned on the equipment. The Yunhua TV livestream, which had been playing commercials, suddenly had a feed. Yang Tao stood on the screen, looking slightly nervous as she spoke. Good afternoon, viewers. I am Yunhua City TV reporter Yang Tao. I am currently outside the Yunhua City Intercity Teleportation Array, waiting for the commissioner dispatched by the Provincial Ministry of Education to handle the case of student Su Chen's cheating. Just as she finished speaking, commotion suddenly broke out behind her. Yang Tao turned around to look. An elderly man with white hair and a hunched thin frame, escorted by a team of professionals radiating powerful auras. The old man stepped out of the teleportation array with a vigorous stride. Yang Tao's eyes widened and she said excitedly, "It is Elder Mu, why did he come in person?" At that moment in the livestream, the chat scrolled by rapidly. My god, even War King Mu has been alarmed, and he brought so many experts with him. Heh, Su Chen is finished this time. The damn cheater, he caused my pride and joy to score only 24 points, what a disgrace. Heaven has eyes, ha ha ha, the scumbag Su Chen is finally going to be sanctioned. Are not you guys celebrating too early? Nothing is set in stone yet, maybe War King Mu is here to award Su Chen a medal. The person above is a complete idiot, confirmed. Yang Tao quickly stepped forward and said respectfully, Elder Mu, I am Yunhua City TV reporter Yang Tao. Are you the commissioner specially sent to handle Su Chen's cheating case? Mu Chunkyu stopped, looked at the camera and asked with a chuckle. Have you started your broadcast already? Yang Tao nodded. Mu Chunkyu's expression suddenly turned serious and the aura of a war king poured out. Even through the screen, many people felt a shudder. He spoke, his voice deep like a bell, calm yet filled with firm determination. After the college entrance exam, Su Chen submitted his exam footage. I want to declare one thing first. After repeated checks by our Ministry of Education, we have concluded that Su Chen did not cheat. His words were powerful and left no room for refutation. Once this was said, the audience in the livestream went wild. I knew it, ha ha ha, Su Chen lives up to being the pride of Yunhua City. No matter how much you bark, you cannot change the facts. Wait, if there was exam footage, why take so long? Just release it and let everyone see it to prove Su Chen's innocence. To the person above, my brother works at the Ministry of Education and he was one of those who checked Su Chen's combat footage. He suffered from insomnia for 3 whole days after going home, and now whenever Su Chen is mentioned, he just says he is a freak. Maybe the officials are not releasing the footage because they are afraid our morale will collapse. I do not believe it unless I see it. Yang Tao clenched her fists in excitement. She knew Su Chen would not let them down. But as she pondered, she looked at Mu Chunkyu and the professionals by his side who looked exceptionally formidable. These people had stern faces and straight spines, giving off a steel-boned impression. She asked curiously, then what is the reason for your visit today? At the mention of this, Mu Chunkyu smiled mysteriously and held back. You will know in a moment. Let us go, let us find Su Chen first. The group soon arrived outside an old residential complex. After getting out of the car, Mu Chunkyu looked around in surprise and asked, Are you sure that Su Chen lives here? Even the chat in the livestream could not believe it. I am a local and I have never seen such a rundown residential area in Yunhua City. My jaw is on the floor. Who would have thought that a place like this could produce a top-scoring scholar? My god, some people were saying Su Chen was the heir of a big shot. If your big shot's heirs live in a place like this, sure. Yang Tao nodded and replied, It is here, I have been here before but I could not find him at the time. Mu Chunkyu sighed, then said with satisfaction, A golden carp is not a thing to be kept in a pond. Once it meets the wind and clouds, it turns into a dragon. At this moment, a voice came from the side. Elder Mu, I did not expect you to come personally. Everyone turned their heads to look. The person who spoke was Zhu Ling, the admissions teacher from Daxia University stationed in Yunhua City. After Zhu Ling introduced herself, Mu Chunkyu looked behind her. He did not see any other university recruiters. He squinted and smiled. You juniors are quite sharp. If possible, Mu Chunkyu actually wanted to persuade Su Chen to stay in an institution within Jiangnan Province. Although Jiangnan Province's institutions are not as famous as Daxia University. But since ancient times, Jiangnan has been a land of wealth and luxury. Even now, it is the richest place in all of Daxia. as long as those top schools were willing to provide massive resources. There was a chance Su Chen might stay. In time, a war king would surely emerge from Jiangnan province, and the school Su Chen attended would rise with him. It is a pity. Mu Chunkyu wanted the excuses those other people had given to decline him. It was true they were afraid Su Chen was a cheater. Even if it was not true, judging by Su Chen's current reputation, recruiting him would affect the school's prestige. Looking at Zhu Ling, who had chased after them to the front, Mu Chunkyu only felt that those guys were short-sighted and not worth working with. No wonder this Daxia University could become the #1 institution in Daxia. The group walked into the complex, asking for directions along the way. They soon arrived at Su Chen's doorstep. After knocking on the door, a lazy voice came from inside. Coming. Su Chen opened the door, rubbing his sleep-filled eyes, wearing only a simple white undershirt. On the day the college entrance exam ended, Zia Lingyan received an admission invitation from Shuimu University. Mu Nisheng even called her personally, urging her to report to the school as soon as possible. Considering that Shuimu University and Daxia University are both located in the Daxia capital, Shangjing. After Zia Lingyan consulted with Su Chen, she agreed. Thinking that they would be parting soon, she spent these past few days at Su Chen's home. This was hard on Su Chen, he was exhausted day and night. Zia Lingyan only left this morning, and he had not even been asleep for 4 hours yet. The group looked at his state of extreme fatigue, and all felt a wave of heartache. They assumed Su Chen had been questioned during this period without any way to prove his innocence. He had endured immense psychological pressure, leading to sleepless nights. He is clearly a 1 in a million genius, yet to be questioned like this. If it were me, I would not be able to sleep either. It is so infuriating, a perfect national top scorer tortured like this by online public opinion. I hope the officials can grant Su Chen some justice. He is acting so well. If he had nothing to hide, why would he be so worried? The person above is a complete idiot, confirmed. Mu Chunkyu stepped forward directly, grabbed his arm, and with moist eyes said, "Student Su Chen, life has truly been hard on you, we came too late." The others looked at him with pity, sighing repeatedly. Su Chen was a bit confused. If we are talking about being hard, it certainly was quite hard. Su Chen rubbed his lower back, his voice sounding a bit raspy. Let us go inside first. The group entered the house, and looking at the cramped, messy room, their pity for Su Chen grew even more. Su Chen felt a bit embarrassed, tidied up a little, and was then pulled by Mu Chunkyu in front of the camera. Mu Chunkyu spoke solemnly. Student Su Chen, I come today on behalf of the Daxia Ministry of Education to prove to everyone who questioned you. You did not cheat, your results are genuine and valid, and you are indeed our Daxia national champion for this year's college entrance exam. As soon as these 2 sentences were spoken, Zhu Ling behind Mu Chunkyu was beaming with joy, her eyes wide with ecstasy. In the principal's office at Yunhua #1 High School, Jiang Donghai slammed the table and laughed wildly. The champion, we have a champion at our school, the national champion, ha 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 ha. Calls from other top universities were quickly pouring into the admissions office in Yunhua City. Su Chen, however, remained extremely calm and simply nodded. Before everyone's excitement could reach its peak, Mu Chunkyu continued. In addition, I also represent the Daxia military to award student Su Chen the Daxia Crimson Iron Medal. This is to thank student Su Chen for the outstanding contribution made during the special incident at this year's college entrance exam. Once he finished, the whole place went silent and the chat stopped. Su Chen was also dumbfounded, feeling a bit flattered. Because this Crimson Iron Medal is a real, bona fide military merit medal. Everyone who can receive a military merit medal is a hero who has made a huge contribution to a city. And the Daxia War Kings are evaluated precisely through the accumulation of military merit medals. Military merit medals are divided into 5 grades. Crimson Iron, Bright Silver, Brilliant Gold, Shining Diamond, War King. 10 Crimson Iron medals are exchanged for 1 Bright Silver medal. And so on. Su Chen finally woke up to reality. He took a crimson 5-pointed star medal from Mu Chunkyu's hand. He thought the officials would reward him, but he did not expect the reward to be so generous. Receiving this medal means that from now on, he will not be an ordinary professional, but an officially certified hero. Night falls and the moonlight is lonely. Su Chen returns home, flops onto his bed, and his face is filled with exhaustion. Ever since Mu Chunkyu visited him personally during the day to prove he had not cheated, his status as the top scholar has been firmly established. Afterward, he made a trip back to school. He met with dozens of people, big and small, and accepted a large amount of rewards. However, their rewards were not to Su Chen's liking. They only gave him gold coins properties. Tacky. Insufferably tacky. Su Chen stares at those piles of cold numbers, his expression blank. But not everyone's reward failed to catch his eye. Zhu Ling, the admissions teacher from Daxia University. The sincerity she brought him was great. An epic quality magic book. Equipment book of multiplication. Quality epic. Attribute bonus, spirit plus 5,000, mana recovery plus 50%. Skill multiplication. Equipment requirement, spirit attribute greater than 10,000. Multiplication, the effect of offensive magic skills is doubled and the effect of buff skills is increased by 100%. Simply put, after using this magic book, every time Su Chen activates a summon skill, the number of monsters summoned expands from 9 to 18. Of course, this is not the point. With the SSS level mana refund, for Su Chen, the number of summons is just a matter of waving his staff a few more times. The point is that the number of blood sacrifice worms can also be multiplied. This will greatly shorten the sacrifice time for the Land of Divine Promises. And besides the equipment, Zhu Ling also gave him 2 skill books. Item Summon Thunder Spirit Skill Book. Learning requirement, Summoner Spirit Attribute greater than 20,000 points. Introduction, a 4th tier Summoner skill. After learning, you can consume 5,000 mana to summon a Thunder Spirit that lasts for 10 minutes. Item Summon Holy Light Spirit Skill Book. Learning requirement, Summoner Spirit Attribute greater than 20,000 points. Introduction, a 4th tier Summoner skill. After learning, you can consume 7,000 mana to summon a Holy Light Spirit that lasts for 10 minutes. Both are summoning skills. And what is more, they are super rare elemental summons. These simply cannot be bought on the market. They suit Su Chen's taste perfectly. He would not play any games like saying accepting gifts does not equal agreeing to join. When Zhu Ling brought out these 3 items as a show of sincerity, Su Chen decisively signed his name on the agreement to join Daxia University. After signing, Zhu Ling told Su Chen to report to the university as soon as possible if he could. It would be of great benefit to his future. As for what kind of benefits, she did not say. But Su Chen had learned a few words about it from Xia Lingyun. Xia Lingyun had also heard it from Mu Nisheng. Every year in September and October, a special secret realm within Daxia opens. The realm is full of treasures, but only professionals below level 40 are allowed in, and the spots are limited. Therefore, before the secret realm opens, the Daxia authorities hold a national selection tournament. Those newly enrolled professionals like them are also eligible to participate in the selection. Of course, neither Mu Nisheng nor Zhu Ling believed that Su Chen and Xia Lingyun had a chance to win a spot. After all, they had just awakened recently, and their levels were too low. Those who had won spots in the past were almost all super geniuses stuck at level 40 without breaking through, but whose combat power was already comparable to 5th or even 6th tier professionals. Encouraging them to participate in the tournament was mainly for them to gain experience for winning a spot in the future, and being in a rush for them to report to the university was also to help them level up and undergo special training quickly. What a pity! In Su Chen's mind, there is no such thing as accumulating experience. Either he does not participate or he goes straight for the win. What is the point of just hovering at the edge? Su Chen also did not want to find someone to help him complete his breakthrough mission after entering the university. In fact, he would definitely still choose the special mission for his second breakthrough. As for special difficulty missions, let alone that he has not been taken in by a mentor. Even if he had a mentor, it is not certain that the mentor could provide help with his breakthrough mission. If even a mentor could not help, there is no need to talk about others. Therefore, Su Chen plans to complete the breakthrough mission first before heading to Daxia University. Especially after getting these 3 treasures from Zhu Ling, Su Chen's desire to break through became even more urgent. His spirit attribute value is only 6,000. He cannot use them for the time being. Seeing them makes him feel incredibly itchy. To be able to use them as soon as possible, he just has to break through quickly. The next day early morning, Su Chen arrives at the Mages Guild. It is still quite early. There are not many people in the guild. When they see him arrive, the whole guild falls silent for a moment. Then a burst of exclamations erupts. "God Su, my god, the real-life national champion. Oh my god Su, can I get your autograph? Idol, please accept my bow, bless me with some of your luck." Su Chen's expression is calm, showing a faint smile as he greets everyone. He had expected this situation. He is now an officially recognized hero. Wherever such a person goes, he is the center of attention. If he had not left the house so early, he would probably have to wear a mask to go out now. Otherwise, the streets would easily be jammed and crowded. After satisfying the autograph requests of a few fans, these people tactfully cleared the way. Su Chen successfully reaches the quest crystal. Having the experience from last time, he naturally knows what to do and places his hand on it gently. Quest information suddenly appears before his eyes. Ding, detecting that you have reached level 20, loading the breakthrough quest. Ding, your 3rd tier breakthrough quest is as follows. Easy quest, clear a dungeon restricted to level 10 to level 20. Normal quest, solo kill 5 level 20 black iron grade bosses. Hard quest, kill 1 level 20 gold grade boss. Hell quest, clear the hell difficulty dungeon Fallen Castle. Special quest, explore the illusionary forest and obtain Phantom Spirit Skin 0, Bewildering Poison Sac 0, Deceptive Tree Heart 0, Life-Giving Spirit Spring 0, Tree Elf Teardrop 0. Su Chen looks at the quest requirements and thinks quietly. The requirements for this breakthrough mission are quite a lot. Last time he was asked to find the skeleton crown. It led him to face the Skeleton King directly. This time he should not be asked to face 5 gods head-on. Then there is no way he could survive. Thinking of that situation, Su Chen gets a bit of a headache. But no matter how much of a headache it is, he has to take the quest. After all, although the leader summoner is powerful, it is only an excellent tier profession. With Su Chen's current strength, it is not hard to defeat a 3rd tier professional one-on-one. But facing a 4th tier professional, when it is not a life and death struggle, there is too much uncertainty. Su Chen does not want to bet that his opponent is not as strong as he is. He wants to do everything in his power to become stronger, to crush all opponents with unstoppable strength. Thinking of this, Su Chen decisively accepts the special quest, Explore the Illusionary Forest. After leaving the quest crystal, he finds a relatively quiet place to sit down. He starts searching for information about the illusionary forest. Here he has to mention one thing. The red iron medal he just obtained not long ago. This medal not only brought him glory, but also the right to connect to the internal information network of the Daxia authorities. Through the information channels of the Daxia authorities, the things Su Chen can access are naturally more comprehensive than those from other sources. But after searching the internal information network for a long time, Su Chen only found the location of the illusionary forest and some background information. It is said that it was originally an ordinary forest scenic area. Just like many secret realms. Decades ago, one morning, when the locals woke up, they found the forest was covered in a thick fog. Not long after, the fog dissipated. But this forest had become abnormally dangerous and eerie. Not only were there monsters everywhere, but those who entered it were prone to going insane. Since then, 9 out of 10 people who entered the forest did not return. The one who returned was also crazy and mentally unstable. And because of this, the illusionary forest gradually became a forbidden zone that no one dared to explore. Su Chen looks at the information retrieved and clicks his tongue silently. No one knows what is in the illusionary forest that drives people crazy. Everything indicates that this illusionary forest is not a good place to go. If only Luo Zioyu could come with me. Su Chen thought to himself. Luo Xiaoyu's ability is extremely effective in clearing abnormal statuses. It is a pity she seems very busy after going home. It takes some time to get a response after sending her a message. Su Chen thinks about it and decides not to disturb her. Besides professional abilities, there are many other ways to clear abnormal statuses. Potions are one way, but that costs a lot of money. As for money, Su Chen curls his lips, leaves the Mages Guild and walks straight to the exchange. Before long, Su Chen arrived at the trading center. Before he could even get a ticket, a lady dressed in professional and impeccably polished attire, with an air of swift and decisive authority, walked quickly over to his side. "Mr. Su." Su Chen turned his head to look at her, confused, and asked, "You are?" A perfectly measured smile appeared on the lady's face. She extended her hand and introduced herself. "I am Xing Dalin, the deputy director of the Yunhua City Trading Center." Su Chen smiled gently and gave her hand a quick shake. "Nice to meet you." After they finished exchanging greetings, Xing Dalin went straight to the point. "Mr. Su, this is my contact information. As the holder of the Crimson Iron Medal, you are a VIP at our trading center. The trading center will do its best to provide you with every convenience. All supplies you purchase will automatically receive a 20% discount. If we do not have the items you need in stock, you can pre-order them. Within just 3 days, we will source exactly what you need from all over the country." Listening to the deputy director list off a bunch of VIP privileges, Su Chen's eyes lit up more and more. He was not afraid of spending money. His main worry was having money, but being unable to buy what he needed. With the ability to pre-order and source goods nationwide, it would be much more convenient to buy experience books and other essentials in the future. And besides, perhaps he could even obtain the items for his breakthrough mission through the trading center. Thinking this, Su Chen informed Xing Dalin of the 5 items he needed for his mission. Xing Dalin immediately instructed her subordinates to check. Then she invited Su Chen into a VIP lounge. A short while later, a subordinate returned to report, saying awkwardly, "I am sorry, Mr. Su, our trading center does not have what you are looking for. Across all our nationwide trading centers, we only found 2 abyssal tree hearts." Su Chen felt a bit disappointed, but it was expected. How could a special mission be so easily completed? He nodded and said, "All right then, could you please help me find all potions and items that can remove negative status effects?" The subordinate was stunned. Xing Dalin was also quite surprised and instinctively asked, "All of them?" Su Chen nodded and asked, "Is there a problem?" Xing Dalin kindly reminded him, "Mr. Su, items that remove negative status effects are in high demand among professionals. Therefore, our trading center usually keeps a large stock. Are you sure you want all of them?" Su Chen hesitated for a moment and thought about it. "In that case, just bring me the ones with the best effects, forget the common ones." Xing Dalin and her subordinate exchanged glances. They both felt it was a bit peculiar. Even if it is just the high-quality ones, the quantity is still substantial. They knew Su Chen must have received many rewards for becoming the national top scorer. However, does he really have the financial strength to afford all of that? Xing Dalin waved her hand, signaling her subordinate to go get the goods. She was already calculating how she could help Su Chen save face later, so that this impulsive VIP would not feel too embarrassed. Soon, batches of potions and items were transported in front of Su Chen. The subordinate who retrieved the items reminded him, "Mr. Su, the market price for this batch of potions and items is 50 million gold coins. Because you are a level 1 VIP, you get a 20% discount, so you need to pay 40 million gold coins." Xing Dalin had already prepared a graceful excuse for Su Chen. Just as she parted her lips to speak, she saw Su Chen take the invoice and click to pay without any hesitation. In the next second, Xing Dalin watched as all the potions and items vanished. This signified that the transaction was complete. Su Chen really paid the full 40 million gold coins at once. Xing Dalin was completely dumbfounded. Even as a trading center director, she had seen many wealthy people. There were over 100 people with a net worth exceeding 100 million. But in her experience, The wealthier people were, the less they dared to spend money recklessly, because their money needed to be invested in the operation of their assets. Someone who could take out 40 million gold coins at once to buy supplies like Su Chen. There were fewer than a handful of such people in the entire city of Yunhua. And to finish the transaction with such a calm expression, as if spending 40 million gold coins was as easy as breathing or drinking water, there were absolutely none. Just how much money do you get for being the national top scorer? Sheng Dalin felt a bit dizzy. Su Chen did not pay attention to their amazement. He busied himself with organizing the items in his backpack. After categorizing and arranging the potions and items, he nodded with satisfaction, stood up and said, "All right, the transaction is done. If there is nothing else, I will be going now." Sheng Dalin looked at her subordinate and after receiving a nod from him, stood up and said, "I will see you out." They walked out of the VIP lounge. When they reached the main hall, they heard a quarrel. A woman with thick-framed glasses and messy hair stood in front of a trading counter. She slapped the counter and said in a fit of rage, "The cost of materials for my miracle potion alone is over 1 million. Its effects are absolutely incredible. It can clear any negative status effect. It can even suppress negative states from below the 5th floor of the abyss. If I was not currently in need of research funding, I would never have put it up for sale. And you are telling me it is only worth 100,000 gold coins." The young lady behind the counter said helplessly, "Dear customer, your potion has not been registered with the Alchemists Guild, and there are no relevant transaction records for it on the market. 100,000 gold coins is the highest price the trading center can offer. If you are still dissatisfied, I suggest trying the auction house." The woman looked aggrieved and muttered, "Registering a self-developed potion requires publishing the formula, and I cannot charge any fees for the first 3 years. Think of how much money I would lose. Plus, registration costs 10 million gold coins. Where would I get that kind of money?" The young lady at the counter shrugged helplessly. "That is not our trading center's problem. You..." The woman gritted her teeth. After a long while, she let out a long sigh, took back her potion and turned to leave. At that moment, Su Chen approached her and said with a smile, "May I take a look at your potion?" The woman was startled, her face filled with caution as she said, "My potion is very expensive. If you break it, can you afford to compensate me?" Sheng Dalin, hearing this, said speechlessly, "Do not you know who he is? He is this year's national top scorer, Su Chen. Mr. Su just spent 40 million in one go. Do you really think he cannot afford to pay for one bottle of potion?" Upon hearing 40 million, the woman gasped and looked at Su Chen in disbelief. She really could not imagine how such a young, modestly dressed boy could be so incredibly wealthy. Su Chen laughed. "I happen to need potions that remove negative status effects. If your potion is as effective as you say, I am willing to pay 2 million per bottle." 2 million. The woman's eyes shone with the glow of gold coins. She hesitated for a moment before handing the potion to Su Chen. Su Chen used his eyes of truth to examine the potion. Item: Miracle Potion, Self-Developed Potion. Introduction: upon use, completely removes all mild negative status effects from the body and grants immunity to negative status effects for 30 seconds. Su Chen nodded to himself. This bottle of potion can actually clear all negative effects, though they are only mild ones. Compared to the potions he bought earlier, this is already a miracle drug. Those other potions only reduce the accumulated numerical value of negative states. Meaning, if a negative status effect requires 100 points to trigger, the best potion in his inventory can reduce that by 50 points. But if the state has already triggered, those potions are useless. You would have to use another type of slowing potion, but neither can actually remove the effect. Sure enough, expensive things only have one drawback, which is that they are expensive. And in Su Chen's eyes, that is not a drawback at all. "I will take all the potions you have," Su Chen said calmly. The woman was stunned, her eyes filled with excitement, but she was still hesitant. She seemed reluctant to sell all her life's work. Seeing this, Su Chen held up 3 fingers. 3 million per bottle. Yes. The woman gasped. Her gaze was locked onto his 3 fingers. Her lips trembled slightly, but the hesitation in her eyes had not completely vanished. 4 million. Su Chen continued calmly. The woman was completely shocked. Before she could react, Su Chen said 5 million. 6. Enough, I have 10 bottles here, are you sure you want them all? The woman hurriedly grabbed his fingers, her breath shallow and fast as she spoke quickly. She had truly never seen someone Chinese letter as Su Chen. It was simply unreasonable. Hand them over. Su Chen replied. Soon. The woman sent a transaction request, and Su Chen immediately accepted and paid. After receiving 50 million, the woman was in utter disbelief. She stretched out her hand to count the number of gold coins in her backpack, counting them over and over again. Her face was so excited that she did not know how to express herself. After confirming the potions were correct, Su Chen looked at her and smiled. My name is Su Chen. If you have similar potions to sell in the future, you can find me. For Su Chen, money meant nothing. So, if someone needed money and could create things that impressed him, he was more than happy to become an angel investor with a sharp eye. Looking at the hand he extended, the woman's eyes lit up, and she grabbed it quickly. Song 11. My name is Song 11, a professional alchemist. Sheng Dalin, watching them complete the transaction, was beginning to doubt her own reality. Adding on the 40 million she just witnessed, Su Chen had spent nearly 100 million gold coins today. This guy, he really is inhumanly wealthy. The psychedelic forest is located in the southern part of Yun province, right on the border between Daxia and the Jiao kingdom. The nearest teleportation point is in a small city named Kai, which has a population of less than 3 million. Su Chen teleported to Kai City and left the city. He used sky wings, and then activated Ride the Wind for himself, flying toward the psychedelic forest at an extremely high speed. Along the way, he encountered quite a few monster gathering spots, including high-level rank 6 or 7 bosses, even swarms of monsters that could fly. It was quite dangerous. Fortunately, Su Chen's flight speed was extremely fast, and he had the teleport skill, even if he could not win. If he wanted to escape, no monster could hold him back. Just like that, he flew for 3 hours without any major incidents. Looking into the distance, a towering mountain came into Su Chen's view. The mountain was high and majestic, soaring into the clouds. The vegetation on the mountain was unusually lush and green, full of vitality. Towering trees looked like giant green umbrellas spreading out their wide canopies, wrapping the entire mountain tightly, leaving no space. Above the mountain, colorful, auspicious clouds lingered. Like a magnificent painting, it gave a feeling of mystery and fantasy. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting brilliant, colorful rays, making the entire mountain look even more solemn and sacred. Su Chen recalled the description of the psychedelic forest. After a brief comparison, he confirmed in his mind, that must be the psychedelic forest over there. He accelerated his flight and headed toward the mountain. As he got closer to the psychedelic forest, Su Chen voluntarily reduced his flight altitude. Do not be fooled by those colorful, beautiful clouds into thinking they are safe. Just as Zhang Wuji's mother said, the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is. These clouds are the same, they are beautiful yet dangerous. All signs point to the fact that the reason the psychedelic forest drives people insane is related to the mysterious substance contained in the forest's air. And the concentration of this mysterious substance in those colorful clouds is dozens of times higher than on the ground. If you go in, you probably will not even have time to drink a potion before you go crazy. To be safe, when Su Chen was 1 kilometer away from the psychedelic forest, he landed and walked. But before he had walked far, he heard the sounds of a fight. Looking into the distance, it was actually 3 men and 1 woman chasing each other. Generally speaking, in this situation, it should be 3 men chasing 1 woman. Once they caught up, it would be heh. But what Su Chen saw was, the 3 men were fleeing in a panic, running for their lives. The woman was in hot pursuit behind them. What is more of a coincidence is, that woman, Su Chen, actually had an impression of her. She was the one in the 2nd round of the college entrance exam. Mu Ying, who had chatted with Su Chen for a bit. Do not run, Mu Ying shouted. The long, thin blade in her hand simultaneously slashed out a bolt of lightning, heading toward the archer in front. Judging by their gear, the 3 men should be a mage, a knight, and an archer. A very standard adventure team setup. Sensing the archer was under attack, the knight suddenly turned around and used his shield to block this lightning slash. The mage and archer stopped running, turned back, and showed fierce expressions. A large fireball and several arrows enchanted with wind magic flew toward Mu Ying together. Mu Ying gave a cold snort and swung her blade forward. As the thunder crackled, a wall of lightning formed in front of her, blocking the incoming fireball and arrows. Seeing that their moves were blocked so easily, the mage and archer were shocked. Then the lightning wall broke. A figure wrapped in lightning shot out. In less than 2 seconds, Mu Ying appeared beside them. He slashed the archer on the shoulder. Minus 15,999. The archer was instantly critically wounded. Seeing this, the mage turned pale. He quickly cast a magic shield on himself. The knight hurried to intervene before Mu Ying could land a second blow on the archer, using a taunt skill to draw her aggro. Once he saw Mu Ying was immobilized, the mage's eyes gleamed with malice, and he raised his staff to cast a spell. Suddenly, the ground shook and 3 earthen walls rose up. They hit exactly between the 3 men's legs. Augex! Accompanied by a soul-stirring scream, the 3 of them slowly fell from the walls, clutching their groins. Su Chen also appeared beside Mu Ying at this moment. He grabbed her arm and teleported her to a safe place. Su Chen, what are you doing here? Mu Ying saw who it was and looked happy. Su Chen shrugged and said, I should be the one asking you that. Why are you running around here chasing men? Mu Ying was stunned, just about to explain. But when she looked back, she saw those 3 men clutching their legs and staggering away. She spat and said urgently, Do not talk nonsense, help me stop them. Su Chen naturally was not going to let them get away easily. He had roughly looked at them with his true sight eye earlier. These 3 were not Daxia citizens. They were Jiao Kingdom professionals who had sneaked across the border. Without Su Chen needing to say anything, the 9 goblin shamans beside him raised their staffs. Instantly, earthen walls suddenly appeared in front of the 3 intruders, blocking their path completely. Seeing this, the 3 stopped running. They turned back to look at Su Chen and the girl. The archer took out a potion and downed it. His health slowly began to recover. He grabbed a cage from behind his back and placed it in front of them. He opened the cage and pulled out a small child with emerald green hair who was unconscious. The mage took out a sharp knife and held it to the child's neck. The knight said in broken Daxia language, Let us leave or she dies. Su Chen squinted and asked coldly, Are they human traffickers? Running into Daxia territory to kidnap children, they truly deserve to die. But Mu Ying shook her head and said, That is not a child, she is, anyway she is very useful. You are here for a quest in the psychedelic forest, right? As long as we save her, your and my tasks will be twice as effective. Su Chen's eyes lit up. He waved his hand as a signal. The goblin shamans raised their staffs again, while the 3 men were nervous and anxious. The earthen wall magic behind them was dispelled, clearing the way. The 3 men were overjoyed. They hurriedly put the green-haired child back into the cage. The archer shouldered the cage. The 3 of them bolted. Mu Ying was dumbfounded. She turned back to Su Chen and said indignantly, Su Chen, what on earth are you doing? Did not you hear what I said? Ouch, do not hold me, they are going to run far away. Su Chen grabbed her arm and said calmly, Why are you in such a hurry? Did I say I let them run? Only by not chasing can we save that child. As he spoke, he swung his staff and summoned several beast hunters. The trio were running happily. The knight lagged behind and looked back. Seeing that no one was really chasing them, he heaved a huge sigh of relief. Then he heard the archer in front laugh. Ha ha ha, this trip was truly profitable. We actually managed to catch a legendary tree elf. As long as we can successfully take her back and sell her, each of us can trade for a rare piece of equipment. The mage's eyes glowed with greed. He glanced at the cage on the archer's back, licked his lips and said, It is a pity we cannot keep her. If only we could keep her, we would know the location of all those rare treasures inside the psychedelic forest. The archer responded with a laugh. Do not be too greedy. Even if we knew the location, we could not just walk into the forest and retrieve the treasures at will. The knight kept looking back and frowned, saying, Do not you feel like something is wrong? How could they have let us leave so easily? The archer's eyes turned cold and he sneered. What is impossible about it? If they dare to chase us, we will just kill this little brat and have her buried with us. The mage laughed. Stop saying such depressing things, it is only 5 kilometers to the border line. Once we cross the border, we... Whoosh. Puff. The mage's voice came to an abrupt end. The knight and archer looked at him strangely, only to see a 2-meter blood-stained giant arrow stuck in the ground. And behind the giant arrow, there was a headless corpse. The two were terrified. The archer tried to reach for the cage. A giant arrow descended from the sky, piercing his head. It pierced straight through his skull, exploding into a mist of blood. The knight raised his shield toward the dark shadows in the sky. Bang! Sizzle! The arrow pierced straight through his shield and through his heart. The knight slowly looked down at his wound in disbelief, before any regret could emerge in his heart. Subsequent arrows rained down, hitting his head limbs. Each arrow contained immense power, dismembering his body. No pain. Like his companions, death came the moment he was hit. He left peacefully. Su Chen brought Mu Ying to the side of the 3 corpses. He asked casually, "Tell me, how did you end up in this godforsaken place all by yourself? Did no one help you finish your breakthrough mission?" Mu Ying picked up the cage and gave him a judgmental look. "You are the top student in the country, are not you here all alone in a place like this too?" He sighed softly and muttered, "Do you think I do not want help from others? It is all because Grandpa said, warriors can only grow by experiencing blood and storms firsthand." Su Chen nodded in understanding. That much is true. Mu Ying opened the cage and pulled out the little green-haired creature inside. Only then did Su Chen see clearly. This little thing was not human. Although she was humanoid and looked plump and cute, she had long, pointed ears and a pair of translucent cicada wings on her back. He cast Eye of Truth on her. Su Chen checked her status window. Monster Tree Sprite Anai. Tier Diamond. Level 43. HP 1. MP 1.4 million/14 million. Strength 1000. Constitution 1000. Agility 1000. Spirit 120,000. Skill Rapid Growth. Description: Tree sprites are a branch of the elf race. They live in forests feeding on tree sap, flowers, and fruits. They have weak personalities, are non-aggressive, and love planting trees. Even when attacked, they only cry and whimper. After seeing the description, Su Chen felt slightly relieved. After all, this was a 5th-rank diamond-level boss, with spirit power as high as, well, only 120,000. What a disgrace to bosses. Anai's Anai. Why is not she waking up yet? Could something be wrong? Mu Ying patted Anai's back gently, her face full of worry. Move aside. Su Chen snatched the tree sprite from her hands. He put her on the ground and summoned several skeleton warriors. Immediately after, the skeleton warriors surrounded her and drew their longswords. Clang! Hearing the sound of the swords being drawn, the previously unconscious tree sprite immediately sprang up from the ground. She used her small stature to her advantage and squeezed out of the skeleton warrior's circle. Then she quickly hid behind Mu Ying. The little tree sprite looked at Su Chen with teary eyes, guarded as if facing a great enemy. Mu Ying was delighted, saying, "Anai, are you all right?" Before the tree sprite could reply, Su Chen grabbed her long ears and pulled her out from behind Mu Ying. "Ouch, ouch, ouch, please do not kill me, my meat does not taste good." The tree sprite screamed in panic, her tiny body trembling violently. Vines with leaves started growing out of her green head. Su Chen pulled away her hands that were covering her face and collected 2 teardrops from the corners of her eyes. One of his quest items, the tears of a tree sprite. He did not expect it to be this easy to get. But after waiting for a long time, Su Chen still did not hear a mission prompt. Could it be that these tears are not the right ones and I need to? Thinking of this, Su Chen glared fiercely at the tree sprite. You were scaring her. Mu Ying snatched Anai away from him in annoyance and protected her. Su Chen said speechlessly, "She is a monster, why are you protecting her so much?" Mu Ying glared back. "What monster? Anai is a tree sprite, strictly speaking, she counts as a different race. There are good and bad among different races, and Anai is clearly a good one." The little tree sprite hugged Mu Ying's leg, nodding vigorously, and said in a babyish voice, "That is right, Anai is a good race, and Sister Mu is a good person." She pointed her finger at Su Chen and said, You are just like them, a bad person." Su Chen raised an eyebrow. "Oh, I am a bad person. Congratulations, you guessed it right." Now I am going to finish you off." After saying that, he commanded several skeleton warriors to surround her. Mu Ying knit her brows and wanted to protest. Su Chen gave her a look, although she did not know what he was planning. That look made Mu Ying know Su Chen probably would not hurt little Anne. Yeah, maybe, probably. The skeleton warriors ruthlessly dragged Anne out from behind Mu Ying and pinned her to the ground. The long swords were drawn, the blade light icy cold. Anne was completely scared out of her wits. She broke down, crying her heart out, tears streaming down like a fountain. Su Chen took out a bowl and caught some of her tears. Unfortunately, it still did not work. Mu Ying could not stand it anymore. She rushed forward and snatched little Anne back. She held her in her arms, comforted her softly, and then looked at Su Chen warily. "Enough, stop scaring her. Anne knows the psychedelic forest very well. She is a living map. Whatever you want, you can get her help to find it. That is the only way to finish the breakthrough mission quickly." Su Chen threw the bowl away and looked at Mu Ying's chest. A deep valley. Pleasant scenery, quite a scale, a hum. He moved his gaze back to the tree sprite. Su Chen asked coldly, "Is that so? Will you guide me to what I want?" Anne bit her lip, wanting to shake her head. But after glancing at the skeleton warriors nearby, she nodded vigorously. "Yes, I will. But you have to agree to help me with a favor." Su Chen squinted and asked, "Are you trying to bargain with me?" The skeleton warriors drew their swords again. Clang! Anna was so scared she buried her head into Mu Ying's cleavage. Mu Ying mediated. All right, really stop scaring her. This is a quest and I have accepted it too. If we work together, why worry about not completing it? And we can get generous rewards after finishing." Su Chen stayed silent. Not long after, he heard the notification tone of the apocalypse system. "Ding, you have triggered the special mission Save the Spirit Tree. Mission reward, gain plus 100 favorability with tree sprite Anne. Do you accept?" A question mark popped up in Su Chen's mind. 100 favorability points for completing the mission. Is this the so-called generous reward? He continued to read the mission description. Mission introduction: deep in the psychedelic forest there is a life source tree. It is the lifeline of the tree sprite race. Due to the invasion of an evil force, the life source tree is gradually withering and the tree sprite race is in imminent danger. Mission requirement: eliminate the evil force and save the withering life source tree. Su Chen knit his brows. Seems a bit troublesome. He noticed Anai's sneaky glances. Clearly, Anai understood that with Mu Ying's strength alone, it was impossible to complete the mission. And Su Chen was obviously much stronger than Mu Ying. If he joined, the mission would have a chance of completion. Su Chen walked over. Anai hurriedly buried her head in the cleavage again. But a powerful hand grabbed the back of her neck and hoisted her up. Su Chen forced Anai to look at him and smiled. Then he pinched her little face and said, "Relax, I am not really a bad person. I will not do anything to you." Anai was even more terrified. She felt that Su Chen was even more terrifying now than before. Sure enough, only to hear Su Chen say, "The life source tree is the lifeline of the tree sprites. It must be very important to you all. Otherwise, you would not have risked leaving the forest to look for human help. The evil force eroding the life source tree is probably quite hard to clear, right?" Anna shrank her neck and nodded. Su Chen continued. "In that case, if you want us to help you with the mission, you have to help us complete our breakthrough mission first. Only when we are strong enough can we help you clear that evil force, right?" Anna nodded. But soon she shook her head vigorously and said, No. You have to help me finish the mission first so I can take you to find what you want. Otherwise, what if you do not keep your word later?" Su Chen snorted coldly, staring into her eyes. Am I that kind of person? Anna wanted to nod, but meeting Su Chen's gaze, she felt her neck go stiff and could not move. Su Chen laughed. "That is right, once we get what we want, we will naturally solve your problems. You do not want the life source tree to wither away completely, do you?" Anna was put back on the ground. She looked up at the tall Su Chen, feeling a bad premonition in her heart. Can this fierce human really be trusted? If it were before, she would never believe him. But, thinking of the gradually withering life source tree and her clansmen on the brink of despair, she could only lower her head dejectedly and do as Su Chen said. The path through the forest is not easy to walk. Knotted tree roots protrude from the ground. There are also large patches of tangled vines and extremely dense bushes. The sky is tightly covered by the treetops, letting in no light at all. It is pitch black in the forest. Several skeleton warriors are walking in front, hacking away incessantly, literally carving out a path. Su Chen and the other two are following behind. Anna is dumbfounded, looking completely shocked. Ever since Su Chen told her about the breakthrough materials he needed. She has been in this state ever since. Su Chen asked, "What is it? Are these materials hard to find?" Anna dropped her expression and looked at him strangely. These materials, it is not a question of whether they are hard to find. They are things that are almost impossible to obtain, okay? Anna said with a pained expression, scratching her hair a few times. The first material, Phantom True Skin, comes from the Phantom Demon Lizard clan. This group is easy enough to deal with an average level of around 20. But they are elusive and can turn into anything in the forest. A blade of grass or a stone by the roadside could be one of them in disguise. Unless they choose to expose themselves, it is impossible to track or hunt them. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this. That is simple enough. He just needs to release his blood eyes and continuously use true sight to scan the surroundings. It is not difficult for him, but he could also understand why Anna was going crazy. After all, even if someone else possesses the true sight ability, they could not possibly raise the skill to the point of seeing through everything. Not to mention ignoring consumption and cooldowns to use it continuously. For others, trying to catch a phantom demon lizard that can change into anything in the psychedelic forest is undoubtedly harder than finding a needle in a haystack. And I continued. The second material, Confusion Poison Sac, comes from a thick-skinned poison toad. It is only level 40, but it has over 5 million HP and the ability to rapidly regenerate health. Its physical defense is extremely high and it spits poison mist. You cannot even touch it, let alone kill it. Su Chen remained calm. Easy. He could just use the behemoth hunter to bombard it with a remote crossbow turret. If that does not work, he could just summon Angela and Diana. Two ancestral-level abyss powerhouses. Are they really going to be afraid of a little poison? And I added, the third material, Mutant Tree Heart, is a drop from the Mutant Tree King. Not only is the Mutant Tree King level 48, but it also commands thousands of Mutant Tree offspring. They usually gather around the Tree King, forming an entire forest. If you want to kill the Tree King, you have to fight thousands of monsters at once. Is that even possible? Su Chen curled his lips into a smile. It was his favorite kind of battle, a numbers game. Before the entrance exams, he was never afraid of being swarmed. Now with the two divine skills, Blood Sacrifice Worm and Divine Land, he is even more confident. This mutant forest, no matter how many there are, is not a just free experience for him. Fantastic. And I did not notice the change in Su Chen's expression. A flicker of hidden joy flashed in her eyes as she said, as for the life-giving spirit spring, it is not difficult to get, you just need to save the life source tree. The pond beneath the life source tree will then produce the life-giving spirit spring. Su Chen frowned slightly at this. He picked her up and squinted his eyes, asking, "Are you sure? Are you sure?" And I shrank her neck and nodded vigorously. I am not lying to you, only the pond beneath the life source tree can produce the spirit spring. But the life source tree has been invaded by evil forces and is withered, and the pond as well. Seeing she looked sincere, Su Chen did not dwell on it and continued to ask, then how do I get the last material, Tree Spirit Tier? As he spoke, he stared intently at Anai's face. Anna, however, looked confused. She frowned in thought for a long time, then shook her head. I have never heard of such a material in the forest. Perhaps the elders in our tribe might know. Anyway, to get the life-giving spirit spring, you have to help me heal the life source tree first. Then you will be the savior of our tribe. With that prerequisite, if I take you to ask the tribal elders, they will definitely be willing to tell you. Anna stared at Su Chen with anticipation. Su Chen let out a cold laugh, flicked her nose and said, you little thing, you have certainly got a good scheme going. Ignoring everything else, you go first. By the way, Mu Ying, what is your breakthrough quest? Seeing Su Chen turn the conversation back to her, Mu Ying finally snapped back to reality. She had been stunned by Anai's words. With how hard it is to obtain these materials, Su Chen's breakthrough quest could not just be hell level. It is very likely another special quest. She knew Su Chen had completed one before. She did not expect him to dare to take another one. After all, the difficulty of special quest stacks. They get harder every time. Did no one tell Su Chen this? Mu Ying said with a strange expression. My quest is also to get a material, but I only need one Millennium Lightning-struck flower. Anai's eyes lit up. She fluttered her transparent cicada wings, broke free from Su Chen's control, landed on Mu Ying's shoulder and said, That is easy, there is one right in the forest. But it is guarded by a level 45 gold level boss. Mu Ying frowned slightly. A level 45 gold level boss is not something she can easily deal with right now. However, thanks to her grandfather's connections, Mu Ying had seen the footage of Su Chen in the entrance exams. He could even easily deal with the Ogre Chief in the Abyss Hell difficulty dungeon. If you were willing to help, it could be done. Su Chen said nonchalantly. Since we are teamed up, I will definitely help you. But I have to collect my materials first. Mu Ying nodded and said, No problem. That is how teaming up works. The strongest person holds the initiative. The weak can only listen. Su Chen said to Anai. Check to see if we are closer to the poisoned toad or the mutant forest. Guide us to one of them first. Anai said with some worry. Just the two of you, I am afraid it will not be easy. Why do not? Su Chen waved his hand and said indifferently. You just lead the way. Anai curled her lips. She floated over to a large tree and placed her hand against it. A minute later, she answered, Go east for 20 kilometers and you will find the mutant forest. Su Chen nodded and immediately ordered the skeleton warriors to change direction and lead the way. The two people and the sprite followed quietly behind the skeleton warriors. Anai and Mu Ying lagged behind. The little tree sprite took out her staff and waved it. Some green fluorescence sprinkled onto Mu Ying. What is this? Mu Ying felt her body and mind lighten and asked curiously. Anai giggled. A little magic to protect Sister Mu from being cursed by the forest. Mu Ying was delighted and quickly said, Anai, you have this kind of ability. Su. She just wanted to call out to Su Chen, but her mouth was covered by Anai. Anai stuck out her tongue unhappy and whispered, I'm not helping the bad guy. It would be better if he got cursed by the forest and turned into a stink bug. Mu Ying sighed helplessly. Anai, we are teammates now and we need Su Chen's help. If he turns into a stink bug, how can we finish our quest? Anai pouted, her expression hesitant. Just then, Su Chen looked at his stat panel and tightened his brow. Progress bars for negative status effects had already appeared in his status bar. There were over a dozen of them. Once the progress bar reached 100, he would have to endure the negative effect. This would not do. He quickly took out various potions from his backpack and drank them. A large number of progress bars were decreasing or disappearing entirely. But there was one progress bar that would not decrease or clear regardless of what potion he used. Su Chen frowned slightly and took out a miracle potion. With summons present, the sovereign and subject as one effect is triggered, so he will not take damage. He was just worried that this negative effect would affect his combat effectiveness. So Su Chen decided to wait for this negative status to manifest, to see what the impact was, and then decide whether to use the miracle potion to clear it. Not long after, the negative status progress bar filled up, and Su Chen received a notification. Ding! Due to environmental influence, you have gained the special status, Dreamy. Everything you see will be a mixture of dreams and reality. A mixture of dreams and reality. Su Chen looked up in confusion. He saw the skeleton warriors clearing the path, growing flesh. The trees on both sides turning into hideous, terrifying monsters. The vines being cut down, turning into dense swarms of snakes. And all of this was not static. Everything in the world before his eyes kept changing, radiating incredibly vivid colors. However, other than the fact that things looked a bit strange, Su Chen did not have any particular reaction. Furthermore, when he activated Blood Eyes, the scenery he saw through Blood Flight pupil returned to normal. This wondrous feeling of dreams and reality mixing together made Su Chen feel curious. He put away the miracle potion. Hey, bad guy, wait for us. Suddenly, Anai's voice came from behind. She said unwillingly, You have been struck by the forest curse, let me help you lift it. Su Chen raised his hand, stopping her. No need, this curse does not have to be lifted. He thought this perspective was actually quite novel. It caused no harm. He might as well keep it. Having said that, he walked straight ahead. The person and the sprite were completely bewildered. They strangely felt that Su Chen, after being cursed, seemed a little hyper. The 20-kilometer journey was neither particularly long nor short. It took about an hour and a half to walk. A strange forest appeared before Su Chen and his two companions. Other trees were tall, upright, and lush with leaves. But this forest looked like dead wood in the depths of winter. There was not a single leaf on the branches. They were pitch black throughout. The trunks were full of holes. They looked like ghostly faces. The trees on the outskirts were relatively small, only about 10 meters high. The closer one got to the center, the taller the trees gradually became. The one in the very center was a massive giant, standing 800 meters tall, reaching toward the heavens. Su Chen approached and used his true sight eye skill. The information about the 800-meter-tall tree in the center appeared before him. Monster Trink King of Malice. Rank Dark Gold. Level 48. HP 3000 MP 1200 200,000. Strength 320,000. Constitution 320,000. Agility 500. Spirit 320,000. Talent Spreading Branches and Leaves Rank A. Skills Dead Wood Springs to Life, Vine Strangulation, Wood Dragon Drill, and so on. An ordinary tier 5 Black Iron Leader monster. Usually has about 500,000 HP and average stats of around 50,000. Even though it is Dark Gold rank, this stat block is still considered quite high. Su Chen frowned and took a closer look at its talent and skills. He quickly found the reason why the Trink King's stats were so elevated. The other things are fine, but this monster's talent is truly insane. Spreading Branches and Leaves Rank A. For every descendant propagated, HP increases by 1,000 and Strength, Constitution, and Spirit each increase by 100. According to Anai, this entire forest is its offspring. No wonder it has a whopping 3 million HP. So tough to handle is not it. Anai floated by his side and said. Mu Ying also followed, frowning slightly. Su Chen, let us think of another way. With so many tree monsters, if we provoke them, it will be hard to get away. Su Chen's demeanor remained calm. What is the rush? If we do not try, how will we know if we can beat it? After speaking, he ordered the skeleton warriors that had been clearing the path to charge forward. He did not apply any additional buff skills. The moment the skeleton warriors entered within 100 meters of the forest's edge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dense tree roots shot up from the ground, tangling around the hands and feet of the skeleton warriors. The roots tightened like giant pythons. Two of the skeleton warriors were completely bound right from the start and could not break free at all. Their health bars dropped continuously until they were finally crushed into piles of bones. The other skeleton warriors drew their longswords before they were fully tightened, hacking at the vines. Then they sped up and charged into the forest. Under Su Chen's control, they cautiously avoided the entangling roots. However, just as they stepped into the forest, the nearest trees suddenly moved. A dead tree moved behind a skeleton warrior, its vines and withered branches suddenly snapping shut. Like a long-lost lover, it hugged the skeleton warrior tight. At the same time, it released a puff of ink-green poison gas. Under the erosion of the poison, the skeleton warrior lasted only a few seconds before dissolving into a pool of waste liquid. Anai and Mu Ying shrank back upon seeing this. Even Mu Ying, with her mythic class and SS rank talent, had no defense against such a sudden ambush. She said in a panic, Su Chen, materials are precious, but life is worth more. Su Chen glanced at her. See, you are anxious again. As he spoke, he continuously set up summoning arrays, suddenly conjuring a large group of goblin mages. But Su Chen did not let the goblin mages attack the forest. Although that might be a good method. After all, the treants in the forest did not seem to be very agile. However, even though Summon Goblin is already a tier 3 skill, and the goblin mage's stats are greatly enhanced, relying on them to clear the path all the way to the Trink King would be too slow. Su Chen could not wait that long. He used Blood Sacrifice Worm on those goblin mages. Then he watched as they died one by one, giving birth to a massive swarm of worms. Soon, the number of worms surpassed 10,000, 100,000, a million. When the number of worms reached 5 million, Su Chen cast the Riding the Wind skill on them. The Tier 3 Riding the Wind allows summons to gain temporary flight. And so, the dense swarm of worms took flight and airdropped into the Treant forest. The forest sensed the intrusion. Every Treant frantically released lethal poison mist. Feeling the swarms of worms being killed by the mist, Su Chen smiled and snapped his fingers. He activated the self-destruct skill. He spread his arms, opened his palms, and whispered. Boom. The next second, rumble. It was like the fury of the thunder god. Fire soared into the sky. Black mist swirled everywhere. A massive mushroom cloud of black and red flames rose within the Treant forest. A violent shockwave then swept out in every direction. Su Chen's king's cloak flapped wildly in the gusts. And behind him, Mu Ying and Anai had completely lost control of their facial expressions. They struggled to keep their eyes wide open in the gale, capturing this earth-shattering scene. This sight, which felt like the casting of a forbidden spell, was not even something seen often in historical footage. But now, it was appearing right before the eyes of a person and an elf. Mu Ying looked at Su Chen's back, her eyes looking as if she were seeing a freak of nature. She had originally thought that what she saw in the video, Su Chen directing hundreds of giant beast hunters to surround and kill the ogre chieftain, was already the limit of his abilities. But now, witnessing this cataclysmic scene with her own eyes, she realized she had only seen the tip of the iceberg. Who knows how many more trump cards this guy has hidden up his sleeve? No one could ever see his full potential. And what is more, even more terrifying is, Su Chen is only level 20 right now. He still has so much room for growth. At level 20, how can you be this overpowered? Mu Ying felt a sense of bitterness. The pride and confidence she held from having a mythic class and SS rank talent were fading away along with that grand mushroom cloud. She understood once again that, when facing Su Chen, she was no different from ordinary professionals. However, Mu Zihao was glad that Fei Fei Chen belonged to Daxia. At least she did not have to worry about one day. Such a terrifying enemy standing on the opposite side of the battlefield. At the same time, she could imagine the despair the enemy would feel when facing a terrifying opponent like Su Chen. Ding, you killed a level 36 ordinary monster Treant, gained 360,000 experience. Ding, you killed. Listening to the constant monster kill notifications, Mu Ying broke into a happy smile. Su Chen looked toward the woods that had been twisted and mutated after the explosion. These pitch-black woods had been like a part of the lush, psychedelic forest. It was like a stubborn blackhead that was hard to remove. Now that blackhead had been completely wiped away. Only the giant tree in the center and a few scattered old trees remained. Su Chen, of course, would not let them off. He waved his blood eye and activated the Summon Beast Hunter formation. 100 giant beast hunters lined up before him. Draw bows. Fire arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 2-meter-long arrows, their tips glinting with a cold, sharp light, tore through the air. With an aura of total destruction, they hurtled toward the towering old tree. The old tree's trunk shuddered violently as its branches, vines, and roots beneath it all rose up at once to form a defensive stance. It blocked a few of the arrows, but the dozens that followed landed precisely on its body. What was even more dire was, the distance between its enemy and itself was immense. Even if it had the ability to kill all enemies in one hit, it could not reach them. It could not run, could not endure the damage, and could not strike back. Half an hour later, this tree, having grown in the psychedelic forest for who knows how many years, let out a mournful cry. In lingering regret and agony, it died a miserable death. Ding, congratulations on killing the level 48 Dark Gold boss, Mutated Tree King. Gained 7.68 million EXP. Annie covered her eyes and hid behind Mu Ying. She peeked at the Mutated Tree King through her fingers. The Tree King's dying cry sent a chill through her heart. Strictly speaking, she was a creature of the psychedelic forest and was on the same side as the Mutated Tree King. But now, she had helped an outsider kill her own kin. A strange sense of guilt welled up in her heart. Just then, a large hand covered the top of her head and gave it a gentle rub. Annie looked up and met Su Chen's eyes, which were curved into crescents. Her heart felt even colder. Good job, little Annie. You are one step closer to saving your tribe and becoming a hero. Is that so? Annie forced a smile. Su Chen's smile grew even more brazen. Of course, once we break through, will not we be able to help you save your tribe? By then, you who helped us find the materials will also get a share of the credit and become a hero. So, hurry up and help me see where the next target is. After saying this, he patted the little tree sprite on the head. Then he walked toward the light orbs dropped by the mutated tree king. Annie took a deep breath, nodded vigorously, and muttered to herself. That is right, I am not a sinner of the psychedelic forest. I am a hero of the tree sprite tribe. Mu Ying watched Annie quietly. She smiled faintly. It seems, the little tree sprite is not stupid, she even knows how to comfort herself. There were too many drop orbs ahead. Su Chen ignored them and walked right through the pile of orbs. Just like a billionaire would not bother picking up a penny from the ground. The existence of his cheap plugin would not allow him to stoop down to pick up such trash. Soon, he arrived at the largest light orb in the center. He reached out and touched it. Equipment Mutated Staff. Grade Epic. Attribute bonuses, Spirit plus 4,000, Health plus 2,000. Skill Flourishing Branches. Equipment requirement, Spirit greater than 10,000. Oh, Su Chen exclaimed. I did not expect to actually drop the staff that possesses the mutated tree king's talent. That talent of its is fierce. The more descendants it has, the higher its health and base attributes of strength, constitution, and spirit. One can imagine, if it were not for Su Chen possessing his own self-detonation ability, which is comparable to a forbidden spell, cleaning out all its descendants, relying solely on the beast hunter's offensive, they might have been able to finish the hunt. But the time taken would probably have been 10 or even 100 times longer. Other level 20 professionals would not even dare to dream about it. If they received a mission to obtain the mutated tree heart, even a genius at Mu Ying's level would have to give up and wait for the 7-day cooldown before being able to retake the promotion quest. And for materials of the same difficulty, Su Chen still needed to collect 4 more. Thinking of this, Su Chen could not help but sigh, feeling that he was being targeted by Apocalypse. Luckily he used cheats, otherwise it would truly be unplayable. Recalling his thoughts, he looked at the skill details. Flourishing Branches, for every additional friendly unit, gain 500 health and 1 point increase to strength, constitution, and spirit. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Sure enough, this equipment does not make the user have children. It just adds friendly units. This is an extremely beneficial piece of equipment for a summoner. And what is more, Su Chen also has an incredibly overpowered SS grade talent, All Become One. Every time an extra friendly unit appears, HP/MP increases by 50 points and all 4 stats increase by 10 points. Combine the two. Then use Blood Sacrifice Worms to stack a massive amount of friendly units. Plus the strong defensive capabilities of One with the People and Land of Divine Grace. Invincible. Truly invincible. Call the Abyss God over here. I am telling you to call the Abyss God over. 1 is not enough, I will take on 10 of them. That would mean having an absurdly long health bar while dealing massive damage. If he could only master 1 active offensive mage skill, even a fireball could instantly turn into a forbidden spell. Thinking of this, Su Chen stroked his chin. He used to think, as a summoner, he was the monarch commanding summons. Where is the reason for a monarch to kill enemies personally while the soldiers watch? Before summoning, one needs to act. After summons appear, if the ruler still has to act, then the summons were a total waste of time. That is why he did not learn other mage skills. Looking at it now, the plan has changed. Even as a summoner, who is to say Su Chen does not have the mage's heart to wipe out the field in 1 blow? Having arrived at this thought, Su Chen quickly and cautiously put the staff into his inventory. He touched the drop orbs again. A piece of knight equipment, a rare grade belt, adding 200,000 health points. A piece of mage equipment, rare grade boots, adding 20,000 health and 5,000 spirit but deducting 100,000 agility. Su Chen decided the belt was whatever, but he could try the boots once he equipped the staff. Reaching out one last time. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the quest material, Mutated Tree Heart. Current third turn promotion quest progress, Mutated Tree Heart 1, Phantom Spirit True Skin 0, Bewildering. As expected, there are prompts. Su Chen thought to himself. After putting the material into his inventory, he walked back to Mu Ying's side. Tree Sprite, have you found the next target? Annie flew back and nodded. Found it, that poisonous toad is in the swamp 30 kilometers to the northwest. The Millennium Lightning Flower that Sister Mu needs is also in that same swamp. He said, alright, let us go. As he spoke, Su Chen summoned several skeleton warriors and took large strides forward. The chilly breeze felt like a cold little hand, brushing against her neck. The light in the forest was dim. The roars of wild beasts could be heard from the distance every now and then. Mu Ying felt extremely uncomfortable. She hugged Anai tightly. She could not help but mumble, "Are not we there yet?" Anai struggled for a moment to catch her breath, then said, "Almost there, the forest spirit told me the poison toad is just ahead." Su Chen sensed it too. Because soon, the skeletal warriors walking in the front suddenly died. On his attribute status bar, a few more negative status progress bars appeared. The progress bars were filling up extremely fast. They were jumping in large chunks almost every second. The environment was not this harsh before. But now even his summoned creatures could not withstand it and were being poisoned to death. All this indicated that they had already entered the environment where the poison toad resided. Su Chen signaled for Mu Ying to stop. He kept pulling potions from his backpack and chugging them down. Mu Ying was stunned. The potions Su Chen brought out. She recognized some and they were very valuable. She did not recognize others, but by the look of them, she knew they were not cheap either. But regardless of their value, Su Chen gulped them down as if they were water. Mu Ying suddenly did not know whether to feel heartbroken over the precious potions being wasted like this, or to worry that Su Chen might choke to death from drinking too much. "Su Chen, why do not you let Anai help you?" Mu Ying reminded him. Upon hearing this, Su Chen waved his hand to indicate he was fine. And then he started downing the potions even faster. But he also knew he could not keep this up. His stomach was already feeling full. Getting full from drinking potions. No one would believe it if word got out. Su Chen clutched a god-tier potion and waved his staff. He summoned weak goblin mages. He planted blood sacrifice worms. The group of goblin mages were instantly poisoned to death. Su Chen immediately sacrificed the spawned dense worms to trigger the Land of Divine Favor. After the emerald crystal appeared, he felt relieved and safely entered the poison state. Ding, you have been afflicted by corrosive poison, 400 HP will be deducted per second. Ding, you have been afflicted by scorching poison, 1% will be deducted per second. Ding, you have been afflicted by... In an instant, Su Chen was struck by several types of deadly poisons. Damage numbers kept popping up above his head. Fortunately, the Land of Divine Favor could restore 50% of his health per second. But his health was still constantly dropping. It did not stabilize at 100 despite the high recovery rate. Once it dropped to 50%, he would be executed because the recovery could not keep up. Fortunately, Su Chen still had union of sovereign and subjects. He summoned goblins again. Even with the Land of Divine Favor, the goblins were killed instantly. He summoned skeletal warriors. They barely held on. However, their health bars were also crazily dropping at a rate of 10% per second. The Land of Divine Favor only helped them last for 5 more seconds. There was no way to rely on them to fight. "I can help you lift the curse on you. But my mana is limited. I cannot do anything for your summoned creatures." Anai held a small magic wand and floated beside him, speaking. Su Chen waved his hand and said, "Your job is to lead the way, you do not need to get involved in the fighting." Anai said hurriedly, "Do not be stubborn, that poison toad has not been provoked yet. Once it senses us, the poison in the environment will become even more concentrated. The damage from the toxins will double, do not let." Before she could finish her sentence, Su Chen pinched her cheeks and shoved her into Mu Ying's arms. He was not trying to act tough now. Just as Anai said, her mana was limited. He did not have any mana-restoring potions in his bag. even if the toxins in the air could become concentrated enough to ignore the land of divine favors recovery and kill the three of them instantly. He had the union of sovereign and subjects. As long as one summoned creature survived, even if it was just a worm, he would not take any damage. But if a Nai or Mu Ying were poisoned, they would only have one life left. So Su Chen said, "Protect yourself and Mu Ying, do not worry about me." After saying that, he hurriedly set up a summoning circle. A large number of beast hunters entered the battlefield. They formed a battle line. They could withstand much more than the skeletal warriors. Their health bars were dropping at a rate of 5% per second. Su Chen worked with both hands. While summoning beast hunters, he did not forget to summon skeletal warriors. Although skeletons could only last 5 seconds, by using the skeleton crown skill, Undead Persistence, they could last until Su Chen planted the blood sacrifice worms. This way, he could at least ensure he lasted for 30 seconds. After getting prepared, Su Chen released his blood eye to scout ahead. Before long, a purple-skinned toad, palm-sized with bumps all over its back lying in a puddle, appeared in the view of the blood eye. "Found you." Su Chen's eyes lit up. Time was running out. Even the beast hunters were about to hit their first death. There was no time to look at the poison toad's stats. Su Chen immediately ordered the beast hunters to attack. Whoosh! 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 Eh. A large number of arrows landed, aimed at the same target, instantly emptying the toad's health bar. Su Chen had a smile on his face. Job done. But his smile quickly froze. Ding, you have successfully hunted a LV ordinary monster, Phantom Lizard, gained 270k experience. Phantom Lizard. Su Chen stared in shock. The blood eye hurriedly looked towards where the arrows landed. There under the arrows lay the corpse of a lizard as thick as a baby's arm. That was not it. Su Chen had a bad feeling. The next second, he saw, behind a rock not far from the lizard's corpse, a purple figure flashed by. It dived into a murky, wide mud pool and disappeared. Immediately after, the concentration of toxic mist in the air surged. There were even colorful mists appearing. Su Chen kept hearing death notifications for his summoned creatures in his mind. Even the beast hunters could not take it anymore. He hurriedly activated Undead Persistence to keep the skeletal warriors maintaining the effective union of sovereign and subjects. Mu Ying saw his dark expression and realized the situation was bad, so she asked hurriedly, "What happened?" Su Chen briefly described the situation. Nai turned pale and said hurriedly, "The poison toad is cautious by nature. Once it hides, we will not be able to find it." Mu Ying stared at the summoned creatures for a few moments and said, "Your summoned creatures are losing health a bit too fast." Both the human and the elf were thinking of retreating. Right now, it seemed there was no better way than to retreat first. However, Su Chen wiped the look of shock from his face, only to give a cold, indifferent laugh. How could I possibly let it escape so easily? Since ordinary summoned creatures cannot deal with it, then let us try these two. After saying that, he snapped his fingers. Two figures appeared beside him simultaneously. Vampire Ancestor Angela. Greed Demon King Clone Tiana. Go find that purple-skinned toad and kill it. Su Chen said with an irritated tone. He was genuinely annoyed by this thing. Of course, it was only because Su Chen was strong enough that he could afford to be annoyed. If it were anyone else, without the tree elf's help to detoxify, they would have already been dead. Angela flicked her golden ponytail, looking around with a difficult expression. The job of finding monsters was not her strong suit. However, since Father had spoken, she could only do her best to find it. Just as she was about to step forward, she heard Tiana beside her laugh softly. Does a small matter like this really require us to take action? Su Chen was a bit speechless seeing her just talking and not moving. Because Tiana was only a clone. Even though she had become a pet, her autonomy was quite high. Su Chen could directly control her for combat. But the power of a Demon King can only be brought to the extreme when controlled by the Demon King. Besides, he did not know what abilities Tiana had that could find the poison toad. After thinking about it, Su Chen held up a finger. One precious soul. 5. Tiana puffed out her proud chest. Su Chen shook his head in refusal. No, that is too much, 3 at most. Tiana put on an expression of someone who had just scored a huge profit and said happily, "Alright, 3 it is." Seeing Su Chen put on an expression of having suffered a massive loss, Tiana became even happier. It can only be said, this master really knows how to provide emotional value. Tiana stretched her hand forward. A transparent, colorless chain with a hook appeared from her side. It lunged forward. After a while, Tiana yanked her arm back, the chain pulling taut. She said nonchalantly, "I have caught it." The blood eye took a look. The hook at the end of the chain had pierced into the mud puddle. Although it could not drag it out, it could keep it from moving. Su Chen immediately summoned another batch of beast hunters, ordering them to aim at the end of the hook. Knocking arrows. Drawing bows. Fire. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the level 45 Dark Gold boss Poison Toad. Rewards, EXP plus 7.2 million. Just as Annie said, this Poison Toad may not look big, but it is extremely tough with exceptionally high constitution and HP. Even with Tiana pinning it down, Su Chen still had to put in quite a bit of effort. Countless waves of behemoth hunters and skeleton court swordsmen perished in the process. Only then were they able to take it down. After the Poison Toad died, the concentration of toxins in the environment plummeted. Su Chen drank a bottle of magical potion. All negative status effects on him were wiped away instantly. Not bad. The downside is that it works too well. What a shame. He approached the loot orb dropped by the Poison Toad. Su Chen reached out his hand. An epic ray dagger. A robe exclusive to assassins. A 4th tier mage skill, Poison Mist. For Su Chen, these are of no immediate use. Even that mage skill book. He would have to reach the 5th tier before he could learn it. After tossing the items into his inventory, Su Chen planned to return Tiana and the others to the pet space. "What are you doing?" Tiana grabbed his arm guardedly. Su Chen asked in confusion. "I'm putting you away so we can get moving." "No, I do not want to go back." Tiana shrieked like a cat with its fur standing on end, staying in the pitch-black, dead silence of the pet space. For Angela, who is naturally bloodthirsty and loves to sleep, it was actually a blessing. But for Tiana, it is an incredibly terrifying torture. It is just like being a prisoner locked in a dark room, absolutely agonizing. Seeing her strong opposition, Su Chen did not force the issue. He still respected the wishes of Tiana and the others. Su Chen turned to ask for Angela's thoughts. Angela also expressed that she wanted to stay outside for a while. So Su Chen did not worry about them any further. 2 men, 2 demons, and 1 dryad, this strange party set off again. The breakthrough materials Mu Ying needs are also in this swamp. So they did not go very far. Before long, the group stopped outside a cave. "Are you sure that Thunderstruck Flower is inside?" Su Chen asked, and I nodded, confirming it. "It is in there, but it is very dark inside the cave, and the boss guarding it is very..." She still wanted to advise Su Chen to be as careful as possible. But thinking back to the 2 times Su Chen had displayed such terrifying power, and I gave up. She realized by now, in this forest there probably is not a single creature that can stop Su Chen. Su Chen took out the blood pupil and activated his skill. An eyeball with small wings flew into the cave. Soon, Su Chen saw a rock deep inside the cave. A small yellow flower was growing on the rock with vibrant colors. Electric sparks flickered incessantly on its bud. And outside the rock, a giant python was coiled. The python's head was slightly bulging, and its scales were all silver white. Quite extraordinary. It rolled its eyes to survey the environment inside the cave. Killing this giant python would not be difficult, but the space inside the cave is limited. To kill it would require wearing it down slowly. However, they have been in the forest for a while now. It is already dusk. The forest, which already had little light, is now pitch black. In a little while, you probably will not even be able to see your own hand. Su Chen thought for a moment, his figure flickered and he disappeared. 2 seconds later, before the others could even react, he reappeared. He had an extra small yellow flower in his hand. He stuffed the flower into the hands of the stunned Mu Ying. Su Chen activated teleport again, taking the group to flee the scene of the crime quickly. Before long, the white python rushed out of the cave, roaring like a thunderclap. Losing its guarded treasure made the white python furious. But it did not know. It was extremely lucky, at least it was still alive. If monsters could go to the undead realm after dying, the Sophistry Tree Spirit Tribe would have already reunited there. Under the moonlight, in an open space, Su Chen stirred the bonfire. The notification rang by his ear. He had been cursed again. How nice. He could not help but look toward a large rock not far away. Mu Ying was sitting cross-legged on it. Her mission was to consume the Millennium Thunderstruck Flower. After reaching safety, she immediately submitted the quest. Then she sat on the rock, and a large amount of lightning light erupted from her body. She had been at it for 3 hours. At a certain moment, Mu Ying let out a big laugh and stood up abruptly. Aha, I finally made the breakthrough. Su Chen, summon your skeleton warriors. Let me test my strength. After advancing to the 3rd tier, Mu Ying felt that she was incredibly powerful right now. Her self-confidence was through the roof. Jiang Chen obliged her and summoned a batch of skeleton warriors. He ordered one of them to stand in the open space. Mu Ying flickered and arrived opposite the skeleton warrior. She first asked Su Chen to command the skeleton warrior to use its defensive skill, Sword Shield. Then, she raised her hand to her neck, forming a virtual grip and twisting her wrist. As if grasping a hilt, she slowly drew it out. Thunder sweeps away demons. She actually pulled out a blade overflowing with thunderous light. She slashed with her sword. The next second, the skeleton warrior was directly submerged in a torrent of lightning. It died instantly. Seeing the result, Su Chen clapped and said, "Impressive." Mu Ying raised an eyebrow, pointing her sword at Su Chen. Su Chen, let us have a spar. She knew that what she was asking was quite shameless. But today's experiences made Mu Ying realize one thing. If she cannot defeat Su Chen once now, there probably will not be another chance in the future. Even if it is just once, she wanted to win. Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Having confidence is a good thing, but excessive confidence is arrogance. He did not stand up. Instead, he sent out another skeleton warrior to stand beside Mu Ying. But this time, he did not hold back. Fury, riding the wind, blood sacrifice worm, undying military soul. After 4 buff skills were applied to the skeleton warrior, the skeleton warrior gripped the hilt and soul fire flared in its skull cavity. Mu Ying also became serious, her eyes sharp. As long as she defeats this skeleton, Su Chen will spar with her. Thinking so, she pulled out another sword and slashed out a torrent of lightning. But this time, the moment she swung, a cold sensation reached her neck. The lightning shockwave dissipated. Mu Ying turned back stiffly, looking at the sharp blade pressed tightly against her neck, yet not cutting the skin. The chilling light on the edge of the blade froze her heart. Mu Ying knew. This was Su Chen controlling his summon. Otherwise, this blade would have long since sliced into her flesh. Lost, even fighting 3rd tier against 2nd tier, I did not have a single chance of winning. Mu Ying showed a bitter smile, feeling as if her own talent and class were fake. Actually, it was not that she was weak. She was already stronger than ordinary professionals by an unknown margin. Ordinary professionals, even at level 30, could not possibly manage to insta-kill a skeleton court swordsman. It was just that Su Chen's talent was far too monstrous. A single S-grade talent is enough to defy the heavens and change one's fate. Su Chen possessed an SSS-grade talent, and 2 of them at that. If someone could bridge that gap just because there was one major tier difference, that would be truly bizarre. Mu Ying looked towards Su Chen. The handsome and sturdy man sat casually, with a few bloodstains still on his face. He did not look ordinary at all. And in reality, his presence, like crashing waves, surged toward her.